This is an era that belongs to pirates. In the year 1500 of the nautical calendar, Pirate King Gold Roger committed himself to the navy. When he was executed, he said he left the one-piece treasure in the Grand Line. So people flocked to the sea, starting the Great Pirate Age. Time passed, reaching the year 1521 of the marine calendar. In East Blue, Monkey D. Luffy, with the dream of becoming Pirate King, begins his journey. But he was trapped in a barrel of wine and drifted at sea. If it weren't for two handsome sailors saving him on board, perhaps Pirate King will end soon. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, nice to meet you. Then, the female pirate Alvida attacked. Luffy meets Kobe, who dreams of becoming a marine, on the enemy ship, and blew away Alvida, who was bullying Kobe. In this world, there are many types of magical devil fruits. People who eat devil fruit will have special abilities, but they will be hated by the sea and cannot swim. And Luffy is the one who possesses the ability of the Gomu Gomu fruit. Then, to find suitable teammates, Luffy and Kobe went to the naval island and met swordsman Zoro. He dreams of becoming the #1 swordsman in the world, letting his name echo throughout the heavens. But he was captured and tortured by the navy to protect the townspeople. Such an action was recognized by Luffy. The Pirate King's teammates, of course, must be such excellent people, so Luffy rescued Zoro. Together the two defeated Colonel Morgan and his son, Helmeppo. At the same time, this action also rescued the naval island from Morgan's oppression. Kobe stayed here to become a marine. Zoro became Luffy's first teammate, and the two began their adventure journey. At sea, Luffy told Zoro about his memories. Red-haired Shanks was once an intern on Pirate King Roger's ship. After Roger passed away, Shanks formed his own pirate crew, and visited Luffy as a child in Windmill Town. An accident caused Luffy to eat Shanks' Gomu Gomu fruit. At the same time, the Mountain Bandit boss also came to challenge a group of pirates. Although Shanks doesn't care about the Mountain Bandit's challenge, but he couldn't stand the Mountain Bandit boss hurting his friend Luffy. Therefore, the Shanks pirates took action, eliminating all the pirates in just a moment. The scared Mountain Bandit ran away and kidnapped Luffy as a child. Right at this moment, a giant creature of the Sea King type appeared suddenly. It opened its bloody mouth wide, about to swallow everything. Shanks, variable. Hey, stop crying, aren't you a man? In the end, Shanks saved Luffy's life by sacrificing his left arm. Before leaving, he gave Luffy the straw hat that Roger passed down to him, and Luffy swore to Shanks that he would become the Pirate King. Back in the present, Luffy and Zoro have arrived in a town ruled by Buggy. They meet Nami, a sailor thief who is in State A. Due to a coincidence, Luffy was imprisoned in a cage by Buggy, and when Zoro tried to save him, he was attacked by Buggy using his split devil fruit ability. He used all his strength to help Luffy escape from Buggy's pirate ship. The three went to town and met a dog who was loyal to his owner, Chowchu. It turns out, Chowchu was bullied by Moji, Buggy's beast master. That person destroyed the store that Chowchu had protected for a long time. To avenge Chowchu, Luffy punched Moji angrily. At the same time, this scene touched Nami, and she accepted Luffy in her heart. Later, Zoro also defeated Buggy's swordsman Kabeji with one blow. Actually, Buggy and Shanks were interns on Roger's ship. Shanks made him eat the split devil fruit by mistake, making it impossible for Buggy to go under the sea to find the treasure. Therefore, Buggy always holds a grudge against Shanks. In the end, Luffy and Nami flew Buggy away and saved the whole town. And Nami also chose to cooperate with Luffy's pirate crew. Next, the three of Luffy went to a peaceful island and met Usopp. The pirates are here, to pretend. He also brought along 3 children to form the Usopp Pirates. As for Luffy, he said that he met Usopp's father, Yasopp, in Shanks' pirate crew. In memory, Yasopp also missed Usopp very much. On this island there is a castle, in which lives the wealthy Kaya family. Usopp likes to hang it on trees to make Kaya happy. The two have a special relationship. However, the housekeeper Klahadore does not allow them to come into contact with each other. One day, Luffy and Usopp eavesdropped. It turns out the butler is the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, who is planning to invade the town. Sneaking around the castle is also a plot. Immediately afterwards, Usopp hurriedly informed the villagers and Kaya about this news. But due to his sinful past, the villagers think that Usopp is still deceiving them. Even Kaya didn't want to believe the housekeeper's betrayal. With no other choice, Usopp can only confront the Black Cat Pirates himself. He was beaten to the point of injury, fell down and could not get up, but still persevered. In the end, this perseverance waited for the help of Luffy's group. First, Zoro defeated the Cat Brothers of the Black Cat Pirates. Next, Usopp used the Fire Star attack to defeat Vice Captain Django. In the process, Kaya also learned the butler's true face, and cleared up the misunderstanding with Usopp. Finally, Luffy stood before Captain Kuro. Kuro's final move is using Cat's Claw knife combined with super speed movement. However, all of this cannot defeat Luffy's rubber iron head. In the end, Luffy defeated Captain Kuro after a difficult battle, and the island regained peace. After the war, Usopp decided to join Luffy's group to become a brave warrior at sea. He tearfully disbanded the Usopp Pirates and said goodbye to his pursuers. Usopp Pirates. Dissolution. Afterwards, Kaya gave Luffy the Going Merry, and everyone set sail. After everything was over, Kaya learned why Usopp always lied that the pirates are coming. Previously, Usopp abandoned his wife and children to join the Shanks pirates. In order to make his sick mother recover, Usopp screams every day. He hopes his father can return by ship to protect his mother and be by his side. However, in the end, my mother became seriously ill and left this world. On the other hand, Usopp designed the flag for the Straw Hat Pirates. From here, this flag will echo throughout the sea world, symbolizing dreams and freedom. Then, Zoro remembered the past. Since childhood, he has followed Kushiro to learn swordsmanship, but he was always unable to defeat Kushiro's daughter, Kuina. They promised each other to become the world's #1 swordsman, but Kuina left this world because of an accident, and Zoro inherited Kuina's great sword and Wado Ikimanji in tears. He swore to carry Kuina's will. Becoming the world's #1 swordsman resonates in heaven. Back in the present, everyone runs into Zoro's old friends, Johnny and Yasaku. Everyone also went to the restaurant on the sea and met Chef Sanji. Here, they met Jin, who was starving. Sanji followed the chef's principles and invited Jin to eat seafood fried rice for free. After that, Jin also led Krieg, his leader, to the restaurant on the sea. Sanji also freely provided fried rice to the hungry Krieg. But after recovering, Krieg betrayed Jin and began attacking the restaurant at sea. It turns out, Krieg was once the captain of the strongest pirate crew in East Blue. But after he went to the Grand Line, he was defeated by someone. So Krieg wants to rob the restaurant's ship at sea to plan his return. At this time, the restaurant owner, Redleg Zeph, took action to stop Krieg. Turns out, Zeph was also a pirate, and he was very good at the red leg style. But in the past, he and Sanji had an accident at sea. To save Sanji, Zeph lost a leg, and he left all the food for Sanji. From that moment on, both of them understood the value of food. Back to the present, Dracula Mihawk suddenly appeared here. He is the world's #1 swordsman, and the person Zoro dreams of surpassing. The person who destroyed Krieg's fleet in the past was also Mihawk. Soon after, Zoro challenged Mihawk, whom he wanted to surpass. Mihawk pulled out a small knife and broke all of Zoro's moves. But all of this did not make Zoro back down. His perseverance was recognized by Mihawk. So, Mihawk pulled out the black sword from his back and confronted Zoro. In the end, Zoro was completely defeated by Mihawk. He opened both arms, allowing Mihawk to give him the final blow. Injuring the back is humiliating for a swordsman. Great. But Mihawk still has feelings for Zoro. He told Zoro his full name and encouraged Zoro to go to the sea to surpass him. Hearing this, Zoro slowly raised the knife in his hand and swore to Luffy. Luffy, I won't lose anymore. Do you have another idea? Pirate King. Have no ideas. After that, Mihawk left because he was no longer interested. The confrontation between the Krieg pirates and Luffy and the others has begun. Sanji fought Pearl, Gin, and Krieg respectively. Although in the end Sanji was no match for Gin. But Gin couldn't kill Sanji out of gratitude. Seeing this, Krieg was angry and launched a poison gas bomb, attacking without discrimination. And Gin placed his gas mask on Sanji's face. This saved Sanji's life, but Gin himself was severely poisoned. This made Luffy angry with Krieg's actions and took action. The two then began to confront each other, with Krieg using his weapon to fight. But he was still no match for Luffy's storm attack. In the end, Luffy used a rubber strike to defeat Krieg, ending the conflict. After the battle, Jin took Krieg and a group of pirates and left in a poisoned state. Zeph also realized that Sanji was convinced by Luffy and Zoro's spirit. He started talking about his dream, All Blue. It's where all the foods from the 4 seas exist, a paradise for chefs. After that, Zeph and a group of chefs began using all means to force Sanji to leave. Meanwhile, Zeph also asked Luffy to take Sanji with him to search for his dream. Ultimately, Sanji decided to join the Straw Hat Pirates. He eavesdropped on the conversation between Zeph and Luffy but did not want to break up with Zeph. Sanji took his luggage, coolly walked past the line of chefs and left the restaurant on the beach. To him, Zeph is like his father, and the restaurant on the beach has been his home all this time. At this point, Zeph couldn't take it anymore and called Sanji from afar. Sanji, don't catch a cold anymore, old man. Thank you for taking care of me for a long time. I'm leaving, let's go. Goodbye, boys. Thus, Sanji tearfully bid farewell to Zeph and a group of chefs. He will move forward with Luffy to pursue his dream. At the same time, Luffy also learned from Johnny and Isaka's mouths. Nami secretly drove the Going Merry away, intending to find Arlong. This Arlong is one of the 7 pirates of the Shichibukai, Jinbe's older brother. And Shichibukai are pirates officially authorized by the government. Very powerful. This time, Luffy felt something was wrong with Nami leaving. He believed they were comrades, so he also went to Arlong's territory to find Nami. After some difficulties, everyone learned of Nami's past in Kokoyashi village. 8 years ago, Nami and Nojiko were adopted by Belmere. The 3 people went through a poor but happy time. One day, the Arlong pirates took over Kokoyashi village and began colonizing it. Each person must pay a corresponding amount to buy his or her life. Adults 100,000 berries, children 50,000 berries. However, impoverished Belmere only had 100,000 berries. She used this money for Nami and Nojiko. She faced the Arlong pirates on her own. Because of this, a group of villagers couldn't take it anymore and rebelled against Arlong. How could the unarmed villagers be a match for the mermaids? In the end, Belmere died at Arlong's hands. At the same time, Arlong also discovered Nami's maritime talent. He used people's lives as leverage to threaten Nami, asking her to draw a nautical map for him. And Nami agreed with Arlong that she would use 1 billion berries to buy back the village's freedom. Therefore, Nami was determined to make money and stole the Going Merry. Actually, Nami was very happy during her days with Luffy. If it weren't for the village, she would probably stay on Luffy's ship forever. Back to the present, after 8 years of hardship, Nami has finally collected 1 billion berries and is about to save the village. However, Arlong conspired with the navy to rob Nami of her money. Years of effort have finally come to naught. This causes Nami to fall into despair. She and the village will forever be enslaved by Arlong. Because of this, a group of villagers took up arms and prepared to confront Arlong once again. But Nami knew that in front of the mermaids, the villagers were just sheep waiting to be slaughtered. So, Nami tried to pretend to be happy. She says she can still start over and wants to stop the hasty villagers. But the mayor saw the weakness in Nami's heart. He hugged Nami and said, "You've done enough, let us take care of the rest." Soon, all the villagers rushed into Arlong's territory, leaving only Nami suffering alone. At this time, Nami looked at the tattoo of the Fishman pirates on her arm and became even angrier. She used a knife to stab herself, wanting to erase this sign of humiliation. At this time, Luffy stood up. He stopped Nami from hurting herself, without saying a word. Nami finally put aside her strong exterior and asked Luffy to help her. "Luffy, please help me." And Luffy gave his straw hat to Nami and spoke with determination. Of course. Thus, Luffy's group decided to help Nami. Soon, they reached Arlong's territory and began to confront the mermaids directly. The fighting process is very intense. Luffy defeated the minions but got stuck in a pile of rocks and was thrown to the bottom of the sea. Afterwards, Zoro defeated Octopus swordsman Hachi despite being injured. Usopp defeated Kurubi, a member of the Arlong pirates. Sanji defeated the Arlong pirates' karateka and rescued Luffy from the sea. And then there is the final confrontation between Luffy and Arlong. Arlong relies on the mermaid's strong constitution and resilience, and Luffy has a fearless spirit and belief in victory. The two sides continuously struggled, both breaking many of the other's moves. Arlong even pulled out a large sword from his pants. And so, the two fought from the ground to the sky, then fought again into the castle. Inside is full of nautical maps drawn by Nami. This scene made Luffy extremely angry. He used his foot to kick the nautical map out of the forbidden room, destroying everything, and launched his ultimate rubber technique. One blow blew the roof of the castle away. Seeing this, Arlong was also extremely excited. These nautical maps were all valuable assets in his heart. Right after that, Arlong attacked Luffy with his final move. "Nami, you are my teammate." Right after that, Luffy used a rubber stomp to divide the castle into 2 halves. He defeated Arlong, saved the village, and made Nami his comrade. Thus, the original Straw Hats were formed. At the same time, Zoro was also treated by a doctor. That person also asked why there was no doctor on your ship. After this battle, the Straw Hat Pirates fell into the sights of the Navy. Luffy's bounty has increased to 30 million berry, shining for the first time. This information made Kaya and the whole Windmill Village feel very happy. On the other hand, Mihawk brought information about Luffy to Shanks. Shanks happily drank with Mihawk. It turned out the two were old friends. Some time later, Luffy and the group arrived. Logtown Town, birth and death place of Pirate King Roger. Here, Zoro meets a Navy girl named Tashiji who looks exactly like Kuina. He also received 2 swords, Sandai Katetsu and Yubashiri. Each generation of Katetsu has turned its blade to slash its master, but Zoro used a swordsman's luck to conquer Sandai Katetsu, and Yubashiri belongs to one of the 50 Ryo Wazamono. It is a good quality sword, just behind 12 Seijo Owazamono and 21 Owazamono. Among them, Mihawk's black sword Yoru is one of the 12 Seijo Owazamono, and Wado Ikimonji belongs to one of the 21 Owazamono. At the same time, in Logue Town there was Navy Colonel Smoker. He is the owner of the Moku Moku no Mi Devil Fruit. In the version without Haki, the Logia Devil Fruit is almost a symbol of invincibility. Therefore, Luffy was completely defeated by Smoker. In addition, in Logue Town there are Buggy and Alvida, who ate the Sub fruit and became delicious. During the chaotic war, Luffy was even taken to the execution platform. But Luffy is absolutely not afraid of death. He talked about his dream in front of everyone. I will become the Pirate King. I'm going to die. He laughed. Just when Buggy was about to kill Luffy, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared to rescue Luffy. This unusual weather is caused by a mysterious person. That person is Luffy's father and also the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. After that, Luffy, Buggy and Smoker broke out in a series of chaotic battles. With Dragon's help, the Straw Hats successfully escaped Smoker's pursuit. They boarded the Going Merry and sailed smoothly, and they will enter the Grand Line in a storm. As Dragon said, what reason could there be to prevent a man from getting on a boat and going out to sea? Well, to celebrate the ship entering the Grand Line, let's have a celebration. We have set sail, let's enter the Grand Line. Thus, the Straw Hats ended their adventure in the East Sea. They successfully entered the Grand Line, and will begin a turbulent journey of pursuing your dream. Here, the story of the East Sea has ended. In this part, Luffy has captured Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji and 4 other friends. He also defeated some not-so-strong enemies. Among these, each character has flesh and blood, leaving a deep impression. Some enemies will also play an important role in the plot later. Therefore, the East Sea is considered a prologue to the dream. The content inside may have been seen by everyone more than once. I may have seen it more than 10 times, but every time I watch it, I will still be moved by the genuine emotions in it. Perhaps, this is the attraction of One Piece. The scriptures will never end but will constantly encourage us to move forward. And after the East Sea, the Straw Hat Pirates will face a series of powerful challenges. So, here I would like to invite everyone to join me in reviewing Luffy's adventure journey. The entire series is expected to take a lot of time to complete. Thank you everyone for your support. Continue. Return to the previous section. The previous part talked about Luffy defeating Arlong. His reward was up to 30 million. Everyone also successfully passed the challenge at Logue Town, and following the waters of Reverse Mountain, they arrived at the Grand Line. Here, we would like to introduce the world structure of One Piece. This world is full of seas, and because the Grand Line and the Red Line are perpendicular to each other, it is divided into 4 seas. The East Sea, West Sea, South Sea and North Sea respectively. Dai Hai Trin and Red Continent have 2 intersection points. The first intersection point is Upside Down Mountain. The second point is Mariejoa Sanctuary. When you pass the back mountain, you will enter the Dai Hai Line. When you pass through Mariejoa Sanctuary, you will enter the more dangerous New World. Ultimately, Luffy's goal is to reach the end of the Grand Line, Raftel. There, you can also see the Red Continent. This means he saw the Red Continent for the 3rd time. It is the person who stands at the top of the pirates, the Pirate King. Returning to the Straw Hats, they just entered the Grand Line and encountered their first challenge. They were suddenly swallowed by the Laboon whale. Inside, there is a completely different world and a doctor named Crocus. This person used to be a doctor on Roger's pirate ship. After the pirates disbanded, Crocus returned to Twin Capes to take care of Laboon. And Laboon also has a touching story. 50 years ago, when Laboon was young, he became a teammate of the Rumbar pirates. Because the Grand Line was too dangerous, the pirates left Laboon in the Twin Capes. They also promised that, after traveling around the world once, they would meet again. And so, Laboon began a long wait, and this wait lasted 50 years. Finally, Laboon began crashing into the Red Continent. It wants to go to another sea to search for its comrades. Even though the Red Continent was extremely majestic, even though it was covered in injuries. But Laboon never gave up, he just stupidly continued stabbing. Back to the present, after learning the story, Luffy begins to attack Laboon. The two sides fought and no one was willing to lose, and in the end Luffy stopped the fight. Luffy said that the result of this fight was a draw, and they would fight again. That will happen after Luffy completes his trip around the world. At this point, Laboon accepted Luffy's appointment. It has a new waiting audience. Finally, Luffy drew the straw hat flag on Laboon's head to prevent it from committing suicide. After that, the Straw Hat Pirates continued their journey in Laboon's send-off. At the same time, Luffy also met Mr. Nine and Miss Wednesday Vivi. They go with Luffy's ship to Whiskey Peak. After a series of turbulence, everyone arrived at Whiskey Peak and were warmly welcomed. In the warm hospitality, everyone ate, drank, and slept soundly. But it's all a trap for the criminal organization Baroque Works. Here all are pirate hunters. The target is Luffy's 30 million W bounty. Luckily, Zoro was still conscious. He alone faced off against 100 pirate hunters and easily won. At this time, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine of Baroque Works suddenly appeared. They came here to capture Miss Wednesday Vivi. It turns out that Vivi is a spy operating in Baroque Works. She is actually the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom. Because Mr. Five is the owner of the Bomu Bomu Devil Fruit, Deidara cannot watch it live, and Miss Valentine possesses the Kilo Kilo Devil Fruit. The two of them were much stronger than the bounty hunters. Vivi immediately fell into a difficult situation. In a dangerous moment, Luffy and Zoro promptly saved Vivi. They each went one by one, easily defeating Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Luffy even mistook Zoro as an enemy and fought Zoro. The confrontation between swordsmanship and martial arts is difficult to win or lose. The two were awakened by Nami with an iron punch, only to resolve the misunderstanding. Eat this punch from the young mother? After that, everyone learned the cause of the incident from Vivi's mouth. It turns out that Baroque Works is plotting to take over the kingdom of Alabasta. The person behind is Crocodile, one of the 7 pirates, who possesses the Suna Suna Devil Fruit. To accomplish his goal, he caused civil war in the kingdom. Right after that, Luffy decided to escort Vivi back to the country to reveal Crocodile's plot. On the way, they also met Robin, a partner of Baroque Works. The person came with unclear purposes. After a short conversation, she left on the turtle. Sometime later, the Straw Hats arrived at the second island, Little Garden. Here, they met 2 giants who had been fighting for 100 years without victory or defeat. Those 2 people are the captains of the giant pirates, Broggy and Dory. Mr. 3, who possesses the Doru Doru Devil Fruit, also arrives. Together with Miss Golden Week, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, they arrive on the island. He used a plan of division and explosive wine to hurt the 2 giants. He plans to turn Zoro and the others into candles in exchange for a large reward. Because of this, Zoro even thought about cutting off his own legs to fight Mr. 3. During the emergency, Luffy, Usopp and Karoo promptly arrived at the scene. Usopp succeeded in rescuing Zoro and the others. Luffy also defeated Mr. 3 and his group. Meanwhile, Sanji has arrived at Mr. 3's base and impersonate Mr. 3's voice to contact Crocodile. He told his partner that Luffy and Vivi were dead. There was no need to send people to assassinate them anymore. And so, the disturbance in Little Garden ended. After this battle, the 2 giants returned to normal and escorted the Straw Hats to begin their new journey. King's Hockey. After a long time, Nami got sea fever. Everyone is preparing to find a doctor for treatment. On the way, they came across the Devil Fruit owner Numa Numa. He wanted to attack Luffy but ended up being knocked away by Luffy. Afterwards, the Straw Hats arrived at Drum Island. Luffy and Sanji took Nami to find the witch Dr. Kureha on the island. This island was destroyed by the Blackbird pirates a few days ago. And the king, Wapol, was also an immoral person. At this time, Wapol returned to the island and prepared to rule the place again. Even Dalton, who possesses the Ushi Ushi Devil Fruit, a person of justice, lost to Wapol. On the other hand, after many difficulties, Luffy and Sanji finally reached the witch's castle. Here, Nami recovered her health and everyone also became acquainted with Chopper, a deer man. This person is a doctor and can walk and talk like a human. It turns out that in the past, Chopper was abandoned by his parents because of his blue nose, and because he mistakenly ate the Hito devil fruit, he was considered a monster by both the pack and humans. This caused Chopper, who longed for teammates, to suffer great mental damage. Luckily, a crippled doctor, Hiraluk, took care of Chopper. The name Tony Chopper was given by the crippled doctor. They also build deep relationships. Although Dr. Hiraluk is not good at treating people, but he dreamed of healing the mental illness of the entire nation. Because all the doctors of this country were captured by Wapol, Hiraluk said to Chopper, a seriously ill person was once mentally healed by the sight of cherry blossoms in the sky. Therefore, he hopes that cherry blossoms will bloom in this frozen world, healing the entire nation. At the same time, Hiraluk also hopes Chopper becomes a free pirate. That place has the best friends in the world and the most beautiful scenery. However, Hiraluk himself is terminally ill and does not have much time left. He wanted to die himself and chase Chopper away. Doctor, I won't bother you, please let me in. I have no friends and nowhere to go. Doctor. But Chopper didn't leave. Before that, he had heard about a universal medicine that cures all diseases, the amniotic mushroom. So he went everywhere in the snow and from the deer took the almighty medicine. In the process, Chopper was even attacked to the point of losing a leg. Doctor, sorry. What's wrong with you? Mushroom. You must not die, you must live, doctor. Because I also want to become a doctor. You must teach me how to become a doctor. Deer can also become doctors, right? You can. Because you are very kind. You're so stupid. Hiraluk was determined to drink mushroom soup. He also gave the results of his research to the witch, and asked the witch to teach Chopper, so he could become a doctor. It turns out that amniotic mushroom is not a universal medicine but a poisonous mushroom. But the crippled doctor still ate it so as not to disappoint Chopper. This truth was only revealed when the witch told Chopper, and Chopper cried loudly in pain, refusing to accept. Then, Hiraluk arrived at the gates of Wapol's castle. He told Wapol that he could not kill him, because only when forgotten, people truly die. Next, Hiraluk raised his wine glass to the sky and spoke. Our life is wonderful. Finally, Wapol filled the sky with firepower. Chopper is determined to research a universal medicine and learn medicine from a witch. Please, sir, I want to become a doctor. I want to create universal medicine. Because there is no disease in this world that cannot be cured. Back in the present, Wapol has arrived at the witch's castle gate. Turns out, this place was previously where he ruled the entire country. Now, Wapol wanted to destroy the pirate flag on the roof and immediately launch the cannon. Look, the pirate flag cannot be folded, cannot pour, because it is a flag that carries the oath of life. And Chopper was also touched by Luffy's spirit, and remembered the crippled doctor's expectations for him. Soon after, Luffy and Chopper attacked Wapol together. After a fierce battle, the two together successfully defeated Wapol, and so, the disturbance on Drum Island ended. After that, Luffy kept inviting Chopper to join the Straw Hats. In the end, Chopper was moved by Luffy's perseverance, and decided to become everyone's teammate. That night, Chopper pulled Luffy and the others out of the snow castle. The witch also used the results of Hiraluk's research to make cherry blossoms bloom in the nation's sky. I certainly won't shoot you. My name is Dr. Hiraluk. I am a doctor. Chopper, you will definitely become a good doctor. We can guarantee that. Our life is wonderful. Thank you, Chopper. Okay, let's go. Stupid child. And so, the Straw Hat Pirates have a sixth teammate, Dr. Chopper. Next, everyone also met the mermaid dancer Bon Clay at sea. Bon Clay possesses the main devil fruit, which can transform into any object he has touched, and his humorous personality quickly made him and the Straw Hats friends. After Bon Clay left, Vivi remembered that Bon Clay was Mr. 2 by Baroque Works, so, to avoid being emulated by Bon Clay, everyone had identification marks on each person's arm. Next, the Straw Hats went to Alabasta, where the war broke out. It turns out that Baroque Works led by Crocodile conducted Operation Utopia. Here, except for the capital Aliabarna, the whole country has not had rain for 3 years. Under the deliberate arrangement of Baroque Works, people believe that the drought was caused by the king's private use of rain medicine, thus causing rebellion and outbreak of war. Because the leader of the rebel army is Vivi's childhood friend Koza. Therefore, everyone decided to go to Yuba first, preventing the actions of the rebels. On the way, Luffy also met Ace. The partner is Luffy's biological brother, possessing the Mera Mera devil fruit. At the same time, He is also the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Four Emperors on the Grand Line. This time, Ace came here to hunt down former member Blackbeard, the person who brutally killed the captain of the private squad of the Whitebeard's ship and stole the Yummy Yummy Devil Fruit. Next, Ace also helped Luffy escape from the pursuit of the Smoker Navy, and he gave Luffy his life card. After Ace left, everyone finally reached Yuba, where the rebels were. However, this place was empty, only Koza's father remained. Soon after, the Straw Hats decided to change their actions, going straight to Rain Base to defeat Crocodile. On the other hand, Crocodile has gathered all his employees. He decides to take action and even gives Mr. 3. People who don't work effectively are eaten by crocodiles. Some time later, everyone finally reached Rain Base and met Smoker. As the two sides were fighting, they fell into Crocodile's trap and were locked in a cage with Seastone. Seastone can seal Devil Fruit abilities and is extremely hard. Luckily, Sanji was not captured. He rescued Luffy, Smoker, and Mr. 3. To repay the favor, Smoker also gave up chasing the Straw Hats. At the same time, Bon Clay transformed into Vivi to mock everyone, and he also ordered shooting at Koza, the leader of the rebels. Afterwards, Koza finally resolved to mount an armed uprising to attack the nation's capital. As a result, Alabasta is about to face a nationwide civil war. Returning to the Straw Hats, Luffy and everyone started heading towards the capital. On the way, they suddenly met Crocodile. Faced with this, Luffy asked everyone to continue going ahead, and he would stay behind to protect them. Crocodile is the owner of the natural type Suna Suna Devil Fruit. Before this version, Haki had not been mastered. Face Crocodile, who can freely change his body shape. Luffy was beaten until he no longer had the strength to respond and almost died. The strength of the two people is absolutely not at the same level. Crocodile only felt pain when Luffy held him with bloody hands. After that, Crocodile left dejectedly. Meanwhile, Robin silently saved Luffy, helping him keep his life. On the other hand, the rest of the Straw Hats took Vivi to the capital. This place had fierce battles. Here, everyone confronted the members of Baroque Works. In it, Usopp and Chopper together defeated Mr. 4 and Miss Christmas. This is considered Usopp's resurgence. He was beaten until his bones were broken but still persevered. And Sanji confronts Mr. 2 Bon Clay. The two were strong in physical arts, and fought each other for a while without finding a winner or loser. In the end, Sanji defeated his opponent with difficulty with a small beef kick. However, after the battle, the two still respected each other and Bon Clay was also very touched. At the same time, Nami is facing off against Miss Doublefinger. During this battle, Nami understood how to use the climate act through climate control to defeat her opponent. On Zoro's side, his opponent is Mr. 1, the owner of the Supa Supa Devil Fruit. His entire body can turn into steel and knives. Zoro's blow cannot harm him at all. Therefore, Mr. 1 is almost one-sidedly overpowering Zoro and causing severe injuries to him. His terrifying power even broke pieces of the stone pillar behind Zoro. However, when Mr. 1 turned his back, Zoro stood up again. He remembered his master's teachings about cutting steel, and also recalled the image of Mihawk. At this moment, he seemed to be able to feel the breath of everything in the world. I won't get hit again. Itoria II. Sure Sun. Mikazuki. Thank. In the end, Zoro understood the ability to cut steel and defeated his opponent with a Sure Sun attack. On Vivi's side, she is facing Crocodile at the palace, who reveals his true plan. Crocodile wants to find Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, to rule the world. And in legend, Alabastus Poneglyph records information about Pluton. At the same time, Crocodile also hid a large nuclear bomb in the city. He also arranged for his subordinates to shoot at Koza. This made the war between the royal army and the rebels unstoppable. In times of danger, Luffy arrived promptly to fight. Before that, Luffy received help from Koza's father to get the remaining water. He also developed different uses of the Goma Goma Devil Fruit, enhancing his powers. Relying on the rule that water controls sand, Luffy is finally able to resolve the transformation into sand. Even for a moment, he was no less than Crocodile. But when Crocodile used his Devil Fruit abilities in a deeper way, the entire ground was absorbed by the water from Crocodile's palm and turned into a desert. Even Luffy couldn't escape being sucked dry and was once again defeated by Crocodile. After that, Crocodile still didn't kill him. He and Robin assisted the king to where Poneglyph lay. Currently, Robin is the only person who can read the Poneglyph. However, she says that the Poneglyph does not mention Pluton. Crocodile believed Robin had deceived him, so he attacked Robin. On the other hand, the rest of the Straw Hats found the bomb at the top of the bell tower. But people cannot prevent the explosion of the bomb. In times of danger, Pell, the nation's guardian angel, carried the bomb into the sky. After a shocking blow, he was blind. Pell has disappeared into the light, while Des Bones has gone live. At the same time, the 3 steams that Luffy had blown into the sky earlier fell down. Thanks to that, Luffy recovered his dried body and relied on his will to stand up again. He also went to where Poneglyph lay and faced Crocodile for the 3rd time. At this time, Crocodile was also stunned by Luffy's spirit, and the two continued to fight to the end. Now, Luffy has no water source left, but he can still cause great damage to Crocodile with his bloody punch, even though Crocodile attacked Luffy with poison. But Luffy, who became stronger the more he fought, was completely fearless of any opponent. Both had lost all their strength, but Luffy still shouted that he would surpass Crocodile. "I will surpass you, Crocodile. I don't care who you are. I will surpass you, Gomu Gomu, Kong Gun." And so, Crocodile was defeated by Luffy. At the same time, it also started to rain. This stopped the fighting Royal Army and Rebel Army. Everyone finally heard Vivi's call. And so, Alabasta finally welcomed the long-standing peace in the rain. After this war, Crocodile was captured by the Navy and lost his Shichibukai title. At the same time, Zoro's bounty has reached 60 million berries, and Luffy's is 100 million berries. And after the Straw Hats finished resting at the Orion Palace, to avoid being captured by the Navy, people left the country at night, and informed Vivi that they would gather at the eastern port the next day. If Vivi wants to get on the train, it will be her last chance. Next, the Straw Hats also met Bon Clay at sea. He still considers Luffy a friend and always protects Going Merry. Right after that, everyone piloting the Going Merry prepared to go to the eastern port to welcome Vivi on board. As the sun rose, Tashigi leading the Navy appeared suddenly, and to spend time with the Straw Hats, Bon Clay decided to transform into Luffy to attract the attention of Tashigi and the Marines. "Let's say goodbye under this clear blue sky, friends. This is the path of the transsexual man that I open to you. This is also the flower of friendship that I bloom for you." With Bon Clay's sacrificial help, Luffy escaped danger. However, Bon Clay was arrested for this. Elsewhere, Vivi has escaped her nationwide speech and arrived at the eastern port. She decided to stay in the country she loved, and used the nationwide live television microphone to say goodbye to Luffy. If one day we meet again, can you call me comrade again? The princess is an ally of the pirates. How is that possible? Any time is fine. Let's break up silently like this. No matter what happens later. Sign on left hand. It's the sign of a teammate. Okay, the story of Alabasta ends here. This part is the first long part of One Piece. Not only did Luffy gain Dr. Chopper, but he also became acquainted with Robin and Vivi. At the same time, for the Straw Hats, Alabasta is the starting point for real adventure on the Grand Line. This was also the first time they faced the Shichibukai level boss, Crocodile. At that time, the pressure and feeling of despair that Crocodile brought were truly incomparable. The first time I watched this, I couldn't imagine how the Straw Hats could win. But in the end, we saw the growth and improvement of each member. This is also the first time we come into contact with poneglyphs and ancient weapons. Many One Piece settings are also presented in this chapter. It seems to have opened up a corner of the iceberg for everyone. Precisely because there are developments, touches, and a vast world, the new One Piece becomes unique. So, what touching stories will we look forward to next? Take a break. We will continue talking in the following section. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone, it's me again. In the previous part, we talked about Luffy defeating Crocodile, and the Straw Hats continued their journey amid Vivi's tears. On the way, Luffy and everyone accidentally discovered Nico Robin. She said she wanted to stay on the ship and Luffy agreed immediately. As it turns out, Robin saved Luffy's life twice. Before that, Luffy was poisoned by Crocodile, which was also cured by Robin, and Robin's dream is to collect historical documents scattered everywhere. Thus, the Straw Hats added a 7th member, archaeologist Robin. In fact, Robin has been wanted by the world government since she was 8 years old. Bounty up to 7,900 million berries, 2nd member of the Straw Hat group. Then, during the trip to the beach, Luffy and the other members discovered Skypia's existence through a series of phenomena. They decided to go to Jaya to ask for directions to Skypia. On the other hand, Buggy is searching for Captain John's treasure. They also encountered Ace searching for Blackbeard along the way. At the same time, in Jaya, Luffy had a conflict with Bellamy, who had a bounty of 550 million berries. Bellamy mocks Luffy for pursuing One Piece and claims that Skypiea is just fiction. Bellamy even attacked Luffy and Zoro. However, Luffy asked Zoro not to counterattack, because when others mock your dreams, arguing or using violence to persuade is considered an insult to your dream. At this moment, time seemed to return to when Shanks was teased by the bandits. After that, Nami led Luffy and Zoro out of the pub. They also met Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, who was hiding right at the store. Blackbeard said to Luffy, "Human dreams. It will never end." After breaking up with Blackbeard, Luffy and Zoro both use they to describe Blackbeard. Next, Luffy found an elderly man, Mont Blanc Cricket, asking for directions based on the hint. 400 years ago, Cricket's grandfather Mont Blanc Nolan found El Dorado in Jaya. There is also a large golden bell there. He reported this to the king, but when the expedition overcame all difficulties to arrive, they only saw a deserted island. Therefore, Noland was executed for deceiving the king and was called a great deceiver by everyone. However, before he died, Noland still insisted that El Dorado really existed. Over the years, Noland's descendants have always been abandoned by everyone, but Cricket wants to clear his ancestors' honor. He even went to Jaya and was always looking for El Dorado at the bottom of the sea. To be honest, Cricket did find some gold, but the amount was not enough. Afterwards, Cricket was shaken by Luffy's persistence. He told Luffy a lot of information about Skypiea, and decided to help Luffy get to Skypiea using the knock-up flow. That night, when Luffy went out, Bellamy defeated Cricket. They stole Cricket's gold and destroyed the Going Merry's backbone. Luffy was so angry with this, he could bear the humiliation to himself, but he couldn't bear to see his friends get hurt. So, Luffy took it upon himself to find Bellamy to get justice. Bellamy also attacks Luffy. Spring Jumper. The era of dreaming has long passed. Pirates like this should be commandeered in public. You ask me if I know how to punch? Goodbye, Straw Hat Boy. While Luffy defeated Bellamy, the world government held a high-level meeting. The people attending this meeting were not only the 5 Elder Stars and Navy Admiral Sengoku. The next day, Going Merry was fortified and repaired. With the help of Cricket and Knock-Up Stream, the Straw Hats flew to Skypiea. What they don't know is that the Blackbeard pirates once wanted to capture Luffy. They want to give Luffy to the government in exchange for the Shichibukai position. Luckily, Knock-Up Stream saved Luffy and the Straw Hats from danger. Afterwards, the Straw Hats were in Skypiea. Meet the Heavenly Knight Gonfall and receive the siren calling Pierre. Next, Luffy and everyone went to the Kingdom of God, meeting the angel Conies. From Conies' mouth, Luffy learns that Skypiea is currently controlled by Enel. Previously, the Heavenly Knight Gonfall was the Lord of Skypiea in times past. He tried to promote peace between the angelic people and the Shandia people. But just when the two sides were about to reach peace, Enel suddenly appeared, defeated Gonfall and took the position of Lord. From then on, Skypiea fell under the dark rule of Enel. Because Luffy and everyone are illegal intruders, and there is also conflict with the Kingdom of God police. Therefore, the Straw Hats become criminals and will be taken to the forbidden area to face punishment from the clergy. Conies, due to political pressure, revealed the location of the Straw Hats. This caused the Straw Hats to be scattered. Zoro and some others were taken to a restricted area by Speed Shrimp. When Luffy learned this, he did not blame Conies, which thought there was a problem with this country, and decided to go save Zoro. In the process, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, nearly killing Conies. This lightning is Enel's ability. He can use the mental network to sense every movement in the country, and can also bring down powerful lightning bolts to carry out God's punishment. Fortunately, Gonfall appeared in time and saved Conies. Soon after, Luffy and 2 others began their journey to the Upper Yard restricted area. Some time later, Zoro and several others arrived at the sacrifice platform. They leave Chopper to look after the Going Merry and the rest join the forest exploration. On the other hand, Luffy went to the trial of the ball and met Cleric Satori. Clerics all have the ability of mental network, which can predict enemy actions. But Luffy and Sanji cooperated, successfully defeating Satori. On Chopper's side, while he was watching over the Going Merry, he met the priest Shura of the rope trial. Shura is very strong, even using fire to severely damage the Going Merry. Chopper blew the whistle, asking for Gonfall's help. However, Chopper and Gonfall who came to help were no match for Shura. They were all thrown into the sea and were rescued by the South Bird. Somewhere on Skypiea, the Shandya heard of the cleric being defeated by intruders. Leader Wiper decided to bring his entire army to attack, overthrowing the rule of Enel and the angelic people. The clerics didn't care about the Straw Hats. They started fighting the Shandya. Meanwhile, Zoro and some others accidentally discovered Cricket's house in the restricted area. It turns out that part of Jaya Island was once blown onto Skypiea by ocean currents, and formed the upper yard forbidden area. So Noland wasn't lying. In the past, Jaya actually had El Dorado. Afterwards, the entire Straw Hat group gathered next to the Going Merry. At this time, Going Merry was destroyed beyond recognition. Gonfall also told everyone the story of Skypiea. Previously, the Shandya were the indigenous people of Jaya Island. The angelic people are natives of Skypiea. When the island of Jaya was blown onto Skypiea to form Upper Yard, the Shandya and the angelic people went to war over land resources, and this war has lasted until now. That night, Usopp saw the spirit of the Going Merry repairing the ship. The next day, everyone discovers that the Going Merry has been repaired. So, everyone divided into two groups. One group went to find El Dorado. The remaining group went to find a way to leave Skypiea. South Island, so warm. Currently, Upper Yard has gathered Enel, the Shandya, and the Straw Hats. A total of 81 people did not. They began the trial of God in the restricted area. Among them, the Shandya and the Shura clerics were the first to start fighting. Wiper used Rejectile to defeat the Shura cleric. Meanwhile, Zoro confronts Brahms of the Shandya. During this fight, Zoro used the Itoriu's Sanjiroku Pound Ho technique to defeat his opponent. Itoriu, Sanjiroku Pound Ho. At the same time, Chopper was not to be outdone. He defeated Gadatsu, the priest of the Trial of Mud, with a rumble ball. Additionally, Luffy met Nagaraja, the Lord of the Sky, and was swallowed by it. Needless to say, the remaining mediocre soldiers were naturally eliminated. The unlucky people are Nami, Sanji, and Usopp. They met Enel while trying to find a way to leave Skypiea. Enel is the owner of the Logia Goro Goro no Mi Devil Fruit. Not only does he have lightning-fast speed, but he can also emit infinite voltage. After only one encounter, Sanji and Usopp were defeated. After that, Enel disappeared and repeatedly defeated many Shandya. At this time, Chopper met Cleric Ohm of the Iron Trial in the ruins. Ohm is a swordsman. He easily defeated Chopper. Afterwards, Zoro, Wiper, Gonfall and Nagaraja all arrived at the ruins to join the chaotic battle. As a swordsman, Zoro faced off against Ohm. During the fight, Zoro was controlled by Ohm with long-range attacks. In times of danger, he succeeded in using the Santoria Hyakuchi Pound Ho technique to defeat his opponent. Santoria Hyakuchi Pound Ho. Santoryu. Elsewhere, Robin went to the ruins of the golden city of Shandora in search of the Poneglyph. Right at this moment, Enel suddenly appeared. He revealed his ultimate goal to Robin, that is to knock Skypiea into the blue sea, and he will pilot the flying ship, Maxim, to a dream world. Soon after, Enel used his abilities to pull all the survivors to his side, and used his overwhelming power to kill Gonfall, Zoro, and Robin. Only Wiper found Seastone and Rejectile to attack Enel. The powerful attack power caused Enel's heart to stop beating for a moment, but Enel used the electricity he had stored to stimulate the heart, and his heart recovered its rhythm, and he stood up again. Thus, after recovering, Enel easily defeated Isa. At this point, in Enel's eyes, Nami is the only opponent who can stand up, and she, to protect herself, pretended to surrender to Enel. After that, both of them arrived at the ship, Maxim. Right when the train was about to take off, Luffy finally left Nagaraja's belly and arrived at this place. And immediately, a match of the century finally began. Enel attacks Luffy with an electrical storm, but whether it was 60 million volts or 100 million volts, Luffy was not injured. 100 million volts. Lightning release. Have you played enough? Actually, Luffy is a rubber man, completely non-conducting. His attacks, Enel cannot deal with by turning into electricity. But under Enel's mind network, Luffy's every attack is predicted. Enel even uses thermoelectricity to melt gold. He pinned Luffy's arm in gold and kicked Luffy off the ship. During the battle, Enel also launched the ship, and using the ship to create electricity-enhanced clouds, begins the plan to destroy Skypiea. Meanwhile, the people of Skypiea are running everywhere to avoid lightning strikes. The angelic people also sailed to inform the Shandya people. The two great tribes finally stopped opposing each other before the disaster that destroyed heaven and earth. Elsewhere, Sanji and Usopp have woken up on the Going Merry. They secretly boarded the ship with the intention of rescuing Nami. Facing the powerful Enel, Sanji let Usopp and Nami go first, and he stayed alone to protect his rear and endure the endless electric blows. But Sanji was not afraid, and even appeared confident. "Sorry. Just now I just wanted to borrow the fire to light a cigarette." Finally, under the punishment of God Enel, Sanji was beaten unconscious. However, Sanji had already destroyed the ark's internal structure beforehand. Therefore, Enel had to rush to make repairs. At this time, Usopp sneaked back to the ark to save Sanji. On the other hand, Luffy was frantically chasing Ark along the giant vine. Meanwhile, Enel finished repairing the ark and activated the sun's skill. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky, making the entire Sky Island bloody and miserable. At this time, Wiper looked at this scene and remembered the legend that the clan leader had told. Previously, the mission of the Shandya clan was to protect historical texts. They fulfilled this task very well, until 400 years ago. At that time, on Jaya Island, the Shandya clan suffered from plant heat disease. Their superstitious people even want to use sacrifice to break the curse. On this day, explorer Norland arrived at Jaya Island. He stopped the sacrifice and helped the Shandya develop special medicine. Under Norland's treatment, the Shandya were freed from the curse of plant heat disease. The great warrior Kalgara also began to believe in the value of life and human progress. He and Norland became close friends, and Norland was also given a lot of gold. They also raised God in the air together when they were children, but the superstitious Shandya considered trees to be symbols of ancestral spirits. Therefore, the Shandya began to hate Norland and would not listen to any explanation. Having no other choice, Norland chose to leave all his gold to show his sincerity, and prepared to return to your kingdom. Meanwhile, Kalgara heard from his daughter about the cause of the incident. It turns out, Norland only saw trees to help the Shandya people. Realizing the misunderstanding, Kalgara hurriedly ran to the beach. But only a piece of gold remained at the scene. Norland steered the ship far out to sea. At this moment, the Shandya people rang the golden bell symbolizing the lighthouse. A regretful Kalgara called Norland's name from afar. "Norland, come back, so that even in the storm, you can still see this island. I will ring the bell for you, and will always wait for you. Surely one day we will meet again, my best friend. I will come back, definitely, will come back. Surely one day we will meet again." After that, part of Jaya Island was pushed onto the air island by the current. The golden bell just fell onto the top of the giant vine. Kalgara really wanted to ring the golden bell again to let Norland know his location. This is a lifelong promise between two close friends, but it cannot be fulfilled. In the end, Norland was executed by the king because he could not find the Golden Kingdom, and the angel tribe on the Sky Island also attacked the Shandya. They drove the Shandya people out of their homeland. The war has lasted until now. Thus, ringing the golden bell became the eternal dream of the Shandya people. Back in the present, Wiper decides to help the Straw Hats fight Enel. With everyone's help, Luffy kept climbing up the vine. He must ring the golden bell to prove the existence of the Golden Kingdom to everyone. After going through many difficulties, Luffy finally caught up with Ark. He didn't care about anything, swinging the golden ball to attack. Thanks to that, he successfully disturbed the electrical current in Enel and destroyed Enel. Soon after, when he saw his plan fail, Enel became angry. He transformed into the god of thunder and attacked Luffy. And Luffy also uses the golden ball to perform his final attack, Golden Rifle. Gomu Gomu. Golden Rifle, please pass it on. Finally, the golden bell rang throughout heaven and earth, proving the existence of the Golden Kingdom. Luffy completely defeated Enel and saved the island in the air. At the same time, upon hearing the bell, Kureha shed tears of emotion. The Shandya and the angels also held hands and stopped confronting each other under the sound of the bell. After rejoicing, Robin found the historical text and ancient letters that Roger left behind. She realized that all historical texts needed to be found, and only at the end of the Grand Line, Raftel, can the truth about the past be deciphered. That is a period of 100 years that has gone unrecorded. That time lies between the years 620 and 720 of the marine calendar. Finally, under the send-off of the islanders in the air, the Straw Hats have returned to the Blue Sea from Rainbow Island and started their new adventure. See you soon, Luffy. Please come back. Meanwhile, Enel did not die. He piloted the Ark to reach the dream place in his heart. That place is truly the moon, where there are countless lands. Here, the Straw Hats' adventure on the Sky Island ends. In this chapter, the Straw Hats welcome a new member, Robin. Luffy also defeated the almost invincible opponent Enel. At the same time, Blackbeard, Doflamingo, Bellamy, high-ranking government officials. A series of prominent characters later appear in this section. Historical texts, 100 Years of Disappearance of One Piece and all, were also initially connected. From there, One Piece officially introduced the parallel structure. On one side is Luffy's adventure, on the other side is the truth about the past. Next, due to the butterfly effect of the Sky Island arc, Mary is repaired. Ace's arrest and other shocking details push One Piece to the throne of action manga. At the same time, Sky Island was also launched. It can be said that Sky Island plays an important role in connection and launch. So let's end here. Hello everyone, it's me again. In the previous part, we talked about Luffy defeating Enel at Sky Island and ringing the golden bell. After that, the Straw Hats said goodbye to Sky Island and returned to the Blue Sea. At the same time, Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 pirates, appeared in Jaya. He controlled Bellamy and another pirate to kill each other. Bellamy is very loyal to Doflamingo, but Doflamingo is not grateful. After controlling the pirates to kill Bellamy, Doflamingo declared, "Only true pirates can survive in the coming age." On the other hand, Luffy and the others went to Long Ring Long Land. The characteristic of this island is that all the creatures on the island are like Usopp, very long. Oh no, it's like my video, very long. In Long Ring Long Land, Luffy meets the Foxy Pirates. They forced Luffy to participate in a betting game to exchange people. This Foxy is the owner of the slow fruit, which can slow down the opponent's actions. This was originally an unsolvable ability that could change time, but Foxy did not develop well. At the same time, Luffy also had an explosive hairstyle in this part. In the end, the Straw Hat Pirates successfully defeated Foxy and resolved the crisis. After that, everyone went to the deserted island and met the Navy General. The Marine Generals are the highest fighting force of the world government. There are 3 in total. And Akiji is not the only one who possesses the Logia-type high Devil Fruit. The ability developed from his Devil Fruit can even freeze a sea, which is very powerful. Great move, Kai Sage. Afterwards, Akiji told Luffy that Robin was a dangerous elemental. Facing a strong enemy, Luffy let his teammates go first, while he stayed behind to protect the rear. But he was absolutely no match for Akiji, who was frozen after just one clash. Fortunately, Akiji suddenly spared Luffy. The rest of the Straw Hats rushed to save Luffy and escape. Luffy and the others encounter a train at sea. Through the driver Mrs. Kokoro, they learned the Water City possesses the best shipbuilding technology in the world. So Luffy decided to go there to repair the Going Merry. By the time they reached the Water City, the Going Merry couldn't take it anymore and was about to break down. Soon after, Luffy and the others got off the ship to find the shipwright, and used the gold from Sky Island to exchange for 300 million berries in cash. At this time, Robin met a masked man claiming to be CP9. "I am CP9. After that, she disappeared without leaving a trace, making everyone worried. Next, Luffy went to Galila Shipbuilding Company and met with President Kaku. He learns that the president of the Galila Company is Mr. Iceberg. He is also the mayor of Water City, and controls the trains at sea. Later, Luffy meets Mr. Iceberg and his secretary, Califa. Mr. Iceberg agrees to repair the Going Merry. At this time, Usopp discovered that their money had been stolen by Frankie's family. Luckily, Shipwright Lucci got his money back and returned it to Usopp. However, when Luffy was visiting port number 1, the Frankie family appeared again, secretly kidnapping Usopp and 200 million berries. The house leaked and rain fell all night. After checking the ship, Kaku now spoke. Going Merry's spine was broken beyond repair. Iceberg also advised Luffy to buy a new normal ship and abandon the Going Merry. However, everyone in the Straw Hats has deep feelings for the Going Merry. That is the ship that Kai gave, which has always accompanied everyone since the beginning. On the other hand, Nami discovered that Usopp was injured. 200 million berries were stolen by the Frankie family. For this, Usopp blames himself a lot. He frankly admits that he is too weak. Due to Usopp's injuries being too severe, Nami had to return to the Going Merry alone to request assistance. But Usopp went to the Frankie family nest on his own. He suffered severe injuries, wanting to get his money back from Frankie. But without Frankie's action, a group of henchmen defeated Usopp again. Afterwards, Usopp was abandoned at the door of Dock 7. Luffy and the others also found him seriously injured. Faced with such a scene, everyone looked sad. Luffy kept his straw hat down, Sanji smoked silently, Zoro tightened his headband. Soon, everyone arrives at Frankie's house. Since Frankie wasn't there, the henchmen were no match for the Straw Hats, and Luffy destroyed Frankie's house as a form of revenge. After the fight, Luffy settled on the ruins. He said to Sanji, "I have decided, precious Going Merry. Let's say goodbye to it here." Afterwards, everyone returned to the Going Merry, and Luffy announced his decision. Everyone was saddened by this, but still chose to obey Luffy's decision. Only Usopp refused to accept. The Going Merry is more than just the ship that Kai gave her. At the same time, Usopp also saw his silhouette from the Going Merry. My weakness is like the unbearable Going Merry. One day, he will also have to face the end of being abandoned. Therefore, Usopp had low self-esteem and argued with Luffy. Actually, Luffy also has his own pain. He also loves Going Merry. But as a captain, he has more important responsibilities, and must also make decisions. Ultimately, Usopp could not accept Luffy's decision to replace the ship and left the group. He also proposed a match with Luffy, with the bet being the Going Merry. And so, Luffy and Usopp, once best friends, faced each other. This match was not as completely one-sided as everyone imagined. During this adventure, Usopp became a brave warrior. He used a variety of shooting weapons and seashells from Sky Island to beat Luffy unable to get up. Seawater from the battle soaked the bow of the Going Merry. Perhaps, there is not only seawater on it, but also the tears of the Going Merry. Let's raise a glass to our new ship and our new comrades. Good, it's done, the Going Merry pirate ship is complete. Bullet. In the end, after a fierce battle, Luffy defeated Usopp with difficulty using a rubber bullet. He looked at his fallen opponent who couldn't get up, tears filling his eyes, and spoke. "How can you defeat me?" Then, Luffy took the straw hat. He leaves the Going Merry to Usopp and says he will keep going. After that, he also told Usopp, "Goodbye, Usopp. I was very happy this whole time." Actually, everyone was very sad about Usopp's passing. But Zoro spoke to Luffy. "You are our captain. If even you hesitate, who should we trust?" In the end, Chopper left medicine for Usopp. Luffy also cried for the first time after becoming an adult. But the road ahead is still very long. As captain, Luffy can only choose to endure it all and continue moving forward. And so, Usopp became the first member to leave the Straw Hats. That night, everyone could not rest assured. The next day, Luffy and the others heard that Mr. Iceberg was attacked. They quickly went to Dock 1 to find out the situation. At Dock 1, Luffy encountered an angry Frankie. He just learned that Frankie's house was destroyed and came to take revenge. Luffy also wants to avenge Usopp. And immediately, the two started fighting. Frankie is a transformer. His body is filled with big guns. The two sides are a war between rubber and machinery, difficult to win or lose. On the other hand, after Mr. Icebug regained consciousness, he said that Robin was one of his attackers last night. Therefore, the Straw Hats became wanted subjects of Water City, and Luffy could not defend them. Under the pursuit of the shipwright, Luffy had difficulty getting Nami to hide, and the fight with Luffy was interrupted. Frankie goes to a pub, using Coca-Cola to replenish his energy. There, he also met Mrs. Kokoro. People believe that the person who attacked Mr. Iceberg was not the Straw Hat Group. It could all be a plot by the world government's CP9 organization. Their purpose is to get the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton that Mr. Iceberg holds. Sanji and Chopper ran into Robin. She said that the darkness within her would one day harm everyone. Therefore, she wanted the Straw Hats to know that it was difficult to leave the Water City. After finishing speaking, Robin ignored Sanji and Chopper's calls and disappeared. Then, to investigate the truth, Sanji decides to act alone and asks Chopper to find everyone to convey the information. Very quickly, everyone in the Straw Hat Group gathered. Everyone guessed that Robin would go look for Mr. Iceberg tonight. So they decided to go to Galila Company to face each other face to face. That night, a tsunami was about to attack the Water City, and the entire city was covered by dark clouds. At the Galila Company, shipwright Polly follows orders from Mr. Iceberg to retrieve an item. At this time, two members of CP9 suddenly appeared. They defeated Polly and took the item. On the other hand, Robin and two other members of CP9 attacked Galila from the outside. And through the door Devil Fruit, they entered Mr. Iceberg's room. At this time, Mr. Iceberg realized that it was all a conspiracy of CP9. When he saw the real faces of the people in CP9, Mr. Iceberg was shocked. As it turns out, the shipwrights next to Mr. Iceberg, Lucci and Kaku, as well as Secretary Califa, and the bar owner Blueno, all members of CP9. And moreover, CP9 also deduced that the item in Polly's hand was a fake. Pluton's true blueprints are in Frankie's hands. Previously, Iceberg and Frankie were both disciples of the great shipbuilder Tom. At that time, Frankie's name was still Cutty Flam, because Tom once helped Pirate Roger build a pirate ship. Therefore, he was almost executed by the government. Luckily, Tom built a sea train for the Water City, thereby mitigating the punishment. This invention helped many people and made the Water City prosperous and wealthy. However, Span M, the head of CP5 at that time, designed to trap Tom, Frankie, and Iceberg. He uses the battle Frankies that Frankie built to attack the legal ship. From there, he arrested Tom and his disciples on charges of attacking the world government. He wants to use this to force Tom to hand over the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton. Faced with this situation, Frankie admitted that Battle Frankie's was his ship, but Tom broke the chain and blamed Frankie. Ships have no right or wrong. Like a shipbuilder, you must love your ship, even if the ship I created destroys the world. The man must also straighten his chest and face bravely. Tom bore all the sins alone. He said that he was proud to have been able to build a ship for Pirate Roger, and left the blueprints of Pluton to his disciples. The government then plans to use a train to take Tom to Enies Lobby. Frankie tried to stop it, not even hesitating to use his body to block it. Please give me Mr. Tom back, because I also want to create a dream ship one day. Dream ship. And so, Frankie had no choice but to accept the transformation, anonymity, and change of identity. Mr. Tom also left this world forever. Back in the present, Luffy and the group finally arrived at Iceberg's room, facing CP9. All members of CP9 have the ability to use Rokushiki, with Tekai being the most famous. Seeing that, Luffy and Zoro took turns taking action. Rob Lucci also activated the ability of the Nico fruit, transforming to Cope. However, the Straw Hats are absolutely not CP9's opponents. They were killed in an instant, and Luffy and Zoro were also sent flying. CP9 then left Galila Company and took Robin to arrest Frankie. Meanwhile, Frankie found Usopp. Although he initially wanted revenge, he was moved by Usopp's spirit of repairing the ship himself. He decided to stay to help repair the ship, and the two resolved their conflict. However, Frankie realized that the Going Merry was running out of time. Actually, Usopp has known this for a long time. It's just that he doesn't want to give up. He still hopes that Going Merry can set sail again. While in Skypiea, Usopp once met the ship's spirit. It is a soul that only appears when the ship is treasured by teammates. That person repaired the Going Merry himself in the dark and even promised everyone, "Don't worry, I will still carry everyone for a while longer." Back to the present, Frankie said. Going Merry is definitely very happy, and definitely wants to travel with everyone. At this moment, CP9 suddenly appeared here. They easily captured Frankie and Usopp, and pushed the Going Merry into the impending tsunami sea. At Galila Company, Mr. Iceberg told Nami the truth about Robin's surrender. Turns out, CP9 has the right to launch a demon arrest warrant against the Straw Hats. The demon arrest order is an order that can mobilize 5 generals and 10 warships. With the Straw Hats' current strength, they are completely unable to resist. Therefore, Robin used his freedom in exchange for the safety of the Straw Hats. Meanwhile, CP9 and Robin boarded the train to Enies Lobby. When Nami arrived, the train had already departed, but she discovered the message Sanji left behind, and he secretly boarded the ship. Later, Nami and Chopper found Luffy and Zoro. After learning the truth about the event, Luffy decided to go to Enies Lobby to save Robin. Due to a large tsunami at sea, regular ships cannot sail. So, Luffy went to Mrs. Kokoro and Mr. Iceberg for help. Mr. Iceberg gave them a discarded ocean liner, named Rocket Man. And so, Luffy along with Frankie's young disciples and the shipwrights of Galila, departed the ocean train bound for Enies Lobby. At this time, the ocean waves were fierce like a wild monster. But how could Luffy and Zoro be afraid? They immediately combined and performed their strongest attack, cannon. Cannon. It went through. On the other hand, on CP9's ship, Sanji defeated many ordinary soldiers and rescued Frankie and Usopp, and contacted Nami through Den Den Mushi and her chest. Usopp, for leaving the Straw Hats. For reasons of dignity, he wore a mask to hide his identity, and called himself Sogeking. The three of them quickly dealt with many ordinary soldiers and pushed Colonel Jabra's carriage off the train. Poor Jabra then met Zoro and was defeated by the technique Sentorio Ashibaka Ikizoku. Sanji then tackled Ramen Kenpo in the 4th carriage. Frankie used the Centaur technique to defeat Wanza in the 3rd carriage. And Usopp also came in front of Robin to convince her to leave. But Robin still didn't want to leave, because the horror of the Buster Call was a forever wound in Robin's heart. Finally, CP9 couldn't sit back and watch anymore and took action. Just one Bruno easily defeated Sanji and Usopp. Afterwards, CP9 took Robin and Frankie away, leaving only Sanji's carriage drifting at sea. Excessive. After a long time, Luffy and the others reunited with Sanji and Usopp. Actually, all the smart people realized that Sogeking was Usopp. Only Luffy and Chopper didn't notice. Right after that, everyone decided to rush into Enies Lobby to save Robin. Meanwhile, CP9's ship finally arrived at Enies Lobby. This is a nightless island also shaped like the flag of the world government. Around is a boiling waterfall, below is an endless abyss. As the gate of the world government, Enies Lobby is also the symbol of the world government. Through the Justice Gate on the island, you can go there. Impel down Undersea Prison, Marineford or Mariehua Sanctuary. And so, One Piece's Water 7 story has ended. Soon I will reveal to everyone the climax of the entire story, the Enies Lobby part. So can Luffy save Robin? How will the Straw Hats and CP9 create sparks of love? We will continue talking in the following section. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone, it's me again. Previously, we talked about CP9 capturing Robin from Water 7 and going to Enies Lobby. And Luffy and the group are also planning a rescue. At Enies Lobby, Lucci met Spandam, the new leader of CP9. Along with the other members are Jabra, Fukaru and Kumadori. And Kaku and Califa also ate the giraffe fruit and the bubble fruit. At this time, the Straw Hats also arrived at Enies Lobby. Luffy took the lead, moving forward. He quickly took care of the Marines on guard, and the Frankie family along with the shipwrights defeated the giant sentinels. Later, Usopp discovers that the two giant soldiers are Dory and Broggy's friends. He revealed the world government's deception and overthrew the giant sentinels. On Spandam's side, he decided to imprison Frankie in Impel down prison at the bottom of the sea, and Robin will be taken through the gates of justice to the Navy's headquarters. Meanwhile, Luffy arrived at the gate of the court. There, he met Bruno and the two started fighting. Luffy used Spiral Rubber Punch to cause great damage to Bruno, who was using Tech Eye. Then he opened up a new technique he had invented, Gear Second. Gear Second is a special ability of the rubber fruit. By using your feet to pump large air, accelerate blood circulation to generate more speed and power. The side effect is high consumption and also affects longevity. Tech Eye Steel, Jet Rocket Cannon. At this time, facing Luffy in Gear Second, Bruno was easily defeated. At the same time, other friends of the Straw Hats also entered the court. Right then, Luffy shouted in front of Robin, "Robin, I came here to pick you up." At this time, Robin and Frankie heard Luffy's voice. Frankie used his thigh muscles to pin Robin and used coup de vent, temporarily break the blockade and get to the balcony. At this moment, Robin saw the Straw Hats in the distance and couldn't help but shed tears. It's clear that Luffy and the others act without speaking. Even when making enemies to the whole world, they never give up on their comrades. Going back 20 years, Robin grew up in Ohara, the sacred land of archaeology in West Blue. She ate the hana-hana fruit when she was young, and is therefore hated by everyone. Even her foster aunt, who adopted her, only used Robin for work. Only the archaeology scholars at school looked at Robin in a different light. They awarded Robin, who passed his doctoral exam at the age of 8, the status of an archaeologist. Actually, Ohara scholars like to study the period, 100 years of emptiness before the world government was established. At that time, there was a unified country in the world. But it was destroyed by the world government. To spread its ideas, this nation recorded its history on stone. This was considered taboo by the world government, but the scholars were willing to die. Later, Robin also met Jaguar D. Saul. He used to be a Navy colonel. He was dissatisfied with the world government's actions and went to Ohara. Also under Saul's tutelage, Robin learned to face life with a smile. Dereshishishi. That's right, Dereshishishi. But the good days did not last long. The world government planned to destroy the scholars on the island. And Robin's mother, who was wanted by the world government, also came to Ohara. She prepares to bear this sin herself. To protect Robin, her mother cannot reveal her identity. However, the world government decided to exterminate all the people of Ohara to warn everyone. Spandam, who was in charge at the time, ordered the massacre. Amid the smoke and fire of war, Robin asked her mother if she was the girl's mother. "Who is Mom?" Hearing that, the mother couldn't answer. However, Robin asked again and again, and the mother could no longer hide it. They hugged each other in tears and happy smiles amid the artillery fire. After that, Zoro helped Robin escape, and the mother advised, "Go on with your mother's life." Ultimately, the world government destroyed O'Hara. Only Robin was saved by Zoro, but the giant himself was completely frozen by Akiji. As they parted, Zoro told Robin that she would meet real comrades, and always smiled to face life. Tereya, ice time. On this ocean, there will be your true comrades. Live with them. In the end, Akiji spared Robin's life. Since then, little Robin has shouldered countless sufferings on his young shoulders. She began an escape journey that continues to this day. Tereya. Returning to the present, Robin has always considered himself a burden since childhood. But now, she has found teammates who accept her for who she is. Therefore, she did not want to involve them. Perhaps, just leaving quietly is enough. However, Luffy is ready to face the world, and ordered Usopp to shoot holes in the world government's flag, challenging them. Then, he shouted loudly towards Robin, "Say!" At this point, Robin couldn't bear it anymore. She choked up and said to Luffy, "I want to live. Take me with you to the beach." Hearing Robin's wish, Luffy clenched his fists, his killing intent burning. At the same time, Frankie also took out the Pluton blueprint and burned it in front of everyone. Spandam saw his years of dedication destroyed. Extremely angry, he threw Frankie into the abyss. Then, with the help of Mrs. Kokoro, everyone saved Frankie, and broke into the Justice Tower guarded by CP9. Immediately, the Straw Hats and CP9 began fighting hand-to-hand to gain the key to rescuing Robin. The whole process was chaotic but no less humorous, mixed with tension and humor. For example, Zoro and Usopp were handcuffed together, facing off against Kaku and Jabura. Usopp transforms into the Supreme Ball Dragon, with a giant sword, and Sanji, out of chivalry, determined not to attack Califa. After many incidents, Frankie confronts Nizumi. Filled with cola, Frankie uses Cola Energy Windlight Cannon to defeat his opponent. Chopper confronts Wanza. Wanza can use Life Return to change his body. Simply injecting consciousness into any part can lengthen it, for example hair. Initially, Chopper was not Wanza's opponent, but to save his teammates, Chopper used the third Rumble Ball. Afterwards, Chopper lost consciousness and transformed into an uncontrolled giant. In this state, Chopper easily defeats Wanza. However, Chopper does not distinguish between enemies and enemies, attacking indiscriminately, causing everything to become chaotic. Luckily, Frankie managed to push Chopper into the ocean and stop Chopper's rampage. On the other hand, Nami's rival is Califa, who possesses the Soap Devil Fruit. Califa can use air bubbles to make others slippery and immobile. However, Nami took advantage of the bubble's weakness, which is water, to wash her body. Nami used climactic tact to perform Mirage Tempo and defeat Califa. Then, Nami was gentle, took off Califa's jacket. At the same time, Luffy was rushing forward and was about to catch up with Robin. Seeing this, Spandam sent Lucci to stop it, and the two of them once again faced off. However, in a panic, Spandam mistakenly used Buster Call's Golden Den Den Mushi. Therefore, Buster Call is about to be activated, with the target being Enies Lobby. Immediately after hearing the news, the Marines quickly left Enies Lobby. Frankie's family and the shipwright also left early to avoid causing trouble. Currently, only the Straw Hats and some CP9 remain on Enies Lobby. On the battlefield, Nami used the key to unlock Zoro and Usopp's handcuffs. Zoro then fights Kaku, while Usopp faces Jabura. At this point, Jabura threw his keys on the ground and declared that he did not want to kill anyone. However, when Usopp was about to take the key, Jabura suddenly attacked and seriously injured Usopp. He strangled Usopp and prepared to deliver the fatal blow. Usopp, Hunter! Right in the moment of danger, Sanji appeared promptly and saved Usopp. He becomes Jabura's rival, Blackleg vs. Wolfman. Jabura is the owner of the Inu no Mi ability, transforming into a wolf. He is also a street performer. However, Sanji not only saw through his opponent's tricks, but also uses a new ability, Diable Jam. With the kick, Sanji defeated Jabura spectacularly. On another battlefield, Zoro is in a difficult position with Kaku. Whether Zoro uses Itorio II or Notorio Ryugu, he was also unable to penetrate Kaku's defenses. Kaku counterattacked and seriously injured Zoro, bleeding profusely. Thinking about Robin, Zoro unleashed Conqueror's Haki, covering his entire body in purple aura. Seeing this, Kaku decided to use the Shurgon technique to end the battle. Zoro also did not give up, transformed into Ashura and cast Kutori Ugi, Azura Enma. Even though I had to endure much pain, this is the Azura spirit. Azura Ichiban Jin. Kaku was knocked down by Zoro's sword energy. Except for Lucci, all CP9 are defeated. On another battlefield, the life and death battle between Luffy and Lucci is still continuing. Luffy activates Gear 2 and gradually gains the upper hand. Frankie arrives in time and breaks Lucci's deadlock. At the same time, Spandam and Robin prepare to pass through the gates of justice. On the other side of the gate is, however, Usopp appears in the distance, transformed into Sogeking. He uses a long-range rifle to attack Spandam and the Marines. Frankie also arrived in time and helped rescue Robin. Everyone works together to punish Spandam. Usopp heard a strange call. What? At this time, the Navy warship arrived at Enies Lobby and the Buster Call was officially activated. Seeing this, the Straw Hats hastily gathered. During the chaos, Kokoro was revealed to be a mermaid. Everyone was extremely surprised. At the same time, the fight between Luffy and Lucci continues. This is a real martial arts fight, without any cheating or tricks. Initially, thanks to Gear 2, Luffy could fight on equal terms with Lucci. However, when Gear 2 ended, Lucci completely overwhelmed Luffy. In a critical situation, Luffy decided to use another technique. Gear 3. Lucci was undeterred, using Tekai for defense. Tekai, Gomu Gomu no Gigant Pistol. Before Luffy's heavy punch, Lucci was thrown from the tower. Almost unconscious, Lucci fell onto the warship. At this time, a Navy lieutenant general appeared and revealed Lucci's past. Many years ago, as a government agent, Lucci killed 500 Navy soldiers who were hostages to destroy the pirates. This cruel act turned him into a true killing machine. Right now, Luffy chases to the sea and attacks the warship. However, although Gear 3 is powerful, it has extremely slow speed. Seizing the opportunity, Lucci attacked Luffy and bit him. Suddenly, Luffy seemed to deflate, flying towards the Justice Tower. It turns out that a side effect of the Gear 3 is causing the body to temporarily shrink. Lucci continues to brutally attack Luffy. Luckily, the side effects quickly passed and Luffy, hearing Frankie's encouragement, Luffy once again activated Gear 2. This time, Luffy declares that he will not turn off Gear 2 until he defeats Lucci. On another battlefield, the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates have gathered. The Navy sent a group of officers to capture Robin. In response, the entire Straw Hat crew fought this group of officers. During the battle, Zoro's sword Wado Ikimanji was corroded by an opponent using the Sabi Sabi no Mi. However, these officers are not too strong and the Straw Hats can fight them. At the same time, Luffy continues to fight Lucci. Rokugan! The powerful impact caused Luffy to spit out blood, but he did not fall, continuing to fight to the death with Lucci. After a long battle, both of their bodies were at their limits, but their fighting will was still at its peak. Suddenly, Lucci used his speed to dodge Luffy's attack again. Next is another Rokugan attack. Rokugan! Luffy couldn't continue after receiving 2 consecutive Rokugan blows. It seemed like he was about to lose consciousness. At this time, Usopp in the distance saw and took off Sogeking's mask. He arrived at the bridge and called Luffy from afar. Luffy! Hearing Usopp's voice, Luffy stood up again. This surprised Rob Lucci, and Usopp continued to encourage Luffy. Must survive and return. Of course. Thus, Luffy relied on his will to once again confront Rob Lucci. They all used their strongest form, Gear 2 against Leopard Man. The roar of the battle even shook the entire Enies Lobby. At this time, Rob Lucci used the leopard's tail to suddenly attack Luffy and tie him up, and his hands were clutching clearly the Rokugan, the largest round. After this blow, the outcome was decided. Rob Lucci walked like a shooting star, preparing to leave the battlefield. However, Luffy, who seemed about to collapse, persevered in not falling in the end. The light in his eyes is the belief in victory for his teammates. Strong will makes even Rob Lucci afraid. Right after that, Luffy decided to use all his strength to face Rob Lucci. Iron Block, Jet Machine Gun. Thus, Luffy defeated Rob Lucci, the strongest person in CP9 history. All the navies were shocked at this result. And after the fight, Luffy shouted to Robin, "Come back with us, Robin." But the crisis is still not resolved. Pluton's command continued, the fire seemed about to burn everyone. At this time, Usopp once again heard a strange sound. Soon, other teammates also heard the same call. At this time, Usopp gave orders to his teammates, "Jump into the sea." To the disbelief of his teammates, Usopp spoke again. "Can be saved. It has come to save us. Don't we still have a friend? According to Luffy, all the Straw Hats jumped from the peak into the sea. Luffy was also successfully rescued by Robin's ability. As it turns out, the Going Merry came to save everyone thanks to the will of the ship's soul. Going Merry fought the strong winds and rough waves at sea on his own. Come save everyone. Let's go, Going Merry. Everyone go home. I'm here to pick you up. With the help of the Going Merry, the Straw Hats escaped the Navy's pursuit. Robin also used his ability to cut off Spandam's waist. And so, the deadly war at Enies Lobby ended. Some time later, the Straw Hats returned to safety. Now, Going Merry finally couldn't take it anymore and completely broke down. After confirming again and again from Iceberg that the Going Merry is beyond repair, Luffy made a heartbreaking decision. Here, we will bid farewell to Going Merry. Triangle ship. Looking at Going Merry so seriously injured, the ship needs to be manned by the entire crew. Remember this. That's hurt. Excellent. Hit it right from the first shot. Hit it right from the first shot. I'm really happy. And so, Going Merry became the first friend to truly break up with the Straw Hats. After that, Frankie used 200 million berries to buy the Atom Tree. He single-handedly created his dream ship, the Thousand Sunny. Additionally, Luffy met his grandfather, Naval Hero Garp, who was a lieutenant general of the Navy. That person also directly trained Kobe and Helmeppo. On the other hand, Yonko Whitebeard and Yonko Shanks officially met. Shanks' haki makes normal pirates unable to resist. During the negotiations, Shanks hoped Whitebeard would stop Ace from going after Blackbeard. Because the wound on his face was caused by Blackbeard, the opponent's strength was terrible. However, in the end, negotiations between the two sides failed. They clashed once, even tearing the sky apart with their haki. Look at the sky. It's not a cloud. The sky was torn. At the same time, the world government increased the bounty for the Straw Hats. Luffy 300 million berries, Zoro 120 million berries. The others also went up on the board, no need to say more. In it, Sanji's image is very handsome, while Chopper only has a bonus. Then, after convincing everyone, Frankie has joined the Straw Hats, becoming the 8th member. And Usopp also apologized sincerely to Luffy and returned. And so, the Straw Hats once again boarded the Sunny and began their dream journey. That's all for the Enies Lobby section. Next, let's talk about my feelings about Water 7 and Enies Lobby. This part can be considered the Straw Hat group's harshest and most drastic journey since setting sail. Looking back at Enies Lobby, the Straw Hats won hard but still maintained their form. But here it is again. The most classic battle in One Piece, where everyone faces despair and unwavering determination. The story begins with a ship and ends with a ship. Going Merry accompanied the Straw Hats on their most important journey. Then, Sunny was born, replacing Going Merry. The story begins with maturity and ends with maturity. Luffy has acquired the mindset and temperament of a captain. Usopp also performed a rebirth, becoming the king of snipers. The story begins with sacrifice and ends with rebirth. Robin, Tom, and Frankie all sacrificed themselves for their comrades. After that, Robin had the faith to survive. Tom's sacrifice was also exchanged for the 5 best shipwrights and the greatest mayor. In my opinion, the Enies Lobby arc is the pinnacle of Oda's powers. Water 7's inhibitions have caused many people to give up, but emotions were exploded at Enies Lobby, refreshingly. This seems to be similar to the latest Wano Kuni installment. Toki's sad past will finally be freed through a great battle. We will also gradually catch up with the content of the Wano Kuni section. Please don't go anywhere. The next part will be even more interesting. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I'm Dishwasher. In the previous part, we talked about Luffy ending the fight at Enies Lobby. The Straw Hats have welcomed their 8th member, Shipwright Frankie. They said goodbye to Going Merry and continued their dream journey on Sunny. On the other hand, at Banero Island, Ace finally caught up with the Blackbeard gang, but the other party has no intention of regretting. Not only did he convince Ace to join his pirate crew, but he also announced that he would capture Luffy in exchange for the Shichibukai title. Hearing that, Ace attacked and a huge battle broke out between the two. However, Blackbeard, who possesses the Yami Yami Devil Fruit, has extremely powerful powers. The Yami Yami Devil Fruit can also absorb the power of other devil fruits. Therefore, the power of Ace's Mera Mera Fruit was successfully cancelled and could not be transformed into elements. Next are Blackbeard's special skills that cause Ace pain. At this time, Blackbeard once again persuaded Ace to join his crew. But how could Ace give in? He used his ultimate skill, NTI. While Blackbeard was also filled with killing intent. I will make Whitebeard king. In the end, Ace still lost to Blackbeard. Back with the Straw Hats, they accidentally entered the Devil's Triangle. This is a dangerous area. Every year more than 100 ships disappear here. Then, everyone met a ghost ship and a person who could sing, Brook. Luffy found him very interesting, so he invited him to join the Straw Hats. Hearing that, Brook agreed and told about his past. Decades ago, Brook was also a pirate and was attacked by enemies and died. Because he ate the Yomi Yomi fruit, after death, his soul remained. But Brook lost his way during the soul's return and lost a lot of time. So now, he only has bones left. After finishing telling the past, Brook said that his shadow was taken away by someone else, and the person whose shadow is stolen will not be able to face the sunlight, otherwise they will be destroyed. Therefore, Brook cannot go with Luffy and the others. At this time, Luffy and the others saw Ghost Island. During the investigation, Nami, Usopp and Chopper accidentally entered the island. At the same time, Luffy and the others were teased by a transparent creature. Robin was even licked by the opponent until his bones were broken. Elsewhere, Nami and 2 others discovered many graft creatures and zombies on the island. Under the guidance of a grafted creature, the 3 people went to the genius doctor's mansion and met Hogback. Here, they also meet transparent people and many other composite creatures. The transparent person secretly watched Nami take a bath and almost killed her on the spot. Luckily, Chopper and Usopp rushed in, causing a series of regretful comments. Back with Luffy, they entered Ghost Island from a different entrance. Everyone had gently defeated Cerberus. They also encountered many graft creatures and undead along the way. Luffy even confidently sang. The sound echoed for 3 days without stopping. What will happen next? During the trip, everyone learned from a stranded elderly person. Ghost Island is controlled by the Shichibukai gecko Moria. Moria possesses the Kage fruit, which can steal the ball from others. And Ghost Island isn't an island either. It is the largest pirate ship in the world, Thriller Bark. After learning this, Luffy decided to get the ball back for Brook and the people on the island. On Nami's side, 3 people went on an adventure in the castle. They accidentally discovered Hogback's secret experiment. It turns out that zombies and splice monsters were both created and researched by Hogback. They were originally dead people, but were transformed by Hogback, and was forcibly revived by injecting into the shadow that Moria had stolen. At the same time, Hogback also announced that he would launch an attack in the evening. Will force everyone to hide on the island. At this time, an undead swordsman suddenly appeared and made Nami and 2 others unconscious. This person's name is Ryuma, a samurai from Wano Kuni. According to legend, he once slayed dragons, and Ryuma's voice is identical to Brook's, clearly injected with Brook's balls. At the same time, the transparent one was revealed, Absalom. He ordered the undead and paired monsters to launch their attack in the evening and begin hunting. Afterwards, Nami and 2 others were captured in Perona's yard. This person is also one of Moria's subordinates, who can control ghosts. These ghosts can also cause the person who is penetrated to lose their will and become disabled. Luckily, due to an incident with the carrier, the 3 were freed from their restraints during the chaos. On Luffy's side, everyone went to the castle and encountered a group of zombies that attacked at night, starting a chaotic war. In the process, Sanji and Zoro were captured by Moria in the dark. Their shadows were passed to 2 paired monsters. This gives Zombie and Penguin both the abilities and personalities of Zoro and Sanji. As it turns out, Moria and Hogback are working together to create a large army of the undead. Moria provides shadows to the undead, thereby controlling the undead. When strong shadow and physicality combine, terrible monsters will be created, and the ability of sea salt to clean the undead, allowing the shadow to return to the original body. In fact, the entire process of attacking the evening was chaotic and humorous. For example, Penguin Sanji frantically protects Nami, but he was defeated by Absalom's blow. Nami also used tricks to trick the pig bride into wanting to marry the man. Later, Robin and Frankie were also captured by Spider Monkey. Fortunately, Brook appeared in time to save the 2 people. In fact, over the years, Brook has always tried to get his ball back, but he is no match for Ryuma and has failed in many sword duels. But this time, Brook was determined to die and decided to find Ryuma again. He made a promise to a friend, so he could endure loneliness for 50 years. Hearing this, Frankie couldn't help but ask. After such a long time, that friend may no longer be waiting. But Brook firmly believes that the other person is definitely waiting for him. Promises between men will be kept. Finally, Brook spoke. The friend who made a promise to him was the twin whale Laboon. Afterwards, Brook once again found Luffy and Zoro to start the fight. As for Luffy, he was also caught by Moria and lost his shadow. His shadow was also injected into Oz's giant body. But Oz, who was possessed by Luffy, completely disobeyed orders. He only knew how to eat meat and become the Pirate King. Pirate King, I will do it. At this time, Nami and 3 other people were hiding in the body of a doll and witnessed everything. Soon after, they hurriedly ran away and came across Robin and Frankie. At this time, the invisible person once again chased and took Nami away. People even planned to marry Nami and enjoy her delicious body. As for Robin, she found Luffy, Zoro and Sanji sleeping without waking up. All 3 people had their shadows cut off and were completely unable to be awakened. Just when everyone was helpless, Usopp suddenly had an idea. The beautiful swordswoman brought meat here. Female swordsman? Meat? Swordsman? These guys can't be saved anymore. Thus, Luffy and 3 others were successfully awakened by a world-famous saying. After that, everyone talked to each other about the current situation. From Frankie's mouth, Luffy learned. Brook is a member of the Rumbar pirate group, who once made a promise to Laboon. After that, Luffy decided he wanted Brook to join the group, and decided to help him get his lost ball back. After that, everyone finished discussing and began to enter Moria's territory and launch a counterattack. Soon Zoro, Sanji, Frankie and Usopp met Perona first. Unexpectedly, the opponent's devil fruit ability is very difficult to solve. Just one encounter made Zoro, Sanji and Frankie become unusually depressed and pessimistic. However, there was one person who was completely unaffected. That person is Saint Usopp. Why, you refused to submit? I was already very depressed and pessimistic. Turns out, Usopp is inherently an extremely pessimistic person. The 2 sides officially fought, each promoting their own unique skills. Initially, Perona successfully avoided Usopp's physical attack by turning herself into a ghost. Subsequent counterattacks left Usopp in a dangerous situation. During the crisis, Usopp cleverly discovered Perona's true identity. Based on one move, Star Rank Evil Insect superimposed on a 10-ton airship hammer, Usopp had completely defeated Perona from the soul. On the other hand, Brook was facing Ryuma alone. At this time, Zoro and Frankie came to the rescue. Because Ryuma is a swordsman, Zoro naturally did not refuse. 2 great swordsmen started a duel. Sword Light and Sword Shadow clashed fiercely. All 3 are peerless swordsmen. The Sword Lights crossed each other, completely surprising Brook and Frankie, who were watching the fight. After a fight, Zoro defeated Ryuma with difficulty. He received the great sword of his opponent, Shusui, and the 2 respected each other. Next, Ryuma turned into smoke, and Brook also regained his shadow. On Luffy's side, he met Moria. But the opponent used the dividing ball to imprison Luffy in place, constantly harassing him. At the same time, Sanji found Absalom, who was about to marry Nami. The invisible evil fruit that Absalom possesses is exactly what Sanji dreams of. He wishes to use his invisibility to enter the women's bathroom and play chess with the girls. I always dream. If it can really become like that, I will use that ability. Go into the women's bathroom. My mind was full of thoughts about peeking into the women's bathroom. So, Sanji and Absalom began their confrontation. After a fierce fight, Sanji successfully defeated the invisible man using a kicking technique. Nami then used the weather wand to complete the harvest, defeating Absalom. In addition, Robin and Chopper's opponent is the genius Dr. Hogback. The opponent also brings zombies Zoro and Sanji Penguin, which is very annoying. For unknown reasons, Sanji Penguin even attacked Robin, a woman. But in a situation of great advantage, zombies Zoro and Sanji Penguin happened to be in trouble. Chopper also awakened Sindri's human heart. As a result, Hogback lost his help, being easily defeated by Robin and Chopper. Right after the 3 monster men failed in succession, Oz, the Demon Man, appeared brilliantly. Now, it begins to accept Moria's orders, attacking the entire Straw Hat group. Speaking of Oz, the Demon Man, his body is the largest ever. Plus Luffy's fighting sense, it can be said to be unbeatable on the battlefield, unmatched by anyone. The next atomic bomb storm almost wants to destroy the entire Straw Hat group. At the same time, Xiongran, one of the tyrants of the Shichibukai, also arrived at Ghost Island. He first blew away Perona, who had just woken up so she could go find her best friend. He then finds Moria and says he wants to help him fight the Straw Hats. But Moria arrogantly and knowingly rejected Kuma. Ace was given to the world government by Blackbeard, and Blackbeard became the new Shichibukai. On the other hand, after Luffy solved the Shadow's harassment, he came across other victims on the island, which were Lola's group of pirate suitors. Everyone gave Luffy 100 balls, let Luffy possess the fighting power of 100 people at the same time, and so, Ghost Luffy appeared. As for the Straw Hats, everyone was beaten by Oz until they had no ability to respond, and were in extreme danger, and because Oz had messed up the ghost ship's navigation situation before. Now, the ghost ship is about to leave the Devil's Triangle. At that time, sunlight will shine on those who have lost their shadow and are completely destroyed. Currently, most members of the Straw Hat group have been defeated. Nami is even more in danger, facing Oz's crazy attack. Hey beautiful girl, what are you stepping on? Monkey D. Luffy. In a time of danger, Luffy finally arrived at this place. Luffy's powerful strength easily crushed Oz. After that, everyone in the Straw Hat group gradually regained consciousness and together helped Luffy defeat Oz. From there, the most fearsome enemy was finally completely defeated. But after seeing the power of Ghost Luffy, Moria also decided to absorb the shadow to increase his strength. He absorbed 1,000 shadows in one breath. His power exploded, swallowing heaven and earth, and sunlight also appeared in the distance. It seemed that only destruction was waiting for everyone. Moria's power could not control this large force. After that, Luffy did not hesitate anymore and decided to deploy level 2 and level 3, huge gas artillery shells. If you want to become Pirate King, then be obedient. Follow me. Finally, under Luffy's attack, Moria spit out the absorbed shadows, thereby being defeated. Therefore, those who got their shadow back finally escaped an accident. But just when everyone thought everything was over, Kuma appeared once again. His strength is so strong, everyone is no match. Even when Sanji kicked him in the face, it only cracked Sanji's leg. It turns out that Kuma is the owner of the Niku Devil Fruit, which has the ability to push things away. With just one punch from Kuma, the entire Straw Hat group was defeated. However, when Kuma was about to take Luffy away, Zoro stood up and offered to trade his life for Luffy's. At the same time, Sanji also stood up. He wants to replace Zoro and claims that his life is more valuable. At that moment, Zoro knocked Sanji unconscious and stood before Kuma again. In the end, Kuma decided to let Zoro endure the pain in Luffy's body. Only a small part that Zoro could not bear, the pain was beyond the limit. Zoro decided to endure all the pain in Luffy's body alone. And so, Kuma spared the Straw Hats. After a long time, everyone gradually woke up, and Luffy became stronger and stronger. Only Sanji remained silent and found Zoro in the forest. It was startling. Hey, where did his rival Shichibukai go? What happened here? After that, Zoro was seriously injured. Fortunately, because his bones were very hard and his flesh was very thick, he was able to survive. On the other hand, Hogback and Absalom saved Moria, and so, the confrontation with the ghost ship Thriller Bark ended. Afterwards, Luffy and the others held a celebration party, with Brook also playing the piano. During that process, Luffy officially invited Brook to become his teammate. The two of them started talking about the Laboon whale. Brook also cannot forget his partner's long wait. Is it still okay? Time goes back 50 years ago. At that time, the Rumbar pirates loved music and thus met Laboon. Both have a deep relationship. Laboon loves listening to Pink Sake. At that time, in order to not put Laboon in danger, the Rumbar pirates went to the Grand Line on their own. They promised Laboon that after 3 years, everyone would complete the trip and meet again. However, Laboon waited 50 years. In fact, during the adventure of the Rumbar pirate group, the captain suddenly became infected. He told the crew not to approach him, and went far away on his own. At that time, all the crew played music for the captain, very sad. After that, the Rumbar pirate group was attacked by enemies. The enemy also used poisonous weapons. All the crew could not live long. But to fulfill the promise to Laboon, to let Laboon hear the song again, everyone endured the pain and decided to use Den Den Mushi to record everyone's voice. They don't care about the misery of life and smile happily. They want Laboon to hear the most beautiful melody, and they performed the most amazing music in the world. Pink Sake. 3 people play music together. Solo, solo, Laboon. Please wait for us. In fact, over the years, Brook has always embraced his mission and endured loneliness. He wants to complete his adventure in the Grand Line and reunite with Laboon. Back in the present, Luffy and Brook both acknowledge each other. Brook also decided to give his life to Luffy. And so, the Straw Hats welcomed their 9th member, musician Brook. And in the distance, Laboon in twin capes also seemed to have sensed something and screamed. Next, everyone prepares to leave again, continuing the journey to pursue their dreams. Before parting, Lola gave Nami her mother's life card. What people don't know is that Lola's mother is Yonko Big Mom. At the same time, Luffy also saw Ace's life card gradually disappearing. He believes that Ace will have his own adventure. If you want to see each other again, wait until then. And so, the entire Straw Hat group set off again, starting a new adventure. Okay, that's the whole story of the Thriller Bark arc. Although, compared to the previous Enies Lobby arc, this part has a big difference in terms of plot and battles, but it's also very touching. Whether it's Zoro's fearless sacrifice or Brook and Laboon's past, they all make people cry. Overall, Thriller Bark is still a very watchable episode. During that process, the mysterious yet humorous atmosphere from Brook, the profound bond between comrades in life and death, and the song, Pink Sake, at the final party, they all leave a deep impression. So, this is the end of this story. Want to know what will happen later? Thanks everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Dishwashing-kun. In the previous episode, we talked about Luffy leaving the Ghost Island to continue his journey. After a long journey, they reached the Red Line. This means the Straw Hats are halfway on the Grand Line. Next, everyone did not expect that they saved the mermaid Cammy and the starfish Papug. And they learn that Cammy's friend, Hachi, has been kidnapped by the Flying Fish human trafficking group. The enemy asks Cammy to meet at the Sabaody archipelago. Hachi is often kidnapped by bad guys, and after meeting, Nami realized that Hachi was a member of the Arlong pirate group. However, Luffy still decided to help Cammy and saved Hachi. People also discovered that human trafficker Duval looks exactly like Sanji's wanted one, and Duval himself was wanted for unknown reasons. In the end, Sanji used the deformation kick to transform Duval into a handsome boy, resolving the conflict. Luffy also used Emperor Haki for the first time. Afterwards, both sides reconciled, and Nami also forgave Hachi. The Straw Hats also learned from Papug that there are only two ways to get to the New World. One is to pass through the world government's headquarters, the above-ground Mariehawa Sanctuary. The other way is through Fishman Island under the sea. And to go to Fishman Island, it is necessary to plate the ship's hull. This type of membrane is essentially a type of plastic that can isolate seawater. So everyone went to the Sabaody archipelago. The plan is to find a glass plating artist that Hachi knows to plate Sunny's glasses. The Sabaody archipelago is made up of many red trees, and glazing resin is also produced from here. On the island, Luffy first met the world noble, Tenryubito. They are descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago. They have supreme power, and can even kill people freely. After witnessing the Tenryubito's murderous act, Hachi stopped Luffy from attacking the Tenryubito. As it turns out, once the Tenryubito is injured, the Navy sends the general to suppress it. Therefore, Luffy couldn't help but keep his word and let the Tenryubito go. After that, everyone went to the glass-plated pub. The owner of Shaki said that glass-plating artist Rayleigh was not in the shop. She also introduced 11 super rookies with bonuses of over 1 billion. Besides Luffy and Zoro, there were 9 other people, including the robber Capone Beach, Jewelry Bonnie, and the wizard Basil Hawkins, Eustace Kid, Red Flag X-Drake, Monkey Ridge, Killer, Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law. Among them, Kid's bounty is 315 million, even higher than Luffy's. Killer is also a member of his group. Afterwards, Luffy and the others left the tavern to search for Rayleigh, the glazier. On the way, everyone also took Cammy to play at the amusement park. Although Cammy is once again worried about her security, because after all, slave traders are always capturing mermaids. But under Luffy's protection, Cammy finally eased her worries, and she got on the merry-go-round that she had dreamed of, and had a lot of fun. However, the mermaid merchant targeted her, and caught her in the dark and took her to the auction house. On the other hand, Zoro met a Tenryubito who was enslaving workers. He stopped them and asked them if they wanted to ask for directions, and immediately swung his sword, preparing to teach the Tenryubito a lesson. Fortunately, Bonnie promptly intervened and stopped Zoro, preventing a major disaster from happening. Afterwards, Luffy and everyone learned the news that Cammy would be auctioned off. They immediately gathered and made a rescue plan. In order not to cause trouble, everyone decided to use all 200 million to buy Cammy. But who would have thought that Tenryubito offered 500 million for the first time, making the auction house quiet. Now, Hachi accidentally revealed that he was a mermaid. He was immediately cursed and humiliated by everyone, and when Tenryubito saw, he even shot at him. This scene made Luffy extremely angry, but Hachi pulled Luffy tight, not letting him act impulsively. This made Luffy unable to bear it. He walked step by step towards the Tenryubito. After going through countless bullets, Luffy clenched his fist and punched. A truly refreshing punch, Deidara frankly praised. From there, the auction became chaotic. The Straw Hats and the Guardians began to fight. During the chaos, another Tenryubito attempted to attack Kami. During the danger, Rayleigh, who was about to be sold due to gambling losses, suddenly appeared. He kills Tenryubito in an instant and rescues Kami, and used Imperial Haki to make everyone fall. This guy, is it? In fact, Rayleigh also has another identity, vice captain of Pirate King Roger. On the other hand, Marine General Kizaru heard that Luffy had beaten the Tenryubito, decided to go to Archipelago Sabaody to capture Luffy. At this time, the Navy surrounded the entire auction house. Seeing this, Luffy and Kid and Law, who were also here, cooperated against the Marines. The battlefield immediately became a big stage. Kid and Law continuously demonstrated their abilities. Kid is the king of all kinds of words, while Law is the possessor of the surgical devil fruit. After a battle, a dozen people finished dealing with the Marines, and the three people protected each other and retreated. On the way, Kid and Law encountered Kuma's obstruction, and the two sides began to fight. On the other hand, the Straw Hats returned to Shaki's pub. Rayleigh reveals that Roger voluntarily surrendered to the Navy because he had an incurable disease. He had a great life and ushered in a new era. I won't die. There has never been such a fun night as that one. Our captain truly had a wonderful life. Ultimately, Roger used his life to brighten up the sea world. That day, many talented young people considered the punishment and were encouraged. Now many of them were kings who ruled over parts of the New World. It must be said that the life of Pirate King Roger is truly wonderful. Returning to the present, Usopp opened his mouth to ask Rayleigh about the truth of One Piece. The only treasure One Piece truly lies at the end. Usopp, for Luffy, the most important thing is not the truth about One Piece. It's the process of searching for One Piece. Free adventure at sea, that's what pirates are. And the Pirate King is the freest person on this sea. After that, Rayleigh said applying the membrane to Sunny would take 3 days. Therefore, the Straw Hats temporarily broke up with Kami and the others to hide. However, at this time, Navy General Kizaru had set foot on the Sabaody archipelago. He is the owner of the Glint Glint Devil Fruit, is as fast as light, and is the fastest person in the world. He also likes to speak paradoxically. Every time they say, so scary. Under Kizaru's terrifying power, Apu, Drake and Urge were all killed in an instant. In addition, accompanying Kizaru are Sentomaru and a number of other people with tyrant abilities. It turns out that these tyrant bears are all artificial humans of scientist Vegapunk, pacifist. Their power is extremely strong, even Supernova is not an opponent. At the same time, the Straw Hats also encountered the pacifist. The opponent's laser cannon caused the entire Straw Hat group to be attacked. Luckily, everyone fought together, only to destroy the pacifist with difficulty. But that's when people are exhausted. Marine Science Chief Sentomaru, along with another robot bear, appeared here. Kizaru soon arrived and defeated Zoro in one blow. Zoro. At this time, the entire Straw Hat group frantically attacked Kizaru. But the opponent can turn his body into atoms. All attacks are ineffective. Next is the chase to kill Zoro. Don't even think about saving him. It's useless. While everything was hanging by a thread, Rayleigh finally appeared and saved Zoro. He and Kizaru had a fierce fight that was difficult to win or lose. However, even though Kizaru was restrained by Rayleigh, but Luffy and the others are still no match for Sentomaru and the robot bear. While everything was hanging by a thread, Kuma appeared. He swung his hand and sent Zoro flying and in front of Luffy, knocking away members of the Straw Hat group one by one. People who are sent flying by Kuma will float in the air for 3 days and 3 nights. Only Kuma knows where they will fall. At this moment, Luffy felt deeply helpless. He punched the ground hard. He saw Robin, his last teammate, being sent flying by Kuma but couldn't do anything. Must be responsible for actions here. At this time, Kizaru asked Kuma to take responsibility for his actions here. He even had a private conversation with Rayleigh and said, "Believe it or not, my situation is also very dangerous." Then, Kuma arrived in front of Luffy. "We won't see each other again. Goodbye forever." In the end, Luffy was still brutally blown away by Kuma, disappearing into the sky. This is the first time the Straw Hats have encountered such a major upset, and made Luffy acutely aware of his powerlessness. However, what he didn't know was, actually, Kuma is the one in the most dangerous situation. Anyway, the turmoil in the Sabaody archipelago has ended. After a long journey in the air, Luffy reached Amazon Lily Island. Here, he ate poisonous food and his whole body was covered with mushrooms. Luckily, Luffy was saved by Margaret and her friends. They helped Luffy pull out all the mushrooms on his body. There was only one mushroom that seemed very hard and difficult to pull out. At the same time, everyone also discovered that Luffy is actually a man, because Amazon Lily Island has regulations that do not allow men to access it. So everyone kept Luffy in prison and played freely. They also really liked the mushroom that emitted yellow light on Luffy's body and kept looking at it. Great, the man has golden eggs on him. But Luffy suddenly escaped from prison and kidnapped Margaret. During the escape, Luffy told Margaret his story. Margaret was touched by Luffy and the two became friends. From Margaret's mouth, Luffy was first exposed to the concept of haki. Haki is divided into 3 types: armament haki, perception haki, and emperor haki. Armament haki can enhance attack and defense, and can attack devil fruit holders. Perceptual haki can predict an opponent's attack. King haki is only possessed by 1 in 1,000 people. Can make others faint with his eyes. Later, Luffy happened to come to the palace of Amazon Lily Island, and met Pirate Queen Boa Hancock taking a bath. She is the most beautiful person in the world. Also the leader of the Kuja pirates. She has the ability to turn others to stone. Anyone who falls in love with her beauty will be petrified by her. In the bathroom, Luffy saw the Tenryubito's slave mark on Hancock's back. Afterwards, Hancock captured Luffy, and on the square, she ordered her 2 sisters to fight Luffy to execute him. Although her 2 younger sisters once had an advantage thanks to their use of haki, but Luffy once again awakened Emperor Haki, and used Gear 2's super high speed to defeat 2 opponents. However, the slave mark on their back was about to be revealed. Luffy used all his strength to shield the slave mark, because he once heard Hancock say that they shouldn't let others see their backs. This scene surprised Hancock. She orders a halt to Luffy's execution and reconciles with him. Then, the queen showed Luffy her naked body, and revealed to Luffy about his past as a slave. As it turns out, the queen and her sisters were once slaves of the Tenryubito. They only escaped the Tenryubito's clutches after the liberation of slaves by the Merman Fisher Tiger pirate group. This is also a secret that cannot be made public by the queen's sisters. Later, Luffy learned the news about Ace's impending execution from the mouth of the old woman on Amazon Lily Island. Currently, Ace is being held in the underwater prison Impel Down, and the Whitebeard pirates are planning to rescue Ace. This predicts that there will be a battle at the top between the 2 sides. Luffy decides to first go to Impel Down prison to rescue Ace, and after going through a series of events, because Luffy, unlike others, is fascinated by his beauty, the queen couldn't control herself and fell in love with Luffy. Soon after, she pretended to accept the world government's summons, preparing to confront Whitebeard, actually helping Luffy get to Impel Down prison to rescue Ace. Luffy, if you keep going like that, it will be difficult for me to go. Let's push it up a little more. Let me do it! At the same time, Sengoku summoned all members of the 7 warlords to deal with the Whitebeard pirate group. Only one man disobeyed orders, so he was stripped of his status as one of the 7 pirates. That person is Jinbe, the sea pirate. How could a Navy admiral get in his eyes? On the other hand, Garp also went to Impel Down to visit Ace. Grandfather and grandson met again after many years. Even though the 2 sides have different stances, the feelings still remain, and Ace also shed tears. In addition, the remaining members of the Straw Hat group also landed safely. Nami was sent to a small island in the sky, meteorological country. Frankie is sent to Vegapunk's hometown of Future Land. Chopper appears on a treasure island where birds dominate humans. Sanji is sent to the paradise of his dreams, Lover's Land. Robin goes to the bridge construction site where the skin can be whitened. Here, the world government forced workers to build a bridge across the sea that has existed for hundreds of years. In addition, Usopp also went to the forest of bandits. Zoro appears at Hawkeye's castle and meets Perona. Brook arrives in a poor countryside and is treated like a god. He fell in love with a female devotee and made a bold request to her. Can you show me your underwear? Yes. That. I'm not interested in men's underwear. What the hell? Since then, all members of the Straw Hats have been separated for a short time and will go on their own exciting adventures. And Luffy sets off to the undersea prison. He decided that he had to save his brother even if he had to risk his life. Ace. Above is the entire plot of the chapters Shampoo Island and Daughter Island. This article is a transitional chapter. It shows the majestic scenery of the new world. It also introduces many characters necessary for the plot to follow. At the same time, this is also an important source. After this article, One Piece says goodbye to the story mode of the next dungeon. There is a closer connection between chapters. It also separates the Straw Hats for the first time. Each person will have experiences in different places to welcome the arrival of the new world. So today's story has ended. The next plot will be more interesting. We'll see you there or we won't. Thank for all. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I am a dishwasher. In the previous issue, we talked about the Queen helping Luffy work as an undersea supervisor. Ace and Garp looked at each other in prison. It turns out that Taiwanese is the son of Pirate King Roger. Before he died, Roger entrusted Garp, his arch-rival, to raise him. And Garp also considered Ace as his own son and treated him sincerely. However, at this time Ace only recognized his father as Whitebeard and did not recognize Roger. There are only 33 hours left before Ace will be publicly executed. Luffy and the Queen have finally arrived at Impel Down. They met with the Deputy Commissioner of Hannibal Prison, and it is known that Ace Crocodile and Jinbe are both imprisoned in the lowest prison. At this time, the Queen was asked to conduct a body search, and it was broadcast live. However, she petrified the monitor beetle and the female guard with sweet fruit, and said that it was a pity to let the scream ring out. Then with the Queen's help, Luffy successfully sneaked into the prison. Before leaving, Luffy quietly bowed his head and thanked the Queen, and the Queen also understood that through the ultimate translation of lip language. I love you, he said. I love you. Here, let's introduce the underwater prison a bit. There are 6 floors in total. The further down you go, the more ferocious the prisoners become. Currently, Buggy the Clown is being held on the first floor of the prison, the Red Hell. He accidentally entered the naval base while searching for treasure, and was from there imprisoned in Tonfeo. This time, he used his devil fruit ability to escape his cell, and during his escape, he met Luffy. Buggy told Luffy Ace's location. As a trade, he wants the bracelet that Luffy received from Rayleigh. This bracelet is actually Captain John's treasure map, because the strength of the first floor of the prison is only average. Very quickly, Luffy and Buggy passed the first floor and reached the second floor of Beast Hell. The guards here are all monsters, and their strength is also much stronger than on the first floor. Immediately afterwards, Luffy and Buggy attack strongly, preparing to enter the third floor of the prison. At the same time, Luffy's actions were discovered by Magellan Prison Director. He is the owner of the Doku Doku Devil Fruit and loves to eat fried noodles. This time, Queen Hancock used her charm to bewitch Magellan, asking him to take her to Ace. On the other hand, Luffy easily defeated the guards on the second floor. To gain trust, Buggy also freed many level 4 prisoners. Among them is Mr. 3, an old friend of Luffy. Then, the 3 people encountered the guardian god of the second floor, the Sphinx. During the fierce battle, Sphinx accidentally broke through the floor. Therefore, everyone fell together to the third floor, the Hell of Hunger. At this time, Ace on the 6th floor met Shichibukai Jinbe, who was being held prisoner. His homeland was only protected by Whitebeard and was able to avoid pirates' destruction. As a return favor, he hopes to stop the war between the Marines and Whitebeard. Therefore, he did not hesitate to lose the title of that Vu Hai. On Luffy's side, they were caught by Prison Chief Saludza's trap. However, the Lion Man destroyed the trap and everyone successfully escaped. Currently, Buggy and Mr. 3 decided to break up with Luffy to protect themselves. Mr. 3 also used candles to make a key to rescue imprisoned people like Bon Clay. And Bon Clay, after hearing about Luffy's actions, then without saying a word, he quickly went to Luffy's side. After many days of separation, the two met again and hugged each other with joy. This time, Bon Clay decided to help Luffy rescue Ace. At the same time, he also wanted to go to the 5th floor to meet the magical person, Demon King Ivankov. On Magellan's side, after seeing Queen Hancock off after she visited Ace, he realized the seriousness of the situation and decided to capture Luffy himself on the 4th floor. At the same time, the 4 Luffys combined their strength to defeat a powerful prison beast. Due to the cracked floor, they easily reached the 4th floor, Hot Hell. Unexpectedly, Magellan had been waiting for a long time. A great battle was inevitable. Before Magellan's poisonous evil fruit ability, Luffy and the others are absolutely no opponents. If they touch, they will die. To trick Magellan, Bon Clay also transformed into Luffy, Rubber, Demon Gun, Demon Bullet Machine. But after only one encounter, Luffy was defeated by Magellan because he was poisoned. The rest can only run away and protect themselves. Afterwards, Luffy was imprisoned by Magellan in the 5th floor, Cold Hell. On the other side, the clever Bon Clay has transformed into Hannibal, lead Buggy and Mr. 3 to escape. To rescue Luffy, Bon Clay also went to the 5th floor. Seeing that the other person is seriously poisoned, life is not long. Bon Clay chose to face the cold, leading Luffy everywhere to find the Miracle Man Ivankov. On the way, he was also attacked by wolves. Relying on Luffy's King's Haki, the wolves were defeated. However, 2 people fell to the ground because of the cold. After a long time, Bon Clay gradually regained consciousness. He discovered he had arrived at a pub, and meets the Drag Queen King Ivankov and Emporio Ivankov, whom he has wanted to meet for a long time. This place is the 5.5th floor of the prison, a place that no one knows, a prisoner's paradise. Speaking of Ivankov, he is the owner of the Horm fruit. Estrogen can be used to transform men into women, which is very seductive. It is also thanks to the ability of the Horm fruit. Ivankov helped Luffy stimulate the body's immune system to eliminate the poison. Eat. Of course, Luffy also lost 10 years of his life, which is the price to pay for stimulating potential. In fact, Ivankov and the others were members of the Revolutionary Army. They are waiting for orders to carry out the uprising in the Progressive City. But when he heard that Luffy's father was Dragon, the head of the Revolutionary Army, everyone decides to help Luffy rescue Ace, to show their loyalty to Dragon. However, when everyone successfully penetrated the 6th floor of Endless Hell, but Ace was captured by the Navy. At this time, Jinbe told Luffy that Ace would be taken to the Navy's headquarters, Marineford. Luffy affirms that no matter where he is, he will rescue Ace. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Suddenly, Crocodile offered to help Luffy escape from his undersea prison. The condition is to release him and take him to Whitebeard to settle the feud. Jinbe also said that he would help Luffy save his old friend Ace. Even though Luffy and Crocodile were at odds, and Jinbe didn't know each other. But to save Ace, Luffy still released them both. To reassure Luffy, Ivankov spoke up. He knows a secret of Crocodile, which can be used as a secret to coerce him. And so, Crocodile and Jinbe joined the defectors, and the war began again. Next, everyone overcomes all barriers, not only rescuing Mr. 1 on the 4th floor. King Drag Queen Ivankov also shines, second to none. It turns out he can use hormones to enlarge his head. With just one move, Hell Punishment, all the guards were defeated. After this match, Fathead Ivankov's name resounded throughout the world. Fathead, don't worry about defecting. People use power, I use Fathead. On the other hand, Buggy along with Mr. 3 saved a group of prisoners on the 2nd floor. Buggy became the boss of 4 criminals, extremely famous. As for Impel Down, this is one more hit. Blackbeard and his companions sneaked into Impel Down, attacking from the main gate. At this moment, the entire Impel Down was as chaotic as a pot of porridge. Under the attack of the defecting team, the guards were severely defeated. Even Hannibal was seriously injured by Luffy, relying only on his will to persevere. To deal with Blackbeard and the escaped group, Magellan decided to release Shiryu. This person was originally the prison's chief guard, on par with Magellan. But he was bloodthirsty, so he was imprisoned on the 6th floor of the prison. At this time, Blackbeard arrived in front of Luffy. He first knocked Hannibal unconscious, who was trying to resist. He then told Luffy that he wanted to capture Luffy to become one of the 7 pirates. But Ace replaced Luffy. Luffy angrily attacks Blackbeard, but he is no match. Under Jinbe's persuasion, Luffy stopped fighting Blackbeard. After that, Luffy and everyone continued going up, and Magellan met Blackbeard, who was continuously going down. This meeting can be said to be thunder between heaven and earth. Both sides refused to yield to each other, and a great battle broke out. Poison Dragon. After just one encounter, Magellan used a Poison Dragon move to instantly destroy the entire Blackbeard group. After that, he left romantically, without making another slash, continuing to chase Luffy. On the way, Ivankov, who was protecting Luffy from behind, wanted to stop Magellan. But he was no match. Magellan attacked frantically. Magellan finally caught up with Luffy and everyone fleeing on the 1st floor. For a while, toxic gases and poisons destroyed heaven and earth. People could not escape. While hanging by a thread, Mr. 3 has developed his talent. His candle ability can completely isolate poison, succeeding in defense. Soon after, with the help of Mr. 3, Luffy once again confronts Magellan. On the other hand, Jinbe, Crocodile, Buggy and Mr. 1 hijacked a warship. Everyone decides to use warships to escape Impel Down. However, Magellan used his skill, Great Poison Soldier. He opened a large poisonous robot, chasing Luffy fiercely. This red poison cannot even be countered with candles. Luffy can only run away. Suddenly, Ivankov appeared on the battlefield again. He even used hormones to recover from his poisoned state on his own. Seeing this, Luffy used Gear 3rd and candles to repel the poisonous soldier. Then, he and everyone sat on Ivankov's head to fly out of Impel Down. Next, Jinbe called many whale sharks, bringing everyone to the warship. So, Luffy and everyone finally escaped Magellan's pursuit. Everyone decided to go to the Navy headquarters by warship, but the danger remains unresolved. The gates of justice leading to the Navy's headquarters are still closed. Luffy and everyone are completely like rats in a jar, with no way out in the sky or on the ground. But at this moment, the gates of justice miraculously opened again. Luffy saw a ray of hope, piloting a warship into the gate. As it turns out, Bon Clay had transformed into Magellan in the control room, ordering the opening of the gates of justice. Before that, he told Jinbe about his decision, and asked Jinbe not to tell Luffy first. But he was captured by Magellan, who arrived later. On the other hand, when everyone learned that Bon Clay had saved them, they were all very touched. Luffy took the phone and contacted Bon Clay one last time. He remembered the image of Bon Clay saving him in the past, and asked him, "Hey Bon Clay, why do you do things like this?" Just like that time. Bon Clay, the door is about to close, there is no more signal. We're about to leave. Thank you, Little Straw Hat. Bon Clay, Little Straw Hat, you must save your brother. Drag queens don't need goodbyes. In the end, Bon Clay once again sacrificed himself for Luffy. He shows his morality, and resolved to confront Magellan. Do you have any final words? Die without regrets. In this battle, 241 criminals escaped Impel Down, shocking the world. At the same time, Impel Down's crisis is not over yet. Shiri used the antidote to save Blackbeard and his teammates. They freed several dangerous criminals on the 6th floor and together defeated Magellan. Turns out, this is Blackbeard's true plot. On Luffy's side, criminals all admire Buggy, the Pirate King's sailor. Buggy even intends to replace Whitebeard. So, Luffy and Buggy, along with a group of other criminals, headed towards the Navy headquarters to save Ace. Currently, there are only a few hours left until Ace's execution time. A big battle is about to break out, the wind is blowing. We move on to the other members of the Straw Hats. Nami is studying meteorology on a small island. Frankie went to Vegapunk's research lab in the future. Sanji defeated the leader of the Drag Queen, and awakened a girl's heart, becoming a drag queen. How is it possible? Why just one pair of underwear? But, why do you feel so embarrassed? I've lost myself. Additionally, Chopper saved a weevil bird in the Bird Kingdom. Robin joined the Revolutionary Army in rescuing slave laborers in the Kingdom of Labor. Usopp was chased everywhere in the pirate forest by terrifying plants and insects. Zoro almost became Perona's humanoid toy, and fought a sword-carrying monkey outside the castle. Brook was considered a god in the Pork Kingdom, and began to compose music for the people of the Pork Kingdom. Everyone is trying to get back to Luffy. Luffy also swore that he would definitely save Ace. At this time, at the headquarters of the Navy, Marineford, the war on the summit was about to break out. Coming soon, we will bring everyone another climax scene of One Piece. So, can Luffy save Ace? How the Whitebeard pirate and the Marine headquarters will collide, creating sparks. We will talk more next time. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone, it's me again. Last time, we talked about Luffy escaping Impel Down. Everyone is driving a warship to Marineford, preparing to save Ace. At this time, Ace's execution was about to begin. The whole world knows that this execution is definitely not simple. Whitebeard will definitely come to save his son, and the Navy mobilized 100,000 soldiers and 50 warships to deal with the war. 5 pirates, 3 generals along with Commander Sengoku and Iron Punch Garp. The military power is extremely strong, demonstrating the majesty of the world government. They dare to destroy any intruding enemy, even if the opponent is the strongest person in the world. Finally, in a heavy atmosphere, Ace was brought to the execution platform. Sengoku also revealed to the whole world that Ace is the son of the Pirate King. Now just wait for the time, the execution will begin. The world's darkest bloodline will be ended, At this moment, 43 pirate ships suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Whitebeard also has an ostentatious attitude, from the bottom of the sea to the surface. The last one has arrived, the 47 warships of the Whitebeard pirates have arrived. The war is about to begin. La 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 la. My beloved son, are you okay? At this time, Ace hoped that Whitebeard and his teammates would not have to take risks because of him. But Whitebeard only spoke gently. Just wait a moment. Hearing his father's words, Ace couldn't help but cry. He recalled his memories with Whitebeard, memories flooding back. At that time, Ace had just left the house, creating a loud noise. He declined the 7 pirates' invitation and planned to fight Whitebeard alone. In the process, Jimby fought Ace for 5 days and 5 nights without victory or defeat. After that, Whitebeard personally struck. After only one confrontation, Ace was immediately defeated. However, Whitebeard did not kill Ace. Instead, he invited him. Please be my son. What's the joke? Afterwards, Ace boarded Whitebeard's ship. He repeatedly tried to assassinate Whitebeard but failed each time. Whitebeard never blamed Ace and always kept him by his side. In the end, Ace was touched by Whitebeard's generosity. He joined the Whitebeard pirates and became captain number 2. But then, Blackbeard killed his teammates and took the darkness devil fruit. Ace, in order to restore Whitebeard's honor, did not listen to advice and chased after him alone. This has led to the current situation. Back in the present, Whitebeard said, I was the one who told you to chase Blackbeard. He then activated the tremor devil fruit. The giant sea, destroying heaven and earth, was about to swallow Marineford. Upon seeing this, Akiji couldn't sit still and froze the tsunami. Ice Age. Under the cold of Akiji, the entire sea was frozen and ships could not move forward. So the war became a land war and every pirate got off the ship to fight. At this time, Mihawk also attacked Whitebeard with his sword. He decided to see the difference between himself and the strongest person in the world. However, Jozu, the leader of team number 3, who possessed the diamond devil fruit, easily stopped the attack. After that, the war of attack and defense officially began. The two sides faced off. During the fight, Kizaru prepares to attack Whitebeard at the speed of light. But Marco, the leader of team number 1, using the ability of the Phoenix Devil Fruit, blocked all the attacks, and he kicked Kizaru flying, showing off his overwhelming power. At this moment, Akainu could no longer restrain himself. He activated the Magma Devil Fruit, attacking the entire Whitebeard group with a rain of fire. Seeing this, Whitebeard finally took action. Just blowing lightly, he blew out the candle on the cake. After that, the confrontation became increasingly fierce. The pirates concentrated their strength to crush the navy. However, Shichibukai are not easily bullied. Kuma, Doflamingo, and Moria attacked one after another, and Little Oars was immediately seriously injured, even though Little Oars really wanted to save Ace. But in the end, his hands still fell weakly to the ground. Fortunately, thanks to Little Oars' destruction of the city wall, the pirates have opened the way to the inner square, and Whitebeard also ordered the entire army to attack. Everyone sacrificed, bravely attacked, not wanting to disappoint Little Oars. On the other hand, Sengoku ordered Tsuru to prepare for an early execution. Meanwhile, Garp came to Ace's side. Remember all the past events. He had hoped to raise Ace to become a marine, but Ace still followed the path of a pirate. At this time, Garp said to Ace, although bad people do not deserve pity, but family is different. Ace, you're such a useless person. Why don't you live up to my words? It was at this moment that Luffy's group finally arrived at the battlefield. They took advantage of the previous tsunami to fall from the sky. The person hadn't come yet, the sound had arrived. Luffy immediately shouted, Ace, the situation on the battlefield changes constantly. Due to Luffy's participation, the scale of strength between the Navy and pirates seems to have tilted in favor of the pirates. Suddenly, Sandersonia rushed towards Whitebeard, ready to strike the decisive blow. But at that moment, Luffy stopped Sandersonia's attack with a kick. At this time, for Ace's sake, Luffy decided not to let Sandersonia attack Whitebeard. But Whitebeard asked Luffy again, you are too weak, this battlefield will take your life. Hearing that, Luffy didn't mind. He considered Whitebeard as a future opponent and shouted, the person who will become the Pirate King is me. In the end, because they both wanted to save Ace, Luffy and Whitebeard were communicating on equal terms. Because we both want to save Ace, I will let you know this information. Thank you? It's okay, don't be polite. Luffy then started running towards the execution platform. Thanks to his encouragement, all the pirates were excited. On the way, Kizaru, Kuma, Moria and some others want to stop Luffy, but thanks to the help of Ivankov and others, they all failed. At this time, seeing Luffy taking risks, Ace couldn't help but say that I have my own adventure, you have no right to interfere. But Luffy answered Ace, you are my younger brother, from today onwards we will be brothers. On the other hand, Whitebeard was also infected by Luffy's courage. He orders the entire team to cooperate with Luffy and asks Marco to protect Luffy. At the same time, he also called Buggy and invited him to fight against the Navy. This statement caused some prisoners to become fans of Buggy. Meanwhile, Luffy continued to advance and face Smoker. During the fight, he was grabbed by Smoker's neck, but Hancock promptly rescued Luffy. Afterwards, Hancock didn't just take a key from Aid to give to Luffy, but also stops all of Smoker's attacks. In addition, Ivankov learned about Kuma. On the other hand, Doflamingo takes control of Jozu and proposes cooperation with Crocodile, but Crocodile despised the offer. On the battlefield, Mihawk held a sword to block Luffy's path. After a few sword strikes, Luffy was immediately injured. Jinbei was also knocked into the sea. If Luffy hadn't awakened Sensation Haki for the first time, he would almost have his arm cut in half by a sword strike from the huge iceberg. Luckily, Vista, the captain of the 5th team, decided to take action and fight Mihawk. So, Luffy continued to approach Ace under everyone's protection. On the Navy side, they deployed pacifistas to surround the pirates from behind. Sengoku also planned to disconnect directly, kill Ace early, and activate the windscreen. However, there is a live room that cannot be closed. As it turns out, Buggy was lucky enough to receive Den Den Mushi directly. Thanks to that, he conducted a live broadcast, became famous around the world and asked the audience to quickly like, share and subscribe. From Whitebeard's ship, Squard, who had long since lost contact, came to Whitebeard's side. Unexpectedly, he suddenly stabbed Whitebeard in the chest with a sword. It turns out that Squard's pirate crew was once destroyed by Roger. Therefore, he was deceived by Akainu. Whitebeard wants to use the lives of all the pirates in exchange for Ace. But Whitebeard did not blame Squard, but hugged him tightly. Even though you're an idiot, I still love you. Only Ace is special to Bonnie. From then on, Squard realized he had made a big mistake. Afterwards, a severely injured Whitebeard joined the fight himself. The sky collapsed, the mountains shook. After just one encounter, the giant general of the Navy was defeated. The waves were so terrifying that it took 3 generals to resist. At this time, the Navy launched the wind screen and a series of cannons to destroy the pirates. But the screen painting in the oars area cannot be started. Therefore, pirates still have a ray of hope. Seeing this, Akainu angrily attacked Meteor Volcano. He used lava bullets to attack the pirates, creating a cloud of dust and smoke. Even Whitebeard's ship and flag were buried in flames. Suddenly, Sengoku orders Ace's public execution. Hearing, Jinbei took action, pushing Luffy out of the screen, throw over the shoulder. Luffy. At this time, facing 3 generals, Luffy wanted to create smoke to escape the blockage. But Kizaru still kicked Luffy away. Now, Ace is about to face execution. Everyone has no time to react. When everything was on the brink, Crocodile stepped in to save Ace. He said he didn't want to see the Navy's smug face. Immediately after that, Luffy and the others continued to rescue. Little Oars also regains consciousness, and hugs the hiding pirate ship to break the screen. Although he collapsed again in the shellfire, Whitebeard stood up in front of everyone. Brothers, save Ace, destroy the Marines. Next, Whitebeard confronts Akiji again. The two fought inconclusively. Jozu took the opportunity to send Akiji flying. Whitebeard continued to advance. On the other hand, Marco flew alone to the execution platform to save Ace. But he was knocked down by Garp. At this moment, seeing everyone risking their lives to save him, Ace couldn't hold back his tears. He always believes that his birth was a mistake. But now, his comrades' sacrifices have made him realize the value of life. Meanwhile, Luffy was attacked by the generals, almost unable to breathe. Kizaru kicked him back to Whitebeard's side. However, Luffy relies on Ivankov's hormones, using all his strength to return to peak condition. He is determined, even at the cost of his life, to save Ace. Akainu blocked a slash of Whitebeard's lightning sword with 1 foot. The strength of the 2 people almost split the air. The force of the impact surprised everyone. But Whitebeard was injured, and suddenly his old illness relapsed. Taking advantage of this gap, Akainu used his lava fist to pierce Whitebeard's chest. At the same time, Marco and Jozu worry about Whitebeard's safety. They were continuously taken advantage of by Kizaru and Akiji to cause severe damage. Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, countless Marines madly rushed at Whitebeard. They didn't care about their lives, they just wanted to cause more damage to Whitebeard. But Whitebeard didn't fall, he shouted his name, and with one slash of the sword, he knocked out the Marine in front of him. Right now, Sengoku finds a new executioner and orders Ace's death for the second time. This time it seemed like no one could stop it. The execution knife was about to fall. Good hands. In an instant, Luffy once again awakened Emperor Haki. He made the executioner tremble. Everyone was amazed. Seeing that, everyone protects Luffy against the Marines. Not only that, Crocodile and Mr. One also took turns to attack, blocking Mihawk. Finally, under everyone's protection, a path leading to Ace appeared before our eyes. However, the Marine hero Garp blocked the way. Grandfather and grandson met on the battlefield. If you die, then I die. In the end, Garp still could not be cruel, and was sent flying by Luffy with a punch, successfully escaping. Thus, Luffy reached the execution platform. But Kizaru used a remote attack to break the unlock key. In an instant, Mr. 3, disguised as a Marine, appeared next to him. He uses his evil wax fruit ability to create the key. Seeing this, Sengoku transformed into the Golden Buddha and acted decisively. Meanwhile, Luffy opens Gear 3 to endure Sengoku's attack. The terrible destructive power shattered the execution platform, followed by cannon bombs. Luffy, he never listens to me. Just know how to do stupid things. In the end, Luffy succeeded in rescuing Ace, and the two brothers stood side by side again. They demonstrate incredible destructive power. Even Akiji's ice was melted by Ace's fire. At this time, Squad pilots the pirate ship, intending to die with the Navy. But Whitebeard stopped the large oncoming ship with one hand. After that, Whitebeard ordered everyone to retreat. To protect everyone's safety, I will stay here to protect everyone. I am a remnant of an old era. In the new era, there is no ship that can carry me. Let's go, kids. Even though everyone doesn't want to. But under the captain's orders, everyone chose to retreat. And Ace created an isolated environment with fire, and slowly knelt before Whitebeard. I do not need to say much. I just asked you a question, Ace. Am I a trustworthy father? Of course. Then all the pirates began to retreat back. But at this moment, Akainu scoffed from the side. Call Whitebeard a loser of a previous era. Hearing Ace stopped. To protect Whitebeard's honor, he gave up running away and began fighting Akainu. This era, the name is Whitebeard. Whether it's Whitebeard or those who consider him their father, in the end, they are all the same losers. But this is exactly as Akainu wanted. The magma fruit is the kryptonite of the Mera Mera fruit. In the end, Ace was still no match for Akainu. Then, Akainu flew to attack Luffy from the side. The latter was exhausted but could not reverse the situation. When he saw that Luffy was about to be destroyed by magma, Ace stood in front of Luffy. His chest was pierced by Akainu, and his life gradually burned out. And what's more, Akainu didn't stop. The extra fist blade once again attacked. This time, Jinbe sacrificed himself to block this attack. The searing heat of the lava burned his palms black. At the same time, Ace was saying goodbye to Luffy. He recalls that his birth was a mistake, and remembers his adoptive father Deiden and his dead brother Sabo. Finally, Ace said what he regretted the most. There is one thing that we cannot let go of. That's not being able to see the moment when you realize your dream. But I believe in you. You can definitely do it. Because you are my younger brother. In this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Luffy and Ace seemed to have returned to their original childhood. The two vowed to set out together to become the freest people on the sea. Godfather, everyone, and even Luffy. Yes, and Luffy too. Thank you very much. In the end, Ace closed his eyes forever. Everyone fell into sadness. Luffy completely lost the will to fight. At this time, Whitebeard was sad and angry, breaking the Navy's siege. He appeared instantly behind Akainu, a thunderous punch, smashing down hard. Before Whitebeard's terrifying attack, Akainu was beaten until he lost his form. However, his counterattack also added to Whitebeard's wounds. Then, Whitebeard cracked the entire ground, creating thousands of canyons. He took it upon himself to confront the Navy on the other side. This is the final farewell, also the father's last protection for the children. At this moment, Blackbeard's pirate crew appeared confidently. They just added some criminals from the 6th level of Impel down, and they pointed their knives at Whitebeard, who was dying in the wind. Then Blackbeard and Whitebeard began to fight, and after that, he used the power of darkness to completely absorb Whitebeard's earthquake power. But even though there was only one breath left, even though the ability couldn't be used, Whitebeard still defeated Teach and made him plead for his life. However, in the end Whitebeard was still unable to kill him, and Blackbeard took advantage of this opportunity to order the entire band to attack. Finally, under the attack of the entire Blackbeard gang, Whitebeard only had one breath left. He recalled the image of him and Roger drinking under the moonlight. Remember the invitation from me to come to Raftel. And also remember what Roger said, the meaning of the letter D. Returning to the present, Whitebeard spoke. Roger and Ace's will definitely have a successor, and the day that the world government fears will also surely come. Then, Whitebeard laughed like Roger. One Piece is really existing. Forgive me, my sons, leaving behind such an extremely troublesome name. It's truly been a long journey. Thank you guys. Goodbye, sons. After a scream that shook the world, Whitebeard died standing. During this battle, he suffered 267 wounds from knives, 152 wounds from gunshots, and 46 wounds from cannons. But his back was frighteningly clean, with no traces of running away. Such a symbol of an era that has passed away. This era is called Whitebeard. At this moment, Blackbeard suddenly used a black cloth to cover Whitebeard. When he reappeared, he possessed the ability of the shocking evil fruit. The screams and tsunami swept away once more, leaving Marineford in ruins. But just as Blackbeard was sabotaging the Navy headquarters, Sengoku transformed into the Golden Buddha. One blow hit the entire Blackbeard gang, and the war broke out again. On the other hand, Akiji froze the sea surface. Akainu was still chasing fiercely. In the process, Akainu punctured Jinbe's chest and once again seriously injured Luffy. In a dangerous moment, former General Cat stopped Akainu. Buggy took advantage of the opportunity to bring Luffy and Jinbe onto Law's submarine that was coming to help. Everyone immediately dived into the water and avoided Kizaru's attack. In a corner of the battlefield, Kobe cried because of the brutality of the war. He stood before Akainu, hoping to stop this useless fight. However, Akainu believes in absolute justice. He did not hesitate to attack Kobe. Right at this moment, a man appeared, holding a knife to block Akainu's strong punch. The person who came was red-haired Shanks. At the same time, Kizaru was finally stopped by Beckman's threat. At this time, Shanks announced that he would end this war, hoping everyone would respect him. If anyone is not satisfied, the red-haired pirates will accompany them to the end. Let us be your opponents. In order not to increase losses, everyone respected Shanks. Finally, Blackbeard left, and Sengoku declared the war over. From then on, the climactic war returned. No one could say who won. This event marks the passing of an era icon. It also signals the beginning of an age of chaos. The islands previously protected by Whitebeard are now continuously destroyed. The entire world is falling into chaos and will move towards a more dangerous future. Deep in the sea, Law's submarine escaped from pursuit, and the Queen also arrived here. Under Law's treatment, Luffy finally survived and was taken to Amazon Island. However, when Luffy woke up, he could not accept the fact that Ace had passed away and fell into madness. Luckily, Jinbe woke Luffy up. He reminds Luffy of his teammates. Yes, there are many people at sea who care about you and are waiting for you. As a captain, he cannot disappoint his teammates. Finally, Luffy regained his confidence and decided to face everything courageously and continue the journey with Ace's will. At this moment, time seems to return to the way it was before. At that time, there were also 3 small children. In Donghai, they vowed to go to sea. Human dreams will never end. Okay, high-level war ends here. This chapter is the biggest scene, the most intense fight, involving the most characters in One Piece to date. All 50 animated episodes depict this great battle, which can be said to be earth-shattering. At the same time, this war also took away countless tears. The passing of Ace and Whitebeard are moments that many people cannot look back on. Of course, Luffy's story isn't over yet. The old stories between him and Ace will come to light. In the future, the Straw Hats will also challenge the more dangerous New World. So, want to know what happens next? We will talk about it in the next session. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I'm Dishwashing-kun. In the last issue, we talked about Luffy's recovery after the Peak War. Now, he is remembering old times with Ace. 10 years ago. At that time, at Windmill Village, Garp gave Luffy and Ace to the pirate Dayton to raise. Why did you decide like that? Any problems? Then we will accept. Garp hopes to raise the 2 to become Marines. But Ace and Luffy both want to become pirates. At that time, Ace quite despised Luffy, the newcomer. He even dangerously attacked Luffy. causing Luffy to be in danger and fall off the cliff. His life is at risk. He overcame all difficulties to appear before Ace again. Luffy really likes Ace. He didn't complain about any of Ace's actions, he just wanted to be his friend. But Ace always didn't pay attention to Luffy's entanglement. He always pushes Luffy away. And together with Sabo, he collected money to prepare to set sail. Oh Ace. Sorry I'm late. You're so slow. This time, Luffy was not left behind by Ace. He discovered their secret treasure. So, Ace and Sabo tied Luffy to a tree. At this moment, the Blue Jam pirates suddenly appeared. They captured Luffy while he was alone and forced him to reveal the location of Ace and Sabo's treasure. However, despite being severely beaten by pirates, Luffy still did not reveal any information about the treasure. Does not say, die, stop. Finally, Ace and Sabo couldn't sit and watch anymore. They stormed the pirates' nest and broke out into battle with many pirates. In the end, Ace and Sabo together defeated the pirates and rescued Luffy. After that, Luffy finally received recognition from Ace and Sabo. The three children drank wine and became brothers. After drinking this twinning wine, we will become brothers. From today onwards we will be brothers. And so, Luffy, Ace and Sabo spent a happy time. They roam around areas like cities, forests, places. Actually, the Mill Village belonged to the Goa Kingdom. This country has a clear division between the poor and the criminals who can only live in scrap stations on the outskirts of the city. As for Sabo, he was originally a noble of the kingdom, but he hates the lies and filth of nobles, and does not want to live with selfish parents. So he ran away from home, became good friends with Ace and planned to go to the beach together. But luck didn't last. Sabo's father hired the Blue Jam pirates to capture Sabo. He imprisoned Sabo in the house, not allowing him to come into contact with Ace and Luffy. One day, Sabo overheard the news that the kingdom was planning to burn down the scrap station, because the Tenryubito are coming to inspect the kingdom, and the nobles think that the scrap station is a stain on the kingdom. They want to wipe out the scrap station and everyone inside to preserve the beauty of the nation. And the entire upper class knew this news but were not moved. Right after that, Sabo wanted to go tell Luffy and Ace, but he was discovered by his father and locked in the house. On the other hand, the Blue Jam pirates led the burning action. They quickly lit a fire, and the blazing fire quickly swallowed the scrap station. Blue Jam also captured Luffy and Ace to ask about the treasure's location. In times of danger, Ace awakens Emperor Haki for the first time. He single-handedly rendered the pirate unconscious and confronted Blue Jam. During that process, Dayton also came to help Ace. After a fierce battle, everyone defeated Blue Jam with difficulty. At the same time, the Revolutionary Dragon along with the Revolutionary Army appeared here. Along with Ivankov, there was also the young advocate. They rescued the people. Dragon also said that he must change this rotten world. In the end, the fire destroyed the scrap station, but everyone inside was kept alive thanks to Dragon's help. The next day, Tenryubito arrived at the kingdom of Goa by boat. All the nobles came to the port to welcome them. Sabo took the opportunity to escape from home. He stole a fishing ship, preparing to go out alone, becoming a free pirate. However, the Tenryubito arrived just at this moment. They ruthlessly used artillery to destroy Sabo's ship, causing Sabo to fall to the bottom of the sea. Later, Ace and Luffy learned about Sabo's sea accident. They all fell into deep sadness. Ace even received the letter Sabo wrote to him. The letter said, "By the time you read this letter, I will have set sail. Even though I don't know where my next destination is, I want to become stronger. The next meeting may be at sea. 2 older brothers and 1 younger brother. Such a combination is a bit strange, but that is the most valuable thing, isn't it?" Finally, Luffy, our younger brother, asks Ace to take care of him. Afterwards, Luffy worries that Ace will also die one day. Ace promised Luffy that he would never die. "Ace, please don't die." "I won't die. I told you, I will never die. We must live a life without regrets." After that, in order to be able to protect those around them, the two began training like crazy, and decided to inherit Sabo's will, completing his sailing at the age of 17. Back to the day Sabo crashed. When Zoro was young, he saw Dragon's ship on the shore. It turns out Sabo didn't die. He was saved by Dragon and joined the Revolutionary Army. Time passes quickly after many years. Ace and Luffy turned 17 and begin their adventures. Every time we broke up, Dayton didn't come to see us off, because she couldn't bear the separation from her 2 children. In the end, Luffy defeated the Sea King. He shouted his dream and began a legendary adventure. "Pirate King, I can do it." Returning to the present, Luffy stopped to reminisce about Ace. Under Jundi's guidance, Luffy remembers his teammates. He decided to depart immediately to fulfill his promise to meet his teammates again after 3 days. Teammate. I still have teammates. That's right. I really want to meet them. On the other hand, after the battle at Marineford, Garp returned to Windmill Village. As a hero of the Navy, he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. But Dayton blocked the way and hit Garp. She asked Garp why he didn't save Ace when he died. In this world, there is nothing more important than family. At the same time, Shanks and Marco buried Whitebeard and Ace. This father and son will forever be together, quietly watching the ocean rise and fall. In other parts of the world, members of the Straw Hat crew all know the news about the Summit War. They were all worried about Luffy and all planned to go to the Sabaody archipelago. Difficulties for each person, needless to say. But everyone wants to share Luffy's pain. And certainly no difficulty can stop them. If we can't be together when we're suffering, what else do you call a teammate? On Amazon Island, Rayleigh swam there with her bare hands. He found Luffy and returned Luffy's straw hat. Next, Rayleigh explained the story of Kuma to Luffy. It turns out that Kuma is an officer of the Revolutionary Army. At that time, he sent everyone flying, all to rescue everyone from Kizaru. Rayleigh said to Luffy, with the Straw Hat Pirates' current strength, they are not enough to survive in the New World. The disaster that occurred in the Sabaody archipelago would happen again in the New World. And the most urgent task at present is only improving strength to ensure the continuation of the journey. In the end, Luffy accepted Rayleigh's advice. He went with Rayleigh and Jinbe to Marineford to commemorate the Summit War. Luffy rang the bell 16 times and carved 3D2Y on his arm. That was the message he transmitted via news to his teammates. The original plan was to gather at Sunny after 3 days, but it was changed to meet again after 2 years. Everyone needs to train themselves better during these 2 years. News about Luffy commemorating the Summit War quickly spread around the world. His teammates understood Luffy's intentions after seeing the photo in the newspaper. Only Zoro took a moment. Of course, besides the Straw Hats, personal stories are also happening around the world. The supernovas have entered the New World. Buggy was appointed by the world government as one of the 7 deadly sins pirates. Moria, one of the original 7 pirates, was tortured by Doflamingo after the Summit War. Fortunately, Absalom used his invisibility to help Moria narrowly escape death. He captured Bonnie, with the intention of making her his wife. However, Akainu's appearance caused Blackbeard to give up and quickly flee. Meanwhile, all members of the Straw Hats are starting to practice where they are. In the Bird Kingdom, Chopper calmed the war between humans and birds, and he diligently studied medicine. Nami is learning about the meteorological knowledge of the Grand Line on the Sky Island. On Mechanic Island, Frankie is researching how to enhance Sunny at the Vegapunk lab. Sanji meets Ivankov in Okama country and accepts his challenge. Brook holds a concert in the Port Kingdom. Revolutionary Army. Usopp is learning about the attack abilities of special plants and animals on Bowen Island. To help Luffy realize his dream of becoming Pirate King, he did not hesitate to bow before his final opponent. When a man like you gives up his self-respect, surely it was because of someone who did so. As for Luffy, he and Rayleigh went to a deserted island to receive training. He became Rayleigh's disciple and began learning about different types of hockey. And so, little by little time passed. The next meeting will be in 2 years. So after 2 years, what will the Straw Hats become? What exciting adventures will the New World have? We will talk more in the next issue. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. Hello, it's me again, Capper-sama. In the previous episode, we talked about Luffy and his teammates setting up a 2-year date. Time passes like water, without realizing it. After 2 years, Luffy said goodbye to the Queen and the animals on the uninhabited island. He took his luggage with him and departed for the Sabaody archipelago. At the same time, Zoro first appeared at Shaki's pub. He did not lose his way and became the first comrade to arrive. Out of boredom, Zoro even planned to borrow a fishing boat to go fishing. But he boarded the wrong pirate ship and cut the enemy ship in half. I'm up. Wrong boat. Next, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates arrived one after another. Sanji finally escaped Okama. Brook is holding a farewell concert. Nami also met Usopp. She excitedly pressed him against her chest, rubbing him freely. Currently in Sabaody, there is also a group impersonating the Straw Hat Pirates. They borrowed Luffy's reputation and prepared to recruit troops. As for Blind Chopper, he considered them comrades and followed them a long way. Also, damn, Luffy also mistakenly recognized the fake Straw Hat crew and even greeted Sanji and Zoro. "Are you sure it's Sanji? Are you Zoro?" Of course, Luffy's fake storm didn't last too long. The Navy heard the news and came to arrest the fake Straw Hats. In the process, Luffy revealed his true identity and met Sentomaru. Very quickly, the two sides began to clash and the Pacifista immediately took action. Too slow. Gear 2. Unlike before, Luffy's strength has increased significantly. After just one encounter, Pacifista was completely destroyed. Jet gun. Next, Zoro and Sanji also appeared here. They discovered Luffy and also encountered roadblocks. Stay away. Thus, Luffy, Zoro and Sanji have successfully reunited. They also met Rayleigh, who had come to say goodbye. During the 2 years, Rayleigh helped Luffy a lot. Luffy also sincerely thanked his teacher, and once again expressed his dream. "I will become the Pirate King." After that, Rayleigh prepared Luffy. He remembered little things over the past 2 years. And because of Luffy, he stopped all the Marines. "My disciple is about to set sail. I advise you not to cross the line." In the end, the entire Straw Hat group succeeded in reuniting. Zoro even mocked Sanji harshly. "Person number 7 dares to show off in front of person number 1. Even if you're the first to arrive, don't get too complacent." Hug number 7. In 2 years, except for Chopper, everyone in the Straw Hats changed a lot. In particular, Robin not only whitened her skin but also her face became more attractive after plastic surgery. After that, the Straw Hats succeeded in escaping from the Navy thanks to the help of many friends. They piloted the Sunny towards Fishman Island and the New World. Off. Let's go to Fishman Island. During the dive, Frankie revealed the truth about the completely undamaged Sunny. It turns out that Sunny was always protected by Kuma, so it was not destroyed by the Navy. Before being transformed, the opposite person made a promise to Vegapunk. Must protect Sunny until members of the Straw Hats arrive. Use the name of the tyrant to do light work. Only now do people understand that Kuma is truly the benefactor of the Straw Hats, and cannot be repaid. At this time, the Straw Hats met the Caribou Pirates. The opponent wants to kill Luffy to become famous. But he was lost on Luffy's ship, facing the Straw Hats alone. And so, Caribou became the first pirate crew defeated by Luffy in the New World. Later, Luffy and the others encountered the giant octopus Kraken, and was lowered by the current to the seabed 7,000 meters deep. After an adventure, a giant sea monster appeared before everyone's eyes. Accompanying it, there is also a ghost ship and a flying Dutch ship. When the sea monster received orders from Vanderdecken to attack Sunny, Kraken came to the rescue and defeated the giant sea monster. It turns out that Luffy has completely conquered the giant octopus and become friends with it. Then, the volcano under the sea erupted. Nami directed everyone to the canyon. Thanks to that, everyone finally reached the 10,000-meter deep seabed. Sunny then used coup de burst to avoid the pursuit of the new merman pirates. Everyone infiltrated Fishman Island, but were separated by the current. In it, Luffy, Chopper, Sanji, and Usopp went to Kami's house. Kami leads everyone on a tour of Fishman Island and meets the third Prince Neptune. On the way, Sanji had a nosebleed and lost too much blood due to close contact with the mermaid. Sanji is in critical condition and needs urgent treatment. Sanji, what is this? But Fishman Island prohibits blood transfusions to humans, because humans and mermaids have deep conflicts. Having no other choice, Kami led Luffy away, while Hatchan looked for someone who could give Sanji blood. At the Mermaid's Cafe, they found a transgender person willing to give Sanji blood, and Sanji was cured. And Luffy also led everyone to visit the Mermaid Street. But after Luffy left, the owner of the Mermaid Cafe, Shirley, saw a prophecy. In the future, Fishman Island will be completely destroyed due to Luffy. Elsewhere, Luffy found Brook, Papagu, and Nami, and he learned that Vanderdecken had repeatedly threatened to propose to the Mermaid Princess, and Fishman Island is currently ruled by Yonko Big Mom. Then, King Neptune appeared before everyone. Because before, Luffy accidentally saved the princess's pet shark, the king invited everyone to the Dragon Palace as guests. On Caribou's side, he escaped from the Straw Hats during the chaos, and used the Numi Numi Devil Fruit's ability to silently kidnap mermaids. In the Dragon Palace, Luffy arrived at a soft, very elastic place. Turns out, the partner is the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi. During the past 10 years, Shirahoshi did not dare go out because he was afraid of Vanderdecken. Because Vanderdecken possesses the ability of the Mato Devil Fruit. The things he threw flew towards Shirahoshi, very dangerous. But this time, to help his partner realize his dream of finding his mother. Luffy tells Shirahoshi to go to the sea cemetery where her mother is buried. Meanwhile, Nami and the others meet Zoro. However, after Neptune learned about the mermaid's disappearance, he faced the Straw Hat group, turned on the spot, and ordered his arrest. Unexpectedly, Zoro's fighting power is amazing, easily defeating Neptune. Meanwhile, Hody, the leader of the new merman pirates, and Vanderdecken officially met. They planned to overthrow Neptune's rule and make powerful alliances. Later, Hody and Decken infiltrate the king's palace. Decken saw that Shirahoshi was not there and immediately gave chase. Meanwhile, Nami recognizes the symbol of the new merman pirates on Hody. As it turns out, Hody inherited Arlong's hatred for humanity and wanted to rule over humanity. To deal with the Straw Hats, he also brought seawater into the palace. The water was filled with gold. Seeing that, Zoro let everyone retreat first, and he himself was responsible for cutting off. Right after that, Zoro swung his sword, and Itoria's Ai sword strike knocked Hody down. However, in water, Zoro's fighting power can only be exerted to a small extent. Ultimately, Hody relies on the use of medicine and the underwater advantage. Captured Zoro, Usopp, Neptune and the others. Only Nami drove Kami and was lucky enough to escape. On the other hand, Luffy and Shirahoshi met Sanji and Chopper. To see Princess Shirahoshi, to realize her dream, Sanji decided to turn back, completely disregarding his own danger. To see women's dreams, I am willing to die. Isn't your dream all blue? Luckily, this time Sanji became stone without suffering an anemic crisis. Next, Vanderdecken gives chase, wanting to capture Shirahoshi. However, Luffy easily defeats Decken and the bald kraken disappears. Afterwards, everyone went to the sea forest, where Caribou worshipped Queen Otoheim, Shirahoshi's mother. Here, Luffy met Jinbe and the Straw Hat teammates again, and from Jinbe's mouth, he learned about Fishman Island's past. Many years ago, mermaids suffered discrimination and oppression from humans. To protect Fishman Island, two people stood up. One is Queen Otoheim, who propagates peace with humans. The other is Fisher Tiger, captain of the Sun Pirates. He advocates liberation and freedom, and Jinbe and Arlong were once sailors on his ship. Tiger rescued countless mermaid slaves, and attacked Mariewa Sanctuary. To escape the specter of the slave sign, each sailor marked the sun symbol. It can be said that Otoheim and Tiger are both heroes of Fishman Island. It's just two people with completely different views and ways of doing things. One time, Tiger rescued a human slave girl, Koala. She is very strong. Even if she is beaten because she survived, she will still smile. Sorry, I will work continuously. I will clean continuously. What are you doing? Sorry, I won't cry. Please don't kill me. Are we so scary? Yes, but because I want to see my mother. So I still mustered up the courage to get on the boat. I'm still useful. Please don't kill me. In fact, Koala really misses her mother back home. To meet her mother, she risked her life and boarded Fisher Tiger's boat. And Fisher Tiger was also touched by Koala's actions. He ordered the entire group to put down their weapons, saying no one here would harm her. And hopefully if she wants to cry, just cry. Definitely give it to her. Homecoming. And so, Koala stayed with the Sun Pirates. After many years of living together, she formed a deep friendship with the mermaids, influencing each other. However, when Fisher Tiger brought Koala back to his mother, an accident happened. It turned out that the world government had sent people to surround this place. Their goal is to destroy the Sun Pirates. Finally, after a big battle, Fisher Tiger lost too much blood and was in danger of losing his life. He chose to die rather than use human blood. And he spoke about his past, that he had been a slave. He has witnessed too many evil actions of humanity. His heart is always taken over by hatred. All of this only changed when Koala appeared. Before his death, Tiger admitted that Otoheim was right. Peace with humans is the best path for Fishman Island. After Tiger passed away, Jinbe became one of the 7 pirates to close the gap with humans. Arlong was rescued by the Navy and exiled to the East Sea, where Nami lived. Meanwhile, a peace propagandist saved a Tenryubito. During the rescue process, Shirahoshi also demonstrated his ability to control the Sea Kings. So, Vanderdecken set his sights on Shirahoshi. Afterwards, Otoheim followed the Tenryubito to the human world. She proved the safety of the human world and collected many friendly signatures from humans. This made the peaceful path of Fishman Island more exciting, and the mermaids trusted the queen even more. But one day, Otoheim was assassinated by a human pirate, leading to her death. although Odoheim still asked everyone not to let hatred blind their eyes before passing away. But the mermaids were once again disappointed in humans, and their hatred has lasted until now. Back in the present, Jinbe has received Nami's forgiveness. Later, everyone also learns that Hody will kill Neptune and take the throne himself, because the World Conference held every 4 years is about to take place. Neptune plans to repropose peace between mermen and humans, but Hody absolutely did not allow this to happen. He declared that he would usher in the era of the Great Fishman and publicly declared war on Luffy with a bounty of 4 billion. On Brook's side, he found Pap Pug through his soul's ability to leave his body. The last one successfully rescued Zoro and the others from the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, Fishman Island is devastated by Hody. The mermaids who supported Odoheim were all convicted by Hody of treason, and Hody also drank a large amount of poison. His strength skyrocketed. During the chaos, Jinbe and Shirahoshi first arrived at the execution site to save the day, but they fell into Hody's trap and were captured. At this time, Hody said that the person who killed Queen Odoheim 10 years ago was him. It is to instigate hatred between humans and mermaids. On the other hand, Dekken threw the giant Noah's Ark towards Shirahoshi. He decided to destroy both Shirahoshi and Fishman Island. At the execution site, facing Hody's threat, the mermaid remembered Shirley's prediction. They called Luffy's name, hoping Luffy could come save everyone. Unexpectedly, Luffy actually appeared from the shark's mouth. He kicked Hody away, appearing splendidly. After that, all the Straw Hat members appeared one by one, facing a huge battle with 100,000 mermaids. As soon as the match started, Luffy used Emperor Haki to defeat 50,000 opponents. Next, the Straw Hat members and Jinbe also easily defeated the officers of the Fishman Pirates. It can be said that the new Fishman Pirates have become a stage to showcase the skills of the Straw Hat Pirates. At this time, Noah appeared on Mermaid Island. Shirahoshi knew she was the ship's target, so she immediately left the Mermaid Island. Seeing that, Luffy, Hody and the Grand Prince all followed closely. At this time, Noah was about to catch up with Shirahoshi and leave the Mermaid Island, but Hody frantically stabbed Vanderdecken to death. Therefore, under the influence of gravity, Noah fell back to the Mermaid Island. In an emergency situation, the Grand Prince asked Hody why he hated humans so much. However, Hody's answer shocked everyone. It turns out, the humans in the sky have never done anything to Hody. Hody always lives in his hatred. The new Fishman Pirates are also monsters formed from hatred. Hody then killed the Grand Prince and began fighting Luffy. But how can he be Luffy's opponent? Luffy used a fire fist attack to send Hody flying far away. Goma. At this time, Hody drank a large dose of poison and transformed. He went to Luffy again and used the technique Water Release Great Whale Bullet Form 1000 Eaters. As for Luffy, in the anticipation of all the mermaids, he unleashed his final move Rubber Gun Statue. Noah, let me stop it! And so, Luffy completely defeated Hody. At the same time, the entire group of new merman pirates were also defeated by the Straw Hats. But the crisis is still not resolved. Noah is about to fall to Fishman Island. Seeing this, Luffy sacrificed his life to attack Noah, wanting to use his fist to destroy the ship. The battle was on a large scale, and all the mermaids were also touched by Luffy's actions. They simultaneously called Luffy's name, thanking him for his contributions to Fishman Island. In the end, under Luffy's attack, Noah's ship was half destroyed. But a voice appeared in Luffy's ears, asking him to quickly stop, because the ship is a symbol of the promise between Fishman Island and Joy Boy. Next, Shirahoshi also summoned the Sea Kings. They pulled the falling Noah to prevent a disaster. From then on, the crisis was finally resolved, and Fishman Island finally welcomed true peace. After the fight, Luffy lost too much blood and received blood from Jinbe to restore his health. They broke the lock that imprisoned Fishman Island, creating a new starting point for humans and merpeople. Next, Luffy invited Jinbe to join the Straw Hats. However, Jinbe still has one thing to accomplish, temporarily rejecting Luffy. After that, the Straw Hats joined the King's party. Neptune also told Robin that in the historical text there was an apologist named Joy Boy, and Princess Shirahoshi is one of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon. At the same time, Caribou was secretly listening to the two people's conversation. On the other hand, Luffy heard from Jinbe. Sengoku resigned. Akainu defeated Akiji to become Admiral of the Navy. After that, Akiji also left the Navy. Blackbeard became the Yonko. Meanwhile, Caribou secretly kidnapped Shirahoshi with bad intentions. but Luffy and the others just happened to pass by and called out a friendly hello. "What are you doing, Luffy?" "Luffy, Mr. Luffy-sama." Later, Big Mom's messenger also came to Fishman Island to request cakes, because Hody destroyed the cake factory, and the only cakes were eaten by Luffy. Luffy strongly declared war on Big Mom directly over the phone. He declares that Fishman Island will be protected by him from now on. To compensate for Big Mom's loss this time, Luffy gave Big Mom the treasure that the palace gave him. However, in this treasure there is an anti-theft bomb, creating a potential risk. "Miss Nami, why give all the treasure to others?" Finally, the Straw Hats set off again. When they broke up, everyone also promised Shirahoshi, "We'll definitely take her out to see the Rio Forest next time, definitely next time." And so, the Straw Hats have arrived at the second half of the Grand Line, the New World. Here, they will start a completely new adventure. The future is even more interesting. From here, the story of Fishman Island ends. This chapter mainly shows the Straw Hats' training results after 2 years. At the same time, it also sowed many new seeds and opened up the structure of the New World. Noah's Ark, Joy Boy, Big Mom's treasure chest, Luffy destroying Fishman Island. What will all these mysteries end up being? It really makes people look forward to it indescribably. So, want to know what happens next? We'll see you again in the next episode. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I'm Capper-sama. In the previous episode, we talked about the Straw Hats saying goodbye to Fishman Island and entering the New World. They received a distress call from Punk Hazard, and decided to go find out. On the other hand, Smoker heard this call and ordered surveillance. Now, he was a lieutenant general of the Navy's G5 branch, planning to embark on a dream trip. At the same time, facing the island full of fire, Luffy, Zoro, Robin and Usopp moved forward. They encountered a giant red dragon, and Zoro and Luffy succeeded in defeating it. However, Nami and the 4 others staying on Sunny were stunned by a mysterious organization. On the island, Luffy discovered that the lower half of his body could talk. Together with the lower half of their body, they reached the other side of the island, where the climate was cold. Back to Nami, the 4 of them were captured and taken to a research institute. Meanwhile, Brook has been forgotten by the mysterious organization. In the research institute's prison, Nami and 4 others encountered Kinemon's head. It's so embarrassing. Only one brow left. It turns out, Kinemon was cut off by Law using the Op Devil Fruit's ability. The body is divided into many parts but does not die. Kinemon comes from the nation of Samurai Wano. The purpose of this trip is to rescue his son. After that, Frankie used artillery shells to shoot holes in the prison, and everyone escaped. On the way, they came to a children's room. The children here are all incredibly big, clearly not normal. On the other hand, Smoker also went to the island of fire and ice, Punk Hazard. It turns out that 2 years ago, Akainu and Akiji fought here for 10 days and nights, just transformed the island into such a shape. On Nami's side, the children talk about their past. Years ago, people at the institute told the children's parents that they were seriously ill. The children were taken to the research institute for treatment, actually to perform experiments. Meanwhile, the owner of the research institute, Caesar, wants to drive Smoker and the Marines away. And Law also appears here, saying he can help. Currently, Law has become one of the 7 emperors of the sea. His strength is no longer the same as before. At this time, Nami and the others also brought the children here. Suddenly, Law discovered the ability to roam and control everyone, and swapped the hearts of the 4 Nami people. In it, Nami's heart is in Frankie, Frankie's heart is in Chopper, Chopper's heart is in Sanji, and Sanji's heart is in Nami. Very attractive. Boobs are so heavy. Afterwards, Law passed the battle again, defeating a large number of Marines and Smokers, and stealing Smoker's heart. The power of Conqueror's Haki was fully unleashed. On Luffy's side, they successfully merged with Brook, and met the T-Beard pirates, half human, half animal. And Luffy also tamed T-Beard and worked as a janitor for free. After that, Luffy met Law and Nami and the others, but Law showed the last of his pride and paid no attention to Luffy. He exchanged hearts with Doflamingo, and Smoker then left quietly. After that, the Straw Hats exchanged information. It turns out, Kinemon came to this island to save his son. He defeated the T-Beard pirates, but was later defeated by Zoro. Beard was the one who sent the help signal earlier. This place was originally Vegapunk's laboratory. After the experiment failed, the entire island was destroyed and polluted. And Caesar, a scientist who was Vegapunk's colleague, and Law came here. Caesar rescued T-Beard and others with his abilities. Thus, he becomes the savior and can give orders to the T-Beard pirates. The dragon they discovered earlier was also an artificial creature created by Vegapunk. On the other hand, Smoker demonstrated Doflamingo's solid strength, and he discovered the truth about the child kidnapping. He believes that the failure of the previous experiment was actually caused by Caesar. Caesar is the one who plays his own savior. His purpose is to conduct more dangerous experiments on this island. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats split into teams to investigate the island. Among them, Zoro, Sanji, and Brook searched for Kinneyman's upper body. But Chopper, who stayed behind, discovered that the candy the children were eating was actually drugs. The fact that the body becomes giant is also due to the side effects of drugs. The children exploded with desire for candy. Their strength is very great, and after exploding, they are also very aggressive. Luckily, Usopp used pollen to hypnotize them, temporarily quelling the rebellion. Afterwards, Nami and Chopper stayed behind to take care of the children. Luffy and the others continued to look for Caesar to solve the problem. After some prolonged episodes, Law appeared again and proposed an alliance with Luffy to challenge Yonko Kaido, because there are only two ways to survive in the new world. Hearing that, Luffy happily agreed to form an alliance with Law. To show his sincerity, Law returned everyone's hearts. But because Sanji isn't here, therefore, Nami can only enter Sanji's body first. Later, Law said this was Caesar's hiding place. Caesar has a bounty of 3 billion berries and is the owner of the gas devil fruit. The tremendous growth of children is also due to Caesar's evil experiments. After that, Law and Chopper went to investigate the ingredients of the drug. On Caesar's side, he launched a large poison gas bomb, Slime, and found Luffy and Smoker fighting. Then, Caesar sucked out all the surrounding air, causing the unprepared Luffy and others to fall into a coma. On Sanji's side, he jumped into the ocean and found Kinneyman's body, so Kinneyman completely recovered and was moved to tears. Then, everyone set out to rescue Kinneyman's son. Kinneyman also used the sun sword technique to kill small slimes around. On the other hand, Law found a reason to drag Monet away from Caesar. Chopper has the opportunity to investigate the truth about drugs himself. But Law met Virgo, who was holding his heart, and was captured. As it turned out, Law wanted to win Caesar's trust. He and Monet exchanged hearts, and Caesar, Virgo, and Monet are all Joker Doflamingo's people. At the same time, Virgo is also the base chief of the Navy's G5 branch. He was the one that Doflamingo arranged, hiding in the Navy. Among the children, they regained consciousness and once again fell into madness. As for Nami and Usopp, they were completely unable to take care of the children who woke up. At this time, Caesar appeared here. He separated the oxygen to control Nami and Usopp, and ordered the children to kill Nami. Otherwise, he won't give them candy. In a moment of danger, Brownbeard recognized Caesar's true face and stood up to fight back. Although, he was no match for Caesar. But Nami and Usopp had a chance to escape successfully. Then Caesar led the children back to the cookie room. He also directly broadcast footage of his poison gas weapon to the underground bosses of the New World. He wants poison gas to destroy the Straw Hats, the Shichibukai, and the Marines. Thus, the tycoons will recognize their live videos and like them continuously. Somewhere in the New World, Kid was watching Luffy and Law live. Soon after, he sought out Hawkins and Appa to discuss an alliance. As for Luffy, they and Law were imprisoned together, facing toxic gas and death. At this time, Zoro unlocked the High Lao stone that he had previously swapped. He also rescued everyone and gave Smoker and Tashigi their hearts in return. After a series of incidents, everyone returned to the research base in time to avoid toxic gas at the last minute. Return to the research base to avoid toxic gas. Next, Zoro helped Sanji and Nami exchange their hearts, which Sanji regrets. Obnoxious. The dream is over. Return. Sanji. Why is the jacket different? Currently, the periphery of the research institute is covered with toxic gas. There is only one secret passage leading to the sea that can escape. Therefore, everyone acted separately to prepare to escape this place and capture Caesar. On the other hand, Chopper obtained the poison formula and stole the tranquilizer. Thanks to that, Chopper prepared to rescue the children from the poison. At the same time, Caesar also learned about the Straw Hats escaping. Because of the effectiveness of online sales, he frantically introduced toxic gas into the research institute. On Tashigi's side, she met Virgo while running away. The opponent is very strong. After only one encounter, Tashigi and several other Marines were easily defeated. Luckily, Sanji was passing by and saved Doflamingo. After that, Sanji and Virgo started a big fight. Unexpectedly, after 2 years, Sanji's bones were a bit weak. Virgo kicked and broke Sanji's leg bones, gaining the upper hand. On Luffy's side, he met Caesar and immediately attacked strongly. The difference in strength between the two sides was huge. Luffy hit Caesar and had no strength to respond. However, when Caesar was about to be defeated by Luffy, Monet used the Snow Devil Fruit's ability to pull Luffy back. On the other hand, Law went to the Sad Devil Fruit production room. Immediately after knowing, Virgo panicked. He quickly escaped Sanji's embrace and went to the production room. On the way, he also reported to Doflamingo about Law's betrayal. Turns out, Law used to be Doflamingo's man. So, Doflamingo ordered Virgo to destroy Law, destroy the production room, and bring back Caesar. As for Chopper, he used sedatives to save little girl Mocha from drug addiction. He told Mocha to destroy the candy and informed Mocha about the danger of the candy. But the other kids get addicted to drugs and defeat Chopper. What's more terrifying is that they also chase Mocha to steal candy. In the sad production room, Virgo and Law begin to confront. Virgo used Law's heart to successfully control Law. At this moment, Smoker appeared and intervened in the fight. He decided to bet his honor to deal with the traitor in the Navy. At the same time, Luffy accidentally fell into an underground landfill during the fight. Monet arrived in front of the Straw Hat Pirates and the children. She wanted to stop people from rescuing children and releasing snow into the sky. At this time, Luffy encountered Momonosuke, who had eaten the wrong devil fruit, in a pile of trash. That person is the child that Kinemon has always been looking for. It turns out that Momonosuke was also one of the children. He accidentally went to a closed room and ate an artificial devil fruit. He then transformed into the form of a dragon and heard Caesar's plan. Back in the present, with Momonosuke's help, Luffy escapes the landfill. He prepares to find Caesar to punish the source of all evil. On the other hand, Tashigi also led the Marines to Monet's room. She let the others retreat first, searching for lost children. She stays behind herself to face Monet. But it's clear that Tashigi is not Monet's opponent. After only one encounter, she was seriously injured. In times of danger, a man stands up. Seeing Tashigi being hurt by others, Zoro couldn't bear it. Having seen a ferocious beast that wouldn't bite a human, Zoro drew his sword and powerfully slashed the mountain. A sword appeared. About to be slashed? Big shock. With just one knife, Zoro cut Monet in half. The opponent was so scared that he urinated in his pants. Next, Tashigi stabbed one more time from behind, clearing the battlefield, and the husband sang along with his wife. At the same time, Mocha is still avoiding the pursuit of children. Due to the state of panic, the children all had great strength, looking like they were about to catch up to Mocha. In order to not let everyone else be harmed by drugs, Mocha swallowed all the candy. She remembered the promise of returning home with everyone, and decided to endure the pain caused by the toxins myself. Even though she was young, Mocha bore this burden without faltering. At this time, Mocha was vomiting blood, her face was in pain and discomfort. And after seeing Mocha's condition, children realized that the candy was poisonous. Next, the Straw Hats and the Navy arrived and injected the children with sedatives. Chopper also with the help of the Navy treated Mocha, saving her life. At the same time, Luffy along with Kinemon escaped the landfill. He found Caesar again, and the other person also revealed to Luffy the truth of Sad. Sad produces the smile fruit, which is an artificial animal devil fruit. Doflamingo made a deal with Kaido. Under Kaido, there are hundreds of people who possess the abilities of artificial devil fruits. Caesar was the one who took advantage of having Doflamingo and Kaido behind him to cause chaos. But Luffy is not afraid of Caesar or anyone else. So, Luffy immediately punched Caesar, the evil man of science. On the other hand, the war between Smoker and Virgo is still going on. Virgo has very strong haki power. Smoker cannot deal with it. However, with Smoker's help, Law regained his heart. Seeing this, Virgo used haki to cover his body and attack Law. And Law, he swung a very light and slow sword strike. Unexpectedly, after a sword strike, Virgo, Sad Production Department, the whole mountain was cut in half by Law. It was terrible. On Luffy's side, Caesar turned into a poisonous gas demon, killing people everywhere. His true face was revealed. Seeing this, Luffy used level 3 haki, Bear Gun, to hit Caesar hard. Bear Gun, don't talk much. Actually, I can also be your subordinate. And so, Caesar was blown away by Luffy, losing the ability to fight. Before being captured, He mistook Monet's heart for Smoker's heart. So Caesar mistakenly killed his comrade, Monet. After that, everyone got on the cargo truck to escape the research institute. Kinemon finally met Momonosuke, who was looking for him. On the other hand, Doflamingo sent 2 members, Baby 5 and Buffalo, here to bring Caesar back. He also left for the battlefield soon after. But the 2 officials were stopped by Frankie and Usopp respectively. Caesar's escape plan also failed, and was once again captured by the Straw Hat crew. After the war, the children's poisoning was successfully cured by Law. Tashigi also took children away and took care of them conscientiously. The scene also showed a rare image of pirates and marines harmonizing like a family. Next, Luffy, Law and the Navy parted ways and set off again. At the same time, Law also contacted Doflamingo. He uses Caesar as a secret, asking Doflamingo to resign from the Shichibukai tomorrow. Otherwise, he will kill Caesar. Well then, Yonko Kaido will take out his anger on Doflamingo for the failed transaction. This threat angered Doflamingo, who himself went to Punk Hazard. However, Law is no longer here, only a few Marines stand guard here. Immediately after that, Doflamingo decided to direct his spear at everyone at the scene, and used Imperial Haki to defeat all the Marines, defeating Smoker. At this time, Doflamingo was preparing to kill Smoker to release his hatred. But at this moment, a man suddenly appeared behind Doflamingo. Ah la la, sorry brothers, can you give way? That guy is mine, you're such a close friend. Unexpectedly, Jinbe accidentally passed by this place. He stopped Doflamingo under the pretense of rescuing his friends. There was no other way. Doflamingo could only leave in hatred with Baby 5 and Buffalo. Late at night, the Straw Hats prepared to go to Dressrosa. Kinemon and Momonosuke also boarded the Sunny, also heading to Dressrosa to find their comrades. Momonosuke even bathed with Robin, washing his body, which was indescribable. Where are you touching, you pervert? After being scolded by Sanji and the others, Momonosuke even hid in Nami's arms. Looking at the child's scared face is unbearably angry. Must kill this kid. The night quickly passed. The next day, it was actually written in the morning newspaper that Doflamingo resigned from the Shichibukai. At the same time, the Law Alliance and the Kid Alliance were also included in the newspaper. In addition, Law also rendezvoused with Doflamingo at Dressrosa to return Caesar. But Law's real purpose is to destroy the Smile Factory in Dressrosa. On the other hand, at the Navy headquarters, Law was also removed from the Shichibukai by the Navy. On the Shichibukai list 2 years later, Buggy and Edward Weevil have replaced Jinbe and Mariah. At the same time, Akainu also sent General Fujitora to investigate Doflamingo. Soon, a larger cloud covers Dressrosa. A multilateral conflict is about to happen. So, here the story of Punk Hazard ends. This chapter is the Straw Hat Pirates' first island in the New World. Although the opponent was not too strong, it left many clues for the future. Furthermore, they showed Straw Hat a path from Doflamingo to Kaido. In addition, left Smile, Wano Country, Law Alliance, Kid Alliance, all of which added more variables to the plot later on. So, want to know what happens next? We will talk about it in the next session. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. I'm Capper-sama. In the previous issue, we talked about Luffy and Law forming an alliance and going to Dressrosa. They pretended to want to return Caesar, but really wanted to destroy Doflamingo's Smile Factory. Doflamingo sighed, even though he gave up the title of Shichibukai. But the people of Dressrosa have not changed at all. At the same time, Doflamingo got the Mera Mera fruit. He plans to use the Mera Mera fruit as a reward for winning the arena, and sent his official, Diamante, to participate in the contest. He wants to use this to lure Luffy to fight, thereby temporarily separating Law and Luffy's alliance. At this time, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others formed a small team to destroy the factory. They meet many lively toys on the island. They also met a very strong blind old man. What everyone didn't know was that that person was Navy General Fujitora. Later, Zoro's sword Shusui was stolen by an unknown, tricked goblin. Immediately afterwards, Zoro, Sanji and the others chased after him, and the team split up into action. During that process, Kinemon also revealed that Shusui was a precious sword of Wano Kuni. In addition, Luffy heard that the prize of the arena is the Mera Mera fruit. He decided to participate in the field competition in disguise. Very quickly, Luffy completed the registration and went to the arena. There are many experts here. A group of strong people gathered. Here, Luffy also gets acquainted with Rebecca, a girl who dresses very discreetly. She is the granddaughter of King Riku, who once ruled. Her father Kairos, who won 3,000 matches on the court, is also a man with a story. On the other hand, Zoro found the goblin Tontata who stole Shusui. Frankie meets a one-legged toy warrior, both want to destroy the Smile Factory. And Sanji, who lost his team, is fascinated by the dancer Violet. She is the daughter of King Riku and was threatened by Doflamingo to join. Therefore, Sanji was tempted and captured. Violet also uses the Gyro Fruit's ability to look into Sanji's mind. Mind reading. Too lewd. Lustful? Never seen such a lustful brain. Unexpectedly, Sanji's mind was so clear. Sanji used his love to convince Violet to return to the path of righteousness. At this time, Luffy is in the arena meeting Bellamy. Bellamy no longer hates Luffy. In the past 2 years, he himself set foot on Skypiea and confirmed the existence of the dream. Right now, he just wants to win the match to become a member of the Doflamingo family. A little introduction to the arena. The group match is divided into 4 groups. The winner of Group A is the captain of the number 1 ship of the Blackbird Pirates, Burgess. As for Group B, there were many experts who created a chaotic battle. After a fierce battle, the final winner. Being a big fan of Luffy, Bartolomeo owns the Bari Bari fruit. In addition, Group C also has many experts such as the giant Hadrudin and the fighter Idio. Among them, there are 2 players who have more outstanding strength than everyone else. That is Luffy and the leader of the 8 treasure navy with a bounty of 5 billion, Cavendish. They defeated all their opponents and advanced to the final confrontation. It turns out that Cavendish once had an unjust love affair with Garp. His iron head is like a nail, the key to open the treasure on the ice mountain. But under Garp's powerful authority, Cavendish's iron head is no longer as pompous as before. Leader. Success. Back to the present, Cavendish hates Garp and hates Luffy. The two immediately faced off, their terrible power scaring the audience. At this time, faced the powerful Cavendish. Luffy decided to use Gear 3's Haki to fall from the sky, like Buddha's punch. Elephant gun. No nails. In the end, Luffy defeated Bellamy using Gear 3rd. He also restored Bellamy's hairstyle, relieving his opponent's overwhelming hatred. After that, the Group D match began. Pirate Prince Cavendish summoned his second personality by sleeping. He killed all his opponents in one fell swoop and continued to fall asleep. However, Rebecca was the only one who endured the attack. She became the winner of Group D by chance. On the Sunny, Nami, Chopper and Brook are taking care of Momonosuke. But Jorah, a member of the Don Quixote family, attacked. The current group of old people, women, and children are absolutely no match for the fruit. Art of Jorah. The Sunny immediately fell into danger. On the other hand, Law led the team escorting Caesar to the rendezvous point. On the way, they meet CPO, the world government's most powerful reporting organization, and Usopp and Robin were captured due to an accident, anesthetized by the Tontata tribe. The Tontata people standing on Robin's chest were very innocent. Usopp deceived them that he was a descendant of the great hero Noland. Therefore, the Tontata tribe considered Usopp a hero and released them both. They later revealed the Tontata tribe's plan to overthrow Doflamingo's rule. Meanwhile, Sanji learns from Viola that Doflamingo has resigned from the Shichibukai. The news in the previous newspaper was fake news colluded by Doflamingo and the government. The reason Doflamingo has great power is also because he has a special status. Long ago, Doflamingo's family used to be the royal family of Dressrosa. After the world government was established, they became the Celestial Dragons. With them, a total of 19 royal families became Celestial Dragons. Only Vivi's family of Alabasta did not choose to become Celestial Dragons. Therefore, Doflamingo currently has the right to create fake news. On Law's side, he met Doflamingo and Marine General Fujitora at the rendezvous point. Fujitora's ability is terrible. He calls a meteorite to fall in an instant. At this time, facing the meteorite, Law and Doflamingo took action. They broke up the meteor attack, and a great war broke out between the two sides. During the fight, Law tried to escape the siege. Doflamingo and Fujitora's goals are actually different. Doflamingo wants to kill Law at this time, and Fujitora just wants to keep Law alive. On the other hand, Frankie heard this country's secret from the toy captain. In fact, these toys are all human. Just because Doflamingo's family used Sugar's power to turn them into toys, and those who are turned into toys will disappear from other people's memories. Therefore, the toys were forgotten by family and friends, very pitiful. Meanwhile, Sunny is still being attacked by Jorah. Luckily, Brook defeated Jorah and everyone regained their freedom. On Law's side, he used his room ability to escape Fujitora's control and left. Seeing this, Doflamingo quickly chased after him, wanting to save Caesar. On the way to chase, Doflamingo accidentally discovered Sunny. Immediately, he turned to attack Sunny, Nami, and everyone who was in great danger. Save your life, Trafalgar. My teammates are calling for help. Sanji, haha, finally someone can beat it. In an instant, Sanji stopped Doflamingo. Anyway, he was no match for Doflamingo. He was killed immediately when they faced him once. However, Sanji succeeded in buying time. Law took the opportunity to give Caesar to Nami and everyone. He also saved Sanji and told everyone to find their teammates in Zou first. And so Sanji, Nami, and 4 others left the group along with Caesar and Kinemon. Unexpectedly, this time of separation, the actual time has changed a lot. Returning to the battlefield, Law faced Doflamingo alone. Fujitora is commanding the warship to leave this place. At this time, Law announced that he would end the past 13 years ago. Immediately after, he used his ability to violently collide with Doflamingo. Both are masters of the era. Their devil fruit powers caused the surrounding fish to crack. However, after a battle, Law was ultimately no match for Doflamingo. On the other side, Usopp and Frankie have converged. They learned about the history of Dressrosa from the Tontata tribe. A long time ago, the Tontata tribe was oppressed by the Don Quixote family and became slaves. Luckily, the Don Quixote family became the Celestial Dragons. The Riku family, the successors to the throne, rescued the Tontata tribe. To compensate for the losses suffered by the dwarves, the nation spread stories about beautiful fairies. But 10 years ago, when Don Quixote became king again, he kidnapped Princess Mancheri of the Tontata tribe, and forced Tontata tribe to work for him. Therefore, the Tontata tribe, who were oppressed, decided to protest against Don Quixote. And the toy captain also revealed the truth about Don Quixote setting a trap for Riku to become king. In fact, the person who bought the toy captain was Rebecca's father, Kairos. During the 800 years that the Riku family ruled, the nation flourished. But Don Quixote used his devil fruit ability to control Riku and the warriors. He let them mass kill people in the country, while he pretended to be the savior. Therefore, Riku's family is hated by the people. To protect Riku's life, Violet chose to become part of Don Quixote. After that, Don Quixote also turned people who knew the truth into toys. From then on, Dressrosa became a country that seemed full of light but was actually very dark. Back in the present, everyone who failed in the tournament is imprisoned in an underground landfill. The wall here is very hard, no one can destroy it. At the same time, the old King Riku also appeared here as a competitor. Turns out, everything was a plot by Don Quixote. He will destroy the losers and keep only the sparkling winners. The reason the entire country looks good is because Don Quixote controls everything in the dark. Currently, Don Quixote is planning to use Sugar's abilities to turn these failed players into his toys. On Luffy's side, he and his teammates communicated through Den Den Mushi. After a discussion, Luffy learned the whole truth. He ordered everyone to cause trouble. Suddenly, Doflamingo chased and attacked Law right in front of Luffy. He shot Law right in front of Luffy. Seeing that, Zoro and Kinemon next to Luffy were very angry and rushed up. But Fujitora appeared and stopped Zoro's attack. Right after that, Zoro, without saying another word, clashed with Fujitora. The two fought a few blows, both of them could handle it. After that, Doflamingo and Fujitora didn't want to fight anymore and left without anyone being able to stop them. Faced with such a scene, Luffy decided to leave the arena to save Law. At this moment, a man appeared in front of Luffy. Long time no see, Luffy. Turns out, this man is Luffy's older brother Sabo. That person is currently the chief of general staff of the Revolutionary Army, no longer the same as before. He also wants to inherit Ace's will, winning the Mera Mera fruit in the competition. After chatting with Sabo for a while, Luffy left the arena, and Sabo took over Luffy's contestant position. Nice to meet you again. I thought I would be beaten by you. Anyway, Ace's Mera Mera fruit, I'll get it. We will inherit Ace's will. Everyone in Tontata has gathered. They decide to attack Doflamingo's family factory through the tunnel. And the most important thing is to destroy the owner of the Hobi Hobi fruit. She is protected by Treble, a high-ranking member who possesses the Beta Beta fruit. In addition, the Doflamingo family also has 2 other high-ranking members. One is Diamante, who possesses the Hira Hira fruit, and the other is Pika, who possesses the Ishi Ishi fruit. At this time, the army that was preparing to attack Doflamingo made plans and began to move. Meanwhile, Fujitora and Doflamingo are having a meeting. It turns out that Fujitora's purpose in joining the Navy was to abolish the Shichibukai system. He can see the darkness of this country, and also wants to protect the people. Therefore, if Luffy and everyone's goal is only Doflamingo, then Fujitora will not interfere. After speaking, both sides left unhappy. Fujitora said goodbye and left. In the arena, the winners of the 4 groups will compete with Diamante for the Mera Mera fruit. The rules of the competition are very simple. Grab the Mera Mera fruit and survive to the end. Among the 5 strongest, Sabo and Burgess have clearly higher strength. The fight gradually becomes a great war between the two, Dragon Claw against Iron Fist, Dragon Claw Hook. In the end, after a great battle, Sabo succeeded in claiming the Mera Mera fruit. He immediately ate it, and inherited Ace's will of fire. Ace, I will accept your will. Fire Fist. On the other hand, the defeated army broke out into conflict with Doflamingo's family. Frankie confronts Senor Pink, who possesses the Swim fruit. Usopp and Robin prepare to assassinate Sugar. Luffy's actions were stopped by Pika, one of the most senior members. The opponent can control large rocks. Their destructive power and defense are both very strong. Seeing that Zoro himself stayed to restrain Pika, Luffy continued to advance. In addition, fierce clashes broke out in many other places. The army was defeated and Doflamingo's family had both won and lost, and it was difficult to decide. On the other hand, the toy captain saw King Riku and remembered the past. Previously, he was originally a criminal, but King Riku gave him a chance to be reincarnated in the arena. He became the legend of the arena, Kairos, and changed lives. Afterwards, King Riku even married his daughter to Kairos. The two lived a secluded life and gave birth to Rebecca. But the day Doflamingo deceived King Riku and started the rebellion, Kairos was determined to cut off his legs imprisoned in chains. In the end, Kairos was turned into a toy by Sugar. His wife was killed by Diamante. From that, Kairos can only be a toy, silently protecting Rebecca. Even though she never remembered him, she never knew his true identity. No matter the wind or rain, Kairos's protection never disappears. Perhaps this is the greatest love in the world. Back in the present, Usopp and the Tantata tribe worked together to deal with Sugar. They made spicy balls, wanting to force Sugar to swallow them. Treble and Sugar's abilities are very powerful. Not only were Tantata tribe and Robin defeated one after another, Usopp was also seriously injured. Now, Sugar is cruelly tormenting Usopp. She even took out spicy balls, forcing Usopp to swallow them. Let's die. Sugar fainted. Unexpectedly, Sugar was stunned by the image of Usopp breathing fire. Therefore, all toys returned to their original shape. Doflamingo's plot has been completely exposed. For a while, the whole world called to ask Doflamingo, and Doflamingo also rarely showed a satisfied face. At the same time, the strongest people in the arena, to repay Usopp for saving their lives. They considered him a god and joined the fight with Doflamingo's family. But Doflamingo quickly recovered to normal. If we cannot continue to enslave this country, then he will destroy everything with his own hands. Before he could finish speaking, Doflamingo released his final skill. This is an indestructible cutting wire that will never stop shrinking. If Doflamingo cannot be defeated, everything will be cut to pieces by a string as sharp as a knife blade. At the same time, looking at this scene, Law was frightened, because in the past, this birdcage was the darkness of his childhood. So, what is the story of Law's past? Faced with an unsolvable birdcage, what challenges will Luffy and the others face? Let's wait and see. To know what happens next, we will talk more next time. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I'm Capper-sama. In the previous episode, we talked about the fight between Luffy and Doflamingo's group. Due to Sugar's ability being cancelled, Doflamingo launched his final attack as Birdcage. Currently, Pika has changed the terrain, placing Doflamingo at the highest peak of the palace. And only by defeating Doflamingo can everyone be freed from Birdcage's pressure. So, Luffy began his ascent to the top. At the same time, he also took Law, who was being held captive by Seastone, with him. On the other hand, seeing that the nation was in a state of war, Fujitora also began to take action. He appeared in front of Luffy and blocked the way. Seeing this, Luffy could not avoid it, and clashed strongly with Fujitora. Suddenly, the ground cracked and a giant appeared. Pika controls a series of giant rocks, transforms into a giant stone man and destroys everything. Come here, all enemies of our family. Very high voice. Unexpectedly, Pika's voice was so high and sharp, Luffy immediately felt ridiculous. This touched Pika's pride. He became angry and attacked violently. After one punch, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. However, Luffy and the others avoided it and continued forward. At this time, the strongest people in the arena also appeared here to support Luffy. They confront high-ranking members of the Doflamingo family, and Zoro once again blocked Pika to protect Luffy. Thus, the chaos continued and war spread throughout Dressrosa. From Luffy, Rickadold III and the Tontada tribe see hope to save the nation. They also started helping Luffy fight Doflamingo's family. Meanwhile, Sabo appears in front of the Marines and intercepts Fujitora. Without saying much, a big war broke out between the two sides. A bunch of Marines were absolutely no match for Sabo. Only Fujitora can fight Sabo. The two have fought dozens of rounds without being able to win or lose. After that, Fujitora voluntarily stopped and did not make things difficult for Sabo anymore. He has a pure heart, unable to fight Doflamingo due to his stance. Fujitora hopes for Luffy, hopes he can defeat Doflamingo to save the nation and its people. At the same time, he also ordered the Navy to take scattered actions, giving priority to protecting the safety of the people. On the other hand, Kinemon found his missing comrade Kenjuro in the underground landfill. The partner's ability inherited from Atsuru can turn drawings into real objects. It's just that Kenjuro's drawing skills aren't very good, so this ability is greatly reduced. After a long and tiring battle, finally, Luffy and Law reached the 4th floor of the palace. Here, they met Rebecca and Diamante, one of the most senior members, and Kairos also appeared, wanting to avenge his wife. At this time, Luffy unlocked Law with Rebecca's key. Together they continued to challenge Doflamingo. Kairos and Rebecca stayed behind to deal with Diamante. At this time, Sugar woke up from her coma. She intended to approach Luffy and Law stealthily. Because the opponent is unaware of his abilities, Sugar is almost impossible to defeat. Currently, Sugar is gradually approaching. Luffy and Law are about to endure a poisonous attack. In times of danger, Usopp awakened sensory haki. He seemed to have seen a vision of the future and attacked Sugar from a great distance. Although there are some deviations, but this bullet will evoke pain in the hearts of enemies. Thus, Sugar was awakened by Usopp's fear and was once again frightened. Soon after, Luffy and Law successfully escaped and reached the top floor of the palace, only to see Doflamingo and Treble have been waiting here for a long time. They also arrested Bellamy. It turns out that Doflamingo had previously asked Bellamy to kill Luffy, but Bellamy couldn't do it, so he was tortured like a dog by Doflamingo. At this time, Bellamy, who was stuck between his idol and his friends, was in extreme pain. He asked Doflamingo to kill him, but the others just scoffed. Seeing this, Luffy was furious, and he and Law attacked Doflamingo together. Under the power of Opop no Mi, Doflamingo was switched places with Law. Next, it was the Fire Punch that Luffy had been preparing for a long time. Fire Punch. After one blow, Doflamingo was seriously injured. Treble was also very worried about his master, and was cut into pieces by Law. Seeing this, Doflamingo became even angrier and decided to use his strength to deal with Luffy and Law. Unexpectedly, Doflamingo, who developed his power, was very strong. After just one encounter, Luffy and Law were repeatedly attacked. Luffy is disturbed by Bellamy, who is under Doflamingo's control, and the fake self, while Law lies prostrate on the ground. After that, Doflamingo also talked about his past. He was once a celestial dragon, but his father renounced the celestial dragon title. His father wanted to lead the family to become normal people. The people's resentment towards the celestial dragons has made it impossible for them to exist in this world. In the end, Doflamingo killed his father. He wanted to use this to reclaim the celestial dragon title, but was not recognized. So, Doflamingo decided to destroy this world ruled by celestial dragons, because he knows the secret of the celestial dragon's national treasure. So, celestial dragons are also very afraid of Doflamingo. They can't help but let him do what he wants. At the same time, Doflamingo said that if there was any evil fruit, it would be the result of Law's surgery. He will be able to control the national treasure, and thereby be able to rule the world. Because the person who possesses the surgical fruit can use his or her life as a price. Let others have eternal life. Time goes back many years ago. As a child, Law suffered from an incurable disease and joined the Doflamingo family. The world government at that time was for money. Mine toxic minerals in the country where Law lives. Everyone in the entire nation was suffering from an incurable disease, and Law had only 3 years to live. due to the world government's misunderstanding that this disease is contagious. They killed the entire population of the country. Only Law was lucky to survive. It was experiences like these that made Doflamingo accept Law. And Law also hates this world, wants to destroy it. One day, Doflamingo's younger brother Corazon heard that Law's name had a D in it. Corazon, who usually did not speak, opened his mouth. The D family is my enemy, who wants to overthrow the rule of the Tenryubito. Corazon is a person who possesses the evil fruit of silence, and also works for the Navy. After that, Corazon took Law everywhere to find a doctor. The long time spent together has deepened the love between them. Finally, after many ups and downs, they stole the surgical devil fruit from the black dealer. But even though the fruit saved Law, Corazon was seriously injured from the fight. At the same time, this evil fruit is the goal of the world government and Doflamingo. And Doflamingo also learned that Corazon worked for the Navy. Due to Law seeking the help of the Navy, the person he found was Virgo. So, Doflamingo came and discovered the birdcage. To protect Law, Corazon decided to sacrifice himself. He told Law, "If you remember me, remember my smile. Let's go." After that, Corazon hid Law in the trunk behind his back. He used the silenced devil fruit to isolate all sounds and faced Doflamingo alone. Corazon tricks Doflamingo, saying that Law was saved by the Marines, and Baby 5 also just saw the Navy save a boy with a scar on his chin. Finally, gunshots rang out. Doflamingo killed Corazon. Law escaped Doflamingo's clutches thanks to Corazon's protection. At this moment, even though he had reached the end of his life, Corazon still tried to smile. He wanted to use his gentleness to create the quietest scream for Law. "Not yet. I can't die now. Let's go quickly, Law. Don't let anyone find out. No one can limit you. It's a warship of the Tsur Navy, damn it. You are free now. Shoot." Back to the present. It is because of Corazon that Law really wants to punish Doflamingo. Soon after, he stood up and fought Doflamingo again. However, the current situation seems to be that Doflamingo is dominant. After several rounds, Law's arm was severed by Doflamingo. The pain was unbearable. Next, Doflamingo walked towards Luffy, who had just defeated his clone and was facing Bellamy. Meanwhile, matches on other battlefields gradually had results. Old Kai of the Seven Treasures Navy suddenly captured Baby 5's heart. The person opposite was an extremely unemotional person, even willing to commit suicide for Old Kai. During the crisis, Old Kai's power was awakened. He kicked Dellinger's head and received recognition from Dellinger. Then, Gladius makes a surprise attack and defeats Dellinger. But under Old Kai's finishing blow, Gladius lost. At the same time, Old Kai also got engaged to Baby 5. They became the biggest winners in Dressrosa. Additionally, the giant Hajrudin is facing off against Machvice, the owner of the evil Tun fruit. Hajrudin endured the pain of broken bones, using giant size to send Machvice flying. On the other hand, Dellinger's subordinate belongs to the bloodline of the bullfish, killed in an instant by Cavendish with his second awakened personality. Gladius's subordinate possesses the Pamu fruit and wants to self-destruct and die with everyone. However, Bartolomeo uses his Bari ability to stop the explosion. He also used Bari no pistol, imitating Luffy to defeat Gladius. But these defeated subordinates gathered at the place of Princess Mancheri of the Tontata tribe. Giala wants to use Mancheri's tears to heal his subordinates and continue fighting. In times of danger, Leo of the Tontata tribe appeared here. He used super high speed to defeat Giala, successfully rescuing Princess Mancheri. Between the two of them there was love, sweet love. "Leo, I'm so scared. Princess, you've gotten heavier." On the other hand, Frankie is at the Smile Factory and confronts his subordinate Senor Pink. Two real men, punching fists, recognizing each other's perseverance and faith. Previously, Senor Pink fell in love with a girl and the two became husband and wife. But when Senor Pink went on a mission, the child died from a serious illness. The heartbroken wife had an accident, resulting in a vegetative state. This made Senor Pink extremely regretful. To make the wife who lost her child happy, he always carries pacifiers and baby hats, never caring about others' criticism. And the wife will also smile gently when she sees Senor Pink. Such a simple man's romance. Senor Pink is a tough but truly gentle man. Back in the present, Frankie defeats Senor Pink with one punch. 2 people after the match. Frankie also gently helps Senor Pink wipe away the tears in the corner of his eyes. Thus, the Smile Factory was successfully conquered, and the Tontata tribe began to destroy it strongly. On Kairos' side, he and Diamante were struggling, seemingly on the verge of being unable to resist. But his love to protect his daughter caused him to release great power. Finally, Kairos uses the Thunder Soldier's slashing sword to defeat Diamante, exacting great revenge. At the same time, Zoro and his highest subordinate Pika were fighting fiercely. The opponent once again transformed into an extremely large giant, with unparalleled destructive power. With one shake, the mighty mountain collapsed. Immediately after that, Zoro no longer hesitated, soared up to face Pika, using his strongest technique. 9 mountains and 8 seas become one world. 3 sword technique. 1 great 3 heavens. Dai Tian world. Finally, thanks to a great 1,000 world move, the stone giant was broken in half. Next, Zoro split the rock into countless pieces. Pika had no choice but to reveal his true form. Seeing this, Zoro once again used the 3,000 worlds technique. Time seemed to return to the past, when he faced Mihawk. Immediately afterwards, Zoro's powerful technique exploded, and Pika was defeated with one blow. As for the falling rocks, they were cleared by King's Punch and Fujitora, causing no casualties. Thus, the number of Doflamingo family officials remaining is very small. The birdcage will eventually destroy everything. On the other hand, Doflamingo used the thread to control Bellamy to attack Luffy. As for Luffy, he did not fight back and endured a series of poisonous attacks. However, in Bellamy's cry for help, Luffy still uses the same technique as before to defeat his opponents. Later, Luffy found Law seriously injured, and the two of them confronted Doflamingo and Treble together. Law has a backup plan. He maintains a huge R0OM, and in a moment of switching places with Luffy, the final technique Gamma Knife arrived. This technique was really sharp. Doflamingo's internal organs were completely destroyed. However, Doflamingo used the fiber fruit to repair his broken internal organs, and once again stood up. He came in front of Law, who was lying on the ground, put his feet up, intending to kill. Excessive. In a moment of danger, Luffy stopped Doflamingo's strong kick, saving Law. Even though Law used all his last strength to defeat his opponent, but he also lost his fighting strength, and was rescued from the highlands by Luffy. So the battle enters its final climax, Luffy vs. Doflamingo, King vs. King. At this point, Luffy decided not to hold back anymore. He directly demonstrates the results of his 2 years of training, Gear 4, Jumper, Gear 4, Dancer. Unexpectedly, the power of Luffy Gear is so terrible. Just one blow of the Monkey King's gun knocked Doflamingo from above and fell to the ground, vomiting fresh blood. This finishing move is a combination of Haki and Devil Fruit abilities, increasing one's resilience many times over. Not only faster than Gear 2, but also 3 times more powerful than Gear 3. After a few rounds, Doflamingo began to stagger. However, even though Luffy completely overpowered Doflamingo, he was unable to defeat his opponent within the duration of the effect. Therefore, after Gear 4's effect period ends, Luffy enters the side effect phase. His body lost all strength, he could not even walk. In a dangerous moment, facing Doflamingo's pursuit, the arena host led Luffy away. Others bought Luffy time and stopped Doflamingo. However, Doflamingo demonstrated the power of Devil Fruit Awakening. This is a new level of Devil Fruit, which can transform surrounding objects into its own abilities. In just one encounter, the people blocking the path were killed in an instant. But everyone didn't back down, they kept rushing towards Doflamingo. They moved forward, just to delay Doflamingo's footsteps, if only for a moment. In the process, Beej also wanted to kill Luffy and steal the Goma Goma fruit. Luckily, Sabo came to stop him in time, and a big fight broke out between the two. Meanwhile, the birdcage continued to shrink, and the kingdom fell into despair. To prolong the shrinking time of the birdcage, Zoro and the others began pushing the birdcage back. Fujitora and the Marines also came to help. They succeeded in prolonging the life of the birdcage, creating a glimmer of hope for the nation. In the end, with everyone's help, Luffy got through the most difficult 10 minutes. He appeared before Doflamingo again, preparing to duel him. At this time, Doflamingo turned the whole road into a thread, unleashing a killing blow towards Luffy. But Luffy was not afraid. He remembered his encounters with giant beasts, and used the final finishing blow. Culverin, Culverin. If you don't obediently obey, you can only be killed. 16 shots, ferocious holy bullet, rhinoceros huck, Culverin spear. I will destroy everything. Luffy. Thus, thanks to a great move, Luffy completely broke Doflamingo's glasses. At the same time, the bird cage also disappeared. Dressrosa receives new light and life. Thus, this great war ended. Luffy once again saved the nation. On the other hand, Sabo also defeated Burgess. He did not kill the enemy, but contacted the Revolutionary Army and disappeared. Previously, Sabo lost his memory due to serious injury. It was only when he saw the news of Ace's death that he remembered everything. This is Sabo's lifelong pain, and something he doesn't want to happen again. After the incident ended, Fujitora voluntarily knelt before King Riku and opened the live broadcast, begging 3 times in a row. Because of this, he even quarreled with Akainu. In any case, the fact that the Straw Hats saved Dressrosa was not hidden by the government. Fujitora paid no attention to Akainu's request, deciding to let Luffy have a way out. At the same time, in other parts of the world, there were also many major events happening. In it, Nami and the others went to Zou Island, for Emperor Kaido freely fell from a height of 10,000 meters. Coincidentally, he fell into the Kid Alliance base, facing 3 supernovas. Additionally, General Hack and the Warring States Grand Overseer are in charge of Doflamingo's detention. After hearing the news, Kaido's people even plan to rob the warship. It seems that rescuing the Joker is impossible. You idiot, bring the ship here! Who do you think you are? They will reunite with Nami at Zou Island and begin a new adventure. And the pirates who received the Straw Hats' favor also chose to join Luffy. Therefore, a total of 5,600 people of the large Straw Hat group were formed. In there, the captain of the 5th team is Akiji. No, it should be Don Quixote Rosinante. The captain of the 4th team is Bartholomew Kuma. The captain of the 3rd team is the new leader of the 8th Treasure Navy, the Coast Guard. The captain of the 2nd team is the Pirate Prince, Cavendish. This is the force that belongs to Luffy, and is also his future companions. Everyone even drank and became friends with Luffy. Together they will grow up, become strong and create a historic victory. Senior Luffy, please forgive me for taking the liberty of saying our vows. To repay your kindness, 7 of us are willing to sacrifice our lives for you. Then we will freely drink this glass of fraternal wine. Here, the story of Dressrosa ends. It can be said that Dressrosa is the Straw Hats' first challenge in the New World. Doflamingo is also the first true boss of the New World. And with the formation of the Straw Hat Pirate Company, next is the challenge with Kaido and Big Mom. This makes everyone look forward to it even more. So, what will happen next? Let's wait and see in the next episode. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I'm Capper-sama. Just finished dinner. In the previous episode, we talked about Luffy and the others rescuing Dressrosa. They went to Zou to prepare to reunite with Nami. Actually, Zou is a city on Zou's back, and Zou is a supergiant elephant that has lived for thousands of years. After a journey, Bartolomeo took Luffy to Zou Island. On the other hand, Koala and Sabo have also returned to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon ordered that the leaders of the Revolutionary Army scattered around the world be summoned to organize an uprising. But Beej snuck under the ship's hull and followed them. He contacted the Blackbird pirates in the dark, wanting everyone to come here to rob the Revolutionary Army of its weapons. It seems that the Blackbird pirates will start a great war with the Revolutionary Army here. Previously, it was he who cut off General Zephyr's arm. Such horror. And his mother is extremely beautiful, the woman that Whitebeard loves the most. I am the woman that Zephyr loves the most. Finally, Mother asked the second Whitebeard to find the huge fortune from the old Whitebeard group. On Zou Island, due to an accident while on the island, Kinemon and Kenjuro fell behind. As for Luffy, he discovered that the city on the island had been heavily destroyed. Here, they also meet and become friends with Carrot, Wanda and others from the Mink tribe. After that, everyone met Law's crew along with Nami and Chopper. Also appearing here are Inuarashi, the three-sword swordsman, and Duke Dogstorm, king of the Mink tribe. Next, everyone learned from the mouth of the Mink tribe that this country had 2 kings. These are Duke Dogstorm, the king of the day, and Master Nekomamushi, the king of the night. These 2 kings had a very bad relationship, so they ruled Zou in turns during the day and at night. 17 days ago, Jack, who had a bounty of 1 billion berry, under Kaido, suddenly came to this place. He is an ancient species who has mammoth-type Zoan fruit abilities, and claims that he is looking for a swordsman named Reizo. But the Mink tribe did not know who Reizo was, and claimed that Zoan never allowed the swordsman to enter. Immediately afterwards, Jack aggressively ordered an attack, preparing to destroy Zou. And so war broke out, both sides fought hard. The Mink tribe is a fighting tribe, each person has exceptional fighting ability. And the power of Duke Dogstorm and Master Nekomamushi is even stronger. They fought Jack during the day and at night. After 4 days and nights, victory and defeat still could not be determined. On the 5th day, Jack ordered the use of poison gas developed by Caesar Clown. This caused the unprepared mink tribe to be defeated and captured by Jack. Afterwards, Jack brutally tormented the mink tribe to ask about Reizo's location. For a time, the whole nation was filled with cries of anguish and howls. But it seems that the mink tribe really knows nothing. None of them revealed information about Reizo. And so, this terrible torture continued without stopping, lasting until the 11th day. Jack learned the news about Doflamingo's defeat and capture. Due to Doflamingo and Kaido having a relationship, Jack hastily left to save Doflamingo. Therefore, the Wood tribe was finally able to avoid the disaster of losing their lives. Later, they also received news of Jack being defeated by the warring states and Crane. And 10 days ago, Nami and everyone went to Zo Island. They took care of the rest of Jack's men, and through Caesar's abilities and Chopper's medical skills, they saved the Wood tribe. Therefore, the Wood tribe is very grateful to Nami and everyone. But the good situation did not last long. Beej and Capone, who were under Big Mom's command, then also went to Zo Island with the intention of capturing Sanji and Caesar, because Beej's hometown is Zo. When he learned that Zo Island had been saved by the Straw Hat crew, he wanted to spare Sanji, as a way of repaying the favor. However, Capone Beej did not show any face and directly defeated Beej. After that, Beej also showed Sanji the invitation to Big Mom's tea party and wedding, and used the lives of Zeph and Nami, and everyone to force Sanji. It turns out, Sanji is the 3rd son of the Vinsmoke family. The Vinsmoke family is the military organization Germa 66, which belongs to the main race. Big Mom wants to use her 35th daughter to marry Sanji politically, controlling this force. Sanji initially rejected Beej, claiming he was a member of the Straw Hats. But for everyone's safety, he finally had to submit to Big Mom's power. So, Beej took Sanji and Caesar and left Zo. Only Nami and the others were left, looking at Sanji's letter, heartbroken beyond words. I will meet a woman, promised to come back. Back in the present, Luffy visited Beej and Cat Viper. Chopper also prepares an injection for Cat Viper to help him restore his health. I will give you an injection. Hey, I want to ask you a favor. Please help me shake that cat fishing rod. Chopper, please quickly inject me. Then, from Beej's mouth, Luffy learned the news that Sanji would not return. Big Mom's goal is to marry Germa Group. If Sanji is still a member of the Straw Hats and marries Big Mom's daughter, this means that the Straw Hats have joined the Big Mom pirates. And this is definitely something Luffy doesn't agree with. So, the Straw Hats made a clear distinction. However, Luffy will definitely not give up on his teammates. He decides to work with Beej to retrieve Sanji from Big Mom's lair. At this time, Kinemon and Kenjuro were about to set foot on Zo. Because Robin and the others know that Zo does not welcome samurai. So they wanted to stop Kinemon at the edge of the cliff to avoid conflict. All 3 of them together. Okay. It was still dawn before dawn. And so, Kinemon and Kenjuro walked over the sleeping Robin. Unexpectedly, after learning that the samurai had set foot on the scene, the whole nation was seething. Duke Inuarashi and Nekomamushi and all of the mink tribe gathered to deal with it. At this time, Kinemon said that he came here to find a person named Reizo. When these words were spoken, the whole area was shocked. The conflict in the past was caused by Reizo. It seems that Zo is about to go through another battle. Jack's aggression recurs. Seeing this, Luffy and the others had to take action to protect Kinemon. Unexpectedly, Mink Tribe had an amazing action. Reizo, you are safe and okay. Unexpectedly, Zo and Kinemon are both old acquaintances. Inuarashi, Nekomamushi, Kinemon, Kenjuro are all servants of the Kozuki family. Reizo, whom the Mink Tribe had protected to the death, was also one of them. Mink Tribe, because of their teammates, even had to face the deadly threat from Jack. Nor does it reveal any information. Reizo has been here this whole time, and everyone knows. You almost lost your lives. Kozuki clan of Wano Kuni, and we have long considered each other as brothers. No matter what we lose, we will never betray our comrades. It turns out, Kinemon and the others had followed Kozuki Oden before, and Kozuki Momonosuke is Oden's biological son. He inherits Kuri Wano's title of daimyo, and is everyone's master. After that, the Mink Tribe led everyone to find Reizo. That person was a ninja of Wano, Kirigakure village, Reizo of the Mist. About this, Luffy and the others were very excited. because all men in the world like ninjas. All men like ninjas. Later, Robin also saw the red poneglyph in Zo. There are a total of 4 poneglyphs. Once collected, you can find Laugh Tale by intersection. In it, Kaido and Big Mom each hold 1 plate. There is 1 left, the location is still unknown. So when Robin asked Luffy to rescue Sanji, she also wanted to copy a copy of Big Mom's poneglyph just in case. Pirate King, you have decided. In addition, Kinemon also revealed that the Kozuki family was the creator of poneglyph, but this technique was lost after Oden, because Oden was brutally killed by Kaido, and Wano also fell into Orochi's hands. This is a sad story that people don't want to look back on, but it's also the reality that everyone, including Wano, must face. And Oden once went with Roger to Laugh Tale, and learned the truth about the 100 years of emptiness that the world government wanted to hide. After Oden's death, Kinemon and the others have persevered until now. They did it for the purpose of avenging Oden and fulfilling Oden's dream. Let Wano, an isolated and dark country, complete its opening. After learning of this persistence, Luffy decided to help Momonosuke defeat Kaido. Under his encouragement, Momonosuke also regained the courage to face Kaido. So a new alliance was formed. Everyone's target was the Wano nation. At this time, Jack, who had failed, returned and began to attack Zunisha. Immediately afterwards, the entire island shook, but Zunisha did not counterattack. It turns out that Zunisha was once punished by the Moon family for a mistake and had to leave forever. Before receiving orders, it will always comply with the oath. At this time, Momonosuke, the successor to the Moon family, clearly understood the great responsibility. He forgave Zunisha's past sins and ordered it to attack Jack. Received. Unexpectedly, Jack was immediately knocked into the sea by Zunisha, his life and death uncertain. It seems that Jack's biggest problem is that he often chooses the wrong opponent. Then, after resolving this turbulence and healing Zunisha's wounds, Luffy and the others decided to act separately. In there, Nekomamushi went to find Marco, the captain of Whitebeard's first team, to help. The last one led the rest of Whitebeard to fight Blackbeard and failed. Additionally, Duke Inuarashi and Momonosuke were responsible for staying in Zo. Luffy brought Nami, Chopper, and Brook along. Pedro of the Mink tribe, Carrot and Beej go to Whole Cake Island to rescue Sanji. The remaining people went ahead to Wano country to prepare. Very quickly, everyone began their own journey. Very fast. And the direct clash between Luffy and Yonko will also open. At the same time, many major events also happened around the world. Alabasta, Vivi has set off to prepare to participate in the World Conference that takes place every 4 years. This conference would be held at Mariejoa, with a total of 50 kings attending. Also set to participate are Fishman Island, Drum Island and Dressrosa. Whether it was Dragon or Sabo, all were missing. In addition, on a certain island Kaido also heard news about Doflamingo's defeat. However, he doesn't care about Luffy and Law, because the Kid Alliance, also of the worst generation, was destroyed by him with his own hands. Kid is imprisoned in prison, unable to live or die. Captain Eustace, Captain Kidd. Here, the story of Zo ends. In the future, there will definitely be even bigger waves in the World War. Please look forward to it. Having said that, Zo's short section is very informative. It not only introduces Redbeard's Kozuki family, Sanji's background, it also puts the Straw Hats in direct conflict with the 2 Yonkos. Prepare for the full-scale war later. So, we'll know what happens next. We'll talk about it in the next issue. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I'm Capper-sama. In the previous issue, we talked about Luffy leading the team to save Sanji. The rest all have their own jobs. At this time Sanji has arrived at Big Mom's main territory. He still misses his teammates, and doesn't want to marry Pudding. Even the image of Pudding, Sanji did not care. Take a look at this image. So annoying. This is your fiancé. On the other hand, Luffy ate poisonous fish skin because he was hungry at sea, and his life was in danger. Luckily, they meet Sanji's younger brother, Yanji, and older sister Reiju. And Reiju gently sucked the poison out of Luffy with her mouth to save Luffy. After that, Yanji and Reiju said their goodbyes and left. At the same time, members of the Sun Pirates appeared at the bottom of the sea. They are secretly monitoring the Straw Hats. Next, Beej revealed information about Tato Land. Tato Land is a country ruled by Big Mom, with the main Cake Island and 34 sub-islands. Each island has its own characteristics, and is governed by a minister. Finally, everyone set foot on Coco Island. Here, everyone met Sanji's fiancée. She seems to have a pure personality. She also promised to take Sanji to meet everyone and escape Tado Land together. From Pudding's mouth, everyone heard that Big Mom has 43 husbands and 85 children. The entire Big Mom pirate crew is mainly formed from Big Mom's family members. If given time, Big Mom could even give birth to a nation. On the other hand, because she couldn't eat the cake she wanted, while in this state, Big Mom will destroy everything around her, and even kill her own children. Luckily, Jinbe brought cakes to this place, thereby appeasing Big Mom's wrath. Next, Jinbe expressed his desire to leave the alliance with Big Mom, because he recognized Luffy and decided to dedicate his life to him. Hearing this, Big Mom was very angry. She said she would play lottery with Jinbe. Different drawing areas will have corresponding penalties. After hesitating for a while, Jinbe temporarily gave up out of worry. On Luffy's side, they lost Beej and split into two groups. Brook and Pedro were responsible for sneaking into Big Mom's nest to copy the poneglyph. The remaining people went to the meeting place with Pudding, Cake Island. Here, everyone met many spirit objects and a person who resembled Sanji. But this Sanji look-alike was actually created by Big Mom's daughter, Broly. She is the owner of the Mira Devil Fruit, which can create anyone. Based on this ability, Broly caused Luffy and the others to get lost and captured Carrot and Chopper. As for Nami, she met Big Mom's 25th husband, Pound, along with Luffy. He told Luffy that Big Mom is the owner of the Sora Devil Fruit. She can attach people's souls to other objects, turning them into humanoid homies. And homies are also very afraid of Big Mom's life card that Nami is holding. At that moment, Cookie Minister Cracker, one of the 3 generals of the Big Mom pirates, appeared. Upon seeing this, Urge expressed his wish to meet his 2 daughters. One is a married girl and the other is a girl Laura met on Ghost Island. Then Luffy and Cracker started fighting. Cracker has a bounty of up to 860 million and has the ability of the Biscuit Devil Fruit. The defense of this ability is stronger than iron and can be created indefinitely. Even Luffy Gear 4 can't do anything with that much cookie armor. Very quickly, Luffy spent all the time of Gear 4 and to the side effects, and his whole body was weak. During the danger, Nami used Big Mom's life card from Lola to enslave homies, temporarily rescue Luffy. She then softened the cookies with rain to reduce the strength of the cookie armor. Thanks to this opportunity, Luffy finally overcame the side effects of Gear 4. He ate all the cookies that Cracker summoned and transformed into Gear 4 Tank Man. Next comes a Big Belly Stab attack. One hit sent Cracker flying into Cake Town. On the other hand, Big Mom asked Caesar to complete the research mission on body enlargement within 2 weeks. And Caesar knew that he could not finish, because he wanted to survive. He planned to escape from Big Mom. At the same time, Germa 66 also arrived at Cake Island. Germa is a mobile nation, itself a combination of dozens of large warships. Unexpectedly, the relationship between Sanji and his family is very bad. He even fought his younger brother Yanji and his father, Judge, respectively. Although Sanji defeated Yanji, he lost to his father. As it turns out, Sanji's father, Judge, is a scientist who once worked with Vegapunk. He used genetic factors to create Germa's army of clones, and Sanji has 3 brothers, Ichiji, Niji and younger brother Yanji. The 3 of them were transformed by their father when they were young and liked to bully Sanji. Even the Judge sees Sanji as a stain on his life. Therefore, Sanji never felt closeness and love from his father and brothers. Only his mother and Reiju were his final stops. However, her mother left this world and Reiju, for her own protection, could not take care of Sanji too much. In the end, Reiju secretly freed Sanji, allowing him to leave Germa and live on his own. Back to the present, Sanji goes with everyone to meet Big Mom. On the way, Luffy came across Sanji's convo. He happily moved forward, wanting to bring Sanji back. "We came to pick you up, Sanji. Actually, I wanted to come alone. But if I come alone..." However, Sanji began attacking Luffy and defeated him. Sanji affirmed that he would not return to the Straw Hats and left immediately after speaking. But when he saw his opponent's indifference, Luffy still persisted in shouting, "Wait, Sanji, do not lie again. You think that will chase me away? We haven't finished the journey yet. If you don't come back, I'll starve to death here. I only eat rice that you cook. Without you, I can't become Pirate King." Later, Sanji meets Big Mom and his fiancée Pudding. He received gentle comfort from Pudding, and decided to marry Pudding in exchange for the safety of the Straw Hats. On the other hand, Luffy and Nami encountered Big Mom's daughter on the spot. They were captured and brought into the book world after being unable to fight back. Meanwhile, Carrot and Chopper caused trouble in the mirror world. They even captured Broly, so Chopper can freely enter and exit the outside world through the mirror. On the other hand, Brook and Pedro sneak into Big Mom's castle to search for Poneglyph. But when Brook copied all the Poneglyphs, Big Mom appears suddenly and takes Brook as her collectible. And Pedro confronts Baron Tamago. The two of them once had a conflict. It turns out that Baron Tamago's eye was damaged by Pedro when he snuck into Cake Island 5 years ago. In revenge, Big Mom took away 50 years of Pedro's life. Pedro's left eye was also blind at that time. Back in the present, Pedro detonated a bomb during the fight. Chopper took advantage of the mirror world to save Pedro during the chaos. Luffy met Pudding, who came to visit, and revealed his true evil side. She said she would kill Sanji during the wedding, and Big Mom will also kill Vinsmoke and take over their core technology. It turns out that Pudding was disguised from the beginning, and her previous deal with Sanji was also a trap for her. However, after Pudding left, Jinbe arrived at the cell and rescued Luffy. 5,000 watts. Punch straight. Here, Sanji suddenly saw Pudding capture Reiju. Thus, he also discovered Pudding's true face and Big Mom's plot. And Pudding also uses the Memory Fruit's ability to modify Reiju's memories. After Pudding left, Sanji told Reiju the truth. But Reiju doesn't care about his safety, and advises Sanji to leave immediately. At this moment, Reiju's words made Sanji think of his teammates. He then went to the place where he beat Luffy before and met Luffy again. Now, due to fighting and starvation, Luffy is no longer recognizable. So Sanji took out the food he had prepared and gave it to Luffy. On the way there, it fell to the ground, was stepped on, and got wet in the rain. Perhaps it was no longer recognizable. Tasty. Watching Luffy eat his food, Sanji couldn't control his emotions. But he still couldn't return to Luffy. Because he didn't just hurt Luffy, but he also worries about Zeph far away in East Blue as well as his family. Hearing this, Luffy said nothing. Please tell me honestly. Finally, Sanji couldn't contain himself anymore. He recalled memories with his teammates, and cried loudly on the ground. Tears and rain are mixed together, making it impossible to distinguish which is rain and which is tears. He knows that once the wedding begins, he cannot stop it alone. But he still wants to save useless people who are no family at all. That's you? We're still here, let's destroy the wedding. And so Luffy once again accepted Sanji. The three reconciled. On the other hand, Chopper found Nami and Jinbe. Everyone works together to rescue Brook from the sleeping Big Mom. After that, they also used the mirror fragment to contact Luffy. Jinbe tells everyone that Beej betrayed Big Mom a long time ago. Previously, Beej climbed to the top of the underworld by betraying the leader. And when he joined Big Mom's pirate crew, the purpose was of course to kill Big Mom. Afterwards, everyone found Beej to discuss cooperation, and Chopper even took off his hat. In fact, Beej's wife is Lola's older sister, Chiffon. Chiffon also revealed how Big Mom mistreated her and Lola. Lola left because she did not want to marry Prince Loki of the Giant Clan. Therefore, Big Mom gave up trying to attract the Giant Clan to her side and began researching about turning into a giant. At the same time, Beej also rescued Caesar and revealed Big Mom's weakness. As it turns out, Big Mom's body is very hard and in most cases cannot be injured. But she was once mad and injured because the nun's photo was broken. Beej plans to have Luffy break the photo at the wedding. Then, he will take the opportunity to use Caesar's weapon to kill Big Mom. Once successful, everyone will escape through the mirror world and become famous all over the world. The next day, the wedding took place as scheduled. Important people from the underworld all attended. Katakuri, Big Mom's second son, also came to this place. He is one of 3 generals who own the Machi Machi fruit, with a bounty exceeding 10 billion. His haki can even see the short-term future. In addition to Katakuri, Big Mom's main force also arrived one after another. There was the eldest son Perispero, the third son Daifuku, the fourth son Oven, and one of the 3 generals, Smoothie. After that, without saying much about the preparation process, the wedding ceremony is about to begin. At this time, Pudding prepares to shoot Sanji. But Sanji sincerely complimented Pudding's third eye as beautiful. Turns out, Pudding was bullied since he was little because he had 3 eyes. She disguises herself as evil Pudding so she won't get hurt anymore. And Sanji's gentleness made her shed tears and give up her assassination plot. Luffy took advantage of this opportunity to use the clone technique, wanting to destroy Sir's photo. But his actions were stopped by Katakuri, who has the ability to predict the future. At this time, Jinbe saved Luffy and once again asked Big Mom to allow him to leave the pirate crew. Big Mom was angry and decided to withdraw Jinbi's soul. However, Jinbi was completely unaffected. It turns out that Big Mom's skill needs fear from the opponent to activate, and Jinbi was completely fearless. I want to become the Pirate King's companion in the future. For emperors, not scary at all. Then let me refuse this glass of wine. I will leave Big Mom's pirates from now on. At this time, Big Mom laughed maniacally and attacked Jinbi. During the chaos, Brooke secretly broke Sister's photo. Right after that, Big Mom fell into a coma and remembered the past. 100 years ago, Sister Carmel opened an orphanage. She adopted children of different races, including Big Mom. In fact, Sir secretly associated with the Navy to traffic in talented children. She sees Big Mom's talent and prepares a birthday party. The plan then is to hand Big Mom over to the Navy. During the birthday party, Big Mom sobbed while eating a lot of caramel cream puffs. Tears blurred her eyes. But when she finished eating, she discovered that everyone around her had disappeared. And she possesses the Soul Devil fruit, a fruit that only Sir has. Back in the present, when seeing Sir's photo broken, Big Mom falls into a state of madness. Seeing this, Beej immediately attacked, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to kill Big Mom. Unexpectedly, Big Mom's scream destroyed Beej's attack weapon. Seeing that the plan failed, Beej and the others began to flee. But the mirror that Caesar brought was broken by the scream. The Vinsmoke family is also controlled by Big Mom's children. One time, the situation suddenly became worse. Everyone fell into misery, and the judge saw his Beihai dream shattered, and even cried. Ironically, the three transformed sons know no fear, creating their own calm. At this moment, Sanji broke the candy trap and saved them. Then everyone hid into Beej's fortress, wanting to escape. But Big Mom gradually stopped crying and turned to indignation. Her attack made the fortress untenable, and Beej fell on the spot. In times of danger, the Vinsmoke family voluntarily stands out to attract enemies. Next, Luffy also helped, activating Gear 4 and dealing with Big Mom. The two of them attacked each other, punching each other hard. However, Yonko's power is unmatched. Everyone is not an opponent. After just one encounter, Luffy was defeated. Everyone saw their doom. Right at this moment, the lone shark accidentally dropped the previous treasure box of Fishman Island. Accordingly, the bomb in the treasure box exploded, causing the giant cake to fall and the earth to shake. Receiving this gap, people took advantage of the chaos to flee. And Big Mom, because the cake she wanted to eat was destroyed, went crazy once again. However, under the enticement of her children, she set the spear on Luffy. Next, Big Mom rides on Zeus's thundercloud to chase everyone, and danger comes again. Fortunately, Nami launched a weather bullet to lure Zeus, thereby prolonging the time with Big Mom. This weather bullet is made from lightning, which is especially suitable for Zeus' taste. Even Zeus forgot Big Mom, wanting to become Nami's servant. Right after that, Nami borrowed Zeus's power to attack Big Mom, and everyone took the opportunity to run back to Sunny. On the way to escape, Pudding and Chiffon chased after him. They want to create a new cake with Sanji, so that Big Mom can return to normal. Then, after some difficulties, Luffy and everyone finally reached their destination. However, Sunny was occupied by Perispero and Katakuri. Perispero also uses his candy ability to immobilize Sunny. There is someone strong in front, someone behind is chasing. Luffy is temporarily in a dilemma. During an emergency, Pedro voluntarily sacrificed himself to repay Luffy's favor. He chooses to sacrifice himself to detonate the bomb. Before, he had met Roger and was told that everyone will have their own moment. And now, this is the moment that belongs to Pedro. Pedro? Goodbye. Following the loud bang, Sunny once again gained freedom and took advantage of the coup de burst to escape. At the same time, Luffy also brought Katakuri into the mirror world. To stop Katakuri from chasing him, he even broke the mirror back. At this time, Luffy and Nami agreed to meet again after 10 o'clock at Cacao Island. After saying that, he started a deadly fight with Katakuri. The two of them did not back down. It can be said that Katakuri completely overwhelms Luffy in every aspect. Added to that is Haki's ability to predict the future. Luffy was beaten until he no longer had the strength to respond, and was completely no match. Your future, without any victory. On the other hand, Sanji has finished preparing the wedding cake at Cocoa Island. But Oven, Big Mom's fourth son, suddenly appeared and captured Chiffon. Seeing this, Beej came and personally rescued his beloved wife. And Pound also risked his life to block Oven's path. For his daughter's freedom, he did not hesitate to sacrifice himself. Previously, Because of Big Mom's inadvertence, Pound had never met his daughter. Now, he can finally be a protective father to his daughter. Congratulations on your marriage, Chiffon. In the end, Pound used his life in exchange for Beej and Chiffon's safe escape. Later, Sanji finished the wedding cake on Beej's ship. They quickly set off to pick up Nami. At the same time, Big Mom controlled the big waves to once again catch up with Sunny. But Jinbe used excellent sailing techniques to avoid the ocean wave attack. And Carrot also transforms into its Sulong form when the moon is full. Her power increased dramatically and destroyed many pursuing ships. But the crisis is not over. When Carrot returned to his original form, Big Mom jumped directly onto Sunny. It looked like Sunny was about to be completely destroyed. In a moment of danger, Jinbe used all his strength to hit Big Mom. At the same time, Brook also said he wanted to see Big Mom's underwear, and used a 3-verse humming arrow attack to damage Zeus. 3-verse humming arrow. Next, Nami once again fed Zeus the weather egg. Thanks to that, she released a powerful lightning strike to block Big Mom. Not only that, Nami also used her innocence to capture Zeus, and collect him in the climb attack. After that, Beej and Sanji and the others finally arrived. To help the Straw Hats, Beej himself led Big Mom away by bringing cakes. Sanji and the others went to Coco Island to reunite with Luffy. Before parting ways, Sanji and Pudding hugged and kissed. But Pudding used his devil fruit ability to take away Sanji's memories of her, and she stood in the corner crying silently, enduring endless nostalgia. Meanwhile, Luffy continues his deadly fight with Katakuri. He saw Katakuri's mouth suddenly crack open like a fish's. Katakuri, who always appears perfect in front of everyone, actually has the same flaws. This was Katakuri's sensitive point. He immediately attacked Luffy like a madman. Unexpectedly, Luffy became even stronger in the battle. He can also use Haki to predict the short-term future, thereby being able to confront Katakuri. Soon after, Luffy transformed into Gear 4th, finally able to match his opponent in terms of strength. This talent and will also make Katakuri admire. However, his powerful attacks still made it difficult for Luffy to deal with, causing the battle to reach a stalemate. In the process, Luffy enters the 4th gear sub-phase. He once used Broly to escape the mirror world, but to defeat Katakuri, Luffy returned to confront him. Because this is someone that Luffy wishes to surpass. It was also an opponent that he wanted to use all his strength to defeat. And then, the big fight broke out again. Luffy vs. Katakuri. This is not just a collision between speed and power, but also a confrontation at the pinnacle of the 3 types of Haki. Even though Luffy has been defeated time and time again, he is still able to get up again and again. After a long period of suffering, the two gradually had a sense of respect for each other. But Katakuri's sister's sudden attack caused Luffy to divide his attention and get injured. Therefore, Luffy was constantly hurt badly, and Katakuri only realized after a long time that something was wrong. At this time, for the fairness of the war, Katakuri even stabbed himself like Luffy. Men's victory. No need for the tasteless interference of others. After that, Katakuri and Luffy continued to fight, not giving up a single step. During the new fight, Luffy activated his 4th gear's snake form. In this state, Luffy's speed reaches its peak, making it difficult for Katakuri to deal with it. Luffy not only tries his best as a captain, but also bets his oath to become Pirate King. He must overcome this opponent, who is known as the strongest of the 3 generals. King Cobra, let's go up. In the end, Katakuri was defeated by Luffy and fell to the ground. As for Luffy, he placed a hat over his mouth, even though the 2 people belonged to 2 different factions. But they respect each other as close friends. Then, Luffy met Beej. The 2 of them left the mirror world together, and were reunited with Sanji, who was coming to pick them up. Next, under the protection of Beej and the Vinsmoke family, Luffy and Sanji successfully escaped to Sunny, and Neji silently placed Germa's battle armor on Sanji. On the other hand, Katakuri meets his sister Broly. The 2 have a very good relationship. Previously, Katakuri did not care about his deformed mouth, but to not let my sister be bullied by others because of it, he covered his mouth and created the perfect image. Now, both brothers can understand each other's meaning without speaking. On Big Mom's side, she ate all the cakes and regained her intelligence, praising her endlessly. But Big Mom's children continued to chase the Straw Hats. At this time, the Sun Pirates suddenly appeared and stopped them. They wanted to create a new path for Jinbe and see him go. Seeing that, Jinbe also decided to fight with his old teammates and protect Luffy from leaving. At this time, Luffy looked at Jinbe. I will wait in Wano. Please make sure to return safely. This was not only an order from the captain, but also a deep belief in his heart. So, under the protection of the mermaids, the Straw Hats left the dangerous Tado land. They will go to Wano to reunite with Zoro and the others. Welcoming everyone will be the 4 Emperors Kaido and a new adventure. Here, Orion's story of Tado land ends. This chapter is the first time Luffy confronts the 4 Emperors. The power of the 4 Emperors has never been a match for the Straw Hats. All members of the Straw Hats will reunite in Wano. Right after that, challenging Kaido in Wano made everyone feel even more anticipated. So I want to know what happens next. We'll talk about it in the next issue. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. Hello everyone, I'm Dishwashing June. In the previous issue, we talked about Luffy and the others causing chaos in the Grand Line, Sanji returning to the Straw Hat crew. Everyone left for Wano to prepare to merge with Zoro and the others. Currently, many major events are also taking place in the world. In it, Mary Geoise is about to hold a world conference. The Revolutionary Army will also move its headquarters to Okama Kingdom. Dragon and Sabo are both safe and have summoned the team leaders to prepare to declare war on the Celestial Dragons. Very quickly, Sabo led the team to sneak into Mary Geoise, and all the royals also came here to attend the conference. Due to their relationship with Luffy, Vivi, Rebecca and Shirahoshi also form a strange friendship. Additionally, Fujitora went to Mary Geoise despite not paying attention to Akainu's orders. Also here is the newly inaugurated general, Ryakuju. At the same time, Lucci and the other members of CP9 were promoted to CPO. They are on a mission to protect the Celestial Dragons, and they helped the Celestial Dragon that Luffy caught Shirahoshi. Seeing this, Neptune couldn't bear it anymore. He intends to take back Shirahoshi and from there return to the sea and abandon humanity. I'll kill you! Another Celestial Dragon defeated the autistic Celestial Dragon. This person is the Celestial Dragon whose life was saved by Otoheim in the past, and has now changed. Thus, with his help, the controversy over the kidnapping of Princess Shirahoshi was resolved. On the other hand, because Luffy's bounty increased to 1.5 billion, he was called the new Yonko of the New World, surprising everyone. However, after Big Mom found out, she decided to go to Wano to kill Luffy for revenge. Therefore, she did not hesitate to confront Kaido over the phone, both wanting to win Luffy. It looks like a big storm will break out in Wano, and the Navy, who heard this information, of course could not stand by and watch. Kizaru voluntarily asked to go to Wano, but Akainu stopped Kizaru because Wano had unknown forces. In fact, Big Mom, Kaido and Whitebeard in the past were all members of the Rocks Pirates. Rocks was the ruler of the sea before Roger, very evil. At that time, Roger and Garp together defeated the Rocks Pirates. Therefore, Garp became a hero of the Navy, famous around the world. At the same time, Shanks went to Mariehawa to meet the 5 Elder Stars. Jewelry Bonnie has also snuck into the sanctuary. She met Kuma, who had become a slave, and could not contain her anger, declaring that she would not spare the Tenryubito. Actually, Sabo and the other members of the Revolutionary Army who came here also wanted to rescue Kuma, who was once their comrade. Later, the 5 Elder Stars met him, the man behind the world government. This person hates the D family and decides to clean up the world. On the other hand, Nekomamushi found Marco in Whitebeard's hometown. Whitebeard used his entire fortune to build this land. Therefore, he didn't even invite Marco to drink a glass of wine, and people here can live carefree. That was also thanks to Whitebeard's silent protection. Returning to Luffy, they passed through countless whirlpools and finally arrived at Wano. Now Zoro and the others have settled in Wano. They all have their own identities, immersed in local culture. Among them, Usopp is scamming and selling fake medicine, and Zoro also fell into a murder case. But he caught the killer at the scene and killed him with a sword strike. Therefore, Zoro became a wanted criminal. Luffy, while he was on the island, lost his teammates. Later, he also rescues a little girl from Kaido's army. Tama is the owner of the Mochi Mochi fruit, which can create cakes from faces. Animals or devil fruit holders who eat cakes will obey Tama's orders. Tama's personality is very optimistic. Even though she is poor, she is not too sad. To show her gratitude to Luffy, she used all the remaining rice to treat him. As for herself, she only secretly drank a little polluted water from the river to fill her stomach. Don't you eat? I haven't eaten yet. Give me another bowl. So quickly. But I don't cook that much. Also out of pickles, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. In fact, Tama can only eat 2 meals a year. Today, her master Hitetsu bought rice to celebrate Tama's birthday. But all this food was used to treat Luffy, and Tama fell ill from drinking polluted water. After learning this, Luffy was very emotional. He also heard Tama say that she was always waiting for Ace to return. Turns out, Luffy and Tama are in Amagasa village in Wano Kuni. For years ago, Ace came here. He brought a lot of food for everyone and made close friends with Tama. With Ace's help, the people of Amagasa village escaped poverty with their own hands. When they broke up, Ace made a promise to Tama. If she becomes a sexy ninja, she will be able to go out to sea with him. However, more than a year ago, Drake under Kaido destroyed Amagasa village. Because only Shogun Orochi's flower capital was recognized by Kaido in Wano Kuni. Other places are desert areas outside the law, not allowed for economic development. Therefore, Amagasa village became a ruin. Only Tama remained here waiting for Ace. Returned to the present to repay the favor with a meal. Luffy decides to take Tama into town for treatment. From the blacksmith Hitetsu, Luffy also received the great sword Nidai Kitetsu. On the way, they saw that the land was heavily polluted by Kaido's factory, and meets Sorijuro, a righteous wanderer. At this time, Hawkins, a headliner of Kaido, led people here to capture Luffy. He used to be a member of the Kid Alliance, but after their defeat, he switched to Kaido's side. Soon, Zoro and Luffy broke out into a fight with him. Hawkins can transfer the damage he receives to others through straw dolls, and he can also draw cards to receive various enhancing effects on the battlefield. However, Zoro and Luffy are also not normal people. After a battle, Zoro used a two-handed sword to successfully repel Hawkins. Two-handed sword, Tiger Trap 7. Afterwards, Luffy and Zoro continued to lead Tama to seek medical help. They also met Okabor village's tea house owner, Otsuru, and employee Okiku. With their help, Tama was treated and out of danger. She also got to eat a small bowl of delicious bean soup, finally having the best birthday. In fact, there are many children like Tama in Wano who are suffering from hunger. All of this is because of Kaido and Orochi. They poisoned a large area, causing people to lose their homes. And the clean, harmless food was appropriated by Orochi. Ordinary people can only live by begging, finding leftovers and going hungry. At this moment, the two Smile Fruit owners suddenly attacked. One of them, moving very quickly, kidnapped Tama while being protected by his comrades. As it turns out, they discovered Tama's abilities and wanted to recruit her to their side. These people are all Gifta's blessed people under Kaido, part of the headliners team. Currently, there are a total of 3 headliners in this area: Hawkins, Hold'em, and Speed respectively, and Okabor's true leader is one of the All-Stars. This person has the blood of a mermaid, and was also saved by Kaido to Wano before. After learning this, Luffy, Zoro, and Okiku quickly gave chase. Actually, Okiku is not an ordinary girl, but a samurai. Very quickly, 3 people rushed into Bakura village where the officials were staying, causing a riot. Because the noise was so loud, even Law, who was hiding, received the news. In the process, Luffy rescued Tama from Hold'em. He saw Tama's injured face, and angry, he used Fire Fist to defeat Hold'em. Zoro and Okiku robbed a ship full of precious food. Tama also used Dango to control Speed, a Zoan type, to take her away. On the other hand, Hawkins, who can actually fight, is being stopped by Law. The two fought a battle and neither one won. Afterwards, Law went with Zoro and the others. After that, Luffy stole back a large barrel of purified water. Therefore, countless suffering people were saved. They were grateful to Luffy, needless to say. At this time, Luffy made a promise to Tama. In return for a meal, he would make this country no longer worry about food. When he left Wano that day, everyone here was able to eat their fill. In this moment, Tama seemed to see Ace again. That person in the past also made a similar promise. After that, Tama returned to Amagasa village. As for Luffy, he went with Law to Oden Castle on the top of the mountain. 20 years ago, the Kazuki clan and their servants, the Akazaya 9, were burned to death in Oden Castle. Under Orochi's education and brainwashing, Kazuki was propagated as a demon. Their desire to open up is also a way to bring in bad people and bad ideas. And Wano's policy of isolation was propagated as protecting the people. At Oden Castle, Luffy successfully reunited with Nami, Sanji, and the others. Also appearing here are Kinemon and Kenjuro. At the same time, Luffy also discovered the graves of Kinemon and Kenjuro here. It turns out that Kinemon, Kenjuro, Reizo, Kikunajo, and Kawamatsu are people who have traveled through time from Wano 20 years ago to the present day. All of this must start with Oden Kazuki. 20 years ago, Oden Kazuki had a shogun father, Sukiyaki Kazuki. But Odin did not want to be bound by flowers and went to Kuri, a place outside the law. Here, he quelled the thugs and Ronin. He reformed this place. He also led people to build Okabor into a beautiful place like paradise. Therefore, Odin was appointed daimyo of Okabor, becoming the ruler of this place. He also received Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, who wandered here, and created the Red Scabbards, which became a beautiful story. At that time, Odin was only 20 years old. He longed for the sea and adventure, and he himself also attracted many people. Among them, there are Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard. However, Kaido has secretly aligned himself with Orochi. They used a plot to harm Odin, making him a criminal of Wano. Therefore, the Kazuki family was all killed, dying in a sea of fire, and Kinemon's mother, Lady Toki, used the power of the time fruit. Take Kinemon and the others 20 years into the future. They carried the responsibility of defeating Kaido and Orochi, and inherit Odin's dream, open the door to Wano. Back to the present, though Odin has been declared a great sinner, but in the hearts of the people, there are still people who believe in Odin and are willing to sacrifice their lives for him. They waited patiently for 20 years and finally waited for Kazuki's return. These people are currently lurking everywhere in Wano and they all have moon shapes on their feet. As long as the Kazuki family gives the order, they will rebel. I must say, the person who can make people still have hope in him after 20 years. Besides Roger, there is only Odin. Currently, including all the samurai and forces of the Mink tribe, Kinemon can control about 5,000 people. Kinemon is planning a surprise attack. The target is Kaido, the Yonko is in Onigashima south of Wano, and the deciding day will be the fire festival in 2 weeks. That day, Kaido will meet Shogun Orochi of Wano and hold a drunken party. To convey this message, Kinemon created a special sign. People need to send this sign to those who have the moon on their feet during this time. At the same time, Kinemon also asked everyone to search for the 3 people in the Red Scabbards. They are Kawamatsu, Denjiro and Ashura Doji. Currently, Ashura Doji has become the backbone of the bandit group, Shutenmaru. He had just robbed Okabor village of food and met Jack. Without saying a word, the two immediately drew their swords and slashed at each other. Shutenmaru with one sword struck toward Jack's chest. However, during the two people's duel, the sky suddenly changed. It turned out that Kaido, because he was drunk, transformed into a dragon and came to this place. One time, the wind was strong and the clouds were dark. The terrifying atmosphere made Luffy and others far away unable to breathe. Okabor village also became ruins because of Kaido's appearance. At this time, Law analyzed that Kaido's target was him and Luffy. Luffy, Law and everyone split up to stop Kaido. But Kaido headed towards Odin Castle and Blue Dragon Breath. The terrifying fire penetrated straight through the mountain. When the light dissipated, half the mountain was flattened. Seeing that, Luffy was so angry that he couldn't bear it. He was worried about his teammates' safety, and immediately got in front of Kaido. Just saw Luffy jump into the air and use Elephant Gun to attack. Elephant Gun. The powerful attack power made everyone around unable to open their eyes. However, when the smoke cleared, Kaido was not injured. At this time, Luffy saw Speed injured and knew that Tama was also beaten by Kaido. So his anger increased a level and once again stood in front of Kaido. At this time, Luffy shouted to Kaido that he was the one who would become the Pirate King. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his third gear and attacked Kaido again. Gomu no. Elephant Gun. Gomu no. Unexpectedly, Kaido's defense is amazing. Even though Luffy attacks like a fierce rain, he only sees it as a way to sober up. After receiving a shiatsu massage, Kaido returned to his original form. He took out the wolf-tooth stick weapon and shook it at Luffy. Seeing that, Luffy knew he had to use all his strength. Immediately after, he transformed into his strongest form, Gear 4th. Once again, he attacked Kaido like a storm. This time, Luffy's attack was finally effective. Kaido was sober. Just seeing Kaido open his dragon eyes, there was also a thunderclap in the sky. And when the thunder cleared, Luffy's final move was near. Rubber. Bagua Thunder. Unexpectedly, Gear 4th could not win, before Kaido's 8 trigrams thunder. And Kaido even asked boredly, "What king do you want to be, child?" And so, Luffy failed and was captured, becoming Kaido's prisoner. Perhaps out of boredom, Kaido returned to Onigashima to drink. On the other hand, Nami and the others are fine. They were not injured by the dragon's breath thanks to Kinemon's protection. After that, news of Luffy's defeat spread throughout the country. Whether it's Frankie, Usopp or Robin, when they heard this news, Everyone looked confused. At this time, Luffy is being held at Udon prison for re-education through labor. Also imprisoned here was Kawamatsu, one of the 9 samurai of Akazaya, and Eustace Kid, obnoxious. Remember well, Kaido. Here, Wano's first stage ends. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived in Wano, Luffy encountered a big shock. So can the Straw Hats overcome the difficulties? What story is hidden in Hikari Suki Oden? Can everyone finally defeat the powerful Kaido? Predict what will happen next? We will talk about that in the next session. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. It's you. Hello everyone, I'm Dishwashing June. In the previous episode, we talked about the Straw Hat crew arriving in Wano. Luffy was defeated by Kaido and became a prisoner. Meanwhile, major events are taking place around the world. In it, Moria is surrounded by Blackbird pirates. Rain's Hope took Absalom's transparent fruit. Moria is also in a dangerous situation, possibly losing his life. At Marigios, Sabo leads the revolutionaries to rescue the enslaved bear. They had a big fight with Fujitora and Green Bull. It was as if the whole world was falling into a great vortex. In the future, only the strong can survive in the Sea of Chaos. Returning to Wano, Inuarashi and the others met Ashura Doji, but they have no intention of being loyal to Momonosuke. These 20 years were too heavy. He was completely disappointed with Wano that was sinking into darkness. Therefore, both parties parted unhappily. On the other hand, Luffy and Kid became the 2 kings of the Rabbit Bowl prison. Kaido hopes through labor to sharpen his will, attracting these 2 supernovas under his wing. And the head of the prison is Queen, one of the Big Mamas. Now, Big Mama stands next to Queen as king, leading the 3 disasters. On the other hand, Nami and the others are preparing for King Eamon's plan. They didn't just need to pass information to the knights. They also need to resolve the issue of weapons and the problem of seafaring ships. Meanwhile, Luffy and Kid are working as hard as hundreds of people in the mine, so they don't just have enough food. They also defeated Deputy Warden Magellan and rescued an old soldier. In addition, Caribou has reformed and has a fate in prison. On Sanji's side, he is running a noodle shop that is very popular with women. Here, he defeated troublemakers from the Black Gang. He also meets a always smiling girl named Tama. Tama worked hard to be able to eat Sanji's noodles. When people saw her happy smile, their hearts became much brighter. Yes, I need to work to make money. I finally bought noodles. My noodles were knocked down by a Black Gang. I was very sad. But I'm having fun. Really, it's that delicious. Speaking of which, today was the day Kamurasaki went for a walk in the city. Her beauty turned the whole country upside down, and a series of men took all their savings from her. And Tama is Kamurasaki's servant. The 2 have a very good relationship. They will go to the Shogun Castle to drink with Orochi. At the same time, Nico Robin was also invited, with the right to attend Orochi's party. At this time, Orochi had just finished receiving members of CP0. Turns out, due to the failure of Doflamingo, the middleman of the underworld, the world government has no choice but to contact Orochi directly to purchase weapons. The irony is that the weapons the world government uses to destroy pirates come from pirates. On Zoro's side, he often gets lost and separated from everyone. In the process, Zoro met a man who liked to laugh named Yasui, and he went to Ebisu village, where people always laugh. About this, Yasui explained with a smile. Life is erratic. If you don't smile and face life, it is truly a pity. After that, Zoro heard from the villagers about the robber who stole the rich to give to the poor, Shutenru. In the city center, Orochi holds a grand party. Also attending were people under Orochi, the boss of the Kayashiro gang. While partying, Robin quietly left. She and her friends sneaked in and began searching Orochi's mansion. Among them, Brooke discovered historical texts, but Robin encountered Orochi's ninja force. Luckily, she escaped using the flower clone. Later, during the party, Orochi once again talks about the Kazuki family's legend of revenge. Kamurasaki couldn't help but laugh at his cowardly words. This made Orochi extremely angry and wanted to kill Kamurasaki. In times of danger, Kamurasaki held Orochi tightly to protect Toko. She changed her gentle attitude, becoming assertive. Right now, even facing Orochi's fruit form, Yamada no Orochi, Kamurasaki still showed no signs of fear. Right after that, Orochi bit Kamurasaki and the whole party suddenly became chaos. Next, Robin, Brooke, Nami and the others appeared one after another. They intend to save Toko and Kamurasaki and begin confronting the ninja force. But Kayashiro, to show loyalty to Orochi, killed Kamurasaki with an executioner. Seeing that, Nami did not dare to hold back and summon Zeus. Just saw a big and thick bolt of lightning falling from the sky. The whole shogun's mansion was shining brightly. Thanks to this opportunity, Nami and everyone saved Toko and escaped. At the same time, Big Mom was on her way to Wano. Upon hearing this news, Kaido ordered his subordinates to attack her. Unexpectedly, Big Mom's fighting power was so terrible that she broke through to the last layer of the defense barrier. Right at this moment, King attacked Big Mom's ship. He is the owner of the ancient type Devil Fruit, Ryu no Mi, model, Pteranodon. Based on the pressure of the waterfall, he kicked Big Mom's ship down. And Big Mom also fell into the whirlpool, with an uncertain fate. On the other hand, because Sanji used to fight gangsters, Kayashiro, one of Kaido's 6 samurai, came to capture Sanji. Kayashiro is one of the 6 strongest people in the samurai group. This time, the participants were Page 1 and X-Drake. During the confrontation with Page 1, Sanji used Germa's battle suit. His power suddenly increased, and he called himself Soba Mask. Soba Mask. With the support of the battle suit, Sanji's speed increases very quickly, and his defense ability is also amazing. Not only that, the battle suit also has an invisibility effect. This is almost equivalent to the invisibility devil fruit that Sanji dreamed of. This power can actually be used to break into the women's bathroom of her dreams. Afterwards, Sanji defeated Page 1 unilaterally, but the opponent's defense is too strong. Therefore, Sanji didn't want to contradict him too much and retreated first. Later, Chopper and Udon saved Big Mom from a shipwreck. Unexpectedly, due to drowning, Big Mom lost her memory. Chopper and everyone started taking care of Big Mom and calling her Mrs. Lin. They planned to use Big Mom's power to rescue Luffy from the quarry prison. They told Big Mom that the quarry prison had many delicious red bean soups. Big Mom follows Chopper and begins his journey to the quarry prison. At this time, everyone in the prison discovered that Kid had escaped from prison and disappeared. As for Luffy, he helped old Hyogoro many times. He didn't just give Hyogoro food vouchers, but also defeated the prison guards who bullied Hyogoro. In fact, Hyogoro was the leader of the Wano underworld 20 years ago, Hyogoro of China. He is very loyal and reputable, and refused to join Kurozumi Orochi. Therefore, Hyogoro fell into prison and was tortured. Next, Queen visited the quarry prison. He captured Luffy and Hyogoro, who wanted to escape from prison, and has prepared a sumo ring, wanting to use sumo to execute Luffy. To be fair, Queen also freed Luffy's handcuffed hand with the sea stone. After that, Luffy faced off against the strongest people in Kaido's army. He remembered Rayleigh's use of haki, and wants to raise his haki level through combat, because only then can Kaido's invincible dragon scales be broken. On the other hand, Nami and Robin went to the bathroom to relax. Unexpectedly, Drake and Hawkins led people here. They ordered the arrest of people with moon tattoos on their legs and discovered Nami. The weapon is so big, truly a national weapon. In front of Nami's national weapon, everyone cannot defend. Even Sanji, who was peeking from the shadows, showed a happy appearance. Afterwards, Sanji led Nami and Robin and the others to flee. Everyone was very suspicious as to why Hawkins knew about the moon tattoo sign, and even Kineman's special effects were known to Orochi. Currently, many samurai have been captured by Orochi's subordinates. The situation is not very bright. At the same time, Zoro meets a weapon-collecting samurai named Gyukimaru. This person also stole Wano's national treasure sword that Zoro was holding, Shusui. At this moment, Kamurasaki led Tama to run from afar. She didn't know why. She wasn't killed by Kayashiro, and also chased by a masked killer who always smiles. This person is Orochi's assassin, Kamazo. Seeing this, to protect Kamurasaki and Tama, Zoro turned back to confront Kamazo. Unexpectedly, Kamazo has amazing strength. The fight with Zoro is difficult to win or lose. Even worse, Gyukimaru was watching the fight and took the opportunity to attack Zoro. So, Kamazo saw an opportunity and used his scythe to stab Zoro's right shoulder. But Zoro, as expected of a swordsman, used his muscles to grip the blade, makes Kamazo unable to pull out his scythe. Right after that, Zoro successfully grabbed the scythe. Great technique, 3 swords. Purgatory. Thus, Zoro used a purgatory move to defeat Kamazo. However, he was also so seriously injured that he fell down. Later, Zoro was saved by Kamurasaki and Toko. Toko deliberately applied oyster oil that she bought from Usopp on Zoro. Kamurasaki also reveals his true identity. It turns out that Kamurasaki is Tono Yasui's biological sister, Hiyori Kazuki. At that time, she was saved by Akazaya Nine's Kawamatsu, changed her name, and has survived to this day. Then, because the weather was too cold, the three of them even slept together, very happy and interesting. On Luffy's side, he has defeated many devil fruit owners but still cannot understand high-level haki. At this time, Hyogoro told Luffy that Wano had a high-level type of haki called Ryo. He even personally demonstrated and taught Luffy about related techniques. With Hyogoro's help, Luffy made great progress in using haki. In Ebisu village, Nami and everyone gathered here. They are worried about the secret code being leaked. Suddenly, Yasui burst into the room. He recognized Kinemon's secret code and said he could help. In fact, Toko is Yasui's daughter. He will give all the money he earns at Flower Capital to his father, and Yasui will share money with the villagers to help their lives. That night, Yasui did something amazing. He voluntarily confessed to Orochi's ninja force, claiming that he was Ushimitsu Kozo, and the ninja force also discovered Yasui's true identity. The next day, upon hearing this news, Orochi immediately ordered Yasui to be killed. He also distributed newspapers everywhere to propagate this matter. Very quickly, Toko learned about this when Brooke came to visit. She quickly ran out of the house, wanting to go see her father. It can be seen that Toko is very panicked and sad inside. But her face was always smiling, without any sadness. "Where are you going? You don't want to live anymore. Let me go." "What happened, Toko?" "My father is about to be killed." "What?" "It's also a beautiful sunny day in the capital city today. Actually, Yasui is actually Shimotsuki Yasui. Previously, he was daimyo of the Hakamai region of Wano, serving the Kazuki clan. He and Kazuki Oden have a deep relationship and are very loved by the people. At that time, he even stood up against Orochi, but due to Kaido's intervention, he failed. Now, the news of Yasui's impending execution has become known. Everyone in Ebisu village rushed to Flower Capital without paying attention to all the risks. They wanted to rescue Yasui from the courtyard, and Usopp and the others also supported from behind. But at this moment, facing the death penalty, Yasui showed no fear. He said that he was not the real Shitenmaru, just wanted to attract attention. As for all the knights receiving the mark, it was all created by him. He mocked Orochi for believing in this. It was all a joke. The imprisoned knights were just commoners. As it turns out, Yasui sacrificed himself to allow Kinemon's plan to continue. Perhaps, this is the last contribution he can make to the Kazuki family today. Afterwards, Yasui also scolded Orochi for destroying the beauty of Wano, and he mocked that Orochi was just a coward who was afraid of Oden. Hearing, Orochi angrily fired his gun and ordered his immediate execution. At this moment, countless bullets flew towards Yasui, and blood also shot out from his body. At this time, Yasui remembered his memories with Oden. Remember the respect the Red Scabbards and everyone had for you. In this life, he also has no regrets. If there is anything regrettable, it is that he apologized to his daughter. "Dad," Toko. Right, then let's sit on Dad's shoulders." "I'm sorry, Toko. Be a father, but let your child become an orphan." In the end, Yasui died under random gunfire, and the people in the stands sank into deep sadness. But a strange scene happened. Everyone smiled. What's going on? Actually, all these strange sights are due to Kaido and Orochi. A few years ago, they started purchasing Smile Devil fruit on a large scale. This fruit only has a 10% success rate, and failed products will cause the eater to lose all expressions except the smile. What's worse is to prevent people from expressing their anger and sadness. Orochi mixed the failed smile fruit into the food of the people of Ebisu. Those who don't know the story see it as a gift, but this is the beginning of the real tragedy. So behind these seemingly happy smiles, hidden is this country's biggest, deepest darkness. At this time, Toko dared to venture into the scene. She brought along oyster oil that she bought from Usopp, thinking it could heal her father's wound. "I bring you a very good medicine. Father, come back to life. This medicine will heal your wounds. Dad will be okay." However, this is just a deception by Usopp, completely irreversible. Orochi suddenly saw Toko and was very angry. He immediately picked up a gun and shot at Toko. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared, blocking the bullet. The people who came were Zoro and Usopp. Next, the Straw Hats caused big trouble at Flower Capital. Even though people can't kill Orochi, but Yasui's body along with the villagers were saved from danger. At the same time, the mine prison received 2 prisoners. One of them is Orochi's assassin, Kamizo. The other person is Kid, who succeeded in escaping from prison but voluntarily fell in love. It turns out that Kamizo's true identity is the super rookie killer. He was forced to eat the failed smile fruit. To save his teammates, he transformed into Kamizo and followed Orochi's orders. At this time, Big Mom and Chopper suddenly attack the prison. Under the temptation of red bean soup, Big Mom continuously causes destruction. See that. To protect his red bean soup, he transformed into his hand dragon form and fought Big Mom. The confrontation between two heavyweight opponents in just a moment. After just one face-off, Big Mom defeated Queen. Before Big Mom's power, the entire mine prison became chaotic. Actually, Big Mom wants red bean soup. This is so that everyone in Okabor village can enjoy this delicious dish. But the red bean soup in the prison was eaten by Luffy the night before. So, Big Mom aimed at Luffy with the power of a mountain. During the danger, Luffy succeeded in understanding Oden's haki. He broke his and Hyogoro's collars, and led Big Mom around the prison. After a long time, he created a trap to lure Big Mom and used an attack from above. The powerful attack power caused Big Mom to regain her memories and fall down. Soon after, Queen quickly tied up Big Mom and personally took her to Onigashima, where Kaido was. At the same time, due to the chaos caused by Big Mom, Reizo teamed up with Kawamatsu to cut off communication between the prison and the outside world. Luffy continues to practice sumo with the prison guards to hone his skills. Meanwhile, Kawamatsu was also rescued and escaped from prison. Under everyone's encouragement, the prisoners reignited their resistance against Kaido. Everyone decides to break through the quarry prison to overthrow Kaido's regime. And so, Udon prison was successfully controlled. Tsuru also used Dango to subdue a large number of animal-type prison guards, and the people who were also rescued by Luffy included Kid and Killer. In Kinemon's place, he meets Ashura Doji at a cemetery. This place buried countless samurai who fought against Kaido 10 years ago. At that time, Ashura, who was waiting for Kazuki's return, had witnessed too many tragedies, to the point where he lost the will to fight Kaido and became a pirate. But now, due to Yasui's death, Ashura once again saw hope. He decides to follow Momonosuke and Kinemon to defeat Kaido. And so, the Red Scabbards have gathered all 8 people, only missing Denjiro in the end. Ashura also stole the map of Onigashima and many ships, enough to carry thousands of soldiers. On the other hand, Hawkins meets with Law privately. He successfully captured Law by threatening the lives of Law's crew. But a mysterious person rescued Law without anyone knowing. Law defeated Hawkins in prison and heard about the Kid Alliance's past. At that time, Kaido appeared from the sky, facing the Kid Alliance. But Apul was actually Kaido's spy and betrayed him on the spot. As a result, Hawkins surrendered to Kaido, and Kid and Killer were captured after their defeat. Meanwhile, Zoro is leading Hiyori, Kamirasaki, to find Gyukimaru. The one who also came to this place was Kawamatsu of the Red Scabbards. Turns out, Gyukimaru is a fox who serves the Shimatsuki family, serving Ringo's daimyo, Shimatsuki Ashimaru. People in the Ringo area consider knives as symbols of the soul, placed on graves, and Gyukimaru once protected these grave swords with Kawamatsu, planning to use them to overthrow Kaido. Now Gyukimaru has completed this mission. He has led everyone to find the hidden weapon. Therefore, the army that overthrew Kaido was no longer alone. Next, in order for Aim no Habakiri to return to Wano, Hiyori exchanged the Enma sword with Zoro. This is Kazuki Oden's sword, which once injured Kaido. At that time, Oden gave his 2 swords to the 2 children. Momonosuke holds Aim no Habakiri, and Hiyori holds Enma. On Onigashima, Kaido and Big Mom officially met. The first 2 clashed swords, their blades tearing through the innocent sky. After that, they shook hands, drank happily, formed alliances, and discussed big things together. We, the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates, decided to form a pirate alliance. After our alliance conquered the world, let's kill each other. At Kinemon's place, they modified the code according to Yasui's instructions. Initially, the Snake Code suggested that they would gather at Habu Port. As for the Lizard Code after the revision, it is predicted that they will change the meeting point to Tokage Port. Thus, they can avoid Orochi's eyes and sail smoothly. Now, there is not much time left for the Fire Festival. Everyone is preparing for the final battle. Among them, Zoro is trying to control the sword Enma. This sword is very powerful, carrying its own Sakura stream, a blow that can cut the shoreline. But it will absorb a large amount of the swordsman's essence, as expected of a top demonic sword. In fact, if a swordsman continuously coats their blade with haki, they can upgrade it to a black blade. Therefore, Zoro determined to make all his precious swords become black blades. Meanwhile, Luffy is continuously practicing haki at the quarry, progressing very quickly, and Kenjuro led the Akazaya samurai. They set out to the gathering place. The forces currently attacking Kaido are ready. The war is about to break out. But for some reason, Orochi still knows the new password. He immediately mobilized people to prepare to deal with the rebels. However, when the army comes, they block it, and when the country comes, they cover it. Luffy and the others will not give up. The future storm will definitely be even stronger. Here, Wano Kuni's second act ends. Wait for me to see. The battle to change fate is about to begin. The first act is about to be revealed. Hello everyone, I'm Capper-sama. In the previous episode, we talked about the upcoming Sacred Fire Festival in Wano. The army to attack Kaido is ready. Currently, the World Conference full of threats has ended. During this time, a series of big news shook the world. Among them, the newspaper recorded death and failed assassination events. Two events seemed to point to Sabo and Vivi. At the same time, Drake contacted Kobe in secret. He is actually a man working for the Navy who is disguised alongside Kaido. Additionally, the World Conference abolished the Shichibukai system. The old Shichibukai became pirates with high bounties. This major event will seriously affect the balance of the world. Big waves are rising everywhere. The war to wipe out the Shichibukai has officially begun. It's so exciting. It's been a long time since I've had this feeling. Thank you. I will look for opportunities and escape. On the other hand, the Navy learned of Kaido and Big Mom's alliance. This seems to be the rebirth of the Rocks pirate group. In pirate history, the highest bounties are Roger 5.5 billion and Whitebeard 5 billion. Up to now, the four Yakos are 4.6 billion, 4.3 billion, 4 billion and 2.2 billion respectively. However, facing the Yonko alliance with a total bonus of up to 9 billion, Akainu refused to intervene because the Navy no longer had enough forces. Back in Wano, it's time for the Sacred Fire Festival. Orochi boarded a boat to Onigashima, where everyone was also celebrating the Sacred Fire ceremony and enjoying freedom. At the same time, at Tokage Port, Kinemon and the others did not see any warriors. Say there are warships, say there are soldiers, but in front of you there are only waves surging. What finally happened to all this that caused the defeated army to become nothing? Actually, a day ago, Orochi destroyed the bridge leading to Tokage Port. Even the hidden Sunny and ships in other ports were attacked. However, faced with all of this, the Akazaya Knights still wanted to fight. Because the people of Wano are suffering, because of Oden Kazuki's will. Except for Kinemon, everyone decided to sacrifice themselves. Listen, before the world begins to change, we must open the gates of Wano. Time goes back 41 years ago. At that time, Oden was only 18 years old. He is a famous figure in Flower Capital. He also constantly tried to escape from Wano to set sail for freedom. However, due to isolation policies and unfortunate fate, Oden failed 38 times. In Flower Capital, Oden's dual swords are famous throughout the world. He also once single-handedly cut down a giant wild boar that caused trouble to Genshiro. That's why Oden conquered Kinemon and Denjiro, who were once criminals. At that time, Oden caused trouble and Sukiyaki Kazuki severed the father-son relationship. Therefore, Oden left Flower Capital. According to rumors, there are many people who want to follow Oden. They didn't realize it and ran together, causing Flower Capital to tilt. Then, Oden and Shiro, daimyo of the White Dance, meet. He also met Orochi, who had just been hired by the Kazuki family as a servant. Orochi on the surface is a coward, but behind his back, he was stealing money and constantly pretending to be poor to borrow money from everywhere. Meanwhile, Oden departs from Kuri to prepare to take over the outlawed land. Along the way, he adopted two rough-looking boys, Aizo and Kikunajo. He then found Kenjuro and Reizo on the road. Next, Oden himself challenges Ashura and the thugs in Kuri. The fight lasted all night and eventually ended with Oden's victory. Ashura admired Oden's talent. Kuri became a beautiful place under Oden's rule. Therefore, Shogun Sukiyaki appointed Oden as daimyo of Kuri. The whole nation is proud of Oden. And Oden invited Kinemon and the others. Be my samurai. Don't come close to me, your nose is stuck to me. And so, Oden had his own group of generals. Later, the membership also included Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. They have continuously honed their samurai path because of Oden. They became the strongest group of generals of Wano Kuni. Time passed quickly. That day, the Whitebird pirates landed at Kuri of Wano Kuni. Odin was very excited when he learned this. He immediately went to Whitebeard and pulled out his sword, wanting to force him to let him on the ship. However, before Whitebeard's power, Odin failed. But, after 3 days and 3 nights holding tight to the ship's swing, Odin eventually became Whitebeard's brother, and began a life of pirates. At the same time, during the trial, Odin also saved a woman from 800 years ago who traveled through time, and Inuarashi and Nekomamushi also sneaked onto Whitebeard's ship. After that, everyone went through many adventures and formed deep friendships. Odin saw the world scenery. The sea on the other side was truly brilliant and rich. To document this trip, he also drew an elaborate map of the world. He also loved Toki and won his lover's heart. On the other hand, Shogun Sukiyaki of Wano Kuni was poisoned by Orochi and was in critical condition. Orochi lied to him, saying he was Odin's sworn brother. Therefore, Sukiyaki, who initially wanted to pass the throne to Odin, temporarily let Orochi take the position of shogun. In fact, the Kurizumi family once wanted to take over the position of shogun, but failed. Orochi received support from 2 elders in the family. One of them possesses the evil mimic fruit, not only using the ability to deceive Sukiyaki, but also impersonated Sukiyaki's appearance, making Orochi's position as shogun legitimate. One day in the middle of the sea, Roger's pirate group accidentally met Whitebeard's pirate group. Both sides didn't say much and immediately started fighting. Roger defeated Odin with just 1 blow, and also clashed with Whitebeard with a powerful blow. The blade does not touch. After a battle lasting 3 days and 3 nights, mutual plundering became an exchange of gifts. Roger also drinks with Whitebeard and learns that Odin can read ancient letters. Next, Roger suggested to Whitebeard that he wanted to borrow Odin for a year to fulfill his dream. At this moment, Odin was stunned by Roger's generosity, because Roger said something that everyone did not dare to imagine. In the end, Odin agreed to Roger's request. He also wanted to help Roger fulfill his dream. Thus, Odin opened the 2nd chapter of his pirate life. In this year, he and everyone accomplished something that shook the world. Help GOLD. Roger reached the final island and learned all the truth. Thanks to that, Roger also became the only person to become the Pirate King. We know all about the world. Roger at that time laughed loudly. Joy boy me. I really want to live in the same era as you. For 800 years, no one has reached the final island. Let's name it. Called Laugh Tale. Afterwards, GOLD, Roger disbanded his pirate crew, and Kazuki Odin refused Rayleigh's help and returned to his hometown alone. He wants to start his journey, opening the door to Wano, a country that is self-isolating. Wano, like a smoky painting, is no longer the beautiful scene it once was. People also endure oppression, and life becomes increasingly difficult. Everything is due to Orochi Kurizumi. He joined forces with the great pirate Kaido, causing trouble in Wano country. Although life was difficult, everyone was happy when Odin returned. They hope Odin can save the country and stop the chaos. As soon as he knew everything, Odin immediately set out for Hoenn. He single-handedly defeated countless of Orochi's minions. A face like Shura made Orochi tremble in fear. But the old man in the Kurizumi family has the ability to create a screen to resist Odin's attack. Orochi uses hostages from the people of Wano country, forcing Odin to dance naked every day in Hoenn. He promised Odin that each dance would free 100 hostages, and after 5 years, he will board a boat and leave Wano country, saying goodbye to everyone. So, Odin decided to shoulder this burden himself. He went to town, dancing naked day after day. This scene made the people who were expecting Odin feel disappointed. They thought they had received a savior, but in reality they were just a dancing clown. A year later, Orochi intentionally informed Odin about Roger's death. That day, Odin came to the beach. He cried, he laughed. He remembered everything in the past, was both sad for Roger and proud of Roger. Our captain had a wonderful life. But I don't know when. Odin has been dancing for many years. The time has come 20 years ago. However, on the day of the appointment, Orochi betrayed his promise. He plans to turn the entire Wano country into a weapons factory. He even handed over 5 samurai of Hoa to Kaido, so that they could live without death. Odin couldn't take it anymore and finally decided to rebel. He led his servants, setting out for Onigashima. The blood-red sunset shined on each person. The blade of the knife was also red like fire. That day, people called these servants the 9 Red Samurai. However, Kaido received information from an insider, blocking the way midway. He said that Kaido actually cheated on Oden. 5 years ago, Oden returned with glory, using the strength of all the samurai in the country. Kaido could hardly resist. However, to this day, Kaido was sure of victory. Wano's fate was determined. Hearing this, Oden said that he did not regret his decision that day. After speaking, he drew his sword along with his generals and broke out into a great war with countless enemies. Unexpectedly, the fighting power of Oden, 10 people and Shinobu was very terrible. Thousands of soldiers were destroyed, and Kaido's dragon breath was also stopped. Seeing this, Queen and King continuously stopped the Akazaya samurai, and Kaido took action himself. But at this moment, Oden's divine weapon was directly piercing into the sky. Stop killing gods, stop killing Buddha, even dragons, he wants to kill to save the country. Togen's cross punch. After one attack, Kaido was seriously injured. However, Orochi used the Momo no Mi devil fruit to transform into Kinemon. This makes Oden worried and distracted, so Kaido takes advantage of the opportunity. Thus, the war to punish Kaido ended tragically. Oden and the Akazaya Knights were convicted of treason and executed by boiling in oil. But faced with such a horrible killing method, Oden suggested Kaido, if there is a person who can endure the punishment without dying, then he or she must be forgiven. Such funny words, Kaido scoffed and agreed to give Oden an hour. A pot of molten oil, it was absolutely a place of death. He did not believe that Oden and the Akazaya Knights could survive a minute. But Oden didn't say any more, just jumped straight into the oil pot. The hot current burned his body. Oden couldn't help but let out an inhuman scream. Seeing this, all the Akazaya samurai rushed into the oil pot. They want to face the endless sea of fire with their master. But at this moment, Oden did something amazing. Unexpectedly, Oden Kozuki wanted to endure the boiling punishment alone. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. His whole body felt like it was on fire. Everyone around saw this and laughed that he was the stupidest person. But Shinobu revealed the truth about Oden's naked dance. At that time, she hid in the house and heard Orochi threatening Oden. Until today, the people of Wano understand. The reason they can still live a peaceful life. It's because Oden carried the entire nation. Time passed bit by bit. The torture of the fire could not finally break Oden. He endured for an hour in an oil pot with a temperature higher than 700 degrees. However, Kaido and Orochi once again betrayed their promise. They ordered everyone in the Oden family to be shot dead. What's worse is that even the people who pleaded for Oden were brutally shot to death. In times of danger, Oden entrusted his dream to the Akazaya samurai. He said that in the future a chosen person will appear, and Wano must open the door to become that person's supporting strength. Oden then threw all of the Akazaya samurai out of the oil pot's range, and the samurai also left in tears. They didn't dare look back, because once they look back, they won't be able to control their steps. Oden's dream will no longer be fulfilled. At the same time, Kaido also raised his gun towards Oden. Out of respect for Oden, he said he killed the old man who imitated the fruit. Hearing that, Oden didn't care much and answered Kaido, "You are so serious. Then try to become stronger, my samurai." Ashura. Kinemon. I will go first. This is a dish that tastes better the more you cook it. This is Oden dish. And so, Kozuki Oden laughed while dying amid the flames. His life, tragic but also majestic. It is said that Pirate King Roger had a wonderful life. Then Kozuki Oden also deserves those 3 words. Afterwards, Orochi ordered the Kozuki clan to be destroyed. Tokinabe used her ability to transport Momonosuke and the others 20 years into the future. But she doesn't want to leave. Tokinabe, who came from 800 years ago, wanted to go to the future to witness the changes in the world. But since meeting Oden, Tokinabe knew that the era this man lived in was the destination she wanted. In the end, Tokinabe was shot to death by an arrow, dying in a sea of flames, and the Wano kingdom completely fell into the hands of Kaido and Orochi, beginning a period of dark rule. Over the past 20 years, Denjiro has changed his appearance, becoming Kaishiro. He also transformed into Zorijuro, robbing the rich to give alms to the poor. Hiyori also became a top geisha under his protection. At the same time, Orochi also told Kaido about the traitor he placed next to Oden. This person came from the Kurazumi family, whose parents were theater actors, but were killed on stage. Therefore, the traitor has a special passion for acting. He always pretends to be one of Oden's servants. If he doesn't receive orders from Orochi, he will even die because of Odin. Back in the present, Kinemon and the others face an empty sea. The plan was revealed many times, causing everyone to suspect the possibility of a traitor. However, everyone still decided to continue attacking, even though the road ahead was full of thorns. Because the next opportunity will be after a year, the situation will only become more severe than today. And at this moment, an incident happened. Kenjuro suddenly reveals himself as a spoiler in a sniper movie. As it turns out, he is the traitor among the Red Samurai. Just saw Kenjuro using his fake self to fool everyone, and secretly went to the port to capture Momonosuke. Unexpectedly, Kenjuro had hidden himself from before. His drawing skills are absolutely divine. At the same time, 3 Kaido warships also appeared before everyone's eyes. They immediately opened fire, preparing to completely destroy Kozuki's remaining faction. Right at this moment, Sunny appeared. Along with it are Law's submarine and Kid's ship. After just one clash, a warship was completely destroyed, and Kayashiro also stabbed a sword from the side, cutting off another warship. Currently, Kayashiro brings along the 1,200 samurai he rescued from prison to help, and he also revealed to Kinemon that he was Denjiro. Afterwards, Denjiro expressed his admiration for Kinemon and decoded the password. The 2 horizontal bars on the snake's body indicate that only the snake's head needs to be seen, and the meaning of the snake head is Habu Harbor. So, the samurai had set out the day before and were completely gathered at the harbor. The warships and harbor ships later destroyed by Orochi were all abandoned warships. Unexpectedly, due to coincidence, the special decoding skill has escaped Kenjuro's supervision. Because of this, Denjiro constantly praises Kinemon for being smart, and Kinemon pretended to be a profound person, hiding the joy in his heart. Then, another samurai ship appeared. A total of 5,400 men of the army that destroyed Onigashima were fully concentrated. At this time, Kenjuro quickly drew a bird, caught Momonosuke and flew away. As for Momonosuke, under Luffy's encouragement, he changed from being weak. He asked everyone to attack. He would definitely find a way to escape. But the samurai crisis remains unresolved. Kaido's last warship is continuously firing artillery from afar. The enemy took advantage of its superiority in performance and weapons, leaving the coalition without a chance to counterattack. If such a situation persists, the plan to cross the sea to attack the island will collapse into a bubble. At this critical moment, a series of large streams of water suddenly rose from the sea. The powerful attack power not only separated the cannons but also destroyed Kaido's fleet with ease. Everyone was surprised by this situation. Who is the person who finally comes? He has such magical power that it can shake heaven and earth. Is there anybody there? I am from the Undersea Nation, the mermaid town of the Ryugu Kingdom. This time, I drank wine and became friends with the Straw Hat Boy. People call me that. Jinbe Pirates. From now on, I hope everyone will always pay attention to me. Jinbe. Kid. Jinbe. Luffy, I'm back as promised. Jinbe has successfully returned. All Straw Hat members have gathered. Right after that, everyone immediately got on the boat and quickly headed towards the goal. Hello everyone, I'm Capper-sama. Before that, we talked about Jinbe finding Luffy. All the Straw Hat pirates gathered. Next, everyone prepares to leave for Ghost Island. Everyone also made a battle plan, dividing their troops into many routes to encircle. But no matter how the plan is made, there are always 2 idiots who refuse to follow it. There are always 2 idiots attacking from the front. Very quickly, Ghost Island's main fortress was destroyed by the army, and Luffy officially arrived on the island. To congratulate Jinbe on joining, Luffy also showed off his wonderful singing voice. Congratulations. Jinbe joins. Meanwhile, inside Ghost Island, Kaido is holding a party with 30,000 people. His top players, the 6 flying dragons, have also appeared, and Kaido asks everyone to search for his missing daughter, Yamato. On the other hand, the extermination army has completed its landing on the island. To show determination, Kinemon ordered all ships destroyed. Initially, everyone wanted to disguise themselves as the Beast Pirates army to avoid early fighting. But Luffy never cared about those things. Seeing wasted food on Onigashima, thinking of the people of Wano country who are suffering from hunger and cold, Luffy immediately rushed into the hall, destroying everything. And accompanying Luffy in this low-level action, there is also Zoro. At this moment, a puss suddenly attacked with sound. His abilities are very strange. After just one confrontation, Luffy and Zoro were hit and suffered minor injuries. Cut. Zoro. Explode. Luffy. Now, Luffy and Zoro, unable to understand Appu's attack, were crushed. At this time, an unexpected incident happened. Kid, the traitor, was extremely angry. He immediately concentrated his iron arm to smash Appu against the wall. In fact, as long as you don't hear Appu's voice, you won't be attacked. Immediately afterwards, during the fierce attack of the vanguard, the battlefield became chaotic. Luffy and the others continued to advance, preparing to confront Kaido. On the outskirts of Wano country, Big Mom's children climbed the big rock for the second time. However, just as he was about to succeed, Marco suddenly appeared. With one kick, he sent Big Mom's pirate ship down the waterfall, causing all his efforts to come to naught. And so, Big Mom pirates failed to climb the waterfall for the second time. And with Marco, there's also Nekomamushi and Akika's older brother, Aize. However, Perospero left the Big Mom pirates and headed towards Onigashima on his own. On Orochi's side, Kanjuro finally arrived in front of him. So Orochi and Kaido know all the situations. They also want to publicly execute Momonosuke. Elsewhere, everyone acts quite smoothly. Only Chopper suddenly met Big Mom while taking a bath. The other person recognized Chopper at first sight and started the chase. Fortunately, after some difficulties, everyone escaped Big Mom's pursuit. On the other hand, Luffy often loses Zoro and the others. When he gets lost, he accidentally meets Tobi Rappo, Who's Who, and Sasaki. Neither side said much. All three are stubborn people. After a match, Luffy is put at a disadvantage. Next, Who's Who and Sasaki transform into their fruit forms. Who's Who's fruit is saber-toothed tiger, and Sasaki's is Triceratops. After several attacks, Luffy was captured by Who's Who and prepared to transform into Gear 4th. At this moment, Thunder Bagua appeared suddenly and defeated Who's Who. The person who came was Kaido's daughter Yamato. Thunder Bagua. She can only use Thunder Bagua at most. It doesn't hurt at all. Next, Yamato took Luffy and the other person for a private conversation. Actually, Yamato admired Oden Kazuki very much. She had witnessed an execution before and was moved by Oden's bravery. Furthermore, Yamato has obtained Oden's logbook. She admires Oden's life and wants to be Oden. Therefore, Yamato wishes to inherit Oden's will to open the door to Wano. Additionally, Yamato also had a past relationship with Ace. 4 years ago, Ace wanted to challenge Kaido and came across Yamato. One is the son of the Pirate King, the other is the daughter of the 4 emperors. Thunder activated fire, the two immediately started fighting. I'm Ace. Come here to get Kaido's head. After a battle, Ace and Yamato drink and have fun. With Ace's confirmation, Yamato confirmed his dream. She also hopes to be like Oden, go out to sea and have her own life. Also from Ace's mouth, Yamato heard about the majesty of the sea. She learned more about Luffy's stories and that great dream. That was the end of my brother's dream. The government doesn't let us go to the last island, where there are many treasures. Right, alright, I have decided. We will always believe that. He is seriously thinking about everything. Thus, Yamato was touched by Luffy's dream. She also promised that later she wanted to go out to sea with Ace and Luffy. The next day, Ace was about to leave. Yamato helped him make a life card. Just bring the life card. After Yamato sets sail, she can find Ace. In the end, Ace left and said goodbye to Yamato. Yamato. She must keep it carefully. Ace. We must meet again, Ace. Promise. But that, indeed, was our last farewell. Back in the present, Yamato really wants to fight with Luffy. However, Yamato always wears a criminal lock on his hand. Unexpectedly, Kaido's defense is amazing. Even though Luffy attacks like a fierce rain, he only sees it as a way to sober up. After receiving a shiatsu massage, Kaido returned to his original form. He took out the wolf-tooth stick weapon and shook it at Luffy. Seeing that, Luffy knew he had to use all his strength. Immediately after, he transformed into his strongest form, Gear 4th. Once again, he attacked Kaido like a storm. This time, Luffy's attack was finally effective. Kaido was sober. Just seeing Kaido open his dragon eyes, there was also a thunderclap in the sky. And when the thunder cleared, Luffy's final move was near. Rubber. Bagua Thunder. Unexpectedly, Gear 4th could not win, before Kaido's 8 trigrams thunder. And Kaido even asked boredly, "What king do you want to be, child?" And so, Luffy failed and was captured, becoming Kaido's prisoner. Perhaps out of boredom, Kaido returned to Onigashima to drink. On the other hand, Nami and the others are fine. They were not injured by the dragon's breath thanks to Kinemon's protection. After that, news of Luffy's defeat spread throughout the country. Whether it's Frankie, Usopp or Robin, When they heard this news, everyone looked confused. At this time, Luffy is being held at Udon prison for re-education through labor. Also imprisoned here was Kawamatsu, one of the 9 samurai of Akazaya, and Eustace Kid, obnoxious. Remember well, Kaido. Here, Wano's first stage ends. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived in Wano, Luffy encountered a big shock. So can the Straw Hats overcome the difficulties? What story is hidden in Hikari Tsuki Oden? Can everyone finally defeat the powerful Kaido? Predict what will happen next? We will talk about that in the next session. Thanks everyone. Goodbye. It's you. Hello everyone, I'm Dishwashing June. In the previous episode, we talked about the Straw Hat crew arriving in Wano. Luffy was defeated by Kaido and became a prisoner. Meanwhile, major events are taking place around the world. In it, Moria is surrounded by Blackbird pirates. Rain's Hope took Absalom's transparent fruit. Moria is also in a dangerous situation, possibly losing his life. At Marigios, Sabo leads the revolutionaries to rescue the enslaved bear. They had a big fight with Fujitora and Green Bull. It was as if the whole world was falling into a great vortex. In the future, only the strong can survive in the Sea of Chaos. Returning to Wano, Inuarashi and the others met Ashura Doji, but they have no intention of being loyal to Momonosuke. These 20 years were too heavy. He was completely disappointed with Wano that was sinking into darkness. Therefore, both parties parted unhappily. On the other hand, Luffy and Kid became the 2 kings of the Rabbit Bowl prison. Kaido hopes through labor to sharpen his will, attracting these 2 supernovas under his wing. And the head of the prison is Queen, one of the Big Mamas. Now, Big Mama stands next to Queen as king, leading the 3 disasters. On the other hand, Nami and the others are preparing for King Eamon's plan. They didn't just need to pass information to the knights. They also need to resolve the issue of weapons and the problem of seafaring ships. Meanwhile, Luffy and Kid are working as hard as hundreds of people in the mine, so they don't just have enough food. They also defeated Deputy Warden Magellan and rescued an old soldier. In addition, Caribou has reformed and has a fate in prison. On Sanji's side, he is running a noodle shop that is very popular with women. Here, he defeated troublemakers from the Black Gang. He also meets a always smiling girl named Tama. Tama worked hard to be able to eat Sanji's noodles. When people saw her happy smile, their hearts became much brighter. Yes, I need to work to make money. I finally bought noodles. My noodles were knocked down by a Black Gang. I was very sad. But I'm having fun. Really, it's that delicious. Speaking of which, today was the day Kamurasaki went for a walk in the city. Her beauty turned the whole country upside down, and a series of men took all their savings from her. And Tama is Kamurasaki's servant. The 2 have a very good relationship. They will go to the Shogun Castle to drink with Orochi. At the same time, Nico Robin was also invited, with the right to attend Orochi's party. At this time, Orochi had just finished receiving members of CP0. Turns out, due to the failure of Doflamingo, the middleman of the underworld, the world government has no choice but to contact Orochi directly to purchase weapons. The irony is that the weapons the world government uses to destroy pirates come from pirates. On Zoro's side, he often gets lost and separated from everyone. In the process, Zoro met a man who liked to laugh named Yasui, and he went to Ebisu village, where people always laugh. About this, Yasui explained with a smile. Life is erratic. If you don't smile and face life, it is truly a pity. After that, Zoro heard from the villagers about the robber who stole the rich to give to the poor, Shutenru. In the city center, Orochi holds a grand party. Also attending were people under Orochi, the boss of the Kayashiro gang. While partying, Robin quietly left. She and her friends sneaked in and began searching Orochi's mansion. Among them, Brooke discovered historical texts, but Robin encountered Orochi's ninja force. Luckily, she escaped using the flower clone. Later, during the party, Orochi once again talks about the Kazuki family's legend of revenge. Kamurasaki couldn't help but laugh at his cowardly words. This made Orochi extremely angry and wanted to kill Kamurasaki. In times of danger, Kamurasaki held Orochi tightly to protect Toko. She changed her gentle attitude, becoming assertive. Right now, even facing Orochi's fruit form, Yamada no Orochi, Kamurasaki still showed no signs of fear. Right after that, Orochi bit Kamurasaki and the whole party suddenly became chaos. Next, Robin, Brooke, Nami and the others appeared one after another. They intend to save Toko and Kamurasaki and begin confronting the ninja force. But Kayashiro, to show loyalty to Orochi, killed Kamurasaki with an executioner. Seeing that, Nami did not dare to hold back and summoned Zeus. Just saw a big and thick bolt of lightning falling from the sky. The whole shogun's mansion was shining brightly. Thanks to this opportunity, Nami and everyone saved Toko and escaped. At the same time, Big Mom was on her way to Wano. Upon hearing this news, Kaido ordered his subordinates to attack her. Unexpectedly, Big Mom's fighting power was so terrible that she broke through to the last layer of the defense barrier. Right at this moment, King attacked Big Mom's ship. He is the owner of the ancient type Devil Fruit, Ryu no Mi, model, Pteranodon. Based on the pressure of the waterfall, he kicked Big Mom's ship down. And Big Mom also fell into the whirlpool, with an uncertain fate. On the other hand, because Sanji used to fight gangsters, Kayashiro, one of Kaido's 6 samurai, came to capture Sanji. Kayashiro is one of the 6 strongest people in the samurai group. This time, the participants were Page 1 and X-Drake. During the confrontation with Page 1, Sanji used Germa's battle suit. His power suddenly increased, and he called himself Soba Mask. Soba Mask. With the support of the battle suit, Sanji's speed increases very quickly, and his defense ability is also amazing. Not only that, the battle suit also has an invisibility effect. This is almost equivalent to the invisibility devil fruit that Sanji dreamed of. This power can actually be used to break into the women's bathroom of her dreams. Afterwards, Sanji defeated Page 1 unilaterally, but the opponent's defense is too strong. Therefore, Sanji didn't want to contradict him too much and retreated first. Later, Chopper and Udon saved Big Mom from a shipwreck. Unexpectedly, due to drowning, Big Mom lost her memory. Chopper and everyone started taking care of Big Mom and calling her Mrs. Lin. They planned to use Big Mom's power to rescue Luffy from the quarry prison. They told Big Mom that the quarry prison had many delicious red bean soups. Big Mom follows Chopper and begins his journey to the quarry prison. At this time, everyone in the prison discovered that Kid had escaped from prison and disappeared. As for Luffy, he helped old Hyogoro many times. He didn't just give Hyogoro food vouchers, but also defeated the prison guards who bullied Hyogoro. In fact, Hyogoro was the leader of the Wano underworld 20 years ago, Hyogoro of China. He is very loyal and reputable, and refused to join Kurazumi Orochi. Therefore, Hyogoro fell into prison and was tortured. Next, Queen visited the quarry prison. He captured Luffy and Hyogoro, who wanted to escape from prison, and has prepared a sumo ring, wanting to use sumo to execute Luffy. To be fair, Queen also freed Luffy's handcuffed hand with the sea stone. After that, Luffy faced off against the strongest people in Kaido's army. He remembered Rayleigh's use of haki, and wants to raise his haki level through combat, because only then can Kaido's invincible dragon scales be broken. On the other hand, Nami and Robin went to the bathroom to relax. Unexpectedly, Drake and Hawkins led people here. They ordered the arrest of people with moon tattoos on their legs and discovered Nami. The weapon is so big, truly a national weapon. In front of Nami's national weapon, everyone cannot defend. Even Sanji, who was peeking from the shadows, showed a happy appearance. Afterwards, Sanji led Nami and Robin and the others to flee. Everyone was very suspicious as to why Hawkins knew about the moon tattoo sign, and even Kineman's special effects were known to Orochi. Currently, many samurai have been captured by Orochi's subordinates. The situation is not very bright. At the same time, Zoro meets a weapon-collecting samurai named Gyukimaru. This person also stole Wano's national treasure sword that Zoro was holding, Shusui. At this moment, Kamurasaki led Tama to run from afar. She didn't know why. She wasn't killed by Kayashiro, and also chased by a masked killer who always smiles. This person is Orochi's assassin, Kamazo. Seeing this, to protect Kamurasaki and Tama, Zoro turned back to confront Kamazo. Unexpectedly, Kamazo has amazing strength. The fight with Zoro is difficult to win or lose. Even worse, Gyukimaru was watching the fight and took the opportunity to attack Zoro. So, Kamazo saw an opportunity and used his scythe to stab Zoro's right shoulder. But Zoro, as expected of a swordsman, used his muscles to grip the blade, makes Kamazo unable to pull out his scythe. Right after that, Zoro successfully grabbed the scythe. Great technique, 3 swords, Purgatory. Thus, Zoro used a Purgatory move to defeat Kamazo. However, he was also so seriously injured that he fell down. Later, Zoro was saved by Kamurasaki and Toko. Toko deliberately applied oyster oil that she bought from Usopp on Zoro. Kamurasaki also reveals his true identity. It turns out that Kamurasaki is Tono Yasui's biological sister, Hiyori Kazuki. At that time, she was saved by Akazaya Nine's Kawamatsu, changed her name and has survived to this day. Then, because the weather was too cold, the three of them even slept together, very happy and interesting. On Luffy's side, he has defeated many devil fruit owners but still cannot understand high-level hockey. At this time, Hyogoro told Luffy that Wano had a high-level type of hockey called Ryo. He even personally demonstrated and taught Luffy about related techniques. With Hyogoro's help, Luffy made great progress in using hockey. In Ebisu Village, Nami and everyone gathered here. They are worried about the secret code being leaked. Suddenly, Yasui burst into the room. He recognized Kinemon's secret code and said he could help. In fact, Toko is Yasui's daughter. He will give all the money he earns at Flower Capital to his father, and Yasui will share money with the villagers to help their lives. That night, Yasui did something amazing. He voluntarily confessed to Orochi's ninja force, claiming that he was Ushimitsu Kozo, and the ninja force also discovered Yasui's true identity. The next day, upon hearing this news, Orochi immediately ordered Yasui to be killed. He also distributed newspapers everywhere to propagate this matter. Very quickly, Toko learned about this when Brooke came to visit. She quickly ran out of the house, wanting to go see her father. It can be seen that Toko is very panicked and sad inside. But her face was always smiling, without any sadness. "Where are you going? You don't want to live anymore. Let me go." "What happened, Toko?" "My father is about to be killed." "What?" "It's also a beautiful sunny day in the capital city today. Actually, Yasui is actually Shimatsuki Yasui. Previously, he was daimyo of the Hakamai region of Wano, serving the Kazuki clan. He and Kazuki Oden have a deep relationship and are very loved by the people. At that time, he even stood up against Orochi, but due to Kaido's intervention, he failed. Now, the news of Yasui's impending execution has become known. Everyone in Ebisu village rushed to Flower Capital without paying attention to all the risks. They wanted to rescue Yasui from the courtyard, and Usopp and the others also supported from behind. But at this moment, facing the death penalty, Yasui showed no fear. He said that he was not the real Shitemaru, just wanted to attract attention. As for all the knights receiving the mark, it was all created by him. He mocked Orochi for believing in this. It was all a joke. The imprisoned knights were just commoners. As it turns out, Yasui sacrificed himself to allow Kinemon's plan to continue. Perhaps, this is the last contribution he can make to the Kazuki family today. Afterwards, Yasui also scolded Orochi for destroying the beauty of Wano, and he mocked that Orochi was just a coward who was afraid of Oden. Hearing, Orochi angrily fired his gun and ordered his immediate execution. At this moment, countless bullets flew towards Yasui, and blood also shot out from his body, one-edged sword style. Dragon flies and burns. At this moment, the boundless sword energy swept across, and one side of Ghost Island's head was severed. But Kaido couldn't resist and successfully avoided it. On the contrary, Zoro was counterattacked by Yama and injured by Big Mom using lightning. Then, Big Mom saw the invincible thunder and lightning. She then used her final move. The God of Liberty used lightning to crazily destroy everything. At this moment, whether it was Law or Kid, they were constantly beaten by the disaster like thunder. But trouble arose again. Luffy is completely not afraid of thunder, which directly surprised Big Mom. "Straw Hat, why doesn't lightning work on you?" "Because I am a rubber person." Next, Luffy resisted the flow, counterattacking and hitting Kaido with the Monkey King gun, causing chaos. Countless punches rained down on Kaido's body. Luffy fought for 8 minutes, defeating the big dragon on top of Ghost Island. But Luffy also reached the limit of level 4. He returns to his original form and enters the side effect phase for 10 minutes. Therefore, the match situation began to tilt. Big Mom pulled out his Napoleon weapon, launching a powerful attack with fire. Kaido also transformed into a swirling shape, pulling the flow of air from heaven and earth, transforming thousands of times. I saw a giant tornado forming, turning the battlefield upside down. In the process, Kaido devoured Luffy. But how could Zoro agree and immediately go out to save the captain? 3 swords, black wire, large tornado, cut off dragon scales. Kaido was slashed by Zoro. Luffy was successfully saved. At the same time, Kaido also realized that Zoro was holding Oden's Yubashiri. Immediately after that, Kaido's fighting spirit became even higher, performing tornadoes and destructive winds. He blew out countless blades of wind. Terrifying vibrations spread out. Even the people inside Ghost Island were shaken by the situation on the battlefield. At this time inside Ghost Island, the CPO even appeared here. They originally came to trade weapons with Orochi, but now can only watch the match first. In the eyes of the CPO, this is an all-out war. The difference in force and the confrontation between officers will be factors that cannot be ignored in winning or losing. Currently, the force ratio between the Beast Legion and the Punishment Legion is about 27-5. However, what people don't think about is that the force ratio is not constant. Inside Ghost Island, Tama uses her ability to create countless dumplings. She lets Speed and a few others with dumpling-eating powers conduct a feeding operation. Speed is also very cunning, saying that the dumplings are the healing medicine that Queen gave him. So one person after another has the ability of artificial animals to eat dumplings. They became the Jade Emperor's heavenly soldiers, following a Jade's instructions. Military considerations are therefore leaning towards ordering a strong army. On the other hand, Zoro and Frankie are facing off. Initially, Zoro wanted to use his numerical superiority to overwhelm Frankie. Unexpectedly, a Jade led troops to the scene. Behind her, Run and Perona were chasing. Only saw Nami use lightning to repel Run's pursuit. Usopp continuously fires Dango to strengthen his forces. Therefore, Zoro's entire armored force became a Jade's subordinates. Given this opportunity, Frankie immediately deployed Victory V Flash. Frankie, Victory V Flash. Thus, Frankie uses Victory V Flash to temporarily overwhelm Zoro. Meanwhile, other battles are also taking place elsewhere on Devil's Island. In it, Marco confronts Queen and Smoker alone. Carrot and Wanda team up to fight Perospero. And Sanji is pushed into a difficult situation by Toby Rappo's Black Maria. He defeated all male opponents but had no way against female opponents. Therefore, Sanji was tied to Spider Silk by his opponent, being toyed with. At this time, Kaido's secretary, King, discovered the Akazaya Nine's hideout. King immediately ordered Black Maria to kill the Red Scabbards first. However, Kaido says that besides the Red Scabbards there is someone else. Hearing that, Black Maria decided to let Sanji trick Robin into coming here first. She prepared a trap. As long as Robin arrives, there will be countless traps and killing techniques. But how could Sanji betray his teammates? Even though he had to endure brutal beatings, even though his life was threatened, Sanji was still speechless. At this scene, even those under Black Maria's command were stunned by Sanji's spirit. He tried to endure without making a sound. He would die. If he hadn't been an enemy, I might have loved him. Let me say it. No, don't make me angry anymore. Save me, Robin. He actually screamed for help. Help me. I didn't expect Sanji to be so manly. For a while, everyone was surprised at him. But friends who understand Sanji, like Zoro, don't care. However, Black Maria did not keep her promise. She said she wanted to raise Sanji, taking Sanji into his possession like the male servants love him. My heart belongs to all of you ladies. Don't betray me. Spank Big Tree. Little Robin. Finally, Robin arrived at this place and sent Black Maria flying. At this moment, another handsome figure appeared in the blink of an eye. Yomi's cold breath severed the spider thread that imprisoned Sanji, and Brook came to save him. After that, Sanji entrusted this battlefield to Robin and Brook. He will personally go to other battlefields to provide support. At this time, Robin spoke to Sanji, who was leaving. Thank you for your trust, I'm very happy. In fact, out of trust, Sanji called Robin to save him. On the other hand, Shinobu and Yamato protect Momonosuke from fleeing everywhere. They discovered some special animals. These animals will share vision with Kaido's reconnaissance team. To keep Momonosuke from being monitored by the animals, Yamato came up with a brilliant plan. Please quickly get into my shirt. And so, Kenjuro must die, once again committing the crime of martyrdom. After that, Yamato and Shinobu created a bloody path and left. In a small place like this, you can be so satisfied. At the same time, the battle at Perospero's place was coming to an end. Because the full moon was obscured by dark clouds, Carrot and Wanda lost their Sulong forms and were no match for Perospero. Perospero then headed towards Onagashima's hall, walking vigorously. On the other hand, Jack is in contact with Black Maria. He said that he would replace Black Maria and move forward to deal with the Red Scabbards. Knowing this, Black Maria finally stopped holding her hand. She transformed into a spider form, her upper body completely empty. What a thrill. Currently, in Onigashima Hall, the Ice Oni virus is still raging. Bloody Appa is leading a group of disciples, wanting to regain the antibodies. Hyogoro leads the warriors to protect Chopper so he can develop medicine. During the fight, Hyogoro was also infected with the virus, but he transformed into his youthful form, confronting the beast pirates, only to see Hyogoro and Drake become two door panels, blocking all enemies. Hyogoro also said that if he was controlled by the virus, his teammates would have to kill him. Having finished speaking, Hyogoro began to perform the final move. He wielded a wind sword, glowing with anger, killing multiple patrol captains in an instant. Even the people in Orochi's group were sent flying by Hyogoro with a sword. Seeing this, Queen wanted to use a laser gun to shoot Hyogoro. Right at this moment, a blue shape appeared from the air. Phoenix Mark. Marco hurts so much. The bastard used a wave to hit me. Watch me take your life. Fire Green Goose. Crane Claws. Marco was now facing two large symbols alone. He also felt quite pressured. Next, Hyogoro is completely infected by the Ice Oni virus. He decided to die out of generosity, to avoid swinging his sword at his comrades. In times of danger, a shape quickly appeared, blocking the blade. The person who came was Chopper. It turns out that Chopper created an antidote to the virus, successfully detoxifying Hyogoro. At this time, the members of the Beast Corps were also infected with the virus and asked Queen, "Why do you let your subordinates become poisoned when you are a superior?" Hearing this, Queen just mocked these naive people. In Kaido's army, the staff under his command are just fodder for the cannons. Suddenly, Chopper shot out the antidote with his cannon, the Chopper Spore Cannon. This antidote is essentially a good virus. Can destroy the Ice Oni virus, helping everyone at the scene to be cured. Following this, the Ice Oni crisis was finally resolved. Many people in Kaido's army, out of gratitude to Chopper, switched to fighting for our side. They called Chopper Tanuki, willing to give their hearts to Chopper. Seeing this, Queen became unbearably angry and prepared to attack Chopper. Tanuki. Blue Ball. I'm not a Tanuki. On the other hand, Momonosuke is hiding in Yamato's body. He felt unworthy and transformed into a small dragon form. Somewhere on Devil's Island, the CPO reveals a secret. Previously, Kaido was captured by the Navy and had his bloodline taken away. Based on this, Vegapunk created an artificial devil fruit. And this devil fruit was kept at Punk Hazard. That's right, the devil fruit that Momonosuke ate is this fruit, originating from Kaido. And he also awakens new abilities. The battlefield situation can be seen at the top of Devil's Island. Meanwhile, the Red Scabbard's injuries are treated by a mysterious person. Suddenly, a man burst in. The person who came was Oden Kazuki. At this point, Oden said that he really wasn't dead. He used Toki's abilities to travel through the past and defeat Kaido. Hearing this, everyone decided to follow Oden. But Ashura realized something was wrong and attacked. He cut Oden's face, but the person did not bleed. Turns out, this Oden is just a painting by Kanjuro. And Kanjuro, who was seriously injured before, was also heading towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, at the summit of Onigashima, Kaido has finally stopped the raging storm. In the mist, a terrifying shape appeared. Seeing this, Luffy and everyone panicked. Unexpectedly, Kaido transformed into a new form, a human-animal form. He and Big Mom, the two kings, took a furious beating. Kaido's defense is amazing, completely invulnerable. Just see, Killer was the first person to be blown away by the storm caused by Kaido. Next, the other supernovas also faced the attacks of Big Mom and Kaido respectively. Although Luffy has successfully recovered and is able to fight. But Big Mom used the technique, Heavenly Gods. Thunder continued to strike. All supernovas were injured. At one point, Killer and Kid both exclaimed that this place was like hell. But even though it was hell, everyone wasn't happy at all. So what? Isn't hell so good? You really don't give up, huh? That's my advantage. Currently, the 5 major supernovas are at the top of Onigashima, facing off against Yonko. At the same time, Akazaya 9 encountered Kurazumi Kanjuro impersonating Momonosuke. At this time, the fake Kanjuro took out the fire, preparing to explode a large amount of explosives. In times of danger, Ashura Doji hugs his opponent. He decided to use his body to block the explosives. All I saw was an explosion, fire burning in all directions. When the dust cleared, Kinemon and the others were safe. But Ashura was seriously injured and could not stand up. At this time, the Akazaya warriors restrained their sadness and went to find Momonosuke. Unexpectedly, everyone encountered Jack Trout on the road. Soon after, Inuarashi decided to confront Jack alone, letting his teammates go first. Somewhere on Onigashima, there is a mysterious person who is burning everything. This person is Orochi Kurozumi, who has risen from the dead. Now, Orochi, angered by Kaido's betrayal, prepares for revenge. Next to him is Fukurokuju, the leader of the Onawabanshu. Soon, Kinemon and the others came across Orochi. Seeing this, Orochi transformed into Yamata no Orochi, extremely powerful. After just one clash, his snake head was cut off by Akazaya's samurai, Kinemon. From Kinemon's eyes, Orochi still saw Odin's silhouette. Do not look at me like that. And so, Akazaya's samurai quickly defeated Orochi, continuing to search for Kanjuro. Only Reizo chose to stay and confront Fukurokuju. On top of Ghost Island, the war between the Yonko and Supernova continues. Law proposed that Kaido and Big Mom must be separated to defeat. But how could Kaido and Big Mom agree, erupting in unlimited anger? Just saw two people like giants, using fusion technique. Hai ba, can't resist now. It cannot be avoided. Please run away. If this continues, we will be completely destroyed. Zoro. Unexpectedly, Zoro himself held his sword to block the powerful flow of the sea. He used his own severe injury to protect all his teammates. Following that, Luffy became unbearably angry and determined to attack Kaido. His punch was accompanied by fire, causing Kaido to also dodge. Seeing that, the corner of Luffy's mouth smiled. Such a scene made Kaido angry. He hit Luffy hard, sending Luffy flying hundreds of meters away. But Luffy was completely not afraid of attacking and continued to fight Kaido. In the fierce battle, Kaido demonstrated his overwhelming strength. He summoned black electricity from outside, causing Onigashima to shake. But Luffy becomes stronger when faced with difficulties, not afraid of thunder, and resilient to Kaido. Now, all the supernovas set their sights on Big Mom. They let Luffy buy time with Kaido, starting to carry out their separation plan. Come on, don't underestimate me, kid, pull Naraku. Now, as Luffy stalls for time with Kaido, Supernova springs into action. Kid was the first to create an enclosed space. Law uses his room ability, imprisoning Zeus inside. Afterwards, Killer and Zoro were seriously injured. They attacked Napoleon and Prometheus one by one. Blinded by time, Prometheus was split in two, and then into many pieces. Big Mom also loses support from the air and off-handed weapons. But Big Mom is not an ordinary person. She only needed her bare hands to knock Kid to the ground. But this was Law's plan to lure the enemy. He and Kid together use Room's power and the large rock to knock Big Mom out of Ghost Island. And below Big Mom, it is clear that the ocean is vast. At this time, Big Mom appeared panicked and quickly summoned his subordinates to help. Now, due to his injuries, Zoro cannot stop Prometheus. And moreover, Luffy was also defeated by Kaido with one blow and fell down. Therefore, Law also chose to stay to protect Luffy. In the end, Prometheus breaks containment and saves Big Mom from the sea. At this time, Big Mom complains that Zeus is completely unreliable. Prometheus took the opportunity to say that he had a small request. Actually, I want a girlfriend. Currently, though, people cannot defeat Big Mom. But the goal of separating the four emperors is also considered to have been achieved. Therefore, Kid and Killer left the battlefield to deal with Big Mom. At the same time, Luffy with pale eyes and round pupils. He was even the same as before, still fighting Kaido until he fainted. Regarding this, Kaido said that he wanted to smash Luffy's entire brain. Hearing this, Zoro spoke slowly to Law. Next will be my limit. For the next things, please ask for your help. Just then, Zoro called Kaido from behind and drew his sword. Hey Kaido, Azura draw a sword. The ninth blade. The farce of the dead. Unexpectedly, Zoro used an attack that seriously injured Kaido. Look at the big wound on his body. Kaido even doubted whether Zoro had Emperor Haki or not. However, Zoro was exhausted. He trembled and fell to the ground, about to face Kaido's Thunder Bagua. In times of danger, Law appeared next to him, blocking Zoro's attack. After a blow, Zoro was injured further and Law also fell down, losing the ability to fight. Seeing that, Kaido whispered, "Unfortunately, if you also join Kaido's army, how can you not succeed?" Right at this moment, a blast of Conqueror's Haki startled Kaido. "Join you? I will be sure. Beat you until you have to beg." Unexpectedly, Luffy came back to life, vowing to defeat Kaido. On the other hand, Big Mom summons lightning at sea. She created a thunder cloud in Zeus's place, Hera. In the darkness, thunder exploded, and Onigashima was covered with electric light. The powerful force also knocked Kid and Killer into Onigashima. Thus, the taboo forced Zeus to release. Zeus regained his freedom. Now Big Mom also rushed into Onigashima, chasing after Kid, and both Kid brothers also encountered the traitor Hawkins. Right after that, Killer let Kid go first to restrain Big Mom, while he stayed behind to confront. This was exactly what Hawkins meant. He also didn't want to confront the two. Hawkins also says that he has a 92% chance of making Killer die here. At the top of Onigashima, Luffy remembered Rayleigh's teachings. Only in a desperate situation can strength bloom. After being beaten by Kaido with an iron rod, Luffy learned. It turns out that King Haki can also cover. This is Kaido's true strength. At this time, Kaido laughed and acknowledged, swinging his iron rod to attack fiercely. Right at this moment, Luffy used Conqueror's Haki to cover his body, using Gomu Gomu no Elephant Gun. What? Don't use too much force. Focus unnecessary Haki on your fist. Unexpectedly, King Haki covered him so strongly. With just one punch, Luffy beat Kaido to the point that he vomited blood and collapsed. Then, Luffy tightened his grip again, hit Kaido hard on the chin, an explosive punch. The powerful attack power caused Kaido to fall through the air. At this time, Luffy asked Law to protect Zoro from the battlefield at the top. He would stay here, defeating Kaido completely. Next, no matter what happens, I will defeat this guy. Go ahead, tell everyone about this. Next, Law followed Luffy's request to take Zoro away, so that left only Luffy and Kaido facing off on top of Onigashima. At this moment, the two faced each other. Kaido smiled strangely. You look very happy. The more desperate the situation, the happier you are. Before he could finish speaking, Kaido attacked, and Luffy was not weak at all. Both released Conqueror's Haki. Wolf Two's staff and Champion Boots faced off directly. For a time, the atmosphere of Conqueror's Haki filled the entire peak of Onigashima. In Onigashima, Tama, Nami, Usopp are being chased by the Tobi Rappo brothers. The opponent's thick skin and strong flesh left Nami and Usopp helpless. At this moment, Tama wanted to run to the Onigashima stage. Give orders to everyone who ate the dango, who have Zoan abilities. Hearing this, Nami encouraged Tama. Don't worry, Tama, my sister and uncle will protect you. Hearing, Usopp immediately raised his voice. What the hell? I'm only 19 years old. After speaking, Usopp used an explosive pinecone, temporarily pushing Perospero away. At this moment, an atmosphere of horror appeared nearby. That's Big Mom. Blind time, Nami and Usopp were stunned by the scene and immediately startled. But Tama was so excited, she opened both her hands. Olin. Truly, Tama, I'm happy to meet you. Unexpectedly, Big Mom would be so gentle with Tama. It is said that this is the mother mode that Big Mom will sometimes enter when facing 10-year-old children. Actually, Big Mom has a deep impression of Okabor Town, Otsuru and Oshiruko. But Tama spoke again. Okabor Town was burned by Kaido's army, to support the samurai. For a moment, Big Mom remembered Otsuru's gentleness and the feeling of a kimono. She immediately became filled with boundless anger, and precisely saw Perospero chasing after her. The speed is too slow, you will definitely die. Die. And so, Big Mom used Emperor Haki's punch, knocking Perospero to the ground. Hitting Luffy I can only nod, hitting Kaido I will punch hard. From then on, Perospero completely lost contact and could no longer stand up. Seeing this, Smoothie was so angry that her whole body trembled and cursed. Elsewhere, Kinemon takes Akazaya to protect Momonosuke. The other Akazaya samurai were spread out everywhere, supporting the battle situation everywhere. And Nekomamushi heard the news of Pedro's death from the group of 3 swordsmen. He immediately went looking for Perospero, wanting to avenge Pedro. On Yamato's side, she gave Odin's diary to Momonosuke. She left her hiding place, going out to support Luffy. At the same time, Sanji is facing the siege of the Beast Army. He also holds a bandaged monster. If this person is not Zoro, then who is it? Can you please be quiet for a bit? Let's defeat them. It turns out that 10 minutes ago, Law gave Zoro to Sanji. Because Zoro broke 30 bones, he had to use bandages to stabilize them. Back to the present, Sanji is trying to protect Zoro. He also met Kawamatsu and Aizu, and everyone headed to Ghost Island's large room together. Elsewhere, Perospero goes to Ghost Island's large room to team up with Queen. At the same time, an angry Smoothie ran towards Big Mom, vowing to avenge her brother. Seeing this, Nami exclaimed, Smoothie was the one who destroyed Chocolate Village, wanting to cause trouble. However, Big Mom says that after dealing with Perospero, the Straw Hats cannot escape. Hearing this, Nami flexibly found a way to link up with Perospero, proposing that both sides deal with Big Mom together. But Perispero saw through Nami's plan and used Perispero Candy Maiden to damage Carrot. Next, Perispero swung his claws at Tama, causing her to fall to the ground. This action makes Big Mom and Nami angry. Only saw Nami swing the climb-attacked Batwing, creating a terrible thunderstorm to hit Perispero. From there, Nami and Perispero began their confrontation. Nami moves first by spinning the climb-attacked, performing Typhoon Tempo. A strong wind swept forward, but Perispero dodged the attack. Immediately afterwards, Perispero grabbed Nami, preparing to use Perispero Candy Maiden to finish her off. Right at this moment, Big Mom intervened in the fight again. Final skill, 3-in-1, Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt. Finally, Big Mom uses Thunderbolt to puncture Perispero. This is Big Mom's power. I don't show mercy to my teammates. Now, Perispero lost the ability to fight, falling down without being able to get up. Given this opportunity, Usopp and Nami intended to take Tama away from the scene first. Suddenly, Nami saw Zeus hiding nearby, not daring to return to Big Mom. As it turned out, Zeus realized his position had been taken by Hera. Prometheus even flirted with Hera. Boundless sadness entered his heart. At this time, Big Mom also saw Zeus. She refused Zeus' request to return and let Hera eat Zeus. At the same time, Big Mom also grabbed Tama, placing her in a safe place. She then swung Napoleon, preparing to kill Nami. At one point, Zeus was in a dangerous situation. Nami and Usopp were also in danger. This sight reminded Zeus of Nami's gentleness. He mustered up all his courage and decided to side with Nami and break up with Big Mom. Only to see Zeus turned into a dark cloud, not caring about his life, and crashed into Big Mom. But Big Mom only needs one hand to hold Zeus in the palm of her hand. She extracted a large amount of soul from Zeus and threw it for Hera to enjoy. Seeing this, Nami wanted to let Zeus eat the climb attack to replenish his soul. But Zeus had absolutely no resistance, and was about to be swallowed by Hera. Big Mom still raised Napoleon, preparing to hit Nami. Right at this moment, an iron arm appeared from the air. Magnetic string. Unexpectedly, Kid appeared from the sky, rescued Nami and everyone. However, such a strong blow for Big Mom was just a small shower. Big Mom quickly recovered as before, with a gloomy face facing Kid. Meanwhile, Luffy and Kaido are still fighting to the death. During the fierce battle, Kaido continuously knocked Luffy down. However, Luffy still stood up again, continuously firing countless techniques. Techniques like Gomu Gomu no Gatling, Grizzly Magnum, Red Hawk, all poured into Kaido. For a while, Kaido also felt surprised about Luffy's will. But Kaido's power is too strong. The more he fights, the crazier he becomes. In the end, Luffy's strength gradually ran out, and he was once again defeated by Kaido. This time, Kaido also used an exploding red light to hit Luffy. Now, Luffy was bleeding like a stream. Seeing this, Kaido also scoffed that everything was over, finished. No matter how many times you fight, I will defeat you. Finally, after a powerful confrontation, Luffy disappeared at the top of Onigashima. At this time, Kaido covered his face with his hands and slowly spoke. I should cut off your head to declare victory. Otherwise, everyone will always believe that you will win, right? Unexpectedly, Luffy, who had awakened the enveloping Emperor Haki, was once again defeated by Kaido. His eyes turned white, he fell from above, below was the abyss of the sea. Afterwards, Kaido watched Luffy fall into the ocean, mocking, looks like you can't become Joy Boy either. Later, Kaido received information that the reconnaissance team had discovered Kinemon. Therefore, Kaido decided to finish this person himself. Onigashima Hall, the battle between Chopper and Queen never stops. However, Perispero uses a rain of candy arrows. The indiscriminate attack not only caused serious injuries to the troops. Even Chopper was hit by a rain of arrows and was covered in wounds. But Chopper remembered his bounty. He emitted great power, a push that pushed Queen upside down. But Queen has thick skin and thick flesh. Chopper's attack had no effect. On the contrary, Chopper's violent form was about to reach its limit. Previously, Caesar helped Chopper renovate the structure of the Rumble Ball. He can prolong the violence for up to 30 minutes. Of course, the side effects of the new Rumble Ball are also amazing. Now, once the rampage period ends, Chopper will be completely paralyzed. At this time, Queen's announcement was broadcast throughout the island. The news of Luffy's defeat was widely announced. Kaido asked everyone to surrender without killing. Hearing this, everyone panicked and was afraid. In a short time, the situation has changed rapidly. the punitive core may be in danger. Elsewhere, Yamato is attacking outside. She also carries a fake doll of Momonosuke to attract attention. And Momonosuke is now reading Odin's voyage log. Roger's greatness makes Momonosuke admire him very much. He also asserted that he cannot die right now. Suddenly, Momonosuke felt like his head was about to explode. Someone was invading his head. At this time, Kinemon and Akazaya finally found Momonosuke. The person who also discovered them was Kanjuro, who impersonated Odin. Seeing that, Akazaya immediately drew his sword, wanting to block it. But Akazaya knew clearly that the opponent was an imposter but still could not act. Having this opportunity, Kanjuro stabbed Akazaya in the stomach with his sword. He returns to his original form, mocking Akazaya's innocence. At this scene, Kinemon became unbearably angry. He hugged the dying Akazaya, crying and hoping for the dawn of Wano. Finally, Kinemon couldn't take it anymore and drew his sword against Kanjuro. And so, Kinemon slashed Kanjuro and fell off his horse. While dying, Kanjuro let out a malicious laugh. If someone wants to end my acting career, then that person is you. You're my best friend. After finishing speaking, Kanjuro fell down and could not get up. Life or death was unknown. Right at this moment, a terrifying shape fell from the sky. The person who arrived was Kaido, and the crisis arose again. Shinobu, please quickly take Momonosuke away, then you should die. Kinemon. At the same time, Onigashima arrived in the air of Wano. The situation was urgent. Kaido also informed the entire island of Luffy's defeat. This caused the defeated army to be in complete chaos. The situation was very dangerous. Under the influence, Chopper gradually became no match for Queen and was knocked to the ground. Perospero also uses candy to create apocalyptic rain. The rain of arrows overflowed, about to destroy the army in the hall. In addition, he also hit Chopper with a finishing blow. At this moment, that man suddenly appeared. Devil's Kick. Spin Fire. Strike. Wait. Finally, Sanji and Zoro came to assist at the hall. Afterwards, Sanji let Chopper treat Zoro. He and Marco worked together to stop Queen and Smoker. On the other hand, Kinemon risked his life to block Kaido and protect Kanjuro from escaping. This scene reminded Kanjuro of their past. Many years ago, to avoid Kaido's pursuit, Kinemon asked Kanjuro to disguise himself as his son. It took the two of them a long time to change the way they called each other. From then on, Kinemon no longer called Kanjuro young master. Kanjuro also calls Kinemon father. Therefore, although the two are masters and servants, they actually have a father-son relationship. Back in the present, under Kinemon's protection, Momonosuke has finally escaped. Kinemon was pierced by Kaido's big sword, so badly injured that he couldn't get up. Next, Momonosuke suddenly heard Luffy's voice. To not disappoint Kinemon's sacrifice, Momonosuke decided to pass on Luffy's words. I'm Kazuki Momonosuke. Luffy is still alive. Fight until the last moment of your life. Finally, Momonosuke finished transmitting using the communication device. The Punishment Corps also knew that Luffy was not dead, and his spirits were high. Now, the CPO is sitting leisurely watching everyone fight. Because Queen has 4,000 people under her command in the hall. The ratio of forces between the two sides from the beginning of the fighting, from 30,000, 5,400 has become the current 20,000, 7,000. Next, Kaido finally caught up with Momonosuke. He easily smashed the ground, causing Shinobu and Momonosuke to fall from Ghost Island. Seeing this, Kaido did not cut any further, but left directly. Right after that, Shinobu used ninja techniques to protect Momonosuke from landing safely. In the sea, Law's submarine found Luffy. Very quickly, Law's sailors rescued Luffy from the bottom of the sea. After waking up, Luffy still screamed that he wanted to eat meat. Meanwhile, confrontations appeared everywhere on Devil's Island. Among them, Law and Kid worked together to deal with Big Mom. A severely injured Perospero found Nami, Tama, and Usopp. She also used a headshot to knock out Usopp and steal Tama. At this time, Nami suddenly discovered that Zeus had merged into her climb attack. Turns out, not long ago, when Hera was devouring Zeus, Nami saved him with the climb attack. Due to an unfortunate incident, Zeus merged into climb attack. Now, Nami decides to rely on Zeus to confront Perospero. While Usopp was still lying on the ground, he fired the skill Green Star, Devil. This attack successfully saved Tama and left Perospero covered in moss. Now Nami has a chance to counterattack. She also uses climb attack to create Zeus Cloud, performing her ultimate ability Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt. My job is to defeat you. Thus, Nami defeated Perispero, causing 2 members of Toby Rappo to be defeated. Later, Usopp captured the person in charge of broadcasting across the island, Bao Huang. He also let Tama use radio to spread messages to the entire island. Hurry up. I'm Tama. Currently, Speed has fed all of the gifters Tama's cake. Tama also used the loudspeaker to call on everyone to defeat Kaido. In a short time, under Tama's call, all the gifters reversed. This caused the situation on many battlefields to suddenly reverse. The gifters form a powerful force, joining the defeated army. In this moment, Tama became the savior of the defeated army, Emperor Tama. Meanwhile, Kaido's army faces a crisis. People like Fozu and Zosaki were even surrounded by people under their command. On the other hand, Yamato arrived in front of Kaido. She said that she wanted to cut ties with her father, driving Kaido out of Wano. After speaking, Yamato swung Kanabo and fought Kaido. She wants to buy Kaido some time before Luffy returns. The fight between father and daughter also made heaven and earth engulfed in thunder and lightning. In the Onigashima Hall, Queen realizes Tama's importance. He wanted to attack Tama with a laser but was stopped by Sanji. Soon after, Queen and Sanji began to confront each other. Queen also revealed her body after being renovated. Turns out, Queen is a scientist who is good at body modification. Previously, he was also a member of the MADS research team led by Vegapunk. Like Caesar, Vegapunk are both members of MADS. Now, Queen continuously shoots laser beams, attacking Sanji. Chopper appears as a side effect of the Rumble Ball, becoming very weak. It also begins Zoro's treatment with the Mink tribe's doctor. Because Zoro was injured too seriously, only a traditional miracle medicine of the Mink tribe can save. This medicine can heal all wounds, but after the drug's effectiveness ends, the side effects are twice as painful. About this, Zoro didn't think much and immediately asked for medicine. Dr. Mink also took out a small needle and started injecting Zoro. It's so deep. Next, the balance of victory gradually tilted towards the punishment side's army. The punitive army had 2,000 people reversed, total force 9,000. The Beast Pirates army was seriously injured, with a total force of only 16,000. On Shinobu's side, he faced Fukurokuju of the Anawabanshu. Fukurokuju still used CP9's Rokushiki technique during the fight. Like Shave, Rankyaku, Tekai, Fukurokuju all know how to use it. It turns out Fukurokuju was once a member of CP9. He considers himself a genius on par with Rob Lucci. However, during an escort mission Goma Goma left. Red-haired Shanks stole the Goma Goma devil fruit that the world government valued. Therefore, Foxy was imprisoned for failing his mission. He also holds a grudge against red-haired Shanks and Straw Hat Luffy, and has escaped prison. Back in the present, Foxy continuously attacks Jinbe with punches and kicks. But Jinbe easily dodged the attack. He also used fish martial arts, throwing Foxy away and causing serious injury. Then, Foxy told a story from the past. He said that he had heard about a legend about the sun god Nika. In legend, the sun god can save all slaves. Now, Foxy suddenly mocked Jinbe and the past sun pirates. He says that all mermen are slaves. The history of mermen is the history of slavery. Very quickly, these words succeeded in making Jinbe angry. Foxy also took advantage of the opportunity to attack, shooting countless arrows. The powerful attack power caused Jinbe's blood to continuously shoot out. Right at this moment, Jinbe released extremely powerful armament hockey power. He first used his defense to break Foxy's finger. Then, relying on his strength, he broke Foxy's wrist. During this process, Foxy wanted to use punches to counterattack. Unfortunately, this attack is completely unable to break through defenses. Jinbe also uses the super powerful fish martial arts move. Martial arts secrets of mermaids. Onigoma punch. Don't use random thoughts to touch history. Thus, Foxy was defeated by Jinbe. 3 of the 6 people were defeated. On Frankie's side, his opponent is Zozaki, the Triangle Dragon. At first, the two tried their best, and it was difficult to determine victory or defeat. Afterwards, Zozaki transformed into a beastman form. He first pulled out a rotating knife. Then he turned his neck and turned into a helicopter dragon flying into the air. At this moment, Zozaki launched a whirlwind-like attack. Many capable people were defeated by Zozaki, but all these attacks were easily endured by Frankie. Seeing this, Zozaki suddenly fell down. He started to turn his neck towards Frankie. It turns out this is Zozaki's final skill. He wants to use the wind force generated from his neck to increase his running speed and kill Frankie. Please accept this blow from me. That person just turned in the wrong direction. Unexpectedly, Zozaki is really a star. Then, Zozaki adjusted the twist, launching a running and stabbing attack. Meanwhile, Frankie took out the general's shield for defense. Although, the weapon on Frankie's left shoulder was once pierced by Zoro, but he also used General Overthrow to knock Zoro to the ground. Next, Zoro stands up and attacks with Rising Dragon. This time, Frankie turned on the backup power source. He fired off a general cannon, hitting Zoro instantly. Taking advantage of the weakness, Frankie defeated Zoro and fired one more shot. Frankie Laser Beam. In the end, Toby Rappo's Zoro is defeated by Frankie. Since moving to the top of Devil's Island, Yamato is still fighting Kaido. She calls herself Odin and wants to protect Wano. At this time, Yamato activated his Devil Fruit ability, transforming into a human beast form. Turns out, Yamato's Devil Fruit is Inu Devil Fruit, mythical Zoan type, Okuchi no Makami form. Previously, she ate this devil fruit because she was hungry and not careful. Now, after transforming into animal form, the battle between father and son becomes even more intense. They even begin to confront Borobreath and Hamurasaki. On the other hand, Robin and Brook are facing Black Maria. Black Maria and some of her minions can create illusions using mirrors. These illusions correspond to Robin and Brook's saddest memories. Among them were O'Hara's relatives, as well as the Rambar and Laboon pirates. However, Robin and Brook both saw through these illusions, so Black Maria took it upon herself to launch the attack. Her weapon is called Wanakuni. In the middle there is also a gifter who has eaten an artificial evil fruit, can spin and breathe fire. But Brook uses Soul Pocus, Soul Solid. He instantly froze Wanakuni, rendering gifter incapacitated. Next, Brook turned around to face the other soldiers. Robin then begins to confront Black Maria. Just saw Robin use Gigantesco Mano, transforming into Thousand Arms. But this move was discovered by Black Maria to be weak. Any damage Thousand Arms suffered appeared on Robin's body. Immediately afterwards, Black Maria used Spider Silk to bind Thousand Arms. She also took out Claw Gloves and beat Robin until he couldn't defend himself. Not only that, after breaking the Thousand Arms, Black Maria also forced Robin's body, constantly attacking. At this time, Robin remembered the techniques she learned in the Revolutionary Army. She uses Fishman Karate and Dragon Claw to temporarily repel Black Maria. Robin then launched his final technique, transforming into his demon form, Gigantesco Mano, Spank. In demon form, Robin's fighting power increases significantly. She not only easily stopped Black Maria's attack, but it also wraps around Black Maria, trying to break the opponent into two parts. Pain, 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 pain. What did you say? Ultimately, Black Maria is defeated by Robin's demon form. Brook also easily defeated those under Black Maria. After the battle, Robin was so exhausted that he fainted in Brook's arms. By now, with the exception of the traitorous Drake, all Toby Rappo have been defeated. On Kaido's side, only Big Mom, Jack, Perospero and a few others remained. On Luffy's side, they meet Momonosuke and Shinobu. At this point, Luffy had eaten all the meat, still feeling it wasn't enough. Luckily, Caribou appeared in time, providing food for Luffy. Caribou wants to help Luffy defeat Kaido. Only then will he be able to escape Wano. At the same time, Luffy entrusted Momonosuke to fly him back to Onigashima, to become a dragon that can fly. Momonosuke also asked Shinobu to use the Juku fruit to make him an adult. Elsewhere, Reizo is using the Shadow Clone technique to confront Fukurokuju. Kid and Killer work together to deal with Big Mom. Additionally, Killer is in a singles match against Hawkins. Hawkins is the owner of the Wara Wara Devil Fruit. Not only can he turn into a straw man, but you can also transfer your injuries to the magic straws on your body. Initially, Hawkins was not Killer's opponent. The straw ghosts were also constantly being consumed. But he brought Kid's ghost straw with him. The damage Hawkins suffered was transferred to Kid. This makes Killer not dare to attack strongly. Moving from outside into the Onigashima Hall, Sanji confronts Queen alone. He wanted to buy time for Zoro to recover, but gradually he was no match for Kaido's two limbs. Furthermore, Perospero is very cunning. He hid to the side, preparing to use an arrow to attack Sanji. Die Germa's waist. What? Look closely. I will avenge Pedro. Finally, Nekomamushi arrived promptly, sending Perospero flying. He wants revenge for Pedro, who died. At the same time, Inuarashi is confronting Jack alone, wanting to avenge So. On the other hand, Sanji was constantly harassed by Queen. Taking the opportunity to attack from above, he attacked Zoro. He also prepares to launch his final skill, killing Zoro when the opportunity arises. Fire King, Immortal Thistle. Marco. Very good. Finally, Marco appeared in time to stop the attack. Marco also realizes that Tama is a remnant of a mysterious species. Previously, Whitebeard told Marco that on the screen of the Red Line there was once a species that could breathe fire. It is said that before Mariehua appeared, that place was the kingdom of gods. It seems that this species was one of the gods before the time of the Tenryubito. It's just that this race has long since disappeared. Unintentionally, Queen also reveals that the name of the mysterious race is Lunarian. At this moment, Marco suddenly raised both hands. He sensed Zoro's awakening and decided to retreat. I've played enough, I'll stop here. It's time for the main character to act. The Devil's Wind. Three-sword technique. Hell. Mutton shot. In the end, Zoro recovered and fought with Sanji. Since then, the Straw Hats have returned. During the fight, Sanji suddenly discovered that something was wrong with his body. Seeing this, Queen took advantage of the opportunity, attacking Sanji with lightning. You owe me something. Give it back to you. Look closely. Sanji then uses Diable Jam to confront Queen. Zoro confronts King, who also uses a sword. But King's body was full of weapons. He is a killing machine. Hyogoro is watching the fight from afar. He suddenly realizes that Zoro resembles Ringo's former great-grandfather, Shimatsuki Ashimaru. Shimatsuki Ashimaru is a descendant of the sword god of Wano, Shimatsuki Ryuma. Zoro returned the sword Shusui to Wano. It seems it was all arranged by fate. And whether it's Ryuma, Ashimaru or Zoro, they all have one thing in common: they are all one-eyed swordsmen. Elsewhere, Luffy finally eats all the food. He also digests instantly, healing all wounds, and Momonosuke, with Shinobu's help, became an adult. So, Luffy went to Momonosuke. He needs Momonosuke to transform into a dragon, to help him return to Onigashima. Luffy also sees that Momonosuke has transformed into a dragon, but Momonosuke still cannot fly and cannot bring Luffy back to Onigashima. Currently, the war inside Onigashima is still ongoing. First, Beppo, a member of Law's crew, and his teammates supported Frankie. Next, the Beast's army begins pursuing Tama, forcing Usopp to guard the rear. Third, Big Mom is confronting the Kid Brothers and using Conqueror's Haki. Haki Conqueror. Wow, everyone fell down. And so Big Mom once again struck his comrades, seriously injuring the Beast army. Elsewhere, the war also continued without pause. In it, Inuarashi is confronting Jack alone. Inuarashi's normal form is no match for Jack. Luckily, Inuarashi moved the battlefield to where the moonlight could be seen. Immediately, Inuarashi transformed into Sulong. At the same time, Nekomamushi also transformed into Sulong to confront Perospero. Moving from outside to Onigashima Peak, Yamato is fighting Kaido. Gradually, Yamato began to be invincible. She was sent flying by Kaido again after another, bleeding all over her body. At this time, Kaido threatens Yamato. If you continue to play Odin, don't blame the sword for not having eyes. Hearing that, Yamato did not retreat, extending his stick before his eyes. I like Odin. Many years ago. At that time, Yamato saw Odin's punishment, and was touched by Odin's perseverance. She started calling herself Odin and wanted to help Wano open the door. Unexpectedly, Yamato even awakened to Conqueror's Haki. Later, this was known to Kaido. Kaido wants to use this method to force Yamato to submit. But Yamato still calls himself Odin. No, I'm Odin. Now Kaido sees that Yamato refuses to listen. He directly imprisoned Yamato and the three daimyo of Wano together. Kaido only left a portion of food for one person and some fighting knives. This made young Yamato very scared. Not only was she tired and hungry, but she also faced the risk of losing her life at any time. Did she also see the three? Refused to submit to Wano's Kaido. As it turned out, the three daimyo were all supporters of Odin. After Odin died, 3 people rebelled and were imprisoned here. Now, the 3 daimyo of Wano were all very scared, and Ringo's daimyo, Shimatsuki Ashimaru, acted first. He suddenly picked up a knife and slowly walked in front of Yamato. Unexpectedly, Shimatsuki Ashimaru only severed one worm. His actions also surprised young Yamato. Then, the 3 daimyo brought food before Yamato. They also told Yamato a secret. A samurai's stomach will never be hungry. Therefore, the hungry Yamato asked to eat the food in front of him. I am very hungry. Eat it. Your family is unbelievable. I will never forget this meal in my life. Thus, Yamato ate all the food by himself. She was very worried. Could someone like her become a samurai? Is it possible to become a samurai? It is said that Shimatsuki Ashimara cut off Yamato's hair. The three daimyo also began teaching Yamato the skills of a samurai. Without knowing it, Yamato spent a happy time learning martial arts. Yamato then took out Oden's logbook that she had picked up. Because Yamato doesn't know how to read, the three daimyo began teaching Yamato to read the diary. In the diary, Yamato saw the vastness of the world. She also heard for the first time that the world she lives in is round. After that, Yamato watched all of Oden's voyages, including Whitebeard, including Roger. There are also interesting adventures one after another. I Am a Pirate, Chapter 2. New adventure begins. The world is so big, there are so many unknown places. Let's go to the last island. And so, Yamato finished reading the story of Oden's voyage. Oden also said, 20 years later, strong pirates carrying the responsibility of the next generation will flock to the new world. If he dies, they will be the ones to defeat Kaido. From then on, Yamato had more hope in his heart. She craves Ralph Drew and also craves One Piece. And Yamato also mumbled in his sleep, after 20 years, she will fight Wano. At that time, she also wanted to see the majesty of the sea. Go to the sea, become stronger. We promise we won't let you die here. Absolutely do not submit to Kaido. Wano, please help me. In fact, Yamato only lived with three daimyo for 10 days. But Yamato promised the samurai, she will protect Wano. Back in the present, Yamato confronts Kaido, who is taking away Wano's freedom. Together they unleashed a Thunder Bagua, echoing in the sky. Thunder Bagua. Currently, Yamato is relying on faith to fight Kaido relentlessly. But Kaido repeatedly emphasized that Yamato had the blood of a demon in him, and Yamato has never had friends or teammates. Therefore, Yamato considered himself responsible. In fact, no one considered Yamato as one of their own. Since childhood, Yamato has lived on Onigashima. She was forced by Kaido to live a life of hiding and hiding. Many times, Yamato can only survive by scavenging. At that time, there was a kind soldier who sent food and blankets to Yamato. This is also a rare time Yamato feels the warmth on the island. Thank you? So delicious, so delicious. Thank you, thank you. But later, this soldier was killed by Kaido. From then on, no one dared to be friends with Yamato. Yamato's only joy as a child was reading Oden's diary over and over again. Perhaps only the stories in the diary can erase Yamato's loneliness. But then, Yamato met Ace. She finally made her first friend, literally. Back in the present, Kaido scoffs that everyone who was good to Yamato is dead. He also continued to attack Yamato. Very quickly, Kaido defeated Yamato. He also said that this was Yamato's fate, becoming a lonely demon. On the other hand, Luffy pulled Momonosuke's dragon beard to force Momonosuke to fly. Momonosuke also closed his eyes, flying in the air. Luckily, the two successfully reached Onigashima. After a great destruction, Luffy returned to the top of Onigashima. And at this time, Yamato also raised his wolf-tooth club to attack Kaido. Gear 4. Finally, Luffy returned to Onigashima, punching Kaido away. At this point, Yamato has completed his mission. Luffy also considers Yamato as a teammate. Next, Kaido transformed into his true dragon form. Luffy rides Momonosuke and confronts Kaido. But the two dragons met, leading to dark clouds covering the moon. Initially, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi both relied on the moon's lion form to defeat their opponents. However, due to the full moon being covered, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi returned to their original forms. They are also no longer opponents of Jack and Perospero. The situation is quite dangerous. At the same time, under Luffy's encouragement, Momonosuke overcame his fear. He dared to attack Kaido, biting the dragon. Luffy also punched Kaido, causing Kaido to fall. This punch demonstrated Luffy's fighting statement. The mercenary army also increased its motivation. Next, Luffy asked Momonosuke to stop Onigashima from falling. He himself stays at the top to deal with Kaido. At this time, Kaido transformed into a beastman form. As Luffy walked step by step towards Kaido, the battle began again. As long as I'm alive, there will be countless possibilities. The sky was torn apart. Unexpectedly, the confrontation between Luffy and Kaido ripped through the sky. At this time, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi saw the full moon again. They also transformed into lunar lions, counterattacking Jack and Perospero. After a fierce battle, Jack and Perospero gradually lost. Oda Ikimonji, Nekomamushi, Inuarashi. Finally, thanks to Oda Ikimonji, Inuarashi and Nekomamushi defeat Jack and Perospero. The fight here finally has Big Mom Pirates level characters starting to fall. On the other hand, Luffy asked Yamato to go help Momonosuke. Currently, Onigashima is close to Flower Capital. The Onigashima arsenal still has many bombs and weapons. Once Onigashima falls, it will explode like an atomic bomb, destroying the Flower Capital. At that time, Kaido intended to turn Wano into a new Onigashima. Now, under Yamato's guidance, Momonosuke has learned how to control clouds. It turns out, dragons actually fly by creating clouds, capturing clouds to perform flight. And the name of this cloud is Flame Clouds. At this time, Yamato suddenly discovered something more terrible. Due to Kaido's injury, the force keeping Onigashima suspended was drastically reduced. The entire Onigashima was in danger of collapsing, about to fall. So Yamato encouraged Momonosuke to create more flame clouds. Only Momonosuke's flame clouds can keep Onigashima afloat, saving Flower Capital. Next, Yamato also transformed into wolf form. She prepares to go to the Onigashima armory to stop the explosion. At the same time, in the Onigashima Hall, King and Queen continue to confront Zoro and Sanji. During the fight, Sanji felt something was wrong with his body. Initial injuries can cause bone fractures or bone fractures. Now, Sanji discovered that he was completely fine. On the other hand, in the fierce battle, Zoro broke the tip of his new armor. This made King angry, transforming into a beastman form. He can also use his wings to create immense air blades. Next, use the air blade to knock Zoro out of Onigashima Castle. Zoro also uses Santoryu, Kiki Kyutoryu and Confrontation. This attack knocked Zoro to the periphery of Onigashima, and his helmet was also severely damaged. Elsewhere, Rob Lucci suddenly contacts CP0. Currently, the ratio of troops between the two sides in the war is 12,000, 8,000. Knowing this, Lucci gave two instructions. First, if Kaido fails, then the world government will take over Wano. Currently, there are many warships heading towards Wano. Second, CP0 needs to capture Nico Robin. Right after that, CP0 immediately took action, found Robin and Brook, and the two sides began to fight. On Sanji's side, he used Diable Jam to knock Queen to the ground. However, Queen was not injured at all and decided to use Brachio's move. I only see Queen placing her body horizontally, becoming an eye shape. His power also frightened Sanji. What? Not good. Unexpectedly, Queen's move is Brachio Coils. Queen also said, no creature can resist his grip. Very quickly, Queen began to squeeze. Sanji was in so much pain that he was deformed. Not only that, Queen's original body also has fire weapons. Queen also prepares to use firepower to destroy Sanji. Super powerful weapons are attached to the body. If we name it, it will fly towards you. That is Brachio Launcher. Thus, Queen hurts herself in a special way. Sanji also escaped the tight grip and fell to the ground. At this time, Queen was confident that Sanji was definitely dead. Unexpectedly, Sanji slowly stood up again. Although his body was bent and deformed, there was absolutely no problem. Apparently, Sanji's body has undergone strange changes. He can still make his bent body become metal again. Now, everyone was surprised about Sanji's body. Sanji was also afraid, not knowing if he had awakened his bloodline and become a transformed person. What worried Sanji the most was, he will become a cold killing machine like his other brothers. At this moment, Queen took advantage of the opportunity when Sanji was distracted to kill someone. Unexpectedly, Sanji became invulnerable. This makes Sanji even more afraid, not wanting to become a monster without emotions. Sanji suddenly became shy, not daring to attack. In fact, Sanji only wore the Germa battlesuit a few times. He didn't understand why his body suddenly changed. On the other hand, Killer did not dare attack Hawkins. Meanwhile, Hawkins did not hesitate to hit Killer. He also uses suicide to injure Kid. At this time, Kid and Law are trying to fight Big Mom. Big Mom also swings Napoleon, Prometheus and Hera, attacking powerfully. At this moment, Kid got a headache from Hawkins. Due to being implicated, Law was also seriously injured by Prometheus. It's clear now that if Hawkins isn't dealt with, it's difficult for Kid to survive. Meanwhile, Killer endured the attack while taunting Hawkins. He said Hawkins certainly regretted surrendering to Kaido. The future that Hawkins dreamed of, due to surrender, could not be realized. These words pierced Hawkins' heart. Killer also changed his thinking and took up his weapon to counterattack. This time, Killer seems completely unconcerned about Kid's cursed doll. Because Kid doesn't have a left hand. As it turns out, Killer has come up with a way to deal with Hawkins. Because Kid does not have a left arm, the injury will not be transferred to his left arm. Killer then takes out Kid's yarn doll from Hawkins' left arm. This helps Kid escape the curse and is no longer injured. Next, Hawkins turns into a straw man preparing for a life-and-death battle. But Killer was not afraid, turning his scythe. Straw men will not die. As long as you have the card, you can revive. Tower. In the end, Killer succeeded in destroying Hawkins. The straw man and the Tower tarot cards have special meanings. Get rid of the old, welcome the new. On the other hand, Apu suddenly found Drake. He recognized Drake as a member of the Navy, proposing an alliance. Apu wants to take advantage of the opportunity when the Straw Hats and the Animal Army both fail, taking all the achievements. Besides him, there are 3 giants, 3 ghosts, 2 fangs, 1 beauty. However, Drake refused to ally with Apu. Meanwhile, Usopp and the others suddenly see Kineman's lower body. As it turns out, Kineman's body had been previously severed by law, not yet fully reattached. Now Usopp and the others also carried the lower body, looking for Kineman and Akika. At this moment, Orochi's voice once again appeared next to Kineman. Orochi used Den Mushi to order Kanjuro, who only had 1 breath left. Orochi orders Kanjuro to use his last life to activate the final skill, Hidatsum Kozo. Hidatsum Kozo is a monster that burns everything, can pass through walls like a devil. Orochi's plan is for Hidatsum Kozo to attack the armory. At that time, all of Onigashima will be destroyed. Whether it's Kaido or Luffy, they will all no longer exist. On the other hand, the Killer brothers are still confronting Big Mom. At this time, Kid and Law prepare to use the Devil Fruit's awakening skill. First, Kid transforms into a magnetic human, extremely large, but Big Mom uses an Ikoku attack, knocking Kid down from above. However, Kid was just making time for Law. I only saw Law using his KR00M ability to fuse into his sword to attack Big Mom. The first property is anesthesia, making Big Mom completely unable to feel the stab of the sword. As for the real move, it is the vibration that Law creates inside. Oscillation attack. Accompanied by a seismic oscillation attack, Big Mom was beaten by Law until he vomited blood. At this time, Kid also used his awakening ability. He can transmit magnetism from his opponents, causing Big Mom and the steel in the rubble to attract each other. Accordingly, Big Mom was knocked down heavily. Everywhere was filled with dust. But Big Mom opened her blood-red eyes and stood up in the blink of an eye. She still uses her Devil Fruit abilities, trying to take the lives of everyone around her. Finally, Onigashima ran out of red bean rice cakes. Soldiers around were robbed of their lifespan. Hera and Prometheus received replenishment, restored to their original state. After that, Big Mom used up a year of her lifespan. She becomes giant, once again fighting Kid and Law. Meanwhile, Drake refused to cooperate with Apu. He intends to fulfill his promise to Luffy and defeat Apu. Drake also realized the weakness of Apu's ability. The condition to launch a sound attack is hearing, but targeting must rely on sight. Seeing this, the giant Notoriu immediately took action with Yamato. Notoriu likes Yamato very much, considering Yamato his best friend. Suddenly, homies burning the floor appeared here. It was about to burn all the way to the armory, blowing up Onigashima. Just when the CPO was pursuing Robin and Brook, as the floor at the top crumbled, Robin and Brook fell on top of Notoriu. The CPO also caught fire during the pursuit and fell to the second floor. Now, see the danger of homies. Yamato immediately led Notoriu to the armory to stop the explosion. As for CPO, while chasing Robin, he was discovered by Apu and Drake. They do not want to reveal that the government and pirates are linked together, preparing to kill and destroy people. Therefore, Apu and Drake chose to join hands and deal with CPO. On the other hand, Sanji is still suffering from his body's transformation. He ran away, thinking why he became like that. Meanwhile, there is a female artist Aizen who is searching for the mouse Chuji. Suddenly, Sanji found Aizen knocked out before his eyes, covered in injuries. This made Sanji very scared. He was worried that he had lost consciousness, hurting the girl. At this time, Queen chased after Sanji. He realized that, only when wearing combat gear, the scientific element in my body has just been activated. At this moment, Sanji thought about Luffy. Using battle costumes can help Luffy become the Pirate King in a better way. But Sanji doesn't want to be an emotionless transformer. Immediately, Sanji broke his battle outfit. He also called Zoro, speaking slowly. We should soon defeat the 100 Beast army. But if after winning I become abnormal, please kill me. Hearing this, Zoro spoke. Okay, but before that, don't die. After finishing speaking, Sanji hung up the phone. He immediately used his final skill, Hell's Memories, on Queen. I advise you not to add fuel to the fire anymore. Let you see what hell is. Next, Queen and Sanji begin to face off. Queen doesn't just use lasers, but also uses the exclusive abilities of Germa 66, including Ichiji's ability to create fire, Niji's ability to generate electricity, and Yanji's super strength abilities. Obviously, Germa 60's technology has been carefully researched by Queen. Queen wants to prove that he is a greater scientist than Judge. Every time Queen uses Germa's ability, Sanji is attacked. Very quickly, Sanji was seriously injured by Queen. However, Sanji also counterattacked, breaking Queen's mechanical arm. He also uses a kick, Chop Belly, to send Queen flying far away. Actually, after a series of battles, Queen was also exhausted. At this time, Queen decided to use her final ability, Black Invisibility. Unexpectedly, he can be invisible like Sanji wearing combat gear. However, Sanji is also invisible. Unlike Queen, Sanji is invisible by moving at high speed so that others cannot see him. At this time, Arthur, who was injured before, suddenly rushed into the battlefield. She's still looking for the mouse named Chuji. Seeing this, Queen decided to attack Arthur again. It turns out that the person who injured Arthur before was the Invisible Queen, because Arthur once refused Queen's pursuit, causing Queen's hatred for love. Sanji discovers Queen's form. He finally realized that Queen was the vile person who attacked women. Immediately after that, Sanji activated his body's abilities after waking up. He creates hotter flames on his feet, Diable Jam. Men are not allowed to hit women. You are a coward, Queen. Mr. Queen? It's okay, let me worry. Alright. Shoulder meat. Pork belly, belly meat. Thus, Sanji used Diable Jam to attack Queen continuously. But Queen is very cowardly, using psychological attacks on Sanji. He says Sanji is now Germa. The future will become a person who transforms without emotions. Because Sanji is the judge's son, a natural transformer. Hearing that, Sanji understood his path. Sanji thought about the restaurant on the beach, thought about Seth. He is a chef. No matter how the body changes, this does not change. Sanji will just become himself, me being me. In this moment, Sanji suddenly broke Germa's lock. I'm also a pirate. Sanji, black leg of the straw hats. Exploding beef. Go away, cheap Queen. Finally, Sanji uses exploding cow to defeat Queen. The battle at Onagashima's left brain tower ends. The winner is Sanji. After the battle, handsome Sanji returns the loyal mouse to Tama. He also fainted because his injury was so severe. At the same time, Zoro faced King. I just suddenly pulled my head back and shot it out. This attack is called Diable Jam, like a laser attack, making it difficult for Zoro to fight back. Next, take advantage of space, attack Zoro strongly. To cope, Zoro uses the ultimate technique, 360 Phoenix Black Rope Twister. But this attack was actually blocked without any damage. King's counterattack sent Zoro flying again. At this time, Zoro discovered King's perverted defense. If Zoro cannot break this defense, he will definitely lose. Elsewhere, Viola suddenly comes to Kaido's side. The music she played fascinated Kaido, making him forget about leaving Onigashima. At this moment, Viola's music entered Zoro's ears. After hearing it, Enma suddenly exploded, sucking Zoro's left arm dry. This causes Zoro to divide his attention and restrain Enma's power. Seeing an opportunity, King attacked Zoro. He used his body to fend off Zoro's knife and launched a massive explosion. Immediately, the fire broke out, light covered everything. Luckily, Zoro promptly used Haki to protect himself from serious injury. But when the smoke cleared, King was still standing in the flames, unharmed. At this moment, Zoro and King looked at each other. Zoro didn't believe it, wanting to see how strong his defense was. Itoria ai. Sure son. Unexpectedly, Zoro's sure son just seemed to be massaging him. Smoker feels comfortable and uses Diable Jam. At this time, Yubashiri attacked again, absorbing Zoro's Haki. Zoro is affected, hit by Diable Jam. Even the sword in his hand fell out, about to fall into the abyss. To protect the sword, Zoro did not care about himself. He also used his body as a shield and was kicked away. At this time, Zoro's entire body was covered in injuries, blood flowing like a vein. But he still protected the three swords and protected his promise to the girls. Each sword symbolizes a unique memory. Sandai Kitetsu is from Toshiji, Wado Ikemanji belongs to Kuina. Yubashiri corresponds to Kozuki Hiyori. Now, continue to attack vigorously. Due to Yubashiri's lack of control, Zoro was sent flying again. But this attack also reminded Zoro of someone. 13 years ago, there was an old man fishing on the East Sea coast. Toshiji once said that Wado Ikemanji and Yubashiri were created by the same blacksmith. And this blacksmith, his name is Shimatsuki Kozaburo. More than 50 years ago, Shimatsuki Kozaburo secretly left Wano. He and a number of ethnic people settled in Donghai and built Shimatsuki Village. Shimatsuki Village is Zoro's East Sea hometown. At that time, Zoro met an old man fishing at the beach. The old man who taught Zoro how to chant when swinging his sword in Wano is Sinachi. He also told Zoro that each sword has its own personality. The swordsman can actually make the sword obey him. The old man also said that he once created an extremely authentic sword. He named this sword King of Hell. Finally, Zoro remembered that this old man was Kushiro. He is Kuina's grandfather, and also the father of Zoro's sensei, Kushiro. And the King of Hell knife is Yubashiri. Returning to the present, Zoro once again picked up Yubashiri. He remembered the promise he and Kuina made, wanting to become the #1 swordsman. At this moment, Zoro suddenly understood. Yubashiri's nature is upright, not evil intentions. Even when Mihawk used Yubashiri in the past, he was absorbed with Haki. At this time, Zoro admired Mihawk's strength in controlling Yubashiri. Just raised his Haki to accept the challenge Yubashiri gave him. Now, King's release of powerful Haki will put Zoro's heart under heavy pressure. But Zoro wants to use his Haki to control Yubashiri. In this moment, his heart suddenly awakens stronger Haki. Are not. Is he planning to become king? After all, the captain and my friends and I made a promise to each other. Unexpectedly, Zoro awakened Conqueror's Haki, causing everyone around him to spray white foam. Next, Zoro continued to fight. This time he finally discovered the race's abilities. Every time the fire behind burns, he will have unbeatable defense, and when the fire goes out, the speed will increase. The price to pay is a sharp decrease in defense power. Following that, Zoro finally opened his mask. King also revealed the characteristic face of the Lunarian race. Brown skin, white hair, black wings, fire behind. It is said that we only need to provide information about the Lunarian race to the government. We'll receive 1 billion bonus. At this time, Zoro prepares to launch Yubashiri, the Three Swords sect. In the moment the blades clashed, he also remembered the past when he met Kaido. A long time ago, King was captured by the government for experimentation. The world government wants to exploit the abilities of the Lunaria family. At that time, he met Kaido, who was trying to escape from prison. Kaido said, only he can change this world. And King decided to follow Kaido. The two escaped the laboratory together. Originally, King's name was Abel. It was Kaido who gave him the name King. Helping Kaido become Pirate King is King's dream. Back in the present, King maximizes his power for his dream. This attack is called Fire Dragon Emperor. At this moment, the lava-like fire completely overwhelmed Zoro. Next, he suddenly accelerated, kicking Zoro up. But due to that, he had his defense reduced. Zoro grasped the weak position and used Kiki Kyutoryu, Azura, to cut King. After that, the two continued to sword fight continuously. Zoro uses Kyutoryu, Kiki to strike down hard. King used all his strength to defend, swinging his sword to send Zoro flying far away. Finally, after a long battle, the two decided to decide victory or defeat with one blow. Just saw King flying high, the strongest fire burning. I will remember that you are a talented swordsman, Fire Dragon Emperor. Now King's Fire Dragon Emperor has been chopped in half by Zoro. Zoro also flew high thanks to the rock. He faced the Fire Dragon, without backing down, opening his mouth to recite poetry. Sentoryu, Enbama Yanazu Onigiri, Hayakuchi Pound Ho, Tatsumaki. Just hearing an explosion in the sky, King's Fire Dragon Emperor was cut in half by Zoro. Also severed was his wing. At this moment, he remembered his promise to Kaido. Whether Kaido is Joy Boy or not, he still wants to help Kaido become Pirate King. However, now everything seems impossible. Because that man is too strong. Just the King of Hell. I did it, so what's the matter? Battle outside the top of the Right Brain Tower. The winner is Zoro. Only the main battle remains between Big Mom and the Kairos brothers, along with the climactic battle between Luffy and Kaido. Besides, there are also many small details that happen in Onigashima. For example, Violet is playing music for Orochi on the second floor of Onigashima, making Orochi forget about running away. The match between Reizo and Fukurokuju on the third floor of Onigashima was coming to a close. Both were fossilized by technology and burned continuously by fire. They are both trying to see who will be burned by fire first. On the first floor of Onigashima, Usopp finally saves the injured Kinemon and Okika. Reizo also protects everyone and stops the 100 Beast army. However, the CPOs suddenly followed the Straw Hats and come to this place. It turns out that, before that, Drake and Sasaki were both defeated by CPO. Appu and ex-Drake were scared and ran away. At this time, the two CPO agents did not want to confront Reizo, but to support Luffy's actions, Reizo blocked the CPO's path. On the outskirts of Onigashima, Kanjuro is trying to stop Onigashima from falling. At the same time, Yamato arrived at the armory under the citadel. Gaburu immediately pushed Rocky's doorman away so Yamato could enter the armory. Very quickly, Prometheus also appeared here with the intention of igniting gunpowder. Luckily, Yamato used his freezing ability to protect the gunpowder. She also used the Maboroshi blade technique to stop Prometheus from exploding gunpowder. Actually, during the Battle of Onigashima, the people of Wano are celebrating the Fire Festival. This is their only free time of the year. On every face, there is a radiant smile from the bottom of the heart. Now, the Fire Festival has come to an end. Everyone wrote their wishes on sky lanterns. It is said that deceased loved ones can see sky lights in heaven. Initially, Tsuru wanted to write down his wish to become someone like his father. She wants to bring smiles to people in trouble like Kazuki's family. But when preparing to write, Tsuru changed his mind at the last minute. Even though I want to be like my dad, but my biggest dream is still to see my father again. It turns out that Tama's biggest dream is to reunite with her father. She also hopes her father can see her feelings from heaven. His gaze shifted to the top of Onigashima, where Luffy and Kaido were still fighting. Both punched each other, fighting evenly. Luffy feels the battle is getting more and more interesting. Kaido is also full of fighting spirit. After that, Kaido suddenly started drinking, becoming high and drunk. He sometimes cried, sometimes laughed, sometimes felt disappointed, sometimes angry. During that process, a drunk Kaido did not forget to fight Luffy. The two have faced off many times, with equal strength. Kaido even stopped occasionally, petting and crying. Despite the excitement, the castle was half destroyed. Why is it so troublesome? Obnoxious. I can't do anything. Afterwards, Kaido started having fun again after drinking, fighting Luffy again. The two also performed pillar head, comparing whose head was harder. After butting heads, Kaido entered an angry state after drinking. He used the final technique, Dragon Thin Quan. As for Luffy, he used Gomu Gomu no Gatling to fight Kaido non-stop. Now, all factions did not expect that Luffy could fight Kaido like that. Even the 5 elders of Mary Geos felt the tension in the situation. During the conversation, the 5 elder stars mentioned that devil fruit. For hundreds of years, that devil fruit never woke up. But the government is still very afraid of that devil fruit. They don't even dare to call the devil fruit's original name. They can only assign it a new name. It is to erase the existence of this devil fruit in history. On the other hand, the Navy warship moving towards Wano suddenly stopped, because Zunisha had approached the Wano Sea, blocking the Navy's path. At the same time, in the Onigashima Hall, Big Mom uses Zoo's Thunderbolt. A series of purple lightning bolts knocked Law and Kid back. She also used Prometheus to cause heavy damage to Law and Kid's crew. At this time, Big Mom was also panting, but she still plans to climb to the top of Onigashima to support Kaido. At this moment, Law suddenly activated the room ability. His blade instantly grew longer, piercing Big Mom. Next is an internal shockwave that causes serious damage to Big Mom. At the same time, Kid creates a magical cow that slowly sucks. The magical cow has an extremely large body. It charged at Big Mom, sending her flying straight up. Now Big Mom, after suffering a series of attacks, has broken her arm bones. But she used her ability to give life to bones, reconnecting broken bones. Next, Big Mom swung Napoleon's sword. She split Kid's magical cow in half with one sword. Big Mom also mocks Kid and Law. We have dominated this sea for decades. When we ruled, you weren't even weaned yet. At this moment, Kid created waves of magnetic fields for Big Mom and the tower. This causes Big Mom to be sucked into the high tower, facing the attack of the magical cow. I didn't expect Big Mom to be so strong. She carried the entire tower on her back, using her back to fend off attacks. After that attack, Law and Kid continued to attack Big Mom at high speed. In the end, Big Mom was completely agitated. She focused her energy on Napoleon's sword, using the final technique, Ikoka's sovereignty. Just saw a giant female image appear immediately. Women can move freely and have tremendous energy. Kid was the first to be attacked, beaten to the point of almost losing consciousness. In a moment of danger, Law moved the tower above Big Mom's head, knocking her out. Next, watch as Law uses his room ability a third time to impale Big Mom. His blade even pierced Onigashima, piercing straight into the depths of the sea. At this moment, Big Mom was frantically swinging punches, hitting Law and causing him to vomit blood. But Law persisted and did not let go until the blade pierced the magma layer. After that, Law slowly recited the move, Shock. At this time, a strong tremor immediately occurred. From Wano one could see Onigashima being pierced by a sword, and Kinnymon was also surprised why a deep hole suddenly appeared under the sea. However, even though Big Mom had to vomit blood, she was not defeated. She also summoned Napoleon to prepare to give Law a deadly poison blow. While everything was hanging by a thread, Law called his good brother again. Come on, Eustace Kid. In fact, not long ago, Kid was almost beaten to the point of losing consciousness. He also sees images from the past appearing like a painting. As a child, Kid liked to play with scrap metal toys in the ruins. When he grew up, Kid founded his own pirate crew and became famous for a while. He also fought with Luffy and Law against the Marines in Sabaody. But Appa and Hawkins' betrayal caused Kid to be captured by Kaido. It was in prison that Kid met Luffy. This gave him the opportunity to challenge the four emperors with Luffy. Kid didn't want to give up, still trying to stand up. At this moment, he heard the call of his good brother. Come on, Eustace Kid. Come here, you arrogant person. Railgun. It's over. At this time, Kid launched his strongest attack, Railgun. The powerful, immediate destruction caused Big Mom to be shocked and lose consciousness. During energy collisions, Big Mom wants to use his Devil Fruit ability to take away Law and Kid's lifespan. She uses Whisper to the Soul and says live or enslave. Unfortunately, Kid and Law are not afraid of the four emperors. This makes Big Mom's ability ineffective. Law also used his Room or Awakening ability to cover Big Mom. This ability is similar to Corazone's Silenced Devil Fruit. Any sounds Big Mom makes can be eliminated. Therefore, Big Mom can no longer steal life. Prometheus and Zeus also couldn't hear Big Mom's call for help. Chasing Railgun. Big Mom was hit by Railgun from Onigashima all the way to the bottom of the sea. Before his consciousness disappeared, Big Mom suddenly remembered Roger. She was angry because Roger had ushered in the Great Pirate Age. Also angry because one person after another dared to challenge him. At this time, Big Mom saw Wano far away. Seeing everyone's happy smiles during the sacred fire ceremony, Big Mom recalls everything that happened after she went to Wano. She suddenly felt unwilling and angry. Big Mom also swears that she will not forgive Kid and Law. Welcoming her was the hot magma flow at the bottom of the deep sea. Finally, in a terrifying soundless explosion, all of Big Mom's unwillingness and anger became quiet. Here, the war at Onigashima Hall ends. New generation with Big Mom. The winners are the Killer Brothers. From now on, the four emperors are no longer a symbol of invincibility. On the other hand, Kinnymon senses Zunisha's arrival in Wano. He knows that Zunisha 800 years ago was Joy Boy's teammate. Because Odin tore away the most important page of the diary, so no one knows what Roger saw on Last Island. People also didn't understand why Roger and Odin were laughing out loud. In the arsenal, Hidatsum, Kozo became weak due to the fight with Big Mom. It escaped from the armory. Yamato resolved the explosion risk. On the third floor of Onigashima, Reizo and Fukurokuju were finally decided. Fukurokuju was the first to be burned by fire. Reizo won but was injured. On the second floor of Onigashima, Orochi was crushed by a collapsing stone panel. Hiyori also used sea stone nails to hold Orochi in place, preventing Orochi from transforming. At this time, Hiyori said that she was Hiyori Kazuki. This made Orochi panic, so scared that his nose bled. Afterwards, Hidatsum, Kozo reports to Orochi that the mission has failed. It also brings Kenjuro's soul to Orochi. As a result, Orochi was burned by fire and cried out pitifully. At the same time, Aizu used a suicide attack to destroy a CP0 member. At this time, another member of CP0 suddenly received an order. The 5 Elder Stars requested CP0 members to destroy Luffy immediately. This is equivalent to interfering in Kaido's fight, which will make Kaido angry. But this CP0 member had no choice but to follow orders. Suddenly, Drake woke up from his unconscious state, drew his sword and attacked CP0. But even though this move caused a lot of damage to CP0, CP0's counterattack completely defeated Drake. From downstairs to the top of Onigashima, Kaido heard the news that Big Mom was defeated. He couldn't help but remember the first time he met Big Mom. That year, Kaido was only 15 years old, very young. On the Rocks pirate ship, Big Mom told Kaido that if anything happened, he could find her. Back in the present, Kaido cries loudly because Big Mom is defeated. Seeing this, Luffy transformed into the fourth gear, Snake Man, continuing his fierce attack. Luffy said, "This is the last time he uses the fourth gear. If he doesn't defeat Kaido, he won't stop." Soon, the two fought fiercely again, exchanging injuries, either one willing to back down. Kaido also uses many moves after drinking alcohol, includes the coward's trick after drinking, and the drunken trick to seduce people. Please stop. Next, Kaido learns from observation haki to predict the future. He avoided Luffy's attack and swallowed Luffy into his stomach. Kaido then blows Luffy out of his mouth and spits out the dragon's hot breath. However, Luffy tried to endure the heat. He also threw the King Tiger Punch. One punch sent Kaido's heat back into his stomach. The power was astonishing. At this moment, Kaido launched Raime Hack. This attack almost punctured Luffy. This is Kaido's killing technique after drinking alcohol. At this point, both sides had fought to the limit. Luffy and Kaido decide on a decisive blow. At this moment, an iron sound suddenly rang out from behind Luffy. Iron block. Unexpectedly, CPO agents actually attacked Luffy. This caused Luffy to be hit by Kaido. This blow caused thunder to echo throughout heaven and earth. Kaido was also angry when he discovered that the CPO was interfering in his fight. In the past, Oden failed like that, making Kaido always regret it. In the end, Luffy was unable to resist Kaido's Raime Hack. Strangely enough, Luffy's heart sounded like a drum. Here, the battle on Mount Onigashima ends. The winner is Kaido. At this time, the CPO agent pulled down his hat and said nothing. He knew the price of angering Kaido, already in his heart. And Kaido also used a thunder punch, turning the agent into gray smoke. Next, Kaido returned to Onigashima's large room, declaring victory. Now, everyone has fought to the point of exhaustion, unable to fight Kaido. But people still did not give up, still refused to surrender. Seeing this, Kaido faced Nami, emitting destructive heat. In times of danger, blue fire blocks the heat. Marco once again saved the danger. At this moment, Zenesha heard a drum-like beating. That sound also rang in Kanjuro's ears. I heard the throb of release. After 800 years, I cannot mistake this accent. He's there, Joy Boy. Joy Boy is back. At this time, Kanjuro still did not understand Zenesha's words. A joyful, free and mischievous laugh suddenly rang out. The person creating this laughter is Luffy. So Luffy is Joy Boy. He also awakened the Gomu Gomu no Mi, the most terrifying ability. At the same time, the 5 Elder Stars were discussing the Gomu Gomu no Mi. For the past 800 years, each generation of the world government has wanted to reclaim the Gomu Gomu no Mi. But the Gomu Gomu no Mi seems to have a sense of self-control. Each time, he tricked her mother into escaping the government's recall plan. It seems that the Gomu Gomu no Mi fruit is worthy of being named after a god. The real name of the Gomu Gomu no Mi fruit is Zoan type, Hito Hito no Mi fruit, mythical type, Nika form. That's right, the one who possesses the abilities of the Gomu Gomu no Mi is the sun god of freedom, Nika. The person who possesses the ability after awakening will have the strangest ability in the world. Back to Luffy. He felt full of strength, and the sound of his heartbeat became interesting. Luffy puts this form at its highest level, 5th gear. 5th gear. At this time, Kaido was showing off in the hall. Right at this moment, an incident happened. From above, a terrifying wave of Imperial Haki crashed down. Everyone in the 100 Beasts squad vomited until they were exhausted. When Kaido was startled, a giant hand fell from the sky. Finally, Luffy recovered his fighting strength. He fought Kaido at the top of Ghost Island. Luffy's arm strength is amazing, making Kaido dizzy. At this time, Kaido recovered from his coma. He smiled and said, "Thank you for being alive." Before he could finish speaking, Kaido blew destructive heat at Luffy. Heat turned Dike. And so, Luffy returns as king in Nico's new pose. The war has entered its climax. 5th gear. At this time, Kaido apologized for the CPO's intervention. He doesn't want to win the war this way. Hearing that, Luffy didn't care. "Don't worry, just finish it," Hearing that, Kaido laughed. Seeing you still so confident, I feel reassured. He also revealed, when the mind and body are both suitable for their abilities, the fruit will wake up. It's just that the ability for Luffy to wake up is truly extraordinary. Next, Kaido said that he had lost too much. He also asked, is Luffy definitely still his current self? But what the people of Wano have lost is much more than Kaido. Luffy immediately spoke up to Kaido. There are some things he doesn't hesitate to pay the price to get back. Before he could finish speaking, the two started fighting again. You will still lose. Jun Chali Longshingjin Prosperous Dragon. How? After a fierce match, the two of them temporarily retreated and panted. Suddenly, Kaido said that the stage was active and the bottom castle was surrounded by huge fire. There could be thousands of Luffy's teammates burned to death. These words were Kaido's psychological attack plan. Listening, Luffy was completely unaffected. He said he had given the work below to someone else a long time ago. Now, he just needs to focus on beating Kaido away. The words ended, Luffy rushed at Kaido and the fight began again. Bad wind. I've come up with something cool. Meanwhile, due to the previous big fight and the fire in front of the street, a fire was caused. The big fire inside the Ghost Island is burning fiercely. Not only the Ghost Island's hall and castle, even the tower completely collapsed. The current Ghost Island is like Odin Castle 20 years ago. Just a little time, everyone inside will turn to ashes. At this time, the Straw Hats' teammates are scattered throughout the Ghost Island. Everyone was hiding from the fire, trying to put it out. But the entire Ghost Island has started to burn. Everywhere is very dangerous. Furthermore, the Ghost Island is still flying in the sky. It is completely impossible to escape. This is the horrifying scene that this episode's title refers to. There's nowhere to hide. Ghost Island of Hell painting. Initially, Nami wanted Zeus to call rain to put out the fire. But in front of such fire, Zeus was weak and could not do anything. One time, everyone on Ghost Island faced a devouring fire. Among them, Beppo is especially afraid of heat. His whole body is tired. Law's sailors can only protect Beppo, away from the fire. On the other hand, the samurai meet Brook and Robin. They even thought Brook was the one who died in the fire. Chirp. This guy couldn't have escaped. Did he die in the fire? No, I'm not a burned corpse. I've been dead for a long time. In fact, the situation on Ghost Island was very critical. Robin said it is now difficult for them to escape. Sanji took the artists with him, unable to find a safe way out. Even Appa and Usopp got into trouble for running away. Appa wants Usopp to break the wall to escape. Usopp gets burned again by the wall. He almost had a conflict with Appa because he blamed him. Elsewhere, Usopp uses the green star sprinkler to put out the fire. Unfortunately, this plant is quickly swallowed by fire and becomes fuel. In the right brain tower of Ghost Island, Frankie hugged Zoro and fled. He wants to find Chopper to cure the dying Zoro, but the fire was behind him, seemingly about to destroy everything. In times of danger, the new youngest brother of the Straw Hats from Individual Street in the Eastern Grand Line and the ninja of Makomo Village, and the ninja from Makomo Village stood up. On the 4th floor of the castle, Jinbe and Reizo converge. The two decided to work together to put out the fire of Ghost Island. It turns out that Reizo once saw Otama being burned by Kaido. At that time, he faced the fire, very helpless. From that day on, he always prepared for this moment. Not long ago, Reizo went to Zou Island and witnessed Zenish's bathing. He used ninja magic to store all the water from Zenish's bath. And now it's time for Reizo and Jinbe to perform. Ninja art, rolling jutsu, give back, throw the opponent with the current of the sea. Finally, Jinbe and Reizo created great synergy. Reizo brought out Zou water. Jinbe then brought water to every part of Onigashima Island. Even people like Killer on the 1st floor were saved. At last, the inescapable fire was about to be extinguished. Meanwhile, Yamato discovers that Kaido has reached his limit. She hastily urged Momonosuke to speed up his actions to create his cloud of fire. Because once Kaido couldn't take it anymore, then the fire clouds supporting Onigashima will completely disappear. If Momonosuke cannot create a cloud of fire, Onigashima will fall from a height of 10,000 meters. Everyone will die. On the other hand, the war between Luffy and Kaido is at its climax. Luffy appeared from the clouds, transformed into Zeus, the god of thunder. And Luffy did not hesitate, attacking powerfully with lightning, thunder, Goma Goma. Unexpectedly, Luffy's lightning attack was easily resolved by Kaido. Kaido teaches Luffy that Conqueror's Haki is stronger than a Devil Fruit's abilities. But Luffy was not afraid. Call the thunder again, Thunder Van Can. Do you like teasing like this? Relying only on ability, it is impossible to dominate the world. Only hockey. Only one can rule over all. 8 trigrams thunder. Presently, Kaido hit Luffy with a smash that made him dizzy. Unexpectedly, Luffy raised his lightning hand out of the cloud in front of Kaido. At this time, Luffy was holding Kaido tightly but revealed his position. Immediately afterwards, Kaido launched a destructive tornado attack on Luffy. However, even though Luffy's blood was splashing, he still did not let go, because he was accumulating energy to perform the final attack. Meanwhile, Yamato is encouraging Momonosuke to quickly release the fire cloud. But Momonosuke said he couldn't do it. It can't be done, it really can't be done. Momonosuke remembers 20 years ago. At that time, his mother wanted to send Momonosuke to 20 years later. She hopes Momonosuke can restore the Kozuki family line. At that time, Momonosuke also said that he couldn't do it. After all, he was just a child. Fortunately, Kinemon and the others showed the spirit of a samurai. They hoped to come 20 years later to fight for their lord, even when faced with death in battle. In the end, Momonosuke was encouraged. He regained his courage and was willing to come 20 years later to shoulder the family's mission. Back in the present, Momonosuke finally stopped giving up so easily. He decided to create the fire cloud to prevent the fall of Devil's Island. He wouldn't be able to face his mother. Turn your attention elsewhere. Wano's capital of flowers is entering its final stages. People have released sky lanterns and are celebrating the final festival. They laughed and said that tomorrow they would have to become slaves again, hope to live another year. And Otoko was also staring at her sky lantern. She hopes the sky lantern can fly to heaven where her father is. At the top of Devil's Island, Kaido used heat to attack Luffy. But Luffy, even though his whole body was charred black, still did not let go. On the other hand, the fire crisis in Devil's Island is being resolved by Jinbei and Reizo. But the warriors all sensed that Devil's Island was about to collapse. Once Devil's Island collapses, it will be difficult for everyone to escape death. Unexpectedly, everyone was very happy about this situation, because this means Kaido has reached his limit. Compared to their own deaths, they hope Kaido will be defeated even more. Warriors all have families. They hope their family can live in a better Wano, so Kawamatsu said with a smile. Then we will die. Meanwhile, the shaking of Devil's Island loosens Seastone's nails. Orochi regains his freedom, transforming into his devil fruit form. Now, Orochi only has one snake head left, only one life. He just wanted to drag Kamurasaki down with him. The situation was dire. From the moment he moved to the top of Devil's Island, Luffy heard everyone's hearts. That was the hope in the hearts of the people of Wano who had been enslaved for 20 years. I hope my child can grow up happily. I hope my grandfather is in good health. I will make everyone in this country full. This is our fight to take back this country. Straw Hat Boy. Dawn will definitely come to Wano, right? Right now, Luffy is carrying everyone's hopes. He had also finally accumulated the last of his energy. Use the final move, Kong Gun. It's time to end it all. Luffy, don't do anything else. I still haven't. Monkey, I believe in you. Seeing that, Mr. Kaido smiled and said to Luffy, okay, I'll endure your punch. Before he could finish speaking, Kaido performed his final move, Fire Dragon Great Shooter. I will endure this punch from you. 20 years ago, this country's hero was burned alive. Fire Dragon Daiexei. Unexpectedly, Kaido actually blew out molten flames. Lava forms a supergiant dragon, same size as Luffy's punch. The high-temperature fire burned Luffy's palm. Even the corner of Ghost Island also melts immediately upon contact with the fire dragon. Next, Kaido flew up and spoke. Luffy's punch will melt before falling. But Luffy said, he definitely won't melt. Because he had learned Sakura Flow, no contact was needed to attack. Right after that, both of them performed the final move. Kong Gun vs Magic Fire. Gomu Gomu. Magic Gun. Dharma Fire. Thus, Luffy and Kaido used a big move to start the confrontation. The collision between the two was very strong, and for the time being it was impossible to determine victory or defeat. At this time, the knights in Ghost Island were all cheering for Luffy. The 9 Red Shell Knights have endured a heavy mission for 20 years. Today there is finally a chance to get it done. 20 years ago, the 9 Knights of the Red Shell fled in tears. They didn't even dare look back once at Mikada's oil pot. From then on, the Wano nation fell into the hands of Kaido and Orochi. 2 people killed Odin, and used violence to suppress those samurai who want to protest. Even the great Odin castle became ruins in the Great Fire. At that time, Orochi asked the other 4 daimyo to surrender, but the 4 daimyo's answer was only one. That is, they will attack Flower Capital to defeat Orochi. Unfortunately, Kaido is too strong. He used massive dragon fire to burn countless people to death and defeat the samurai army. It is because of Kaido's support that Orochi can be so arrogant. After that, the entire Wano country became a weapons factory. This beautiful country is no longer beautiful. The young men were all enslaved. Gradually, the river water became dark, people lost their source of clean water. Gradually, the land became polluted, people could no longer grow rice, and factory workers can only work from day to day. Many people have died of such fatigue. Orochi, on the other hand, lives a life of luxury. He even used the discarded smile fruit to take away people's emotions, making them only laugh in pain. Orochi believes that no one can save the Wano nation, because this country has been isolated. Back in the present, Orochi becomes as arrogant as he was 20 years ago. He boasted that he wanted to kill Kamurasaki and die with Kamurasaki. At this time, an incident occurred. Those eyes. Don't underestimate our samurai. Don't underestimate the Kurazumi family's resentment. This is truly the scene of the Shura battlefield. Finally, Denjiro appeared in time, killing Orochi with a knife. He protected Hiyori Kazuki, just like he did for the past 20 years. Hiyori doesn't need to please Orochi anymore. She can be herself again. Meanwhile, people in Wano released Kongming lights. Everyone's good dreams are sent to the lamp. Today's dreams can come true. At this time, Kinemon thought about his parents and younger sister. He also threw himself at Onigashima, using all his strength to push Onigashima to move. On the other hand, Luffy and Kaido are still clashing strongly. Kaido told Luffy that it was not easy for him to endure until now, but he cannot change the world. At this time, Kaido remembered a part of his past. 49 years ago, Kaido was only 10 years old. He was the strongest warrior of Von Kwok. Von Kwok had to constantly fight and continuously steal money. Only then can they pay Tenryubito's liability. This money is also called heavenly gold. At that time, Kaido did not understand why people had to obey the Tenryubito. One day, the navy arrived at Von Kwok. They asked the king to take Kaido out, so that Kaido could join the navy. The condition is that Von Kwok can attend the next world conference. Faced with this temptation, the king agreed to take Kaido out. But Kaido does not want to become a political tool, so he escaped from the navy warship. The first wanted warrant that Kaido received, the bounty was up to 70 million. Several years later, Kaido arrived at Pirate Island. At only 15 years old, he defeated many pirates on the island. At this time, Kaido met Whitebeard. Whitebeard said, Rocks wants to meet Kaido. Not long after, Kaido joined the Rocks Pirates. Everyone thought that the Rocks Pirates were champions in the world. After all, everyone in this pirate crew is a monster. Some time later, the Rocks Pirates encountered a major event. They were going to the Valley of God. Next, everyone heard that the Rocks Pirates were destroyed in the Valley of God. It is said that they were destroyed by a small marine named Garp. After that, Kaido began to become independent. Time passes quickly, 10 years have passed. Kaido is stronger than before, known by everyone as the incarnation of martial arts. He also enjoys using force to solve problems. The rule that Kaido believes in is the law of the strong over the weak. Next, the elder of the Charcoal family approached Kaido and proposed an alliance. From there, they formed an unholy alliance. They want to turn Wano into a weapons factory. Kaido also wants to overthrow the world's nobles. Bring all the Tenryubito to the battlefield to experience true equality and freedom. Kaido's idea is that only war can determine human values. One day, Kaido chatted. He says he doesn't know where Yamato heard about Joy Boy. Oden's hope to open the country also seems to be to welcome Joy Boy. Kaido tells Orochi if the person Oden is waiting for is the same person, then you know who Joy Boy is. Returning to the present, Kaido and Luffy's energy force field filled the sky and earth. At this time, a surviving CPO agent escaped the island. Momonosuke is trying to create a cloud of fire. At Flower Capital, everyone uses their last smile to end the sacred fire ceremony. In Onigashima, Shinobu and Reizo use Zo water, extinguishing fires everywhere, ending Onigashima's great fire crisis. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Treasure, Tsunegoro hugged Hiyori and said, All these years, you have been difficult. Now, this long war is reaching its climax. Everyone has overcome many difficulties, just need to solve the last two problems. Firstly, can Luffy defeat Kaido? Second, can Momonosuke stop Onigashima from falling? Go away, Flamp. This is a world ruled by violence. In the end, what kind of world will you create? I will turn this country into a country that can eat its fill. I will create one world for friends. Can eat full world. Kaido, we know who Joy Boy is. It's the future. In the end, Luffy used the Kong gun to defeat Kaido. Momonosuke also creates Fire Cloud. He successfully caused Onigashima to land on the outskirts of Flower Capital without causing any casualties. At this time, Kaido's consciousness fell into a coma. He continuously fell into the underground lava layer and became neighbors with Big Mom. Thus, Kaido will meet Big Mom again in another world. Next, Yamato came to Luffy's side, supporting Luffy. She shouted that it was so amazing. You guys are truly amazing. Thus, the 20-year war ended. The winner is Straw Hat Luffy. At the same time, shouts of victory echoed throughout Onigashima. Finally, after nearly 100 episodes, everyone defeated the Four Emperors Alliance, achieving this miraculous victory. Yamato even took action himself, capturing the remaining soldiers of the 100 Beast Army. At the same time, everyone in Flower Capital looked up at the sky lanterns in the sky. Not long ago, Tsuru revised the prayer on the sky lantern, because she heard Kinemon say, Kazuki's family sacrificed themselves, has kept the fire of hope alive for the warriors of Wano. All of this, so that Tama can live in a happy country. Hearing this, Tama couldn't help but remember an old incident with the Kazuki family. One time, Tama accidentally ate a discarded smile fruit. The Kazuki family knew later, and did not blame them at all. He ate another discarded smile fruit because of Tama. Can I give Dad a bite to eat? If you smile, luck will come. Let's dance together too. Tama dances very well. Tama will be Wano's #1 dancer in the future. That's true. Now, Tama understood everything her father had done for this country, so she modified the wish on the Kongming lamp, changed from, Dad, I miss you, to, Dad, thank you. At this time, Kinemon and Zenesha were communicating in consciousness. After thinking carefully, Kinemon decided not to open the door to Wano temporarily. Zenesha replied that he trusted Kinemon's judgment and followed orders. At this moment, everyone felt the earthquake. The lava also swallowed Kaido and Big Mom. Accompanied by a sky-shattering explosion, the underwater volcano even erupted. Battle in the sky of Wano. The winner confirmed by Kaido is Straw Hat Luffy. Thus, the lava swallowed everything around, also swallowing Kaido and Big Mom. At the same time, everyone in Flower Capital also heard this shocking explosion. Kinemon flew to Flower Capital, comforting everyone not to panic. Unexpectedly, everyone at Flower Capital considered Kinemon as Kaido. They were scared and ran away. Kinemon escapes his true dragon form. Samurai Akazaya and Hiyori slowly walked forward in front of everyone. The appearance of the Kazuki family made everyone freeze. Denjiro also told everyone, Wano's new shogun is right behind us. 20 years have passed, they still remember Samurai Akazaya clearly. Everyone is also preparing to broadcast live for everyone to watch. Thus, people everywhere in Wano have seen Samurai Akazaya. On the other hand, Yamato met all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Both sides were very happy. Only Luffy and Zoro are being treated for their serious injuries. At this time, Tama says that her Dango ability will expire after a month. However, Speed still wants to continue being by Tama's side. Next, everyone's attention was focused on the live broadcast. At this time, Samurai Akazaya knelt down to greet a figure. This figure slowly spoke. My father, Kazuki Oden, has been dead for 20 years now. It was difficult for them, having gone through such a long period of suffering. The fire ceremony will not end. From tomorrow, restore all free trade. There will no longer be a fee for well water. The factory will also not continue to emit toxic substances. Wano will no longer have slaves. At this moment, Tama heard these words. Her eyes slowly became wet. She couldn't help but remember the past. Previously, her parents died from overwork at the factory. Little Tama is very strong. She spoke to her parents at the grave. Please rest well, I'm okay. After that, Tama and Hitetsu started a life selling conical hats. Buy a conical hat. Please, do you need to buy a straw hat? Sorry, I don't have money. Sorry, Tsuru. I, the straw hat seller, haven't sold any yet. Straw hat. Does anyone need a straw hat? Give me a straw hat. Luckily, Tsuru met Hyogoro. From then on, she was accepted as a disciple by Hyogoro. Hyogoro also told Tsuru that, in the future, the knights of the Kazuki clan will save Wano. Hearing this, Tsuru rekindled hope for the future. Then I can endure it. No problem. We'll definitely make this place a country where everyone can eat their fill every day. Back in the present, the miracle that Tsuru was waiting for finally appears. Luffy also fulfilled his promise. At this time, the figure was continuing to speak. He has linked up with maritime allies and mink warriors. Ultimately, he defeated Kaido at Onigashima, ending Orochi's rule. Thus, the dark clouds of Wano have dissipated. Listen to this news. Everyone looked incredulous. Emotional tears flowed from everyone's eyes. At this moment, the person speaking seemed a bit tense and trembling. He suddenly looked at Kinemon and remembered Luffy's advice. Finally, he was no longer afraid and loudly declared to everyone, "The name my father gave me means being invincible in the world. I crossed 20 years of time to save everyone. From now on I, Momonosuke, will lead Wano." Thus, Momonosuke officially became shogun of Wano. Kazuki's family finally returned. Cheers rang out everywhere. From now on, Wano will no longer be oppressed and will welcome a new dawn. Here one of the 8 samurai is looking at cherry blossoms at night. With an innocent heart, he cares about the great affairs of the country. General Kazuki Momonosuke is born. Currently, many events have happened in and outside Wano. First, the 5 Elder Stars knew about Kaido and Big Mom's defeat. They worry that the change of the 4 emperors will cause even greater chaos. Next, Zou disappeared near Wano Beach. This means that Wano will not open and remain a strong fortress. Therefore, the world government fleet cannot attack Wano. Third, the surviving CPO agents escaped Wano without capturing Robin. Wednesday, Drake and Hawkins are seriously injured on Devil's Island and are talking. Drake asked Hawkins, "You predicted it before. As long as you don't betray Kaido, you'll be safe, right?" Hearing that, Hawkins said, he once saw Kaido's power and chose to surrender to Kaido, while Kid chose to fight to the end. He no longer had the face to ask Kid for forgiveness. Hearing that, Drake said nothing. He recalled Hawkins' prediction. There is a person who has only a 1% chance of surviving until tomorrow. At that moment, Hawkins exclaimed, "That person is so pitiful." Now, Drake curiously asked who his prediction was. "Who are you talking about?" "It's me." After one day, Wano is still filled with the atmosphere of victory. The decoration of the Sacred Fire Festival has not yet been dismantled, waiting for the new festival. On the other hand, the school has changed teachers. The textbook also revised the history of the country of Wano. The teacher began to tell the story of the heroes of Wano. In the story there is a Kazuki family and a Red Cloak warrior. There is also Joey Boy who defeated Kaido and a swordsman who can rival the sword god. However, in the joy of victory there was also Yuan Shang who had lost his comrades. There are 2 more headstones in the cemetery behind the bell. The dead were Aizo and Azura Doji respectively. Kinemon will build an ancestral temple here. On the other side, Hiyori gently told Momonosuke something. Luffy and Zoro finally woke up from their coma. The first thing 2 people see is asking for wine or meat. Alcohol. Next, everyone reunited in one place. Momonosuke was waiting for Luffy to wake up. Tonight he will hold a huge nationwide celebration. At this moment, everyone saw Momonosuke's mature appearance. Momonosuke thought he was only 8 years old and jumped onto Nami's chest. Stop, they are bullying me." Of course, Nami responded to Momonosuke with an iron fist. Everyone was very pleased with Momonosuke's experience. Then everyone suggested taking a bath before the celebration. Suddenly Zoro remembered something. Sanji once requested, "If you become abnormal after the war, so Zoro can kill Sanji." Zoro immediately wanted to do this. He also said that he wanted to kill Sanji. "This is why I came back from hell." Then everyone started bathing, divided into men's and women's bathrooms. In the men's bathroom, Yamato spoke frankly to everyone as Odin, very pleasant. "Uncle, please give me some comfort." In the women's bathroom on the other side, Aju also bathes here as a woman. He also said he used to be very embarrassed to bathe with men. "I want to become charming like you." This side of the port, the pirates are having fun. "I didn't expect Kid to be so arrogant." He asked the crew not to get too close to the other pirate groups. At this time, Appu and Kazumi arrived at the pirates. Appu took out the latest newspaper. He said it contained everyone's latest prize money. In addition, the new list of the 4 emperors has been published in the newspaper. At the same time, someone flew over the country of Wano. He was still on the phone with Admiral Akainu. "I didn't expect that this person was actually Admiral Green Bull. You can go and don't cause trouble with me. Everyone says they know it. Actually, Well, that's all the plot of One Piece episode 1079. This episode corresponds to chapter 1052 of the comic. The pace is relatively comfortable, mainly for post-war relaxation, including the famous Yamato bathing scene. So if you like One Piece videos, remember to like and follow. This is really important to me. Thank for all. The story continues after Luffy defeats Kaido. Momonosuke becomes the general of the country of Wano. 3 billion belly. After this battle, Luffy, Kid and Law's bounties all reached 3 billion belly. Luffy, along with Shanks, Blackbeard and Buggy, were placed in the new Yonko ranks. The reason Buggy became Yonko, it's because Crocodile and Mihawk founded the Cross Society. Due to advertising posters, Buggy's disciples painted Buggy as the leader of the Cross Society. Thus, the world government mistook Buggy for leadership and identified him as the new Yonko. However, the reality in Cross Society, Mihawk and Crocodile are the ones with real power. Meanwhile, Robin discovered Wano's secret. 8,800 years ago, Wano was located at the foot of the mountain. Not knowing when, Wano built an outside wall. This caused more and more water in the wall, and ancient Wano was flooded. And this place that was flooded is where Pluton lies. To awaken Pluton, it is necessary to break Wano's wall. This also means that Wano will lose its defense. Anyway, now the Straw Hat Pirates know the location of the sea and Pluton. Luffy also received 3 historical poneglyph copies from Zou, Wano, and Whole Cake Island. Only missing one last copy of the poneglyph will anyone be able to find Raftel's location. At the end of the Wano arc, General Akainu came to Wano wanting to capture Luffy. Akainu is the owner of the Magu Magu Devil Fruit. His power is very strong. However, Shanks used his prestige to chase Akainu away. Shanks also made a decision: he would go find One Piece. In the end, Shanks did not go to see Luffy but left directly. A few days later, Luffy also broke up with Kinemon and left Wano. Those who left on the same day as him included Kid and Law. They, like Luffy, received a copy of the poneglyph history from Wano. This time, Yamato did not leave with Luffy to protect Wano. And so, the epic Wano arc ended. The final chapter of One Piece opened a big new page, because the plot is driven along many lines. Next, we will classify each story within each line. First, let's talk about the 7 Seas. Not long before Whitebeard's world, he was captured by Green Bull. In Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, the Marines, and Blackbeard have a big fight. In the process, Blackbeard defeated everyone and became the winner. Although Rayleigh arrived in time and saved Hancock with her honor. But Blackbeard captured Kobe and brought him back to Pirate Island. The special thing to mention here is in the confrontation at Amazon Lily. The Navy has deployed the new Peace main model, Sarafuku, for the first time. On the other hand, Mihawk and Buggy founded the Cross. The Crusade will issue an arrest warrant for the Navy. Some people even killed T-Bone, a Navy colonel, in exchange for a bounty, even though Buggy is in a very low position in the Crusade. But his ambitions to become a Yonko were beginning to swell. Buggy also announced to all the members that he wanted to capture One Piece. Finally, let's learn about one of the 7 pirates, Kuma. Kuma was rescued from Mariewa by the Revolutionary Army and returned to Okama Kingdom. But after he woke up, he flew back to the Red Line like crazy. Under Navy fire, Kuma was very persistent in climbing the Red Line, wanting to go to the Holy Land. Next, check out Kid and Law, these 2 tough brothers. In it, Kid arrives at Elbaf, the island of the giants. Currently, Shanks is here drinking with old friends like Yorkie and Brook. Afterwards, Kid and Shanks have a conflict. Shanks only used one hockey move to defeat Kid. Shanks also receives Kid's historical map. Meanwhile, Law is chased by Blackbeard to Victory Island in the New World. Although Law's final move caused heavy damage to Blackbeard, but in the end he was still defeated by Blackbeard and lost his copy of the guide map. Luckily, Beppo ate the special medicine that Chopper gave him. He transformed into Lion Moon and saved Law from this sea. The war between Law and Blackbeard ended. The Heart Pirates were defeated. Before returning to Blackbeard, there are a few other things. First, Broly was captured by Oven and imprisoned in Blackbeard's ship. Second, Kobe was imprisoned in Blackbeard's lair on Beehive Pirate Island. Kobe did not sit and wait. On the contrary, he escaped and rescued many captured slaves. Meanwhile, Garp leads the Navy's Sword Division to attack Pirate Island. The main members of Sword are Lieutenant Colonel Bellamy and Hibari. Sword's main members include Colonel X Drake and Hibari. Major General Prince Glus has the ability to control Clayman. And Crane's niece, who possesses the devil fruit that has the ability to train people, peacock. During the fight, Garp threw a punch that destroyed heaven and earth, causing the pirate island square to collapse. He wanted to rescue his disciple Kobe. However, the person standing in front of Garp was his eldest disciple, Akiji. Due to interests, Akiji temporarily accompanied Blackbeard. He also got into a fight with Garp and was punched into the ground by Garp. Next, let's look at the direction of the Straw Hat Pirates. On the ship, Luffy revealed it to his teammates. In addition to becoming the Pirate King, the end of the dream. This is also another great mystery of the Pirate King. Everyone thought that the end of Luffy's dream was unimaginable, but it fits Luffy's personality very well. Additionally, Caribou is also currently hiding in Sunny. Later, the Straw Hat Pirates accidentally arrived at Elbaf Future Island. On the way, they also meet Kuma's daughter, Big Eater Bonnie. On the Future Island there is Vegapunk's research room. Bonnie came here just for Vegapunk. Let the partner transform his father, Bear, back to his normal form. Next, the Straw Hats met Vegapunk and 6 artificial clones. Vegapunk is the owner of the Brain Devil Fruit, which can remember infinitely. He's so talented that he doesn't have enough time. Atlas created 6 clones and imbued them with 6 personalities. In turn, number 1, Righteous, Sakia, number 2, Wicked, Lilith, number 3, Thinking, Edison, number 4, Wisdom, Huagoras, number 5, Fury, Atlas, number 6, Hope, York. On the Future Island, Luffy and everyone saw many high-tech products. Just like the Burning Angel is being adjusted. The Future Island is mainly divided into 2 parts. The upper part is the research floor, the lower part is the workshop floor. While touring, Vegapunk revealed, the technology of the futuristic island appeared 900 years ago. 900 years ago, there was a high-tech kingdom in the world. 100 years of emptiness, just. The kingdoms war history with 20 other kingdoms. Then, 20 victorious kingdoms established the world government 800 years ago. To not let anyone inherit the ideology of this kingdom, the world government erased it from history, and those who knew the information were exterminated. Previously, O'Hara wanted to investigate this history and was destroyed by Buster Call and Vegapunk and Dragon. At the O'Hara ruins, Vegapunk found many documents at the bottom of the lake. These documents were recorded in Vegapunk's brain and researched secretly until now. Vegapunk yearns to discover the secrets of technological energy, but his secret research into history violated the world government's ban. Also, Robin knew from Vegapunk's mouth. O'Hara also survives a giant captain, suspected to be Saul. At this time, Lucci, Kaku and Stussy from CP0 arrived at Future Island. They carry a flaming angel bear, and received orders to kill all Vegapunks, because the world government already knows Vegapunk is researching history. Previously, the world government sent CP5, CP7, and CP8 to Future Island to investigate. But these 3 groups of people all mysteriously disappeared, so it was the CPO's turn to act. To counter CP0, Vegapunk decided to deploy 3 burning angels. He also gave command of the angels to Sentomaru. At the same time, Vegapunk also asked Luffy to take him away from Future Island. Next, Luffy ran into Lucci. The enemy met, his eyes were red, the two began to fight. Now that Lucci has awakened the Nico fruit, his power has increased significantly. But he still couldn't defeat Luffy, the 5th-ranked Sun God. In addition, Kaku also completed his Devil Fruit awakening and fought Zoro. Next, Sentomaru led 3 burning angels to the battlefield. The 3 fiery angels are respectively the Snake Queen, the Eagle, and the Shark. In fact, Sentomaru was once saved by Vegapunk. Because of Vegapunk, Sentomaru decided to betray the world government. He can also directly control the angel bear that CPO brought. Because the burning angel has a built-in order of power. From high to low, the order is 5 old stars, Vegapunk, Sentomaru. Finally come those who hold power like CP0. The fighting power of these angels is very strong. Their arms are installed with blue blood, created from the blood element. These drops of blue blood allow angels to possess devil fruit abilities. The Snake Queen possesses the abilities of the Mero fruit, the bear possesses the abilities of the Nikyu fruit. Sharks possess the abilities of the Oyo fruit, eagles possess the abilities of the Zan fruit. It was because of the birth of the angel that the world government dared to abolish the Shichibukai regime. And so, a great war broke out in Future Island. In the process, Stussy suddenly betrayed Kaku and Lucci, defeating both of them. So Stussy's true identity is a spy created by the MADS Institute for Peace Studies, active in the CPO. Previously, the MADS Peace Research Institute had a total of 5 scientists. Includes Vegapunk, Caesar Clown, Vince Smoke Judge, and a beautiful woman. This beautiful woman is Stussie's subject. However, the crisis in Future Island is not over yet. Everyone suddenly discovers that Vegapunk has mysteriously disappeared. Some burning angels were also controlled by a mysterious person and caused trouble on the research floor. And the defense system of the research floor was also mysteriously controlled. Anyone who cannot leave Dressrosa will be attacked by the system. The person behind it all is Vegapunk's sixth Desire. Desire revealed to Gorosei about Vegapunk's research for 100 years. She plans to use this to gain Tenryubito's power. Even CP5, CP7, CP8 are banned by Desire. That's why CPO attracted the destructive action. Now, Desire not only shot and killed Vegapunk #1 Justice, who was looking for the host, she also ordered the Burning Angels to destroy everyone at the scene. To fight the Burning Angels, Luffy, Ruchi, and Kaku teamed up. During the fight, Zoro discovers that the Burning Angels have Luna's abilities. These Burning Angels have all been reformed with blood. When the fire breaks out, they will have unbeatable defense. One time, the entire research floor fell into chaos. Meanwhile, a large number of naval troops are moving towards Future Island. The leader of the action was Kizaru. Accompanying Kizaru is also Gorosei St. Charles. The world government's goal is to turn Future Island into the next O'Hara. In addition, there is a ship flying Blackbeard's flag that is also heading towards Elbath. This is all that happened on Future Island. Next, let's look at another main line, Sabo's line. First, after the World Conference, Sabo's popularity skyrocketed. Not only did he rescue Kuma, but he also destroyed the Tenryubito's dragon foot. There are visual reports saying that Sabo killed King Cobra. Therefore, Sabo is called the Fire Emperor, the hero of revolutionary countries. 8 countries were encouraged and 8 revolutions occurred. Apparently Sabo is hiding in an island country during the 8 revolutions, Dressrosa. Unexpectedly, he and the revolutionaries were bugged by the world government. Im and the Gorosei also attacked Dressrosa terribly. This attack was to test a weapon called the Fire of Our Lady. Only a dark shadow appeared in the sky of Dressrosa. Along with a blinding light, the Dressrosa kingdom completely disappeared. Fortunately, Sabo led people out to sea first and did not die. Some time later, Sabo escaped to Kamabaka Kingdom. The 3 leaders of the Revolutionary Army also met to review what had happened at the World Conference. During the World Conference, the Revolutionary Army became 3 self-imposed targets. First, declare war on the Tenryubito. Second, save as many slaves as possible and rescue Kuma. Third, destroy the Luong warehouse of the Holy Land. And there are 8 successful revolutionary countries that no longer pay the Tenryubito. They also cut off trade with the world government and ban the economy. In the future, Mariehoa may face the risk of collapse due to lack of food, but Bonnie says that Tenryubito still has a card team, Knights of God. Next, Sabo told the truth about King Cobra's death. Time goes back to a month ago, when the World Conference. That day, the Revolutionary Army invaded the Holy Land, destroying Warehouse Luong and Dragon's Foot. The Dog Army captains of the Revolutionary Army demonstrated. The Northern Army captain, Karasu, fights Fujitora. The Western Army captain, Morley, fights Ryakuju. The Southern captain, Lindbergh, rescued many slaves. Due to Fujitora letting everyone escape, the revolutionaries led the slaves away and rescued Kuma. Luckily, Tenryubito Mjaskard arrived in time. He voluntarily took responsibility and protected Shirahoshi along with Rayleigh and the Coast Guard. In the end, Rayleigh and the Coast Guard defeated Tenryubito Charlos. Meanwhile, Sabo is working alone in the Holy Land. He met Bonnie and pointed Bonnie towards Future Island. Later, Sabo spies Cobra meeting with him and the Gorosei. During this meeting, Cobra talked about one thing. 800 years ago, 20 countries established the world government. Of these, 19 countries later became Tenryubito. People have placed an empty throne, the empty throne. No one is allowed to sit on this throne, symbolizing equality and non-tyranny. At that time, the ruler of Alabasta was Nefertari. But after the establishment of the world government, Queen Nefertari mysteriously disappeared, and Queen Nefertari's name is no longer mentioned in ancient books. But Cobra received a letter that Queen Nefertari left behind. Next, Im appeared and sat on the empty throne. Cobra suggests that Im's name is similar to one of the original 20 names, and probably one of the founders of 20 nations. He can live until now because he received immortality surgery from the devil fruit. At this time, said, historical texts would be scattered everywhere, all attributed to Queen Nefertari. The D family was our enemy in the past. At this time, Cobra said that Queen Nefertari's name also had D. Hearing this, Gorosei suddenly attacked Cobra. In times of danger, Sabo took action to protect Cobra. And Gorosei both used the ability to transform into monsters. Gorosei's power is very strong, injuring Sabo. Finally, to protect Sabo, Cobra intercepted the Gorosei. He asked Sabo to escape and then gave Luffy and Vivi some information. Cobra also told Sabo the contents of Queen Nefertari's letter, protecting historical texts, bringing the Dawn flag to the world. The contents of the letter were covered by the screams of the 5 Elder Stars monster. Next, Cobra was killed by the 5 Elder Stars, and Sabo retreated completely. Unexpectedly, Wapol was outside the room and took everything. He was afraid of being destroyed and hastily fled over the wall. By chance, Wapol ran into the room where Vivi was held by the CPO. Vivi takes advantage of the opportunity to escape with Wapol. Finally, the World Conference closed. The world government reports out that Sabo killed Cobra. Vivi is missing. Actually, Vivi and Wapol escaped onto the spaceship of great journalist Morgans. Sabo and Bonnie also both fled to other countries' ships to leave the Holy Land. Later, due to the Shichibukai system being abolished along with the chaos of the nations, the exhausted Marines ran around and deployed burning angels to quell the riot. This includes Mo, Sa and Mingo. Back to the present, Sabo and Dragon guess. Aimu's weapon of destruction may be Pluton, Ivankov said 800 years ago. The king of the Nefertari family, one of the 20 founding nations, is Emu. At the same time, the Holy Land began to experience a food crisis. Because Tenryubito Mjaskard once helped the fish tribe, the leader of the God Knights will be responsible for handling him. This leader's name was St. Charles. Okay, above is the main content of One Piece from chapters 1053 to 1086. Hello everyone, I'm Kapper-sama. Today let's look at the manga version of One Piece, chapters 1087 to 1088. First, let's look at chapter 1087. Zoro arrives at the G1 Navy scrap factory. Here 2 armies were beaten to a pulp. Over the past few decades, Garp has often used warships as sandbags to practice boxing. One of them is the achievements of General Kazan in the past. Both teachers and students performed strength training without using haki. It can be seen that Garp and Kazan both possess terrible power. Meanwhile, the big war at Pirate Island is still going on. Garp first blew away the large warship St. Juan. He then stopped General Jozu by holding onto a pirate. Despite facing countless pirates, Garp remained fearless. During this time, the entire Pirate Island was under Garp's authority. Under Garp's protection, both civilians and wounded Navy men boarded warships preparing to withdraw. Only Garp, Kobe, Helmeppo and Bogard remain on the island. Initially, Garp and Kobe also planned to retreat, but Kazan crawled out of the hole and refused to let Garp go. Seeing this, Garp asked Kobe and his friends to run towards the shore with all their strength. He also emphasized one sentence, "Don't die." Very quickly, Kobe and his friends began to retreat. But along the way, pirates pretending to be civilians attracted Kobe's attention. Absalom also used the Silk Devil Fruit's abilities to attack Kobe. At this time, Garp pushed Kobe away. He used his body to block Absalom's attack. After this attack, Garp was seriously injured and his face turned pale. But he still used an iron punch to hit Absalom deep into the ground. At this time, the pirates discovered that Garp's momentum was starting to weaken. Kobe and his friends are also worried about saving Garp. However, Garp still insisted that Kobe and his friends retreat first. Next, the pirates began to scramble to defeat Garp. Because the Cross Society has set Garp's reward at 30 billion, the general's level. But Kazan scolded the pirates who didn't know this. Mr. Garp was tied hand and foot. When he wanted to kill him, it was already 10,000 years too late. Before he could finish speaking, Akiji attacked Garp with an ice glove. Time goes back to the past. At that time, young Akiji asked Garp to accept him as a disciple. At first Garp did not want to accept. But in the end, he still taught Akiji to use warships to train his strength. During the training process, the two became real teachers and students. Later, Garp learns that his son, Dragon, wants to form the Revolutionary Army. Once again, Garp learned that his nephew, Luffy, had also run away to become a pirate. Each time, Garp reacted to Akiji. But even though they often quarreled, but there is a deep relationship between teacher and student. Back to the present, Akiji spoke. That person really caused me a lot of trouble before. As for Garp, he replied that he had been kicked out of the sect. My stupid disciple. Before they could finish speaking, the two punched each other in the face. At this moment, Pirate Island made a loud explosion, everything shattered. After a long time, Garp and Akiji were sent flying at the same time. But Teach unleashed the power of the Yami Yami Devil Fruit. He declared that no marine could escape Pirate Island. At this time, on the warship outside the island, Marco is apologizing for disturbing everyone. At this moment, Pirate Island suddenly turned into a giant hand smashing into the warship. Teach is also conducting explanations at the scene. Garp leads the elite young marines to try to save Kobe. Unexpectedly, they were completely destroyed at Pirate Island. The one who destroyed the marines was Blackbeard's fearsome pirate crew, captain of ship number 4, Avalo Pizarro. At this time, Kobe saw everything and panicked. But Garp whispered to Kobe, "Please calm down a bit. Justice will ultimately prevail." Next, the story continues into chapter 1088. The last lesson. Time goes back 2 years ago. Garp once taught the new generation of the Marines. At that time, Garp asked the newcomers a question. If a child and an old person were washed up by waves on a deserted island, and he only had one boat that could carry 2 people, so how will you choose? To this, Kobe replied, he will jump into the sea himself, and leave the boat to the old people and children. Unexpectedly, Garp was angry and threw chalk at Kobe. You are so stupid, big mistake. Garp says that old people don't have much time left. Therefore, the elderly should be left on the island to meet their end. Garp tells Kobe that the Navy needs to protect the future of its citizens. Both you and the child have more futures, so you need to survive. Although the instructors had opinions about Garp's views, but Garp still affirms that young people have limitless possibilities in the future. Time for the big fight in Amazon Lily. Blackbeard then agreed to withdraw his troops. But the condition is to bring 800 Navy and 1 warship. This request angered Akainu. He never received permission to fight Yonko. But Kobe voluntarily offered to exchange 800 Navy with himself, because Kobe is a member of SWORD. Akainu accepted Kobe's actions so that Kobe could be taken away by Blackbeard. This is the entire process of Blackbeard capturing Kobe. Back to the present, Teach's giant hand is getting closer and closer to the warship. Everyone on the ship is trying to use cannons to fight back, but it is completely useless. At this time, Kobe saw everything and was very worried. He said if the hand were to strike, hundreds of people would die. He asked Garp what we should do. 3 people working together will save everyone on the ship, and Garp will create opportunities for 3 people. After that, Sengoku gave 3 instructions. First, Kobe must destroy the giant hand. Second, Fujitora must block pieces of rock falling from the sky. Third, Bellamy must protect Kobe and Fujitora. This order made Kobe very panicked. He thought he couldn't destroy the giant hand. But Sengoku interrupted Kobe. He believes that Kobe can seize the opportunity in a rapidly changing situation. Complete mission. After that, Kobe and the 3 had no choice but to carry out the order. The surrounding pirates were still laughing. Away from Garp, these 3 people certainly cannot do anything. Then the pirates began to attack with cannons. Bellamy uses 2 swords to protect his teammates, but he was also affected by the explosion and was devoured by the flames. Meanwhile, Akiji continues to confront Garp. Just see Garp showing terrifying speed. Akiji couldn't react in time and was knocked down again by Garp. After that, Sengoku used the houses on the island as jumping platforms. He quickly rushed in front of the giant head and punched. Galaxy split. Unexpectedly, the giant head was broken by Garp. Evil King also vomited blood and was seriously injured, and the pirates who witnessed this scene were all stunned on the spot. At this time, Kobe has a chance. He quickly rushed into the space Garp created and headed towards the giant hand. Kobe's speed also surprised Fujitora. Now, the Evil King was still swinging his hands at the warship. Kobe jumped into the air to face the Evil King's attack. At this time, the screen switches to a part of Kobe and Garp's past. At that time, Garp discovered that Kobe enhanced very quickly during training. But Kobe's arms and shoulders seemed to have too many injuries. Belmir says Kobe doesn't want others to know about this. His fighting background and qualifications are inferior to many ordinary people. Want to make up for this shortfall, he has to put in 100, even 200 times more effort than normal people. Therefore, Kobe secretly practices every night. He still uses the same military sandbag that Garp used. That's why his arms were full of wounds. Returning to the present, Garp smiled and looked at Kobe. At the same time, The pirates also smiled at Kobe. All the pirates don't believe Kobe can destroy the giant hand. But Kobe has steadfast faith. If I fail, everyone will die. Kobe stepped forward without hesitation, punched the hand and unleashed straight bone punch, only to see the giant hand suddenly burst from the middle. In the end, Kobe successfully broke the giant hand. This wound also left the evil king vulnerable once again. When seeing this scene, the naval officers were both surprised and happy, unable to believe it. Garp laughed loudly and shed tears, feeling very comforted. Then the princes weaved a lightning net that blocked all the debris. Belmir also jumped into the air to protect the exhausted Kobe. In the end, Kobe and the three completed their mission to save the navy and civilians. They also landed on a military ship, receiving cheers from their teammates. At this time, everyone received Garp's orders. Everyone started leaving Pirate Island at full speed. I will find a way to survive myself. Listen clearly, our mission is complete. Now your safety is the top priority. After hearing the order, Kobe cried and wanted the warship to turn around. But Helmeppo also cried and stopped Kobe. In fact, Garp was seriously injured. He was surrounded by all of the Blackbird pirates and fell. His body was also impaled by Kazan's ice knife. But Garp still smiled contentedly. He taught the last young Marines, "Know that all of you are the future of the Navy." At this moment, facing his teacher, Kazan was silent and his expression could not be clearly seen. And finally, the Great War at Pirate Island was over. The next day, news reports, young hero, Kobe has returned safely from Pirate Island. The legendary hero, Garp has gone missing in Beehive. And the newly emerged four emperors Luffy turned Future Island into his fortress base. Along with the news being broadcast, a large number of Navy warships also arrived at Future Island. A new big war is about to break out. Hello everyone, I'm Capper-sama. Today's chapter will be 1089, Complete Plot. The title of this chapter is Abduction and Protection Incident. Young hero, Kobe has been rescued from Pirate Island. The legendary hero, Garp has gone missing in Beehive. And Luffy kidnapped Vegapunk and turned Future Island into a base to confront Navy warships. Very quickly, the press spread this news around the world. When the people of Koizei village saw the newspaper, they were all very surprised. The newspaper did not confirm that Garp was dead, so the mayor still believes Garp, such a legendary hero, will be fine. At this moment, Makino's child suddenly laughed. Being shouted at by the mayor, the child cried loudly. Only when the boy saw Luffy's image did he stop crying. It turned out that over a long period of time, the boy gradually got used to Luffy. Makino also asked the boy. On the other hand, Dayton also received the news. She cried and said, "What are Luffy and Garp doing?" Obviously everyone is worried about Garp and Luffy's situation. At the same time, the entire world felt a continuous earthquake. Affected locations include Daihai Trin, Sabaody Water City, headquarters of the Navy, and Wano Kuni, as well as the undersea prison Impel Down and Mariewa Sanctuary. From common people to Tenryubido, everyone felt scared before this unusual earthquake. The center of the earthquake cannot yet be determined. The cause of the earthquake is still unknown. The only thing that is certain is, the earthquake occurred 6 days after Lusagia was destroyed, and what was once called the main country of Lusagia. Now there is nothing left. In the middle of the sea there is only a large hole left. Large inaccessible holes. There is no indication that it will close. Seawater around the hole continues to flow in. The structure is similar to Crystal Island. And, worldwide, a number of islands have been flooded by seawater. In Wano Kuni, Ivan and the Revolutionary Army are surprised to see the beach that once existed disappear. At the same time, the situation of Windmill Village is also very dangerous. The mayor and villagers are both worried about rising sea levels. Let's move on to Future Island. The Navy also sensed the changing world and rising sea levels. At this time, the Navy's fleet passed the arrest warrant. Egghead's group has been completely surrounded. This fleet includes 20 giant warships, 100 warships, and 30,000 Navy soldiers. The leadership team is a strong Navy Lieutenant General. There's also Navy General Kizaru and the Gorosei's appearing star. Although, mechanical monsters tried to stop the Navy's invasion, but Kizaru himself struck a laser blasting a mechanical monster. Next, Kizaru ate ramen noodles. One hand calls Sentomaru, convincing the enemy to surrender. Sentomaru asked Kizaru not to destroy the mechanical monster. Kizaru said the mechanical monster attacked the Navy's ship first. He feels very uncomfortable here. so he hopes Sentomaru and Vegapunk will surrender. However, Sentomaru refused to surrender. Sentomaru also said, previously, Vegapunk had researched Kizaru, newly created pacifista laser weapon. In memory, the three people had happy memories of cooperation. Kizaru was actually the one who came to kill Vegapunk. Regarding this complaint, Kizaru could only express regret. He cannot, he said, be responsible for the crime of doing empty historical research on behalf of others. Therefore, Kizaru could only follow his leader's orders to come here. Kizaru mocked himself, I'm just a little slave of the company. Next, Kizaru admits that the Navy also doesn't want to destroy the future in a big way. Unfortunately, Lucci and CP0's assassination failed. Hearing this, Sentomaru objected. It's because the Straw Hat Pirates are here that they're hindering Lucci. Lieutenant General Dalmatian is asking Gorosei for a work report. Sabo asked that no one know he was here. At this time, the Lieutenant General reported that the CPO was not responding to mission information. Sentomaru also prepared for war with the Marines. It can be determined that all targets are still on Mira Island. Protecting Vegapunk are 4 angels, and the Straw Hats allied with Vegapunk. Just like CPO, the group of people sent to carry out assassination missions. Additionally, Sentomaru and about 100 pacifists are all downstairs in the factory. The reporting officer that Lucci brought was also tackled by the pacifists. But now, the defense system of the research floor, Tenjutapa, has been activated. It's impossible to get in or out. Therefore, what happened on the research floor these days is a mystery. At this time, St. Charles specifically asked about the researchers on the island. He knew that the researchers had boarded the boat and fled. Unexpectedly, St. Charles directly ordered the shipwreck of the researchers, and the Lieutenant General did not hesitate and immediately agreed. It seems that part of the Navy is just a scalpel for the world government. Even if the target is an ordinary person, they will not give up. The Lieutenant General then said that Big Eater Bonnie was also on Mira Island. St. Charles said they no longer needed Bonnie. Bonnie is just a little girl who doesn't cause any trouble. At this moment, someone was calling from inside Vegapunk. This call was immediately intercepted by the Navy led by Kizaru. At this time, other Gorosei far away in Marehua received a call. The call came from Vegapunk number 6, Desire York, on Mira Island. After learning the information, Kizaru also immediately started eavesdropping. Why kill her and the other Vegapunk clones? Because she revealed the information about Vegapunk's betrayal to the Gorosei. To this question, Gorosei replied, because Desire and other Vegapunk are the same. Hearing that, York emphasized that she was not interested in 100 years of whiteness. If she cared, she wouldn't do things that would reveal secrets. On this point, Ngalautin agreed. He also wanted to ask about information about the Straw Hats and the CPO. But York interrupted Kizaru. She emphasized that she spent the whole night alone in fear. Without her, the 5 old stars would not have received any information. York asked the 5 old stars a question. Do they have any compassion or not? Do they want to start a war with her and the island? At this time, Jupiter spoke to St. Charles. After testing the Holy Mother Fire, destroying the kingdom of Alabasta, the 5 elder stars decided to keep York. Because York can help them create more Holy Mother Fire. At this moment, York became even more excited. She discovered that she had the conditions to negotiate with the 5 elder stars. York emphasized that she had originally sent the Mother Goddess Fire to the 5 elder stars. Weapon production is also in Vegapunk. York asked the 5 elder stars not to harm her or the research institute. She also wants the 5 elder stars to help her become a Tenryubito. Finally, the 5 elder stars said they would make these arrangements. At this moment, York suddenly changed his emotions and shouted for help. She cried and asked the 5 elder stars to quickly save her from Luffy. This situation surprised the 5 elders and Kizaru. They all thought that York used Sengoku to defeat them all. Unexpected, realistic. York was controlled by Luffy and the others early on. She was also forced to make this call by Zoro, who put a knife on her neck. Now, the entire Straw Hat crew Lucci's CPO, together with Bonnie and Vegapunk, they finished preparing their luggage. Everyone stood on the same front, preparing to leave Egghead. But Luffy looked bewildered, not understanding the situation. He asks if we just use Yorkie as a shield to escape. Is that enough? Hearing this sentence, Bonnie immediately exclaimed. This really looks like a kidnapping and siege, right? Vegapunk replied that it was. Alright. Hello everyone, I'm Capper-sama. Today let's see the complete plot of chapter 1096 of One Piece. The title of this chapter is Goal. In the previous chapter, Luffy and his friends captured Yorkie. Already, at this time, Luffy grabbed the phone. He first introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I am the one who will become the Pirate King." Luffy then said he had allied with Dr. Vegapunk. If the 5 Elder Stars want to get Yorkie, then they have to withdraw all naval fleets from Egghead. Hearing this, Yorkie immediately called out for help. Meanwhile, Tin remained silent and said nothing. The Navy soldiers shouted loudly that Luffy and the others were cowards. Unexpectedly, Morgans eavesdropped on this phone call. He is worthy of being a great journalist, even eavesdropping on Tin's phone. Vivi heard the news about Luffy and she was also very worried. At this time, the 5 Elder Stars suddenly asked Luffy, "You are Straw Hat Luffy, right? Who is living with you on that floor?" Luffy said bluntly, including the injured. At this moment, Robin interrupted Luffy's words to avoid revealing information. However, Robin's voice was heard by the 5 Elder Stars. The 5 Elder Stars confirmed that Robin is at Enies Lobby. Then, both parties ended the call. Luffy was looked at by his teammates again, not knowing the leaked information. On the other hand, Sakazuki emphasized to the Navy that there was a target that needed to be protected. First is Yorkie. The second is Vegapunk's large brain data stored in Vegapunk records. And the third is the special energy plant that produces the Mother of Holy Fire. Because of such things, Sakazuki demanded that the Navy pay no matter what the price was. Apparently Sakazuki was prepared to destroy everyone on the island. He asserts that there is no difference between humans and insects. Even if their numbers are smaller, they will still regenerate. Also, Sakazuki and the Colonel talk about Rob Lucci. It seems that Lucci is an important piece for them. At the same time, Hancock was pleading with the Straw Hats. She said that she had completed her decision with the 5 Elder Stars. If Luffy and the others do not comply, they will be destroyed by the Navy. Nami holds the weather wand and wants to hit the hostage. Fortunately, Zoro promptly stopped Nami, and Hancock could only sob and say that she wanted to complain. At this moment, Robin was laughing next to him. Chopper is asking Robin if the injury has subsided. Found out everyone had gathered. Luffy and Bonnie are eating like crazy. Nami is bullying Hancock. Kaku was hit by 2 angels and felt very embarrassed. Others are exchanging information. 2 people. Number 1 is Sengoku. Number 4 is Pythagoras. In addition, there were 4 seriously injured people, such as Eustace Kid. Knowing all this, Shirahoshi blamed himself very much. At this time, Kaku suddenly discovered that Lucci was saying some strange things. And Lucci just replied that he was speaking randomly. Clearly, Lucci is pretending. In fact, he was secretly communicating with the outside Navy. Afterwards, Usopp contacted the underground research level. CP5, CP7, CP8 all agents released. Among them, some people were very grateful to the Straw Hats. But there are also some people who are still loyal to their work and consider Luffy an enemy. Also, in the corner of the basement, all the angels are trapped in bubbles. These balloons were previously used by Shirahoshi on Hancock. They are made from marine energy just like sea stone. Bubbles have a restraining effect on devil or angel fruit owners. Now, the angels are communicating with Luffy and the others through Den Den Mushi. They are locked in a bubble, Hancock said. You don't need to worry, we haven't received orders to destroy you yet. Hearing these words, all the agents breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Frankie thanked Hancock over the phone. Hancock, he said, dispelled everyone's petrification. And Vegapunk was very surprised why Hancock acted like that. It turns out that not long ago, Luffy asked Hancock to help save his friends and dispel the petrification. Unexpectedly, Hancock's eyes turned red by Luffy. She agreed to Luffy's request without daring to look Luffy in the eye. It turns out that Snake Girl and the Queen both love Luffy. And it turns out Boa was just fooling herself. Vegapunk guesses that this is Queen Hancock's love gene inherited when cloned. Next, Luffy expressed his gratitude to Hancock again. Hancock misheard Luffy again, thinking Luffy said, "I love you." At the same time, Kaido said that the biggest problem right now is the Wano border. This defense system cannot be eliminated. Everyone cannot escape. Because Yorkie changed the password of Wano border, he also hid this information that should have been shared with Beckman. Now, this password is the shield that protects Yorkie. After knowing, Lilith almost wanted to hit Yorkie. Now, Stussy is worried about the Navy siege. Sanji abandoned Nami to flirt with Stussy. Suddenly, Vegapunk asked Nami, "Are you a sailor?" Nami answered yes. Her stats showed where the Straw Hats wanted to go next. Vegapunk discovered that that place was the island of the giant tribe. Knowing this, Luffy and Usopp were very excited. Now the lucky thing is that Sunny is also on the research floor. But people can leave Wano from the northeast, because Vegapunk's power robot number 01 is near Sunny. Vegapunk's power can fly through the air of Wano. Thanks to that, everyone could escape the siege of the Navy. After leaving Wano's air, Vegapunk's power will fall, and Frankie has reformed Sunny. Break the siege. Sunny can use wind to spray and escape from the Marines' pursuit. Finally, everyone made an escape plan. The first thing to do now is to turn off Wano's sky dome, although Yorkie insists he won't reveal the password. But Vegapunk has already started decrypting the password. They shouted, "Don't underestimate Vegapunk's greatness!" Once the borders are liberated, everyone will also be attacked by the Navy. Therefore, the timing of this action is very important. Next, everyone took action, going to where Sunny-Go was standing. Lilith was also very excited because she could leave Future Island, because she has never seen the outside world. Bonnie's mood also became much happier. She says she has given up on killing Vegapunk. Jean, all the grudges can be cleared up. On the other hand, the Navy suddenly received a message from Lucci. Lucci reported the situation inside Egghead to the Marines. At the same time, Satan and Kizaru had a one-on-one conversation. Kizaru says that the current situation is controlled by the Straw Hats. Satan then asks if the border is a laser weapon. Kizaru's Devil Fruit ability can control lasers, so Kizaru has the ability to cross the border. At this moment, Kizaru said he was not satisfied. This is indeed possible. But under the border, Sentomaru is my friend. Therefore, Kizaru did not want to attack. Seeing this, Satan commands, "You must ignore this." There was no other way. Kizaru could only say, this would violate his principles. He's still trying one last time. Pacifista and Sea Beast will both attack. This will cause unpredictable losses to the Navy. It's clear Kizaru doesn't want to attack Egghead. At this time, Satan asked for the location of the Holy Mother Flame energy plant. Stock thought Lucci had sent all the information the Navy needed. Kizaru half-mouthed criticism that Lucci was very cunning and also very smart. Next, the entire Navy prepares for battle. Some generals are also eager and willing to challenge. Some people want to rescue the agents, while others had begun to prepare for the attack. It looks like a big war is about to break out. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others approach Sunny. This land simulates the ecology of Skypiea, which makes Luffy very excited. On the other hand, Kizaru leads the Marines to attack. He uses Kagami to transform into a beam of light. Just saw Kizaru walking through the mechanical sea monsters, go through Vegapunk's buildings. At this time, Sentomaru had just given the order to attack. He asked the pacifistas and sea monsters to destroy all enemies. At this moment, Kizaru arrived in front of Sentomaru. He attacked and asked, "Are you ready, Sentomaru?" While Sentomaru was standing in a defensive position, he said, "My defense is the strongest in the world." Only two flames collided strongly. The terrifying atmosphere even shook the research floor. At this time, everyone discovered that there was a ray of light shooting up from the ground. Luffy also sees the future through Haki. That's a very strong person. Hello everyone, I'm Kappa-sama. By chapter 1091, the plot is complete. The color cover of this chapter is the Straw Hats eating pizza. In this chapter there will be some heavy matches. At the end of the previous chapter, the Navy attacked Future Island. Kizaru also took the lead and rushed into Future Island, fighting Sentomaru. Currently, the major war on the outskirts of Future Island has begun. First, the Pacifista and the Navy warship faced off. The Marines were especially frightened by the beam of light fired from the Pacifista. Pacifista with his fire power causes the Navy to panic. Seeing the lieutenant generals begin to take action, they jumped out of the military ship, attacking the Pacifista and the Sea Beast weapon. A lieutenant general with many chins used the mechanical arm to defeat the Sea Beast weapon. Lieutenant General Dalmatian kicked the Pacifista upside down. At the same time, many other lieutenant generals also landed on Future Island and began the war. Switch to the research floor of Future Island. Usopp and everyone saw the fight down there through the surveillance screen. Vegapunk believes in the defenses of Sentomaru and Pacifista. He said that the defenses on Future Island were solid. Vegapunk also reveals the Pacifista's position of power. From low to higher power chip, Sentomaru, Vegapunk and 5 Elder Stars. Everyone discovers that Kizaru is attacking Sentomaru to steal the power chip. Sentomaru is defeated. Kizaru can use the power chip to control the Pacifista. This makes Usopp and everyone very worried. Being tagged with dark memories by Kizaru, and seeing Sentomaru taking risks, Vegapunk also couldn't bear it. he said. If Sentomaru ran away, he could completely understand. Kizaru used the speed of light to kick Sentomaru away. He also said that Sentomaru should surrender. Next, Kizaru used haki to create a large explosion. Seeing that, Sentomaru shouted while avoiding the bomb. He and Luffy promised not to surrender. During the fierce battle, Sentomaru found the axe he had dropped. He flew up and attacked Kizaru. At the same time, Kizaru asked Sentomaru, "Why did you ally yourself with the pirates?" But the answer for him is Sentomaru's axe. Sentomaru says he will ally with anyone to save Vegapunk. Unexpectedly, Kizaru used his devil fruit ability, splits body into two halves to easily dodge Sentomaru's attacks. In this moment, both couldn't help but remember the past. Previously, on a certain island, wild bears often destroyed human villages. The news was transmitted to the navy. Vegapunk and Kizaru worked together to solve the bear problem for the people. But they met a boy who was like the king of the mountain. That person was Sentomaru when he was young. Sentomaru uses sumo fighting to defeat the bears, helping the navy. It turns out that, as a child, Sentomaru was abandoned by the villagers because of his rude behavior. He had to live a life of hunger and cold, so Sentomaru asks Vegapunk for a high-paying job. And Vegapunk asked, "If you have money, what do you want to buy?" Hearing that, Sentomaru let his mouth water and said seriously, "Onigirai." His answer made Kizaru couldn't help but laugh. To this day, Kizaru still thinks Sentomaru is cute. Afterwards, Vegapunk was intrigued by Sentomaru's power. He hired Sentomaru as his bodyguard. It's because of Vegapunk's reception. Only Sentomaru can escape a life of deprivation. How should he fight to protect Vegapunk? This is the friendship between Sentomaru, Kizaru, and Vegapunk. Back to the present, Kizaru spoke to Sentomaru. He will use all his strength to teach Sentomaru how to protect Vegapunk. At this time, Sentomaru suddenly exploded with an attack, sending Kizaru flying. However, Kizaru spoke to Sentomaru. "I thought you were as good as me, but my defense cannot lose to you." Kizaru fired a laser right before the story ended. Terrifying energy erupted in a moment, causing a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, Sentomaru was shot until he lost consciousness. In the end, he was still no match for Kizaru and was defeated. Next, all the pacifistas stopped, because Kizaru activated the power chip and took control of the pacifista. He orders the pacifista to attack the marine weapons. The situation on the battlefield has reversed. Against the powerful firepower of the pacifista, marine weapons are constantly destroyed, no longer threatening. Soon after, the navy is about to attack Egghead. At the same time, St. Charlos was commanding this war. He felt that destroying marine weapons was a waste. But compared to that, pacifista is a better property. St. Charlos also asked the department to report casualties whenever possible. At this time, Usopp saw Sentomaru fail through the surveillance screen. Everyone is very worried. Vegapunk even shed tears because of Sentomaru. He asked everyone to quickly break the defense system. Otherwise, the time Sentomaru fought would have been wasted. Only Yorkie was especially pleased, mocking from behind. Vegapunk also revealed, Kizaru's fruit ability allows him to pass through laser defenses. When he heard Kizaru was coming up, his eyes almost fell out. Seems to prove Vegapunk's theory. Kizaru turned into a beam of light that hit the research floor. His fruit ability can actually easily pass through Sky Piercer. On the research floor, straw hat wearers were divided into two groups. Frankie led some people on Sunny. Punk Hazard number 01 is moving Sunny to the other side of the island. Only after Vegapunk decodes the defense system can it be guaranteed. People can fly to the future island immediately. Suddenly, the emergency alarm rang in everyone's ears. As it turned out, Kizaru had flown to the research floor, past the Wano Sky Dome. Kizaru talked seriously with Momonosuke. Yorkie's will, Punk Hazard, the energy plant, he must protect them all. He also hopes to add the names of old friends to the protection list. Unfortunately, he cannot do this, because destroying Vegapunk is my top mission. It could be seen from Kizaru's heavy expression. He seemed to be struggling inside, and his mood was also very low. Now, Kizaru is rapidly approaching, making Usopp and the others very worried. They hurriedly urged Luffy, increase speed, place Sunny in the designated position. At this moment, Stussy discovered Lucci's pigeon screeching and flying wildly. Unexpectedly, Lucci suddenly attacked Vegapunk from behind. In times of danger, Stussy used his body to protect Vegapunk, but she was hit by Lucci's Shurgon. Beat him until his mouth was full of blood, he fell down and couldn't get up. When they saw Lucci's back, everyone was startled. Only Sanji remained calm. He quickly took the bubble gun from Nami's hand, placed Caribou, who still doesn't understand the situation, into the sea stone bubble. Sanji even told Caribou, "It seems he has been abandoned." Zoro then swung his sword and fought Lucci. Zoro asked thoughtfully, "Have you become complacent too soon?" Lucci replied, "As long as I and Kizaru are here, you will all be destroyed. These two people, one is a tiger, the other is a leopard. Today, they want to prove who is the fiercest cat." Just saw Zoro and Lucci fighting through the wall and starting a fierce battle. Zoro even laughed and said that he really looked down on him. "But I don't see a pirate ship on the coast. I'm just wondering where they'll run to." At the same time, the Tai family also discovered Kizaru. However, Luffy was very calm, ran over and greeted Kizaru. Luffy said comfortably, "Long time no see." Luffy suddenly attacked, kicking Kizaru. The collision between the emerging four emperors and the old general was very dramatic. They are all monkeys. Both want to prove who is the strongest primate. Seeing that, Kizaru told Luffy that he was really uneducated. Luffy replied, "Kizaru, we are 100 times stronger than we were 2 years ago." Today, we continue to chapter 1092. The title of this chapter is The Little Bear Tyrant Attacks the Sanctuary. The cover page is quite beautiful. Let's get into the story. The little bear tyrant has climbed the Red Continent and reached the Holy Land. His appearance made Long Troy very surprised. Some people guarding the sanctuary hastily used chains to tie Baby Bear, stopping Baby Bear from advancing. It's just that Baby Bear's power is so great, they can't limit it at all. And Baby Bear currently has no consciousness of his own, and can only pant. Then Baby Bear uses Baby Bear Punch to defeat these guards in an instant. Even some Dragon Heavens watching were affected and injured by Baby Bear. When the fire and smoke cleared, only 2 people remained at the scene. One is Baby Bear, the other is actually Akainu. At this time, Akainu arrived in front of Baby Bear. He immediately asked Kuma, "What are you doing here?" A few days ago it was the Revolutionary Army, which caused a historic destructive event. At this time, a guard saw Akainu, and called him boss. Suddenly, a Tenryubito stepped on the guard. He was cursing at the unreliable guard, and complained that Mariewa is even having food supply problems. Coming to Mariewa, just like Ivan predicted, there was going to be a food crisis. Afterwards, Tenryubito ordered Akainu to quickly deal with Kuma. Hearing the order, Akainu spoke to Kuma. "If I can't control you, then I can't let you run wild." After that, Akainu began to activate his devil fruit power. His body turned into lava. Akainu is still very skeptical. Kuma has become a puppet without consciousness. What does Kuma want to do when he comes here? What can be done? Before he could finish speaking, Akainu used his final move. Previously, this move seriously injured Whitebeard. Now Akainu also melts part of Kuma's face. Kuma's entire body was covered by lava, seriously injured, blood flowing like rain. Akainu also said, "It seems like there is still blood flowing in your body." Afterwards, Akainu continued to attack Kuma. One of Kuma's legs was immediately seriously injured and melted by lava. But Kuma did not defend or counterattack. He endured the pain, using his devil fruit power to blow himself away. Kuma immediately flew away, disappearing from sight. After the fight, Akainu said nothing. He suddenly remembered something from the past. 2 years ago, he had caught Bonnie. This memory corresponds to a part in manga chapter 595. Bonnie was once captured by Blackbeard, and almost became Blackbeard's woman. Luckily, Akainu arrived in time and chased away Kurohige. At that moment, Kuma captured Bonnie. He also told Bonnie that Bonnie could not wake Kuma up, and Kuma voluntarily accepted Vegapunk's transformation. Hearing that, Bonnie then thought that Akainu was cheating on him. Back in the present, the Tenryubito begins scolding Kuma. They questioned Akainu why he couldn't capture Kuma. With Akainu's behavior like that, is he worthy of being a Navy admiral? But Akainu paid no attention to the Tenryubito people. He just felt that Kuma had now become a puppet. Kuma no longer has thoughts and consciousness. What does he want to do? Moving on to Vegapunk, the Navy's attack is still continuing. Due to the pacifista's betrayal, the Sea Kings were destroyed consecutively. The Navy had no choice. On the other side of the research floor, Kizaru is in a fierce confrontation with Luffy. Luffy transforms into Gear 4th Snake Man. He uses armament haki to attack Kizaru, but Kizaru easily blocked Luffy's attack. His hands shined, also using haki to confront Luffy. During the fight, Kizaru recognized Luffy's strength, but Kizaru doesn't understand why Luffy, despite being a pirate, wanting to protect Vegapunk again. Hearing, Luffy replied to Kizaru why he wanted to kill the old man. Kizaru replied that he did not want to kill Vegapunk. Left Vegapunk. Next, Kizaru spoke slowly in the air. I've known Vegapunk for a long time, don't want to kill him. Kizaru asked Luffy not to hinder him. At this moment, Kizaru's body began to turn into rays of light. Kizaru says that speed is power. In the world of martial arts, there is nothing that cannot be broken, only being fast cannot be broken. Only to see Kizaru's speed reach the speed of light, immediately returning to Vegapunk's side. With such speed, Luffy had absolutely no time to react. Only saw Luffy get hit directly by Kizaru's light speed kick. He is kicked away, smashing the platform, along with the Vegapunk power number 1 that can take everyone away. Upon seeing Vegapunk power, Kizaru remembered what Vegapunk said. Vegapunk power is the giant robot of human dreams. Afterwards, Luffy encountered the Wano Sky Dome's defense barrier, and was bombarded by laser beams. Frankie and Bonnie were also sent flying. Frankie called out Luffy's name. Luckily, Sunny just fell onto the island cloud. As it turns out, Skypia's environmental simulation research layer also has surprises. Next, Vegapunk power exploded due to heavy damage. Frankie, Bonnie and Reiju hurriedly ran away. Now, the Straw Hat's plan to escape Vegapunk seems to have failed. What's worse is that Kizaru even came in front of everyone. Kizaru told Bonnie that she had grown up a lot compared to before. Next, Kizaru says that Bonnie and Vegapunk have a grudge, and he is the one who came to kill Bonnie's enemy, Vegapunk. Seeing this, Bonnie angrily stopped Kizaru. She held a weapon to attack Kizaru, but was quickly avoided by Kizaru. Kizaru fought while sighing, except for my target. Don't force me to harm so many people I know in this mission. Kizaru uses a light speed kick to kick Bonnie. He kicks Bonnie into Egghead's protective screen, causing an explosion. Afterwards, Frankie angrily gathered his energy to fight Kizaru, but he discovered Kizaru had disappeared without leaving a trace. Seeing that, Frankie panicked. He hurriedly contacted Vegapunk in the control room to warn about Kizaru. Meanwhile, Vegapunk and everyone are in the control room, Vegapunk said excitedly. They decoded the password Yorkie designed for the defense system. You guys really deserve to die, Straw Hats. Vegapunk also prepares to carry out an escape plan. At this moment, Kizaru suddenly spoke to everyone. Your escape plan has failed, because Vegapunk's power has been destroyed. You cannot go on Vegapunk's castle to escape from the back of the island. Unexpectedly, Kizaru had arrived at the control room. He appears next to Vegapunk, causing everyone to panic. Everyone is afraid of Kizaru, and Kizaru told Vegapunk, "This is also a very difficult task for me. I hope you understand. I don't want to drag it out. Now, I'm about to complete the mission, destroy Vegapunk." Hot. Seeing that, Capone Nami and everyone were frightened. Their eyes were so scared that they fell out. Luffy said, "Heaven's Top's laser is too hot. You dare kick me? I passed through the bright peak of heaven twice. I thought I was going to die." Hearing the news, Kizaru spoke calmly. "It's finally out, so here it is." It seemed that Kizaru did not care about the appearance of 5th rank Luffy. At this moment, the sound of Luffy's heartbeat was like the sound of an engine echoing throughout Vegapunk. Unexpectedly, this distant robot heard Nico's heartbeat. Its eyes suddenly lit up mysteriously. It seems this distant robot was awakened by Luffy? Perhaps it is the key to saving the Straw Hats and Vegapunk. Next chapter is 1093, Complete Plot. The title of this chapter is Luffy vs. Kizaru. The cover features 2 monkeys who stole Kobe and Helmeppo's glasses. Looks quite interesting. Entering the manga, the story continues from the ending of chapter 1092. Luffy, his fighting style is arbitrary, Kizaru also said. At this moment, Kizaru's head suddenly shook rapidly. Turns out, Luffy is attacking Kizaru. He grabbed Kizaru and swung his arms repeatedly, making Kizaru dizzy. Kizaru shouted, asking to be a little gentler. Afterwards, Luffy threw Kizaru out of Future Island. Immediately, Kizaru's scream of terror rang out from the sky. Luffy also confirmed that he must have flown very far. Everyone decided to take advantage of Kizaru's absence to quickly escape. Elsewhere in the control room, everyone has decoded the password, which can turn off the laser defense system. Atlas decides she wants to go to the factory floor to change the Pacifista's directive. Because if Pacifista continues to be controlled by Kizaru, then when people run away, they will be shot down by the Pacifista's laser. Atlas says that whoever can control the Pacifista will be the winner. Listening to Vegapunk express himself, he also wanted to participate. Because Vegapunk knows from Frankie that Bonnie is on the factory floor, he decided to join Atlas to rescue Bonnie. Frankie feels ashamed for not being able to protect Bonnie. He wants to go with Vegapunk to save people. He said if it was to save the beautiful girl Bonnie, I had to participate. So Nami and Usopp were asked to stay in the control room. Jinbe will be responsible for transporting Vegapunk's items to the back of the island, and Lilith and Frankie will transport Sunny to the gathering point. Meanwhile, the Navy had complete control of the factory, but they did not dare approach the central part of the town, because Bonnie is there and is waging guerrilla warfare with the Navy. Many Marines were turned into old men or children by Bonnie. These little Marines look so cute. The Navy received instructions that once Bonnie was discovered, to destroy her. The Navy also discovered that Sentomaru's entire body was charred black. In fact, Bonnie had been injured by a laser defense system not long before. The power of the laser is amazing. Bonnie is about to crash. Fortunately, when she fell, she met Sentomaru. Sentomaru protected Bonnie, but he himself was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Before passing out, Sentomaru told Bonnie to quickly leave here. Bonnie is also trying to think about what he should do. Should I go save Sentomaru? Or continue to hide and see everything end? On the other hand, on the research floor, Zoro and Lucci are facing off. Both people had many injuries on their bodies. Looks like this is an evenly matched confrontation. At this time, Zoro used Wind Sword, surrounded by fire, and Lucci also transformed into the awakened form of the Devil Fruit, confronting Zoro. Looking at the former, it is impossible to determine who has the advantage. During the fierce battle, Zoro mocked Lucci. With your level, you can't compete with my captain. Hearing that, Lucci replied, maybe you're right. Then killing the 4 emperors was worth it. Before he could finish speaking, Zoro and Lucci continued to fight. At the same time, Kizaru was sent flying away from Future Island by Luffy. He said worriedly, oh no, I'm about to fall into the ocean. However, even though Kizaru said he was scared, his body was very comfortable. He has the ability to fly and is not afraid of falling into water. At this time, Kizaru created the appearance of Yasukani no Magatama. Activate Yasukani no Magatama's advanced skill. He shot out countless balls of light towards Dressrosa Island. After that, Kizaru's body gradually turned into a ball of light, disappearing. These balls of light immediately flew towards Future Island. Unexpectedly, the speed of these light balls was very fast. After only 6 seconds, Luffy was still looking at Kizaru's position. The next second, these balls of light arrived in front of Luffy. What's more remarkable is that each ball of light turns into a copy of Kizaru. This is the Good Brothers body splitting technique, the light body splitting technique. Seeing this scene, Luffy was also scared until his eyes bulged. Next, Luffy and Kizaru's clones broke out in a big fight. The clone can also use Kizaru's special skill, Yasukani no Magatama. Under attack from front to back, Luffy faced difficulties, almost being cut. During the fight, Luffy delivers a sweeping kick, Whip of Dawn, Go Mu. He quickly ran away, causing the clones to constantly chase him. Luffy said these copies look like hologram images, it's unclear which one is real. Now, Kizaru's clones are lining up to follow Luffy's escape route. Unexpectedly, this was Luffy's plan to lure the enemy. Just saw, Luffy used armament haki to give a strong kick. His blow went through all of Kizaru's clones. This is Luffy's new level 5 move, Gomu Gomu no Stamp. After just a moment, these copies were beaten into smoke by Luffy. However, Luffy discovered that among these clones there was no Kizaru's real body. At this moment, the research floor control room suddenly exploded. Luffy completely did not foresee this situation. It turns out these clones are just Kizaru's method to buy Luffy time. Kizaru actually entered the control room, preparing to assassinate Vegapunk. Luckily, Vegapunk left first. Usopp and Nami, who stayed behind, were controlled by Kizaru for a moment. He yelled at Luffy to quickly save us. Vegapunk and Atlas are driving the Vegapunk tank. This is a super vehicle researched by Vegapunk. Sanji was clutching the outside of the Vegapunk tank. He asked, "Let me go save Bonnie." Then the Vegapunk tank opens the factory floor. Along the way, they also destroyed the vacuum rocket's tracks. This would prevent the Navy from using vacuum missiles to enter the research floor. On the way, Vegapunk affirmed that he must save Bonnie. "I won't let a young girl like that die right before my eyes." Unexpectedly, Kizaru still did not give up. He aimed at the Vegapunk tank and focused his energy, prepared to use a beam of light to kill Vegapunk and Atlas. Luffy also exclaimed that Vegapunk would die. Now the situation is very dangerous. Kizaru launches the attack. Use your own body to block Kizaru's attack. Strangely, the rays of light seem to be absorbed by Luffy's body. Luffy shouted, "Oh my god, it's so hot!" Apparently the level 5 sun god form can still absorb laser beams. In the end, under Luffy's protection, Vegapunk escaped danger. He also asked Frankie and Robin to use general mode to transport Sunny. Then, all the Marines saw Vegapunk falling from the research floor to the factory floor. Edison immediately turned off the laser defense system to avoid harming Vegapunk. Then, Atlas's voice rang out across the future island. "All pacifistas, listen up. This is a change order from Vegapunk. Destroy all the Marines on the future island." Immediately afterwards, all pacifistas received orders and prepared to execute. Could the island have a surprising turnaround? Hello everyone, I'm Capper-sama. The next chapter is 1094, full high-quality scenery. The title of this episode is The Five Elders, Guardian of Science Jigo Garcia Satan. The first page is to celebrate Oda's early work, Monsters, which is about to be adapted into animation. The main character of this manga is Ryuma Frost, which tells the story of the new Ryuma. The name of the animated movie is Monsters Samurai of the Sky Dragon. If people want to see this work, I can also make a video later. Now watch One Piece episode 1094. Atlas gave combat instructions to the pacifistas. Destroy all the navy on the island. Due to the power of Vegapunk is higher than the power chip, the pacifistas continuously rotated their troops and began attacking the navy. At this time, all navies fell into chaos. Before the fire power of the pacifista, the average navy is like a lamb about to be slaughtered, only the part is running away. The future island is also covered by the firepower of the pacifista. Everywhere were the pitiful cries of the navy being bombed. During the chaos, the Marines discovered Vegapunk and his pirate crew on a cloud path in the sky. Currently in Vegapunk's tank there are 4 people, that is, Vegapunk, Capone, Frankie and Sanji. Everyone drove the tank and called Bonnie's name. Very quickly, Sanji determined Bonnie's location. He shouted, "My lady radar has never been wrong." Hearing, Vegapunk replied, "Although this is not a scientific radar, I believe in it." At this time, Sanji's mood was very worried about saving women. He could not stand the slow speed of the tank, jumped out of the tank and rushed towards Bonnie. At the same time, Bonnie revealed his position and was surrounded by the navy. The opponent was a general with a butt-shaped chin brandishing a shell-shaped weapon. During the fight, Bonnie pulled out a small gun and fired it backwards. She used a technique called corpse. Marines who are shot will feel like they are dead. They were immediately so frightened that they fell down. Faced with this situation, the general with the butt-shaped chin was completely helpless. After the navy was attacked, the future island became chaotic. But a pacifista stopped Bonnie. This surprised Bonnie very much. It turns out there is a female admiral controlling this pacifista. The female admiral's name is Brugras, and she is the owner of the Art Devil Fruit. Only saw Brugras controlling the pacifista to shoot lasers at Bonnie. But Bonnie could not hurt his father's clone. She did not resist and was immediately hit by the laser. In the moment of danger, a shadow of fire hugged Bonnie and hid from the laser blast. The person who came was Sanji. He arrived at the research floor first, and promptly saved Bonnie. Sanji also advised Bonnie not to think of the pacifista as his father. Suddenly, a Navy admiral jumped high and attacked. Luckily, Sanji hugged Bonnie and avoided a strong blow. He immediately ran towards Vegapunk. Vegapunk was preparing to lead everyone away from the research floor. The pacifista stopped the Marine Admiral to protect Vegapunk's retreat. Elsewhere in the research floor, the fight between Luffy and Kizaru is still going on. Both were seriously injured. Kizaru says he can't keep fighting like this. Otherwise, he will not be able to complete the task. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru turned into a beam of light and flew towards Vegapunk. Seeing this, Luffy turned his legs into wheels and immediately chased the light. At this moment, an incident happened. Those who also felt this harmony included Jinbe, Nami and the others. Just need the power to reach a certain level. They will feel a strange flow of harmony. At this moment, on Vegapunk, the voice of 5 Elder Stars Saturn rang out. Because the 5 Elder Stars have the highest authority over the pacifista. Therefore, the pacifista suddenly betrayed and joined the Marines. Seeing this, Vegapunk hastily increased his retreat speed. Suddenly, a sparkling magic circle appeared in the center of Egghead. The Navy has broadcast that Saturn is about to set foot on Future Island. People with military ranks below Colonel are not allowed to look directly at Saturn. Clearly, the 5 Elder Stars have a sense of Tenryubito's superiority. At this time, Vegapunk was so scared by the explosion that he stepped on the accelerator and accelerated. Finally, he drove up the cloud road towards the sky research floor. Not far from everyone, there is a scary magic circle. Sanji and Frankie both told Vegapunk to speed up, speed up, speed up. At this moment, a black shadow slowly appeared in the center of the magic circle. The number 5 is also written on the circle. 5 represents the 5 Elder Stars. Maybe 5 is Saturn's rank in the 5 Elder Stars, which is metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Next, Saturn appeared from the magic circle. A Navy man forgot his orders and looked at this monster in bewilderment. Unexpected. The next second, this marine's head suddenly exploded. Finally, Saturn completely revealed his devil fruit's awakened form. The lower half of his body is a spider with fire motifs. Saturn's beard and hair are like moving clouds. This black cloud is a symbol of the awakened state of the fruit fauna. And on Saturn's face there was a pair of large bull horns. In general, Saturn resembles the ghost cow monster in Japanese legend. In the comics, the name of Saturn's fruit has not been mentioned. Blind guessing could be the Bobo fruit, the mystical beast system, or the ghost cow form. At this moment, Sanji discovered that the situation was not good. He sees Kizaru shooting lasers at Vegapunk's tank. The laser cut off the cloud path in the air. Vegapunk's tank cannot move and falls from the air to the ground. Kizaru still refused to rest, wanting to continue attacking. Dangerous. Luffy is coming from behind. He put great power into his left arm preparing to attack Kizaru. Seeing that, Kizaru said to Luffy, "Your form has reached its limit, right?" Frankie is begging Luffy, asking Luffy to stop Kizaru. Before he could finish speaking, Kizaru turned the gun towards Luffy and fired a laser. Unexpectedly, Luffy avoided the attack. He also kept turning his head, making Kizaru feel confused. Ha! At this time, Luffy activated his new skill, Gomu Gomu no Star Gun. This blow hits Kizaru's head, turning Kizaru's head into rubber. Star Gun has an attack effect, and also comes with many stars. This blow caused serious damage to Kizaru. Kizaru said, "Oh, this game is so troublesome." But Luffy also used up all of his 5th gear time. At this moment, Satank was looking at Luffy coldly. He swayed his spider but seductively and whispered a sentence. After that, Luffy and Kizaru both fell to the factory floor. The two were considered even. Kizaru fell to the left, Luffy fell to the right. The other person who also fell to the factory floor was Vegapunk. Compared to Luffy, Vegapunk is the top target of the 5 Elder Stars. Just then, Satank appeared before everyone. Now it's not just Luffy who's lost his ability to fight. At this time, Vegapunk saw Satank, very surprised. Satank said, "I gave the order, Vegapunk." At this moment, a conversation appeared in Bonnie's head. Bonnie took up a weapon and attacked Satank. The content of the conversation is, "I gave the order, Vegapunk." Vegapunk replied, "But if you do that, Kuma will." It seems like this conversation took place before Kuma was transformed. Perhaps it was an order from Saturns to reform the Pacifista. Next, Bonnie's sword stabbed Saturns in the chest. The Gorosei noble was stabbed by Bonnie like that. However, Saturn still kept a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, Bonnie's eyes were filled with tears. Next, will probably be a big battle against the Gorosei. Hello everyone, I'm Capper-sama. Next will be Chapter 1095, a complete high-quality plot. The title of this chapter is A World Worse Than Death. The first page is a squirrel monkey that stole Enra's nose. Next, Gorosei Saturn set foot on Future Island. An alarm was issued, allowing only lieutenant generals and major generals to remain on the island. All soldiers must withdraw from the center. At this time, the Navy was retreating in fear. They also let out various sounds of surprise, like, "Saturns look scary. I only see them in portraits. What light is that?" At this time, several black lightning appeared on Future Island. Saturns looked at Bonnie with cold eyes. As mentioned at the end of the previous chapter, Bonnie injured Saturns. When everyone saw this, they were very surprised. Everyone didn't think that Gorosei would be injured so easily. At this time, naval officers hastily prepared weapons, wanting to support the Saturns. But Saturn stopped the Navy's action. He said, "Don't bother, you cockroaches. If I wanted to avoid it, I wouldn't get stabbed." As soon as the words were finished, Saturn's eyes glowed with transforming white light. Bonnie is sent flying by a mysterious force. Saturn's even held Bonnie in his hand. Seeing this, Chopper wanted to rescue Bonnie. Unexpectedly, he was also stared at by Satan, flew up and blood spurted out. Next, Satan pulled the knife out of his chest. His wound truly healed instantly, and the blood completely disappeared. Then the Navy wanted to capture Vegapunk and the others. But Satan still asked the Navy to wait. He said there was no need to panic, Vegapunk had nowhere to run. Then, Satan came before Kizaru. Kizaru lay in the rubble, unable to move. Satan said, "Kizaru, your mission completed too slowly." Kizaru replied, "I'm not looking for an excuse, but I really can't move." At this time, Luffy was also lying on the ground, his old body unable to stand up. His stomach even made hungry sounds. Suddenly, Satan came in front of Luffy. He raised his sexy spider leg, wanting to kick Luffy to death. In a moment of danger, Frankie sent Luffy flying with his mechanical arm. He challenged Satan to speak. "Dare to slit our captain's throat?" Currently, Frankie is holding Luffy, Satan is holding Bonnie. Satan says, "Dear friends, your participation in this war is truly unexpected. Now the sea and land were both surrounded by the Navy. I want to see, what method do you have to escape Future Island?" Satan pointed at Vegapunk and said, "Your betrayal is a disgrace." Vegapunk used to have many achievements in military research. Satan thanks Vegapunk for his service. However, he still wants to kill Vegapunk, and ask everyone to arrange the order of death. Satan says, "We are the biggest organization in the world. The act of resisting the world government will cost you death." As he spoke, Saturn clenched his fist. Bonnie immediately cried out in pain, making everyone worried. Sanji and the others want to save Bonnie, but an unexpected situation happened. Everyone couldn't move. Vegapunk says if this is not due to the power of science, it is most likely the possibility of Saturn's evil fruit. At this point, Bonnie asked Saturn if he killed her father. Turns out, the one giving the orders, removing Kuma's sense of autonomy, is Saturn. Now, Saturn continued to squeeze Bonnie and spoke. Kuma was born into the slave class. He is a descendant of the Bakanaya tribe, which once committed a deadly crime against the world. And Kuma is one of the survivors. Hearing these words, Vegapunk was shocked. Bonnie remembered Kuma's smile again. At this time, the Navy soldiers all raised their weapons to aim at Bonnie. Meanwhile, memories of her and Kuma appeared in Bonnie's mind. Kuma once told Bonnie, like the bringer of freedom, the liberation warrior Nika. Nika is also an idol in Kuma's heart. At that time, both were very happy. They also danced Nika's dance together, a very warm scene. Now, the Navy soldiers prepared to shoot Bonnie. Sanji immediately cried out, "Stop!" Vegapunk also shouted, "Bonnie is just a kid." Combined with what Vegapunk said earlier, Bonnie may be very young. She only used the fruit to become an adult. At this time, Bonnie once again remembers Kuma's past. It was a memory of Kuma that she saw in Kuma's hand. Time goes back 47 years ago. Kuma was born into an ordinary family in a kingdom in the South Sea. Kuma's father is from the Bakania clan. His mother is a normal person. Kuma's parents are both very good people. The doctor responsible for delivering the baby also reminded them to let the blood flow out. After that, Kuma spent a happy childhood. However, the world government still received Kuma's blood report from the hospital. Therefore, the world government quickly arrested Kuma's family. They were all captured and taken to Mariehua to become Tenryubito's slaves. The reason is, at that time, young Kuma still did not know what had happened. Mother comforted him gently. "It's okay, everything will be fine." Later, Kuma lived the life of a slave. He has great strength, so he is forced to transport heavy goods. Tenryubito would also beat and abuse Kuma. Young Kuma could not bear these cruel blows and often cried secretly. Fortunately, Kuma can still occasionally see his father, who was also a slave. "Every time we meet, my father is happy because Kuma is still alive and well." Kuma will also lie to his father. "Your master is very good, you are very lucky." Then, father informed Kuma of the unfortunate news. Kuma's mother is dead. Mom is about to go to heaven. After telling this news, my father cried non-stop. However, seeing his father, Kuma couldn't help but cry. Father also told Kuma a legend of the Bakania clan. In legend, there is a liberation warrior who will bring freedom to everyone. That liberating warrior was the sun god Kuma. Dad said that one day Kuma will help Baby Bear recover. Nico's face always carries a smile. Baby Bear will also definitely be able to get out of here to see the sun, and see his sea. Hearing his father's story, Little Bear was finally no longer sad. Dad even danced in front of Kuma to Nico's rhythm. But at this moment, Gunshots rang out. A Tenryubito even shot and killed Kuma's father. The reason is that his drumming is too loud. Time goes back 38 years ago. Tenryubito will descend from Mariehawa every 3 years. Organize a manhunt in countries that have not joined the world government. This time, they chose the island God Valley. This island has rich resources, enough to dare to use Ga. At this time, the king of God Valley stood out against the invasion of the Tenryubito. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, killing the king with a knife. This person is a member of the God Knight organization Virgo. Young Virgo, like Shanks, was loved by everyone. At this time, the employee reported to Satan. The famous slave of the Bikinia tribe had a problem. It turns out Kuma is trying to escape, but he was captured by other slaves. So the slaves wanted to take Kuma back. He also asked Kuma if he was from a peaceful tribe. He realized that Baby Bear was very large and had the blood of a giant. Jinbi said that my brother is also very good. Of course, Jinbi was talking about Ivankov. Everyone's faces were very gloomy. Now, the road is completely clear. What are you going to do? Chapter 1096 begins with the start of a human hunting contest. We can see many holy knights preparing to attack the slaves. 4 of the prominent holy knights competing with Garling are a young prince-like boy, a seductive woman, a girl whose eyes are covered by her hat, and a man wearing a gas mask. The slaves panic and run everywhere. Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, they call for Garp to go to God Valley to support the celestial dragons, but Garp opposes because he doesn't like them at all. But then he changes his mind when he hears that Roger's pirate crew is there. On the pirate island in the New World, the pirates also rush here after hearing that the Rock's pirate crew had set sail before. The people here are completely panicked, no different from hell on earth, when the 4 seas are surrounded by pirate ships, and on land are the holy knights hunting them like hunting rabbits. There are a total of about 10,000 people on this island. At this time, Ivankov is brainwashing the miserable people. They still think that they just need to survive for 3 weeks, but in reality, everyone has to die. This makes the people fall into despair. On this side, Saint Garling is busy aiming at valuable prey to achieve a maximum of 10,000 points. Meanwhile, Ivankov has been bitten off the chain by a fish's strong jaw. Ginny reveals that the prize of this contest is the key to help them escape. It is a dragon fruit that turns the eater into a green dragon and a Nikyu fruit that helps the eater blow others to distant islands. Some others worry because these devil fruits are stored in the center of the island. Ginny reassures that she is a super thief and also the one who smuggled the information out 2 weeks ago. Everything is in her calculation. Kuma hears and agrees to join the 2 of them. He says that he is big so it will be harder to die than others. Ginny starts to be impressed with Kuma, and both Ginny and Ivankov say that they don't want anyone to die in this plan. Out at sea, some Navy ships were blown up due to the attack of the Rock's crew. The Navy panicked because they didn't hear any information about this. We can see all the members of the Rock's crew but no Rocks. The notable faces include Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido, Bucking, Glorisa. The celestial dragons are furious at this situation, but they receive another bad news flying in saying that Roger's crew has also landed here, causing Garling and the Holy Knights to have to go out to welcome the battle. Young Roger wears a straw hat, followed by King Rayleigh, Scopper, and some other faces. The people on the island still don't understand what's happening when Garp suddenly appears with Bogart, while cheering and asking for Roger's location. This makes the Navy excited because they have reinforcement. Kuma and Ivankov take this opportunity to run away with 2 devil fruits in their hands. Ivankov tells Kuma to eat them, but suddenly Big Mom appears and hits the person and steals the dragon fruit from Ivankov's hand. Then she intends to steal the fruit in Kuma's hand but fails. Right after eating the Nikyu fruit, Saint Saturn suddenly appears and blows Kuma away. Saturn recognizes Kuma as a person carrying the Buccaneer lineage. Kuma says why a person like him was born with power while I was born as a slave. If I have any power, I will use it to help people like Nika. Saturn replies that that's why your race has to be exterminated. But suddenly the scene is cut, and we hear some dialogue of Roger telling Rox to stop. Then Rox asks Roger not to block his way. The narrator announces that this event ends here and will sink deep into the darkness of history. With his super deceptive pen, journalist Morgans of course has hidden most of the secrets. Then in the kingdom of Sorbet, Ivankov comments that after the event, the Navy only dared to post news about Garp, and no one knows what happened that day except those involved. Ivankov is excited that on that day Kuma saved more than 500 people. Ginny is moved to call Kuma Kamachi in tears and says that Kuma has free hands. Then Ivankov bids farewell to the two and sets sail, while Kuma and Ginny decide to stay and live in the church, and Ginny makes Kuma call her sister because she is 4 years older than Kuma. Kuma decides to chop wood to earn money instead of stealing. Some children here intend to bully Kuma but have been taught a lesson by Ginny. Kuma then healed them with the power of his devil fruit. The chapter ends with the scene of Kuma and Ginny eating together. Kind-hearted Kuma gives all his portion for Ginny to eat full, and both cry when they first taste the feeling of peace and hope. Chapter 1097 begins with a flashback to 8 years after the God Valley incident, or 30 years ago. Kuma, at the age of 17, had become a minister. He was treating the people here and was greatly admired by everyone. He used his devil fruit power to push all the pain of the sick out of their bodies. Suddenly, Ginny appeared when she was 21 years old. Ginny was furious because people had asked Kuma to heal them all week without a day off. At this time, many young men in the village loved Ginny and lined up in front of her house to propose, but they said that those people had no chance compared to Kuma. The people complained that they also wanted to support Kuma, but when the new king of the kingdom ascended the throne, they had to tribute more tributes, making them poorer than before. They said that the new King Bekori was a brutal king, only caring about tributes and not caring about the people. A lot of their frustration was expressed. Kuma bid farewell to everyone and returned home. The pain of the people was accumulated into a very large hand shape and was stored in the church where Kuma lived. After that, he himself endured these pains alone in great pain, like Zoro had endured for Luffy before. Ginny sat outside the church and noticed all of this, which made her cry. Kuma then said that if he did not endure, these pains would not disappear on their own. Kuma was very happy to have helped everyone get healthy. After that, the two cooked together and had a happy evening together. The scene shifted to 5 years later when Kuma was 22 years old. At this time, Ginny was pursuing Kuma and forced him to marry her, but Kuma refused. Although Kuma really liked Ginny, when he thought back to his parents' past, he couldn't help it. After that, he received news about the free soldiers on the wanted list. Kuma said that Dragon was a real hero, and he wanted to go out to sea one day and join Dragon. At this time, Ginny was loved by more young men, but she seemed uninterested. The next flashback came to 22 years ago when Kuma was 25 years old. The country of Sorbet had now been divided into north and south. Some people in the southern district were arrested by the royal soldiers and called Kuma for help. This new policy made the people in the southern district where Kuma lived could become slaves. Kuma was angry and blew up the soldiers to save the people. The capital of Sorbet was calculated in the north. The south was Kuma's village, and most of the people here were old people who no longer had the strength to work. Because of attacking the army, Kuma and others were all imprisoned. Kuma was sad because this kingdom was no longer free as he wanted. Ginny said that King Bekori was just a puppet of the celestial dragons. If Kuma rebelled, he would have to confront the entire world government. Suddenly, the palaces of the capital were attacked by the free army commanded by Dragon and Ivankov. Bekori's regime was overthrown and the people were no longer slaves. After that, Dragon and Ivankov went to the prison to rescue Kuma and Ginny, which shocked both of them because they met Ivankov again. Moreover, the person who came with him was none other than the person Kuma had admired for a long time, Monkey D. Dragon. Ivankov commented that Kuma was still the same as before, and wanted him to join them to change the world together. The narrator's voice rang out. The era of the great pirates had opened. Along with the O'Hara incident had pushed the free warriors to stand up against the decay of the world government, and a force that would shake the world was established. The Revolutionary Army. The main pillars are Dragon, Ivankov, Kuma. Dragon said that because they were newly established, they were restricted in funds, so they would temporarily operate as mercenaries to consolidate manpower and weapons. After that, Dragon revealed that he knew these things because he used to work in the Navy, but he couldn't find justice there. The flashback continues with 14 years ago, when Ginny was a commander of the Revolutionary Army but still loved Kuma. But then the scene shifted. Dragon received a notice that Ginny had been arrested in a surprise attack. Chapter 1098. At the Revolutionary Army base in Baltigo, Ivankov is handling the resistance situation in Tumi, where things are turning for the worse. They can't go to help because they've run out of supplies. At this point, Kuma volunteers to go to their aid. After defeating the enemy, Kuma learns that Ginny has been captured by the celestial dragons, and one of them even wants to take Ginny as his wife. Kuma is ordered to return, and 2 years pass. One day, Ivankov and Kuma suddenly receive a call from Ginny saying she's okay. In reality, she's sick and has been abandoned by the Navy. She wants to see everyone one last time, as it seems they will have to say goodbye forever. Upon hearing this, Kuma rushes off to find her, while Ginny still advises Ivankov and Dragon to treat Kuma well because he is very kind. Kuma uses his power to go to the old village where they used to live, where he learns that Ginny has passed away. The old man in the village says that she exposed herself to the sun, her body emitting blue smoke, and died. This girl crossed the ocean alone, perhaps wanting her child to be safe. Kuma cries bitterly, holding the newborn baby in his arms. From now on, he will raise this child in place of Ginny. And so, with the help of the villagers, Kuma begins to get used to taking care of a baby. Time passes, and this gluttonous child grows quickly, calling her father for the first time in her life, which moves Kuma to tears. After that, he spends his days working on the revolution and his nights with his beloved daughter. Life goes on like this until one day, his friends discover that Kuma has sealed off the entire church. It turns out his daughter has started to show blue spots on her face like her mother before her, and needs to be isolated from the sunlight. His friends help Kuma find a doctor, but no one knows what kind of disease it is. After that, Kuma asks to leave the revolutionary forces to spend time taking care of Bonnie, and Dragon also promises to contact the best doctors for him. When Bonnie turns 5, she is often teased by the village children for having to confine herself indoors. They call her a vampire, but Bonnie is not a meek child who is easy to bully. Every time, she fights back and makes them run away. Seeing this, Kuma rushes out to hold her back, fearing that Bonnie running outside would be dangerous. Bonnie is very obedient and gentle with her father, saying that she was just scaring the children. Kuma encourages her that the stones on her face are very beautiful, so the other children are just jealous and tease her. Kuma asks her where she wants to travel after she recovers from her illness, and she says she will go to the Sky Island, which is closest to the sun, so they can meet the sun god Nika. Kuma happily dances and promises to hold Bonnie's 20th birthday party there. Finally, the doctor diagnoses Bonnie's disease as sapphire scale, an incurable disease. The doctor informs that Bonnie only has about 5 more years to live. Kuma tears up, not expecting that Bonnie has eavesdropped on their conversation, but Bonnie misunderstands that she will be completely healthy after she turns 10. A year later, the Sorbet Kingdom faces a disaster. King Bekori returns and is more powerful than before. He declares that he will kill all the rebels in their own home.
The chapter returns to the scene at the end of chapter 1098. King Bekori returns and implements a policy of burning the entire area where Kuma and the elderly are living. He does this because he sees other kingdoms have implemented this brutal policy and succeeded. At the same time, Kuma is angrily rushing into the fire to help those who are being burned, despite the advice of the people. Some people are trying to help them but have been shot dead. Inside the church where Kuma is staying, the injured are brought here for treatment. Bonnie only dares to stand in the house and worry for Kuma because she is not exposed to sunlight. Meanwhile, under his anger, Kuma used the power of the devil fruit to blow up Bekori and where he was staying. Bekori's life and death have not been revealed, and this incident is called a one-man revolution. After that event, a navy informs Saint Saturn that the Sorbet Kingdom has another king to replace. It is Kuma. He is very loved and supported by the people here. But the truth is Kuma only takes the title for people to be happy, and the real ruler of Sorbet is Bulldog, the second king of this kingdom. The scene shifts to a time later. People discover an old woman running around the church and looking exactly like Ginny. Bonnie reveals she is practicing to be taken to see the horizon when she turns 10. People are shocked to know that Bonnie has eaten the devil fruit. People continue to interrogate Bonnie, but she says nothing. Instead, she shows her power for everyone to see and turns into an old woman because she has not yet mastered this type of power. Suddenly, King Bulldog comes and says there is something to report. King Bulldog brings bad news to Kuma. Former King Bekori, who has escaped once again, now has the world government backing. They spread the news that Kuma overthrew him to seize power, and now he is a tyrant of the Sorbet Kingdom. Therefore, the Navy will lend Bekori military power to retake the Sorbet Kingdom. Kuma says he will teach him a lesson when he returns here. This means Kuma will become a criminal and will not be able to continue to stay in this kingdom. Kuma hands the Sorbet Kingdom to Bulldog. King Bulldog promises to bring Bonnie to live with him in the castle and ensures that she will not be exposed to natural light. Then Kuma goes out to welcome Bekori. Bekori is escorted by a navy fleet in the middle of the sea. Bekori spreads the news that Kuma is a tyrant who has stolen the kingdom from him. Kuma then sank all the ships himself. At this time, it is still unknown whether King Bikori is dead or not. After this event, Kuma flees to the sea and becomes a pirate. He has many evil nicknames and a very high bounty thanks to the power of his bounty. Kuma's bounty is not revealed in this chapter. Meanwhile, Bonnie is living under the care of Kani in the castle of the Sorbet Kingdom. Bonnie says that when she grows up she will become a pirate like her father. Kuma travels around the world to find a cure for Bonnie's disease. He visits all the islands, the places where he sent the Straw Hat crew during the Sabaody event. Kuma talks to the people of the Torino Kingdom where Chopper was taken. He went to all places with scientists from Nami's Weather Island, Dracul Mihawk's residence, with Heracles at Boyne Islands where Usopp trained. Even Abdullah and Jeet, two bounty hunters who appeared in the Dressrosa arc, now under the Straw Hat fleet, also tried to attack Kuma because of his wanted head, but Kuma destroyed their ship. Finally, Kuma reunited with Dragon on the ship Wind Grandma in the middle of the sea. All current revolutionary commanders are present on the ship except Sabo and Koala. Dragon told Kuma that Ivankov and Inazuma were both arrested and sent to prison. Meanwhile, Kuma had become a king, tyrant, and now a pirate. Bello Betty asked Kuma a question. She wanted to become the commander of the Eastern Army, but Dragon would not give that position to anyone unless he allowed. The Eastern Commander is the position that Ginny once held. Kuma agreed. Dragon talked to Kuma about Vegapunk. Dragon said he had never introduced Vegapunk to Kuma because he could not meet Vegapunk when he was still at Punk Hazard. However, an accident just happened at Punk Hazard, a huge explosion caused by Caesar Clown, and Vegapunk had to move his laboratory. And Dragon advised Kuma to go see him right now because the new laboratory's defense is still weak. Kuma thanked Dragon and wished to rejoin the revolutionaries if he successfully saved Bonnie. Dragon said to let fate decide. Back to the Sorbet Kingdom, Bonnie was learning how to fight and could even beat an adult in a one-on-one battle, even when she was in her real form. Kuma came to the Sorbet Kingdom to meet Bonnie, making her very happy. Kuma brought Bonnie in a box to Egghead Island, which was still a winter island. Here they met Vegapunk, who still had a big head. Bonnie played with Sintamuru, while Vegapunk and Kuma talked. Vegapunk told Kuma that he could cure Bonnie's disease. He would use a new cell grafting technology that has not been used in any regular hospital, but the cost would be very high, almost equivalent to creating a robot. Vegapunk tested Kuma's blood and was shocked to find out Kuma was a buccaneer. Vegapunk asked why Kuma came to see a government person like him. Kuma said he trusted Dragon. Kuma asked Vegapunk how his blood was different from other people's blood. Vegapunk said there was not enough sample to give a clear explanation. Vegapunk then suggested Kuma become a clone model for his army, and he would treat Bonnie's disease for free. Kuma said he would be ready to accept any conditions to save Bonnie, and he wondered what his clone would be used for. Vegapunk replied they would be Navy soldiers. Vegapunk said he would make them able to shoot lasers to defeat evil pirates, and be robust to shield the innocent. Kuma was satisfied thinking that a clone like him would save others, but also felt uneasy because this army would be a force to fight Dragon in the future. The scene shifted to Mary Geos. Saint Saturn was listening to the entire conversation of Kuma and Vegapunk. He said Vegapunk was a man who did not know how to take advantage of opportunities. Then he came up with the idea of using them to create weapons with greater destructive power. Back to Egghead Island, Kuma and Vegapunk were still talking. Kuma said he would accept any conditions, even if Vegapunk was a devil. But if his clone could save human lives, then perhaps this is the purpose I was born for. Vegapunk said Kuma was indeed a saint. Kuma replied he was just a peace lover. Vegapunk said he liked this name. Peace lover in Japanese is also called Pacifista. Then he named his robots Pacifista. Chapter 1100. Kizaru arrives at the laboratory and complains about how cold the island is, but Dr. Vegapunk tells him that this laboratory will be the future, and his head is so full of ideas that he can't think clearly. However, Kizaru says that's why he didn't pay attention to the Din Din Mushi watching him and his conversation with Kuma. That's why he was sent. Kizaru even adds that Dr. Vegapunk should have been more careful, something he can't deny. Dr. Vegapunk talks to Saturn, who tells the scientist that he doesn't want Kuma to become the face of the Marines' clone soldiers because he is a pirate. So, he has his own conditions for this agreement with Kuma. The first condition is that Kuma must become a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea when the old one was eliminated by Ace. The second condition is that Kuma must become a weapon of the Marines by turning into a robot. The third and final condition is that as part of the conversion process and to ensure he doesn't resist them due to his history as a revolutionary, he must give up his free will and personality. Dr. Vegapunk yells out that taking away Kuma's free will is equivalent to killing him and leaving nothing but a soulless robot, while reasoning that Saturn wants this because the other lords do not obey orders. Saturn counters that Dr. Vegapunk has no right to complain because he is a military scientist, and he considers it a suitable price to pay for Bonnie's medical procedure. Dr. Vegapunk is still outraged, but Kuma tells him to do it because he says he was worried that Bonnie had no hope. But now this opportunity has come, he will be grateful to accept his fate if it means she can live. Saturn asks Dr. Vegapunk how long the treatment process for Bonnie and Kuma will last. Dr. Vegapunk says that Bonnie's treatment process will last for 6 months, but she will have to wait a year before she can step out into natural sunlight. On the other hand, Kuma's illness will take at least 2 years, and Kuma feels relieved because this means that Bonnie will be cured when she is 10 years old. Then, Saturn asks Kuma what could prevent him from resisting the world government after her treatment process is complete. Kuma says he won't run away, but Saturn asserts that Bonnie will be detained by the world government after her treatment process ends, and she will be released after Kuma's mind is erased. Dr. Vegapunk is once again outraged because this means the two will never meet again, which Saturn confirms. He says that Kuma's modifications will begin immediately and will be a continuous process as he begins his term as a 7 Warlords of the Sea. After Bonnie recovers, all contact between the two will be banned so they can't escape together, and he threatens to enslave Bonnie if they challenge him. Despite being shocked, Kuma says he won't contact Bonnie. In return, he has a personal request, not to say anything about this to Bonnie, and her medical condition as well as her hostage situation. He also requests that Bonnie be treated in the Sorbet Kingdom because it is her home. Saturn agrees with this. He says that where she is detained doesn't make any difference as long as the world government supervises it. After determining that, Kuma told Bonnie that they would stay in the lab for the next 6 months. Although he lied that he was feeling sick and needed to be checked, Bonnie was just happy that the two could continue together. Vegapunk was excited to do his robot-making work, but complained that he was too busy and wished he had 5 more people like him to work. Time passed, Kuma and Bonnie went through the corresponding procedures. Gradually they became close to Dr. Vegapunk, Sentomaru, and even Kizaru. Everyone ate and danced together like a family. 6 months passed. Dr. Vegapunk revealed that the treatment process was successful, and after a year of functional recovery, Bonnie would be completely cured. Kuma and Bonnie thanked him. Bonnie hoped to visit Dr. Vegapunk when she was better, which he accepted. Back to Sorbet, Bonnie told everyone that she would be better after another year, which made them extremely happy, and it also meant that Bulldog and Kani would take care of her again. Kuma prepared to leave and told Bonnie that he would not see her for at least a year, and although Bonnie was very sad about this, Kuma still suggested writing to her, and she accepted. Kuma also said that the next time they meet, they can go boating together, something Bonnie was looking forward to, even though she had no idea that Kuma had been lying all along. Just then, a nurse named Alpha came in and said that she would take care of Bonnie from now on. She created a gate and a checkpoint for those who wanted to visit. She also reminded Kuma visually of what would happen if he violated the agreement he had made with Saturn, but he said he would not return. Before leaving, he thanked Bonnie for coming to him. She and others happily saw him off. News about Kuma as one of the 7 warlords began to spread afterwards. The Shichibukai were commenting on this event, including Crocodile, Doflamingo, Mihawk, Boa Hancock, Gekkomoria, Jinbe, especially when he obediently followed all the orders issued by the world government. The Revolutionary Army was completely confused by this because they understood Kuma better than anyone. While waiting, Kuma wrote a letter to Bonnie, telling her that he was fine and he was looking for interesting places for the two of them to row together. He set off for East Blue and arrived at Fusha Village as soon as he received a new order from the world government. Chapter 11:01. Kuma is secretly observing Luffy practicing Gomu Gomu battle axe on Mount Kalubo, but then he also discovers Dragon is also watching Luffy. Kuma is surprised because Dragon is quite familiar with this country. Kuma also knows Dragon has secretly come to a village on the outskirts of this kingdom to visit a certain boy. But Dragon stops Kuma from mentioning this because the child is the parent's weakness. Kuma says he sympathizes with Dragon and will not be curious anymore. Luffy is very satisfied with the attack he just practiced and will save it when he has his own pirate crew. Luffy is now 16 years old. His attack scares the monsters in the forest. Suddenly Kuma receives a call from the world government. Luffy hears a noise, so he runs to see. At this time, Kuma has left. According to the government's order, Kuma leaves Dawn Island to go and support a merchant ship being attacked by pirates. Instead of attacking them, Kuma takes care of the injured and asks them to return the gold they stole, mentioning the content of the letters that Kuma wrote to Bonnie. With the boundless love that Kuma has for Bonnie, he continues to talk about many wonderful islands that he has been to, and one day the two of them will travel together. Switching to the Sorbet Kingdom, it turns out that all the letters that Kuma sent to Bonnie were torn by Agent Alpha. Bonnie keeps waiting for Kuma's letter day by day without knowing anything. Kuma sends Bonnie an average of 10 letters a month, but all are torn by Agent CP8, while Bonnie waits in despair. Bonnie has never revealed that she has the Toshi fruit before Alpha and her medical team, because Queen Mother Kani told Bonnie to keep her power a secret. Kuma returns to Egghead Island to continue the cyborg surgery with Vegapunk, where Kuma also meets Stussy's clone. Vegapunk's head is now shorter and has an apple-shaped antenna on it, as it is now after brain surgery. Vegapunk says that after the retrofit is complete, Kuma will no longer have any memory or consciousness at all. Kuma asks what will happen if all memories are lost. Vegapunk replies that Kuma will have to accept all orders of the government. Before that moment, Vegapunk will keep Kuma's sanity intact until the last moment. Kuma continues to write letters to Bonnie about his thoughts and feelings after knowing these things, along with a birthday greeting when Bonnie turns 9. Returning to the Sorbet Kingdom, today is Bonnie's 9th birthday, but there is still no letter from Kuma that has reached her hand. It's been a year after the Nacre scale surgery, so now Bonnie has fully recovered. Kuma continued to support the Revolutionary Army, but he was always silent, not talking to anyone. Dragon and everyone in the Revolutionary Army implicitly understood that Kuma must have his own reasons for behaving like this. However, Agent Alpha still did not let Bonnie out before her 10th birthday. Bonnie argued and believed that Alpha was lying, and she trusted Vegapunk. Queen Mother Kani received information from a bar in the area. They told her that while they were drunk, one of the medics in Alpha's team accidentally revealed that he was an agent of the government. Queen Mother Kani and the people of the Sorbet Kingdom had an unusual premonition about this, so they planned to help Bonnie escape. The best fishermen of Sorbet, Gyogyo, Tatsu, and Potito, would lead a volunteer group from the kingdom to take Bonnie to sea and set off to find Kuma. The three of them were also close friends of Kuma and Ginny from childhood. They repaired a fishing boat into a pirate ship with a pizza pattern on it. It seems this is the Jewelry Margarita ship of the Bonnie pirates in the future. Queen Mother Kani and Bonnie changed clothes with each other. Bonnie was allowed to go outside and walk under the sunlight for the first time. In the appearance of Kani, Bonnie easily escaped the surveillance of the special agents and bounced to the boat of the Gyogyo group as planned. However, Agent Alpha detected that this was Bonnie in disguise and chased after her using Moonwalk. Little Bonnie remembered once asking Kuma what Nika looked like. Then Bonnie used the move Distortion Future. Bonnie's hand turned giant and punched Alpha severely, just like Luffy's Gear 3. Bonnie successfully escaped from Sorbet with the escort of the kingdom's residents. The narrator's voice. The world government immediately received a secret report that the hostage Bonnie had escaped. The boat of the fisherman on the journey to find her father had become a pirate ship. Not long after that, Bonnie became one of the pirates of the new era along with Luffy, standing on par with him in that generation. Chapter 1102. The Bonnie pirate crew is heading to an island to search for Kuma. The Bonnie pirate crew always leaves behind tons of injured children and elderly people after their attacks, who are actually Navy soldiers transformed by Bonnie's power, so the Navy believes they are truly evil pirates. Kuma was on that island, but when the Bonnie crew arrived, Kuma had disappeared. Kuma was surprised because Bonnie is now a pirate. He knew that Bonnie was looking for him, but he couldn't meet her. She didn't give up and said that if she found him soon, she would also look for Nika. Switching to the scene when Luffy received his first bounty of 30 million belly after defeating Arlong. At the Revolutionary Army base, Sabo wondered why Dragon went to Logue Town, but Dragon said it was nothing. Ace received the information and bragged to Jinbe that Luffy was his little brother, which surprised Jinbe. Kuma was also surprised by this. Bonnie, after partying with the whole crew, then shouted the slogan, "Only rob the bad guys." After the Enies Lobby event, Kuma visited Vegapunk on Egghead Island. Vegapunk showed him a pacifista army being produced, and they started talking about the incident at Enies Lobby. Kuma revealed to Vegapunk that Luffy is Dragon's son. Kuma knew that hiding this information from Vegapunk was useless because he had promised to give all his memories to Vegapunk. Vegapunk couldn't believe Luffy was Dragon's son. Kuma was excited because a rubber boy dared to stand up against the world like his idol Nika. Switching to the Thriller Bark event, everything was observed from Kuma's perspective. Kuma saw the Straw Hat crew fighting Moria. The scene was recreated when Luffy defeated Moria and Zoro was taking all the damage for Luffy. Kuma praised that Luffy had great teammates. After the war ended, Kuma received a call from Din Din Mushi with the order to prepare for the war against Whitebeard in the execution event of Ace. Switching to Sabaody, where Bonnie first appeared when she was eating with the crew. The truth is Kuma was also there, and he was hiding outside the restaurant, looking at Bonnie through the window. Kuma smiled when he saw Bonnie and hoped she would become a strong pirate. Kuma heard about the incident of the celestial dragons, so he immediately teleported to the roof of the human auction house and looked inside. Everyone was shocked because this was taboo, and no one dared to do it, and this was even happening while under the supervision of the Navy. Kuma said that this is a rebellious act that no one has dared to do for centuries. Kuma was even more shocked when he found out that Luffy had punched a celestial dragon to protect a fishman. Then there was the battle of the Straw Hat Pirates and the government with the participation of Sentomaru, Kizaru, Rayleigh, Pacifista from Kuma's perspective. Kuma caught Luffy in extreme pain and regret because he could not save his teammates. Then Kuma said that Luffy was not ready and not strong enough to step into the new world. And he is the one who can save this world one day. On Egghead Island, Saturn ordered Vegapunk to add a self-destruct switch to Kuma to prevent mishaps. Vegapunk tried to negotiate other methods to allow Kuma to retain consciousness, but Saturn insisted that Kuma's mind must be erased. Saturn reminded Vegapunk that he too is a scientist. Playing tricks on me is also pointless. On the last day of normal life, right before the Summit War, at Marineford, Kuma and Vegapunk said goodbye to each other. Vegapunk programmed Kuma to fight Whitebeard pirates in the war, but Kuma asked Vegapunk to program him to protect Thousand Sunny after the war ended. Because Kuma really wanted to see the growth of Straw Hat, but he couldn't do it, so at least let him protect their home. Vegapunk asked Kuma, "Why do you trust Luffy so much?" Kuma said that he was moved by Luffy's actions. "I know, Nika is just a legend. But I promised Bonnie that one day the Liberation Warrior will come to liberate her. That person is Luffy." Kuma gave his memory to Vegapunk as he promised. Kuma's memory is like a copy of the original memory, so Kuma doesn't forget anything when he takes it out with his own power. In addition, the memory will disappear when someone touches it, so Vegapunk has developed a system to observe and research it without touching the memory sphere itself. When Kuma pulled out his memory, Kuma's entire life lit up in front of him and all the faces of the people he loved appeared. His father, his mother, Ivankov, Ginny, Bonnie, Dragon. Then, in a very touching scene, Vegapunk pulled the machine lever in tears. The machine began to erase Kuma's consciousness. There were rays of light shining on Egghead Island, like at Kuma's church when he received injuries from others. All the scientists and Sentomaru are together bowing their heads to say goodbye. On the last page of the chapter, the flashback ends and switches to the NICU room on Egghead Island. The sphere containing Kuma's memory has disappeared and Bonnie is crying on the floor. The chapter ends with Kuma's last words that he asked Vegapunk to tell Bonnie. Kuma, happy 10th birthday, Bonnie. Chapter 1103 begins with Bonnie's flashback after she had seen all of Kuma's memories in the NICU room. Bonnie returned to her true child form and hugged Vegapunk tightly, apologizing to him. Vegapunk gave Bonnie a gift for her 10th birthday that he had been entrusted by Kuma. It was a sun-shaped necklace made of jade. Bonnie promised to cherish it, and the two sat down to chat. Vegapunk told Bonnie about what happened when she was there, including the Straw Hat crew saving him. He said he had no other choice but to do so even though he knew it was unscientific. This made Bonnie feel pain. Returning to the present with Bonnie being held by Saint Saturn. All the people in Vegapunk's group there are still immobilized under the power of Saint Saturn. It seems Kizaru is also worried about Sentomaru and Bonnie, while Luffy is still in old man form and constantly looking for food. The situation on the island is very tense with the Navy surrounding and not allowing anyone in except the Admiral. Dragon discusses with Ivankov about where Kuma might go after losing consciousness. Bonnie angrily used the move, Twisted Future, to enlarge her hand to punch Saint Saturn, but it didn't work and she was exhausted. Saturn noted that this move was quite similar to Nika's form. Bonnie wondered why she had become so weak. Saint Saturn thought that because she was Kuma's daughter, Bonnie knew about the name Nika, obviously. But the image of Nika, with Bonnie's imagination, is completely different from the truth. So Bonnie can only simulate a part according to the rubber power, but she can't know about the pure white form yet. Suddenly Saint Saturn discovered that Luffy was eating at a super speed to regain strength, so he ordered the Navy to quickly tie Luffy with sea stone handcuffs. The truth is even more surprising when the power of the Toshi Toshi fruit that Bonnie possesses is related to Saint Saturn. and Bonnie cannot manipulate Saint Saturn's age. Also a scientist, this is the result of an experiment by Saint Saturn with newborns as subjects. The content of it is, do you need to eat the devil fruit directly, or just through extraction to possess the power? This power can help Bonnie transform into any future she wants. But every time Bonnie knows the truth, the future she chooses will be narrowed down. Saturn remembers the day her father, though still young, believed in the legend of Nika. To serve this experiment, after being captured and becoming the 8th wife of a celestial dragon, Ginny was injected with a stimulant under the direction of Saint Saturn himself. But Ginny was considered a failure because after injecting that drug, she got jade scale disease. Saint Saturn was surprised to know that this disease was inherited from mother to child. Vegapunk was angry and yelled at Saturn when he heard all this. Bonnie blamed Saturn, but he didn't care. Suddenly the Navy outside the island noticed a robot flying to the west of the island. Many people were surprised because the robot only had one leg, but then realized it was Kuma. He was heading towards the center of the island. Saturn was surprised by this situation while Vegapunk asked Kuma why he was here, but Kuma refused to answer. Despite the rain of bombs and bullets, Kuma still walked straight to his daughter. The Navy ordered to shoot at Kuma until out of bullets. Bonnie burst into tears after seeing Kuma and wanted to fight Saturn but could only scream in impotence. Kuma fired a palm to disperse all the Navy surrounding Bonnie's group. Seeing this, Saint Saturn threw Bonnie to the ground and intended to stab Bonnie with his leg. In a hair-raising situation with a supernatural speed, Kuma hugged Bonnie in his arms and used his body to block Saint Saturn's stab. Kuma turned around and grabbed Saint Saturn's leg. Then Kuma buffed armament hockey into his hand and prepared to punch straight into the old man's face. Chapter 1104 continues with the scene of Kuma looking at Saturn and throwing a punch wrapped in hockey into Saturn's face with all his anger. While throwing the punch, his most painful memories from childhood to adulthood surfaced. Saturn asked Vegapunk what was going on, as Saturn had pressed Kuma's self-destruct button when Sabo rescued him at Mary Geos. We could see how angry Kuma's face was because of the humiliations he had suffered. In the frame of Kuma's punch, it was like a fatal blow straight into the middle of Saturn's face, distorting Saturn's face. Saturn was knocked far away and hit the houses behind. He was seriously injured and lay down on the ground. The surrounding Navy soldiers were amazed to see a slave daring to hit a supreme leader of the world, and they cheered each other to rescue Saturn after he was crushed by the buildings. Saturn's injury seemed to have made everyone move. Vegapunk wondered why Kuma's self-destruct switch did not work. He had set Kuma to be a bomb to avoid being exploited by the government. Supposedly after activation, Kuma would not have any will left. Kuma ran over and hugged Bonnie in his arms. Vegapunk recalled that the specialty of the Buccaneer tribe was not in strength, but something else. Meanwhile, Kizarat had woken up and Sentomaru was also worried about Kuma. The Navy screamed because of Luffy's mysterious disappearance. Bonnie returned to her child form and thanked Kuma for everything she saw in Kuma's memories. Kuma just hugged Bonnie and stopped moving. Bonnie didn't care about the tyrant name people had given to Kuma. In Bonnie's eyes, Kuma was always the coolest. Saturn rose from the rubble, splitting the building in half, and the smoke and dust were thick. He lost his right arm and left horn due to the buildings falling on him. Saturn's body was also seriously injured. Saturn forced Vegapunk to explain this. Vegapunk explained that this was the power of love. Saturn then used his power to restore his arm and horn. Some black flames seemed to regenerate 100% of his right arm and left horn, which surprised Sanji. Saturn tried to attack Kuma with his leg, but Sanji deflected Saturn's attack and shouted that he would not let anyone hurt Bonnie anymore. Meanwhile, Frankie was using Radical Beam to attack Saturn. Kizarat commented that the Straw Hat crew had grown a lot. Frankie's Radical Beam pierced through Saturn's body, but Saturn easily recovered after Frankie's attack. Suddenly, Kizaru appeared and kicked Frankie far away. Vegapunk ordered Atlas to take Kuma to the laboratory floor. Kizaru was worried because there were now too many characters involved in the war and wanted to end this war as soon as possible. Vegapunk said that Kizaru had reached his limit of endurance, and Kizaru replied that he should have brought a pair of sunglasses to not see these things. While outside the island, the Buster Call procedure was confirmed. The entire fleet began to fire on the island, hoping to turn everything into ashes. At the end of the chapter, Saturn declared that there was a traitor who had revealed the forbidden secrets, and a pirate had awakened the power of some ancient god. This island had fallen to the root. Chapter 1105. An announcement rings out. All the Navy must return to the ship immediately. The Navy around is confused, not knowing what happened. The vice admirals are worried, asking Saturn and Kizaru to return to the ship, but Saturn insists he and Kizaru will stay on the island and requests the Navy to attack the island as soon as possible. Kizaru agrees and tells the vice admirals to execute the order quickly. Vegapunk is angry because Saturn not only targets him but also has the ambition to destroy the entire island. Vegapunk asks, "Why are you doing this, Saturn? The most breakthrough scientific research is on this egghead? If destroyed, it will make the world go back a whole century. Quickly revoke the Buster Call order." Then he continues to beg Kizaru, but Kizaru does not respond. Saturn replies, "You might still be hiding something that can prevent the world government," and asserts that he does not need humanity to progress more. Vegapunk asks, "What about humanity?" Saturn says that yesterday there was a ship wanting to leave this island, but he had ordered a fleet to destroy it because he thought that some people knew about the blank history on that ship. Vegapunk is angry because there are mostly scientists and workers on the island who have not committed any crimes. Saturn recalls that Vegapunk has violated the taboo like O'Hara because he was curious about the blank history. Outside the island, the pacifista units are ready for the upcoming attack, while Sanji is guiding everyone to run into the vacuum tube to escape. Bonnie worries for Dr. Vegapunk, but Sanji insists he will not leave without him. Then Nami calls Sanji to say that her team has reached the back exit. At the back exit of the island, people are panicking when they know the Buster Call is about to attack. Nami asks Sanji about Luffy's situation, but Sanji's team has lost Luffy's trace. Nami updates the situation when Jinbe has been sent to help Zoro in the battle with Rob Lucci, thinking that Zoro will continue to get lost. Meanwhile, Brook has come to Lilith to help her move the Sunny ship. Nami worries because the plan to use Vega Force number 01 to move the Sunny ship has failed, but Brook declares that he has a plan that makes Lilith interested. Brook used his power to freeze the clouds so that the Sunny ship could slide on it to escape, but he hasn't figured out how to stop and wants to consult Lilith's opinion. Suddenly, the whole group realizes that the boundary of the dome has not been deactivated and must shoot through it if they don't want to explode. While outside the island, the Navy has started the first artillery attack, even though there are still some Navy not evacuated in time. The pacifistas on command blew up everything. Vegapunk could only stand and watch everything he built up gradually turn into ashes. Frankie's team went straight to the laboratory dome by vacuum tube at high speed. Suddenly, Kizaru appears with a light sword in his hand and cuts the flight path in half, causing the ship to rush out of the tube. Sanji is angry at this situation while Saturn orders the pacifista to attack Bonnie and Kuma. Everyone is blown up and flies everywhere. Saturn thinks that all these resistances are the pinnacle of stupidity. Vegapunk worries for Bonnie because the person attacking her looks like Kuma. Meanwhile, the Navy has detected Luffy in a state of immobility because he has eaten a full stomach. The Navy shouts to catch Luffy while a mysterious event has taken place outside the island. The ship that Saturn ordered to attack has been rescued by a mysterious force, causing the Navy's fleet to be blown up and sunk to the sea. And an announcement rings out that they are heading to Egghead Island. There is a suspicion that on that ship Dragon and the Revolutionary Army appear to save Luffy, or some other force is coming. Let's wait for Chapter 1106. Chapter 1106, the Navy is starting to attack the island. Some guards have spotted Luffy and are amazed that he has eaten all the food there. His stomach swells like a balloon and starts to deflate. The Navy moves forward intending to catch Luffy but is blown up by their own side. The Navy pulls each other to run to the ship because they think Egghead has no way to live. While Saturn is ordering the pacifista to aim at Kuma and Bonnie, then Vegapunk calls Atlas to issue some order. While everyone is being blown up in the sky, Atlas has listened to Vegapunk and said something to Bonnie that surprised her. Bonnie then shouted, "Don't shoot anymore, Dad. Help me get out of here." Bonnie's voice immediately had an effect on the pacifistas, making her amazed. Immediately after that, the pacifistas turned back to attack the ships and blew up everything. The soldiers panicked and thought the pacifistas had rebelled. It turns out Vegapunk had programmed for Bonnie to have the highest and priority control because he didn't want to see the scene of the two father and son fighting each other. What Vegapunk wants is Kuma will always be by Bonnie's side in all circumstances. Saturn was angry after hearing the whole story. He used his leg to stab through Vegapunk's body. He told Vegapunk that with this level of betrayal, he would punish mercilessly. Frankie and Sanji were angry while Saturn ordered Kizaru to solve everything as quickly as possible. Kizaru then flew into the air and used the Rain of Light move on Kuma. Sanji flew up and used his leg to block, but still some rays slipped through and pierced Kuma. Kizaru continued to use the sword to cut into Kuma and Bonnie and said that he would send the two away in one slash. Just then, Luffy appeared in Gear 5 state and punched Kizaru, causing him to fall to the ground. We can see that it is a normal punch wrapped in haki. Bonnie looked at Luffy in a state of full energy and amazement. Then he turned the ground and the buildings into rubber to cushion for Kuma's group to fall safely to the ground. Kizaru was punched once, but did not lie down, just felt a little dizzy and still able to sit. The Navy was surprised again about this incident. Bonnie then ran back to Vegapunk and told everyone to leave quickly. In a frame we see the ancient robot has moved a bit thanks to the drum sound of Nika that Luffy just created. Bonnie remembers the moment she and her father danced to this tune. In a touching page, Bonnie looked up at the sky where Luffy was creating the pose of Nika as the first time in Wano. Her eyes were teary because she had witnessed it firsthand. Vegapunk said that Kuma was right. The Buster Call was just a game with Luffy. Everyone in this world has been waiting for his appearance for hundreds of years. The scene switches to the east coast of Egghead Island. The Navy is amazed to see a giant human ship appear and think they have been dead for hundreds of years. The ship moves fast and crashes straight into the Navy's warships, causing them to shatter. It turns out the two leaders on this ship are Dory and Broggy, two giant warriors that the Straw Hat crew met before. The Navy wonders why they are here. The two of them reply, "In this world there is nothing that is random coincidence. We come because of the Straw Hats." Dory wondered if they should now call Luffy the Sun God. Chapter 1106 ends here. Chapter 1107. The giants land on the island. Dory tells Oimo and Kashiai to take others around both sides, sinking any ship they see and remember to pay attention to the cannons. The two giants launch an attack and start attacking the ships. Many Navy ships were cut in half by the giants' crew. From above, Usopp saw Dory and Broggy through a pair of binoculars and shed tears at the return of old friends. Usopp wondered what they were doing here, while Nami saw Oimo and Kashiai in the crowd and inferred that they had come to pick up their captains from the little garden. This made Usopp relieved because he was afraid he would not see them in Elbaf. The narrative says that Oimo and Kashi are two giants looking for their captain and have met Luffy's crew on an island. Edison is surprised that the Straw Hat crew knows this duo and suspects they have heard about the situation from the news that has spread about this incident. Realizing Dory and Broggy came to save them, Usopp said they needed to complete preparations to leave. Brook contacted Nami and told her that they were getting close to Nami's location, but Lilith knew they still couldn't stop. Elsewhere, Jinbe is still heading towards Zoro's location, while he is still fighting with Lucci. Both Zoro and Lucci were exhausted, but Lucci tried to manipulate Zoro's emotions by calling him a corpse, because the crew would not leave without him. So he should just surrender and give his crew a chance to run away to save their lives. However, Zoro mocked Lucci, thinking that he was controlling this battle. The Marines were informed that about 30 of their small and medium ships had been destroyed by the Pacifista, and one of the vice admirals, named Red King, ordered all smaller ships to retreat and let the warships go first. With the destructive power of the warships, the pacifistas were blown up when he mentioned how wasteful it would be to destroy his own weapon. Back with Luffy's group, Luffy is flying in the sky with the Nika state and calling Bonnie's name. Luffy asked Bonnie why she was crying. Bonnie said, "Why not cry, you idiot? I've been looking for you for so long." Luffy was confused, not understanding her meaning, but changed the topic to ask about her punch earlier. Bonnie said she was just imitating his punch and asked Luffy to show her how to throw a real punch, so she could punch Saturn to avenge Vegapunk. Bonnie revealed to him that Saturn had hurt Dr. Vegapunk. Saturn angrily said that both of them would not be able to survive leaving here, but Luffy refused this and prepared to attack. Luffy was attacked first by Saturn with control power, but Luffy still endured and released his Gomu Gomu no Don Gatling. Luffy's punch hit Saturn's face. Luffy's punch carried all the resentment of Bonnie, Kuma, and Vegapunk. Saturn was punched far away and hit the buildings behind and exploded. Frankie told Bonnie to start moving with vacuum shoes, and Bonnie told Dr. Vegapunk that they needed to leave right now. However, Dr. Vegapunk told her that she needed to leave without him because he knew in his condition, he would die if he moved. Kazarg said anyway he would die. "Let me help." Kazarg flew high and prepared to shoot a laser at Vegapunk, but Sanji deflected the laser attack with his kick. Frankie was stunned when Sanji could do that. He said it was thanks to the power of love, making Kazark also have a surprising reaction. People started heading northeast while Luffy and Sanji stayed to deal with them. Kizaru said that after this failure, at least he should return with the heads of the Straw Hat crew. But Sanji replied the best he should prepare a letter of apology first. As for Saturn, he was buried in the rubble, and there was someone standing looking at him. It turns out he has to face Van Augur and Katarina Devon, who said that the appearance of one of the 5-star elders here is as unusual as that. She touched Saturn's leg and declared their mission was completed while Saturn asked them what they were doing on Egghead. Saturn also said that he found it strange that a level 6 escaped criminal had to obey Blackbeard. Devon's answer is she considers Blackbeard a special person. Saturn agrees with this, along with his lineage. This makes Devon surprised that Saturn also knows about Blackbeard. Then, Saturn asked Blackbeard pirates what they wanted after all the noise they continued to cause, and Augur just said they wanted the whole world. Saturn tried to attack them, but Augur had moved both of them with his power, although they couldn't go far because they were still on the island. However, when the two started to leave, suddenly Caribou approached, who told them that he idolized Blackbeard and had been sailing to find him for so long. So, he begged them to let him meet and join Blackbeard's pirate crew. Chapter 11:07 ends here. Chapter 11:08. Augur points his gun at Caribou as Caribou kneels down begging for mercy. Augur tells Caribou that he doesn't trust him because there are many people targeting Blackbeard's head right now, but he asserts that his intentions are pure. He even tells both of them that if they kill him right now, there will be serious consequences. When Augur asks for the reason, Caribou tells Augur that he has information that he is ready to share with Blackbeard. Even then, he asserts that he can be useful to Blackbeard, causing Augur and Devon to ponder. Meanwhile, the Navy can't penetrate the Pacifista's bubble shield. Some Navy men are gradually losing their calm and despairing in the face of the superior power of science on the Pacifistas. Vice Admiral Bluegrass is disappointed that they have to destroy their biggest weapon because she knows it will be a heavy blow to the Navy's military force. Vice Admiral Hound asks if it's too late to stop Buster Call, but Vice Admiral Guillotine refuses, saying that Dr. Vegapunk is a traitor for handing over command of the Pacifista to a pirate like Bonnie. However, knowing this, the Navy decides to prioritize finding and eliminating Bonnie so they can regain control of the Pacifista. Having deduced Bonnie's escape location, Vice Admiral Tosa reports that he is in pursuit. He catches up with Bonnie along with Frankie, but when he is about to launch an attack on Bonnie, he is knocked down by Broggy. The sudden appearance of the two giants surprises Bonnie, Frankie, and Atlas. Dory and Broggy ask who they are. They don't recognize Frankie even though they are familiar with the wanted posters of the new members, and they come looking for the Straw Hat crew. Frankie asks if they are enemies targeting Luffy's life. But the two giants make it clear that they are friends of Luffy and offer to help in any way possible. Bonnie asks them to help Luffy, Sanji, and Dr. Vegapunk, and Dory and Broggy immediately head in that direction, leaving the three to the other giants. The other vice admirals note that Tosa's line has been cut, so one of them, Pomsky, decides to advance inland. Bluegrass tells Doll to use one of the sea monster weapons she is currently controlling so they can attack from the sea, and she asks Doll if she has ever fought a giant before. Doll replies that she has a commanding officer who is a giant, and that person turns out to be Jaguar D-Sol. As for Luffy's group, Sanji asks Dr. Vegapunk how to save him if they can't move him. Dr. Vegapunk replies that although he wants to escape, there are things on this island that he still wants to protect, so he feels he can't leave yet. In addition, Vegapunk reveals that he wants Bonnie's command secret to be kept until she is a little older, and now she will be hunted for the rest of her life. So he asks the Straw Hat crew to take care of her. However, Sanji ignores Dr. Vegapunk and focuses on how Saturn has returned and transformed into his beast form. Seeing Saturn's legs covered in poison, Sanji tells Luffy to dodge them, which he easily does. At the same time, Luffy tells Sanji to get Dr. Vegapunk out of there, no matter how much he complains. Dr. Vegapunk asks to be put down, but Sanji ignores him. But Kizarup suddenly appears and kicks Sanji away and stabs Dr. Vegapunk with his light sword. Both Sanji and Luffy are worried about Vegapunk. Sanji immediately recovers and picks him up again. Luffy tells him to go to the back entrance. Kizaru tries to block him again, but Luffy has grown to a giant size and grabs Kizaru with his right hand, holding Saturn's face tightly with his left hand. He tells the two of them that they won't escape from him, as Luffy's grip makes Kizaru bleed. Sanji asks Dr. Vegapunk not to die before him and wonders why he suddenly smiles. Back in the lab, a message from Dr. Vegapunk begins to play, where he announces to the world that he will tell them the truth about this world. Chapter 11:08 ends here. Chapter 11:09. Assistant Shaka is worried about Vegapunk's decision. He thinks that this direct broadcast might have a failure rate, but Vegapunk understands his technology and is very confident. It turns out Vegapunk has used the Navy's signal network to amplify his broadcast signal. The Navy, when discovered, can't turn it off. At this time, Saturn has heard Vegapunk's voice on the radio and is suspicious, not knowing what he intends to do. Vegapunk's voice continues to echo around the world. At the Holy Land Mary Geos, people start asking Saturn if Vegapunk has been dealt with yet. The elders begin to speculate that perhaps old man Vegapunk had set a switch, and when he died, this news would automatically broadcast. Based on the elders' positioning, they believe the recording is being broadcast from the basement of the lab, According to Vegapunk's settings, it should officially start the broadcast content after 10 minutes. In Dressrosa, the people are also curious when they hear the voice of the famous scientist. It seems he is about to announce a shocking piece of information. So they start to get the Din Din TV ready to broadcast on the big screen. Luffy's acquaintances also hear this news and start gossiping about the story. In Fusha Village in the East Blue, the villagers also hear this news through the snail sound transmitter like a radio. Unfortunately, the village is too poor to afford a Din Din TV. In Water 7, Iceberg also orders his secretary to prepare for live TV. They even gather all the citizens after another 10 minutes to listen to this news. At the Economic News Center, people are horrified to realize this frequency is broadcasting from the Navy's frequency and is completely unencrypted. Vi is also panic searching for Luffy. At Vi's place, people are guessing that this could be a recording because right now Egghead is being devastated. In the West Blue, people are also starting to pay attention. In the North Blue as well, at the Revolutionary Army base, the generals and everyone are waiting for the news to be broadcast. Ivankov is very curious about what Vegapunk wants to announce. Dragon suddenly remembers a moment when 01 said, "I might leave soon." At Egghead, Luffy on this side is holding two enemies, but he realizes that it is indeed hard to hurt these two monsters. The problem is that his friends probably haven't escaped yet, so he will continue to attack. He swings the two of them back while still holding them tightly, then takes a run-up and slaps the two of them together, just to see the punch is so strong that Luffy's hands squirt a bunch of fresh blood. Let go. Damn, these two guys have become as thin as paper and are dizzy. Luffy continues to spin them on his finger. After spinning enough 8,500 rounds, then he throws the mother of these two guys away. That's faster. The standout throw makes a streak of light rise in the sky. The Navy looks through the telescope, also doesn't know what it is. Just know after that, the boat that was hit exploded. Luffy laughs happily. Unexpectedly, one of the two guys has turned back, making Luffy also startled. The guy Kizaru who was thrown into the boat is panting. The officers on the boat start to take care of him. At this time in Saturn's head, the urging sound of the 5 old stars at home keeps echoing. They don't want Vegapunk to continue his lecture. There's no more time. While Luffy has twisted to escape from his counterattack, the giant warriors start to find their boat. They hope Mr. Vegapunk will be okay. While Saturn decides to use the final move, he performs a ritual to summon something. The big black lightning bolts start to strike down the sea. The Navy is startled, not knowing what is happening. On the sea appear many black magic circles accompanied by thunder and lightning. Luffy is amazed, not knowing what this is, while Sanji feels uneasy, because these circles are like the way the old man appeared. Chapter 11:09 ends here. Chapter 11:10. Black lightning fills the sky. The entire battle seems to freeze in front of this scene. On a giant giraffe, 2 vice admirals including Bluegrass also look horrified. They have never witnessed a scene that smells of death like this. Even the giant warriors now also start to feel chills. While Vegapunk's voice is still echoing on the unencrypted frequency of the Navy, then the remaining 4 in the 5 Elder Stars have disappeared from the Holy Land Merigios. For black magic circles on the sea begin to condense into strange shapes, along with the giant spider Saturn. They are facing Luffy. In a moment have turned into the monster incarnations of the 4-5 Elder Stars are Gyuki, Hoki, Bakatsu, and Sandworm. Luffy looks at this scene and gasps. He screams, "Oh, what the hell? All 5 of you are monsters?" These 5 guys in turn transform into a bird, wild boar, spider, undead centaur, and a worm with a huge mouth. Of course, their shapes are extremely ferocious. Luffy, standing on the ruins in front of this group, also becomes too small. At this time, the undead centaur suddenly neighs and rushes away, extremely fast. A moment later has found a working pacifista. Bakatsu swings his sword up and slashes through the robot. The Navy, watching this scene, immediately stunned, because the robot was about to fire laser, then immediately stopped, kneeling on the ground, a defeated move. Not stopping there, Bakatsu continuously searches and destroys the pacifistas. His work efficiency is extremely high. Sanji discovers the monster bird is flying to Nami's place and calls her, asking them not to hesitate and must immediately leave right away, because there is a monster flying there. The monster bird begins to rush to attack the island's protective barrier. Below, Saint Nostro has finished cutting the last pacifista. At this time, at Luffy's place, Saturn and Jupiter in the form of a worm are attacking Luffy furiously. The legs of Old Man Saturn become wobbly like rubber. Luffy has to dodge hard. Jupiter waits for the right moment. Luffy just dodges, then rushes to bite, piercing the ground. Luffy is terrified to see this monster can drill through the ground like a worm. Oh, it is indeed a worm. Over here, Usopp is notifying Sanji via phone that they have arrived at the rendezvous point. ready to escape from the island, but Zoro and Jinbe have not yet arrived. Hook is bragging that everything is in place, just as he said. Lilith immediately kicks him and scolds him that he can't do anything, all thanks to Usopp. Meanwhile, Jinbe is advancing to Zoro's place. If there is any trouble, he will pull Zoro back in time for the trip. Sanji contacts Jinbe and scolds Zoro as a dumbbell. Because of him, the team is in danger. He asks Jinbe to help Zoro get back quickly. Zoro and Lucci at this time pause for a few seconds because both have sensed many strong haki all over the island. Lucci is eager to find these strong haki. Then the two rush into each other. Lucci launches the ultimate technique, Spotted Leopard, while Zoro uses Hahava Hunt. Then Lucci spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. Okay, the victory belongs to Zoro. Back to Luffy. The ground shakes and immediately a black, gaping worm rises up with a huge mouth wanting to swallow him. Luffy jumps up to dodge but is too late. The black worm has caught him. While the two giant captains see this scene, they quickly run to rescue Luffy in the worm's stomach. They start chopping enthusiastically, wanting to make a dish of raw worm with lemon. St. Jupiter has been cut into dozens of thin slices. Luffy escapes and laughs. He quickly greets his two old comrades. Both also start to laugh loudly and say that it's been too long since they've seen Straw Hat, so they've come all the way here. Chapter 11:11. The collision of the demon bird creates a terrifying sound, echoing throughout the island. At this time, Jinbe also recognizes the terrifying flow of haki that has hit his face, making him exclaim, "Damn, the haki is terrifying." Then without saying much, Jinbe immediately rushes to tell Zoro that he has won. Hurry up and run. But the surprising thing is that Lucci is still standing there. He has not fallen down, and so Zoro does not want to abandon his battle. But before Sanji's urging like going to defecate, Jinbe rushes in and carries Zoro away, not forgetting to unleash a water attack to escape before Lucci's unwilling gaze. Sure enough, after that, the demon bird of St. Mars arrives. He recognizes Lucci and asks where York is. At this time, Zoro on Jinbe's shoulder looks back, only to see a monster so strong that it makes his skin crawl. He doesn't know what the hell this is. Lucci tells Mars that York is tied up on the 4th floor of Building A. The two guys who just ran are Zoro and the Fishman Knight Jinbe. In addition, there are 5 members of the Straw Hat crew and 2 living Vegapunks. This group is preparing to escape through the back door of the lab. There are also 85 Cypher Pole members and 4 Seraphim being held in the basement. Lucci also does not forget to say that he has one teammate who is injured in the control room and asks Mars to be merciful. They have 6 minutes before Vegapunk's speech begins. But at this time, Mars has flapped his wings and flown away, praising Lucci for being excellent. But he thinks that it is impossible to filter out a worm in the devastation of this island. Over at Luffy, he is having a quick reunion with 2 of his old friends. And it's been 2 years. Dory and Broggy are also surprised at Luffy's new form, looking like a god in their legend. But this story Luffy probably has to tell later because anyway it is a long story. Saint Warcury and Saturn look at these 2 giants and also feel a bit disgusted. Disgusted, why not? Just look at Jupiter, who they chopped and has not yet recovered. At this time, Luffy just wants to escape with his crew, doesn't want to mess with these old 5 Elder Stars anymore. The 2 giant captains also know this. They came here also for that reason. This is a miniature map of the positions of the members of the Straw Hat crew. They are all heading to the ships of the giants to escape. Dory takes out his horn and blows loudly. Immediately the other giant warriors hear, knowing that this is the retreat signal. So it also means that Straw Hat has been found. Anyway, the Navy's ships also have nothing to rob, so they all quickly return to their ship. Saint Warcury sees this scene and immediately knows that these guys intend to run. He yells, "You guys signal to run? No way, let me blow my horn to show you." Then he roars loudly. The huge boar's mouth immediately emits a terrifying roar, accompanied by a thumping smell that makes the 2 giant captains also have to back off a few steps, while Luffy is torn all over his shirt by this roar. Luckily, the pants are still there. Luffy looks back to confirm whether even his scar has been blown away by the mother or not. The Navy hears this sound. It is a roar accompanied by Conqueror's haki. The weak ones immediately faint on the spot. Indeed, this island is full of what the mother is not. It is too terrifying. After seeing that Luffy is still okay, Dory and Broggy evaluate that this guy is indeed not ordinary. The roar also has Conqueror's haki. Surely this is a big shot in the high-ranking officials of the government. Before they could finish their admiration, Saint Warcury had turned around like a ball and rushed over. You have to know that with a huge body and 2 huge tusks, this spin, if it hits someone, then it's only shattered bones and flesh. But Dory and Broggy quickly use their tactics. The sun shields fall in to defend. Warcury angrily asks the 2 of them what the hell destiny makes them know each other. Do they know who Luffy is? Broggy and Dory just laugh out loud and say that they of course know. He is their friend. Then the two of them swing their shields hard, giving Workuri a sky-crushing blow right on the chin, throwing the old man hundreds of meters away. At this time Saturn starts to open his mouth and yells, "If you have chosen so, then we will erase you from history along with him." From his open mouth, dozens of poison bullets are fired. Luffy immediately warns his teammates, then quickly, he pulls up a big coconut tree next to him, uses his mouth to carve it into a baseball bat. Of course, he has to wear a hat to become a batter, repaint it black, very professional, then poses ready to hit a shot. Just as the poison bullets of old Saturn arrive, he swings a precise shot towards the two old men and laughs, "Haha, I'll hit you on your back." The two old men are amazed. Is there such a terrifying trick? The next second, the ground explodes, creating a mushroom cloud. Luffy feels a cold sweat on his back. Thought it was just poison. Who would have thought it was a bomb? Broggy and Dory thought they had won completely, but Luffy immediately said, "These guys can't die." Sure enough, the old guys have stood up, as tenacious as leeches. They quickly find it too hard to ignore. Running is a light and high-paying job, and Broggy thinks that even if they run, they should still consider themselves victorious. Nami is urging her teammates to speed up their legs. Over here Bonnie has encountered an obstacle. It is 3 vice admirals who have blocked here. They are determined not to let Bonnie on the ship. Meanwhile, Sanji is also carrying Dr. Vegapunk, running out of breath in the back. Chapter 11-12. Under the command of the commander, the Navy soldiers diligently bombarded the island. They were determined to use Buster Call to destroy this island, completely eliminating the remaining pacifistas. Meanwhile, Old Man Nushiro was dealing with the remaining pacifistas and was certain of one thing. Giving the 12-year-old girl Bonnie a power that could overthrow a nation was a ridiculous act of the traitor Vegapunk. After that, he rushed away. On this side, the giant warriors were completing their retreat. They also felt that staying on the island would encounter some terrifying monsters, which should not be done. The Navy also began to aim at the Elbaf ship of the giants, and must prevent the pirates from boarding this ship at all costs. The Vice Admiral with a long neck rushed to block Sanji while Sanji was in a hurry. This Vice Admiral has a strong arm. It seems to be a reaction arm, but fortunately, just as he was about to punch Sanji, Frankie gave him another reaction punch that was much stronger and bigger. Bonnie jumped down from the shoulder of the giant to fight, not forgetting to ask them to help protect her father. Meanwhile, the other Vice Admiral was still stubbornly raising the cannon in his hand, wanting to attack her. As soon as Bonnie touched the Vice Admiral with a butt-shaped chin, he turned into a kid. Bonnie shouted not to call her father a weapon anymore, and by the way, she hit his hateful chin. Under the laboratory, Dr. Vegapunk's video is still continuing. Only a few minutes have passed, and St. Mars has come here with York. Without saying much, Mars fired a hot laser, piercing the entire room. York was terrified and quickly waved his hand to tell the old man not to be so impulsive, but the result of Vegapunk's broadcast continued. York said that the surrounding floors all contained explosive materials, not weapons warehouses or gas pipelines. If they explode, they will take all of Vegapunk's records with them. Mars repositioned. He heard a voice somewhere, York remembered. It seemed that there was a new generation of snails in Vegapunk's records with a triangle. Mars immediately asked her to lead the way. Stussy inside with Kaku also saw Mars. They didn't know what this monster was like. According to the dialogue just now, Stussy guessed that this guy was one of the 5 old stars. At this time, Kaku laughed at Stussy because it seemed that she was also left behind like him. But Stussy said that she actually volunteered to stay. Someone had to stay to carry out this final mission. While speaking, Stussy couldn't help but shiver. Outside, everyone is still waiting for Stussy to escape from the dome. Nami and Robin both judged that they were not sure Stussy could successfully escape. Usopp calculated that the rate of that ship not escaping was 100%, causing someone to scream in surprise. Edison laughed at this moment and said that the pirate gang was really focused and noisy. Above all, their focus will create a miracle, even if Edison himself is a scientist. Then Edison suddenly jumped down. He loudly said that he would ensure that everyone's ship was launched safely. Edison's system announced. The external damage simulation was 78%. Edison was sure that everyone would survive if he acted. An explosion occurred as soon as Edison touched the lasers. Edison shouted, "We won't die, let's go." Returning to the bottom of the island, a terrifying suction is sucking everything to the center of the island. The Navy's ships also cannot escape this disaster. It turns out that St. Jupiter is opening his mouth trying to swallow everything. It turns out he is trying to prevent Luffy and the 2 giants from escaping. Luffy is sucked so that his whole body seems to be deformed. He quickly used all his strength to jump to one side, ran to a fortress and kicked it up. If this old man is so hungry, then swallow this. And before the terrifying suction, the entire watchtower fortress fell into the mouth of Saint Jupiter, causing him to choke. Dory and Broggy smiled again, feeling the suction had disappeared, and they felt light. Only Luffy was all wrinkled into an old man because of exhaustion. Broggy quickly brought out his dry food, which was a rotten shark. Luffy put it in his mouth and felt like he was eating shit, but unexpectedly, this dish was very energy-rich. Luffy immediately returned to his prime. Broggy felt that this kid was easy to raise. Just as a wild boar ran over, Luffy activated Gear 3. A huge fist wrapped in armed hockey shot out, punching straight into the head of this pig, but only a knock sound echoed. Luffy's hand hurt. Looking back at the pig's head, it turned out that Old Man Warcury had wrapped hockey on his head for defense. At this time in the laboratory, Usopp found something crawling up. He pulled his rubber slingshot tightly. Edison thought it was a crab. Northeast, Jinbe carrying Zoro had arrived at the Elbaf ship, and here, the Lilith and Frankie had to face St. Nustero. His whole body was full of murderous aura. In the laboratory, Mars found the place where the new generation of snails was broadcasting. He slowly tapped his shoes on the ground and approached, whispering that this Vegapunk didn't have a bit of luck. Chapter 11:13. In Vegapunk's laboratory, Mars found the location of the broadcasting device. At this point, there were only about 30 seconds left before Vegapunk announced the terrifying secret about the world government to all of humanity. Mars stood in front of something and was amazed. Is this Vegapunk's entity? Seeing a huge brain still alive in a sphere full of chemicals inside, Mars wondered if the old man's consciousness was still in there. In Usopp's hometown, 3 children from the Usopp pirate gang came to Kaya's mansion and wanted to watch live TV, but there was none here. The butler had to explain to them that the snail TV is a very large and inconvenient thing, so they haven't bought it yet. While the kids were sitting with Kaya and listening to the radio, the butler went to make tea for them. The kids haven't grown up at all in years. They're not serious at all. The Navy still couldn't stop Vegapunk's news. At Twin Cape, Old Man Krakus was reading the newspaper next to Laboon. The atmosphere as Vegapunk's broadcast approached made everywhere more urgent. In Vegapunk's hometown of Baltimore, people were also anxiously waiting. This is also Frankie's hometown, where people rumored that Frankie has now turned into a ship. Everywhere, people have different feelings about the genius scientist. In the country of birds, where Chopper once studied, people look at Vegapunk through the destructive weapons he created. Meanwhile, on the pirate island, 2 pirates were about to fight, but one guy wanted to watch TV. He didn't want to miss the important speech of scientist Vegapunk, while the other guy was stubborn and refused. At Egghead, Vegapunk's voice still echoed. It was time for him to announce the secret that would tilt the world. Mars smashed the snail transmitter, but damn it, nothing happened. He started to turn pale, thinking that Vegapunk had tricked him. Mars got angry, turned into a bird of prey, and shouted loudly, "Damn you, Vegapunk!" People everywhere also started to get excited and clean their ears to listen. Some enjoyed this special news next to a fire. The remaining 5-star elders contacted Mars, not knowing what he had done that the damn broadcast still hadn't stopped. Mars could only apologize because he was also helpless in front of Vegapunk's cunning. Now the 5-star elders also didn't know exactly what Old Man Vegapunk wanted to say, but according to York's guess, maybe he wanted to fuel the O'Hara scholars. Yes, it's about the taboo of the world, the Void Century. This immediately made the 5-star elders turn pale with fear. This is definitely not the second Clover story. He wants to end what O'Hara started? Meanwhile, Sanji was carrying Vegapunk and running, trying to wake the old man up, saying that there was a girl who needed his help, Bonnie. Suddenly, Sanji saw St. Nustero standing in front of Frankie and Bonnie. Frankie was trying to take a hit for her. Sanji immediately rushed to protect Bonnie with a sky-kicking kick right into Nustero's mouth, causing him to spit blood. He said that even if it was an old man, he would not be merciful, because he had brought a murderous aura onto the ship. But the next second, a horse's head made entirely of bones rushed to hit Sanji. Bonnie screamed Sanji's name in fear. A nearby giant, Oimo, saw this scene and immediately rushed to choke the undead horse. Bonnie also used future distortion, transforming herself into a giant even bigger than the giant and stepping on the damn horse. At this time on TV, Vegapunk was confessing his sins, and also said that when these words were broadcast, Vegapunk was no more. People immediately doubted. Wasn't the press reporting that he was being held hostage by the Straw Hat Pirates? Caesar heard this and screamed, "Damn, the old man can't just die like that, because we just teamed up to defeat him." While journalist Morgan was terrified because this global broadcast would cause the newspaper's revenue to collapse. Vegapunk's voice on the news began to become solemn. He said, "Please don't judge those who killed him as villains." He himself also did not judge these people because, after all, he did not know enough about them. Hearing these words, Saint Saturn became even angrier. He accelerated and rushed forward, shouting as he rushed, "Get out of the way! I don't have time for you bugs." Robin recognized the old man's voice at this time. She knew right away that this was one of the 5-star elders. At this moment, Saturn also recognized her. He growled, "You must be Robin, the girl that Kizaru let survive, that incompetent guy." While Robin was scared, a spider-like leg rushed towards Robin. Nami screamed, "Protect Robin," and quickly, she hugged Robin and pushed her back. Meanwhile, Brook used his sword to cut off that spider leg. The remaining legs also attacked. Chopper bristled to defend. Usopp had pulled his slingshot ready to counterattack. Mars, in the form of a bird of prey, escaped from the laboratory. While Vegapunk's voice continued to echo, too many living creatures around this laboratory made him unable to find the real broadcasting machine. York held her head and racked her brains. She was also a Vegapunk. So where would she hide it? Faced with this helplessness, Mars began to transmit sound to his teammates and said that he was considering the plan to destroy the power station to prevent the broadcast, but Saint Mercury and Saturn disagreed, because not only the Navy and all equipment were destroyed, but also caused a bigger consequence, that is, they no longer have the opportunity to regenerate Fire Mother. Vegapunk's voice on the radio became stern. "I will go straight to the point. Our world will soon sink into the ocean." Just at this moment, a beam of light from above the clouds shone straight down one side of the island. The Navy in front of this miraculous scene also looked dumbfounded. Under the ocean, countless fish people were swimming to where the light was. The narrator's voice echoed, "A confession and a deadly omen?" Chapter 11:13 ends here. Chapter 11:14. The high-ranking officials of the Navy were all stunned after hearing this news. Many people couldn't help but shout, "Does that old man know what he's saying?" Fleet Admiral Hina fell into deep thought, while Marine Admiral Akainu frowned, still holding a cigar in his mouth. It seemed that Vegapunk's words just opened up a not-so-bright future. Meanwhile, in the town of Mock Town, the pirates pointed at Vegapunk's serious face on TV and burst into laughter. They thought that this scientist was just joking. How could the world sink if he said it would sink? In Water 7 City, Polly also showed doubt. If the scientist talked about this city, then he would believe, because in just a few years, the sea level has risen quite high. But if he said the whole world, then he wouldn't believe. Meanwhile, in the underwater prison Impel Down, Doflamingo laughed at Megalon, because he thought that if this prison sank deep under the sea, he didn't know how the prison guards would handle it. Megalon calmly confirmed and said, "Indeed, when the sea level rises, it has caused chaos in some cells, but that's just a rise of 1 meter. How much is needed to sink this entire prison?" Doflamingo still laughed and said that if the sea level rose by 5 meters, then all the cities would be destroyed. He reminded Megalon to consider evacuating the people. In Doflamingo's imagination, the scene where people had to climb higher and higher was so funny. Meanwhile, at Ryugu, Fishman Island, Princess Shirahoshi asked King Neptune if this matter could be believed. The king just crossed his arms and said that this matter was too extraordinary anyway. On the future island Egghead, the reactions of the Navy here also showed disbelief. This statement, even if spoken by a famous scientist, was too crazy. Not only that, it would bring an endless crisis to humanity, the commander shouted. Such lies and madness are too much. Vegapunk. At this time, the 5-star elders had transmitted information to each other. They decided to quickly wipe out all the living creatures they sensed, and the issue of division later will be resolved later. That is the strategy of better to kill by mistake than to miss, because now they really know the danger level of this damn news that Vegapunk is broadcasting. Then Mars was full of murderous aura and prepared to act. Below, York was still busy looking for the hiding place of the snail transmitter with a mortar on her shoulder. While running, she cursed old man Vegapunk as a dam, intending to spit everything out or what. Vegapunk on the news continued to speak. He predicted that after his speech, there would be a violent earthquake, shaking the whole world, causing the sea level to rise 1 meter. Hearing this, the people began to feel uneasy. Smuthy of the Big Mom Pirates heard this and was also a bit half-believing, half-doubting. Could it be that the old man was talking about the earthquake this morning? Elsewhere, many people lost their homes due to the rising sea level. They were trying to find a higher Place to escape. At Long Ring Long Land, Tunjit was stunned when he heard this part. Hakanosu was quietly listening. He was still injured after the fight with Master Garp earlier. Behind him was a guy screaming because Old Man Vegapunk had guessed it all, and something more terrifying had been revealed by Vegapunk, that this earthquake was not natural at all. Meanwhile, Saturn was furious like a madman. He didn't expect Old Man Vegapunk to dare to reveal these secrets. He was cursing the old man while fighting with the Usopp gang. It seemed that the fight had not been going on for long because the old man's nails were still stuck in Chopper's fluffy fur. Then Saturn knocked them all away. He didn't want to waste any more time. He was too constipated. No, he was constipated to destroy that snail transmitter. At this time, Robin managed to cast a net from the power of the Hana fruit and caught her teammates. While Chopper was too big and blocking the old man's way, so he was stepped on by the old man for a few painful hits. Then Saturn quickly ran away. He didn't forget to throw out a sentence. Get lost. He headed to the power station under the urging of the remaining old men. Vegapunk's voice was still echoing. He said that he had been too naive to bury his head in the development of perpetual energy, wanting to make humanity more brilliant and great. He was wrong, because the more he approached the sun, Saturn broke the wall of the power station. Before the light emitted by the thing in front of him, he unconsciously raised his hand to cover his face. It was the Fire Mother. A flame was burning in a large iron sphere. Inside was full of water. Oh, the flame could burn in water? Saturn didn't say anything more but turned into a human form and started using his staff to destroy everything here. But no matter how much he destroyed, Vegapunk's news didn't stop. The more he destroyed, the angrier he got. Meanwhile, the ancient robot was wandering on the island. The Navy used all their efforts to stop it but couldn't do anything. Next to Luffy, two giants and he were running away from Warcury in the form of a grumpy wild boar. He was spewing out blazing fire. Broggy told Dory that they had to run fast or they would be turned into roast pigs. Luffy was floating behind in his Gear 5 form, and just at this moment, Vegapunk really started talking about 900 years ago, the period called the Void History, which is the critical point of the world government. At the Holy Land, Emu was quietly listening. The celestial dragons began to curse loudly that the Navy was a waste. Why did they let the old man continue to rant about this critical secret, while Shaoria fell into doubt? She even didn't know anything about the so-called Void Century. Jaguar D. Saul was lying leisurely in the forest of Elbaf and listening. As soon as he heard this, he laughed his characteristic laugh. It seemed that the exciting part was coming. In Orange Town in the East Blue, the town mayor was playing with the dog Cho-Cho and listening to this news. While listening, he also heard the curious question of his granddaughter. She wondered if Vegapunk knew about the 20 kings who had united to create this world. Vegapunk declared that he had committed the second major crime, which was to delve into research on the Void Century in this history. He was lucky to get a few poneglyphs from the brave archaeologists and deciphered it. Vegapunk believed that he did not regret this at all. It seemed that Robin felt the old man was talking about her in there, while others felt that the ground where they were standing was shifting and changing direction. Nami noticed that the clouds were stretching out. They realized this was the effort of Edison mentioned earlier, and if the clouds stretched out, they could let their ship fall into the sea and escape. Usopp was very happy for this news. At this time Edison was in the control room. He muttered that the Straw Hat Pirates should try not to let the pirates catch them. Vegapunk continued to speak on the news, and the truth is, I only know a small part of the 100-year history, and so that people don't have to speculate without basis, I will only say what I am sure of. The star of history, Joy Boy, was born 900 years ago. Like in many legends of different tribes, he fought with a stretchable body. At this time Broggy told Luffy that it was enough, because he saw that Luffy's attack didn't do any damage to that grumpy wild boar at all. But Luffy didn't listen at all. He was sure that this attack of his would work. Saying his doing, Luffy launched a heavy armament hockey-wrapped piston punch, punching so hard that Warcury's nose wanted to be pushed back. Immediately Luffy pulled his hand back. Damn, his hand swelled up. Luffy jumped up screaming in pain, making both Broggy and Dory laugh uncontrollably. But it really hurts, guys. Look, Luffy has cried out in pain. Vegapunk continued to speak. Joy Boy is also the first person to sail out to sea. Also the first person to be called a pirate. Ah damn. So Joy Boy is the ancestor of the pirates, huh? Chapter 1114 ends here. Chapter 1115 will be released in color by my channel as soon as possible. Please become the first person in the world to watch the color version by subscribing and waiting for the video on my channel. Thank you, and wish everyone a good day.